Forced into a binding with the system, Bai Wanwan finds herself thrust into the tumultuous world of beastmen, where she immediately encounters a chaotic situation. The original host, a feeble female, harbored lofty aspirations of securing a powerful beastman as a husband, secretly plotting against him, only to have her plans intercepted by Wanwan's arrival. In one inquired about her consent, she had been forcibly presented with a situation she never chose. Upon awakening and reflecting on the chieftain's disdain for the original host, Bai Wanwan promptly decides to flee. During the tribe's fertility assessment, she unexpectedly transforms from a worthless female into a revered one. The chieftain, now with a changed demeanor, insists on pairing her with a beast husband. She rejects all such arrangements, determined to follow her own desires. Among her potential partners are the gentle and affectionate Feisu Xian Feng, the abandoned wanderer beast Zhu Xiu, a solitary leopard she encounters along her journey, and a tenacious flower fox that clings to her. Each of them undergoes a remarkable transformation, emerging as formidable powers within the beast realm. The offspring she bears grow increasingly extraordinary, accumulating abundant points. Amidst daily competitions in this brutal world, Bai Wanwan longs for a respite. System, may I take a leave to return home? Chapter 1. Life is precious. As Bai Wanwan regained consciousness, she felt a pair of calloused hands resting on her waist. Sweat trickled down the chieftain's neck, glistening over his bare torso. His eyes, sharp and dark like a wolf's, glowed with a crimson mist, devoid of focus. Shaking her head in a daze, Bai Wanwan finally recognized the man before her. He possessed a perfectly proportioned face, a high-bridged nose, and lips curved in a cold, sharp arc. His tall, muscular frame bore no resemblance to those artificially sculpted by protein powders. Feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, Bai Wanwan blushed and kicked at his abdominal muscles. During a company team-building event, she had seemingly slipped and now found herself in a scene that could easily be pixelated, starring none other than herself. As if forged from iron, his hand swiftly and accurately grasped her ankle, disrupting her thoughts completely. In a fleeting moment, the handsome man transformed beneath her gaze into a massive, snow-white tiger. Bai Wanwan gasped in shock, blinking rapidly 3 times to confirm the reality of the magnificent creature before her. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully conceived. The childbirth system will assist you. Upon successful delivery, you will receive generous rewards from the system. In that instant, a myriad of images flooded her mind, belonging to the cat beast man Bai Wanwan. The white tiger had been the formidable chieftain of the cat tribe, the object of admiration for all the young females. However, none possessed the audacity of the original host, who had dared to take advantage of the chieftain's injury to ensnare him, initially intending to consummate the encounter, only for Bai Wanwan to arrive instead. Fuming, Bai Wanwan exclaimed, "I refuse. This is akin to coercive trade." Unable to survive, she suppressed the tumultuous anger within her, allowing it to dissipate. "Very well, I shall earn points while I am here." Suddenly, the tiger on the ground stirred, exhaling a plume of white mist. Bai Wanwan immediately fell silent. She needed to leave this place quickly. Her life was at stake. System, you can erase my scent and traces, right? You must not discover that I was the female from tonight, otherwise no one will cooperate with you. Rest assured, host, he will not find out. Bai Wanwan felt a sense of relief and turned to descend the mountain. As dawn broke, the snow-white tiger rolled over, instinctively reaching out its paw, only to grasp at empty air. Its eyes snapped open, revealing an empty surroundings, the grass flattened beneath its weight, yet devoid of any trace of the female. With a powerful leap, the tiger sprang to its feet, vividly recalling the softness of her touch and the sweetness of her scent lingering in his memory. Throwing back his head, he roared, golden eyes ablaze with a thick layer of fury. Who was that female, daring enough to use thorns against him while he was vulnerable? If he found her, he would snap her neck. A distant roar echoed from the forest, sending a chill down Bai Wanwan's spine as she quickened her pace down the mountain. Chapter 2. Jealous of your appearance? As the morning mist gradually lifted, the layout of the tribe at the foot of the mountain began to emerge. Surrounding the tribe were low walls of stone, with several male beastmen stationed at the entrance, preventing intrusions from rival tribes or stray beasts. Following the memories of the original host, Bai Wanwan stealthily navigated to the left side of the tribe and slipped through a small opening. When Huya and the chieftain arrived, they spotted Bai Wanwan acting suspiciously. Bai Wanwan, what are you doing? The average height of the beastman exceeded 6 feet, most possessing rugged features and fierce, primal gazes. Yawning lazily, Bai Wanwan regarded the commotion before her. Are you all here to welcome me? The chieftain, his beard white and eyes filled with reproach, retorted, Bai Wanwan, you have harmed the precious females of the tribe and dare to hide. With each word from Huya, the chieftain's expression darkened further. Seize Bai Wanwan and send her to the female cave. She is not to emerge again. While the elderly matriarch could endure, she could not. You say I pushed you into the water? She approached Huya, her eyes ablaze with fury. Having been forced off a cliff and threatened by the system to be erased after sleeping with an unfamiliar male, now this? It wasn't me, it was you who pushed me. Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Wanwan unleashed a flurry of slaps against Huya's face. Stunned, Huya paused, then screamed, You hit me? Bai Wanwan smirked coldly. Indeed, it was you. Outrageous. Bai Wanwan, how dare you strike Huya before my very eyes? Do you not recognize my authority as chieftain? Bai Wanwan turned to face the furious chieftain, his face flushed with anger. If I do not strike, will you let me go? With that, she delivered another kick to Huya's abdomen, yanked her hair, and slapped her again. I warned you not to impede my rest, and watch your words. Am I not justified in hitting you? Huya howled in pain. The other males finally reacted and rushed to restrain Bai Wanwan. The chieftain trembled with rage. Bai Wanwan, you are courting death. Were you not a female, I would have you face the sun's wrath. Seeing Huya disheveled, tears streaming down her face, Bai Wanwan's anger finally subsided a little. Even as she was seized by the male beastmen, she remained unruffled, communicating with the system through her thoughts. They intend to send me to the female cave, where only the elderly, weak, and talentless males reside. There will be no way to fulfill your mission. You must come up with a solution. Rest easy, host. Your body has been enhanced by the system. Once the chieftain learns of your superior fertility, you need not go to the female cave. Bai Wanwan felt reassured. As the two males escorted her away, she proclaimed loudly, I demand a fertility test. The chieftain, visibly impatient, retorted, What more is there to test? The results will be the same. You are to be sent to the female cave. I insist. If you do not allow me to undergo testing, I will throw myself against the entrance of the female cave. The chieftain, taken aback by the normally timid Bai Wanwan's sudden transformation, found himself infuriated yet compelled to relent. Even a female with low fertility was not to be discarded lightly by the tribe. Sending low-fertility females to the cave could appease those males searching for mates and stabilize the tribe's order, thereby preserving the chieftain's position. Very well, you may undergo testing. Once complete, you will obediently go to the female cave. Bai Wanwan was released, her inner thoughts filled with expletives while her face wore a cheerful smile. Agreed. The chieftain had no choice but to summon all recently matured females to the female cave for assessment. Bai Wanwan and her companions were the first to arrive. While waiting for others, she leaned closer to Huya and inquired, Why did you frame me? Huya's eyes flickered. I did not frame you, it is you who envies me. Bai Wanwan chuckled, her gaze unabashedly scanning Huya from head to toe. Am I envious of your unattractiveness? Or perhaps your coarse and dark skin? Or is it your gaping mouth with yellowed teeth? A surge of fury rushed from Huya's chest to her head. She longed to scratch Bai Wanwan's fair and exquisite face. Bai Wanwan carefully assessed her expression. It appears I have hit the mark, but I have looked this way since childhood. You should be accustomed to my superior beauty. In just over 10 days, the fertility test will take place, and after that, I too shall be sent to the female cave. What compels you to act against me so hastily? Huya's heart sank, her gaze flickering as she quickly diverted her eyes, no longer engaging with Bai Wanwan. Of course, there was a reason. Females undergo fertility tests twice in their lives, once at birth and once at maturity. Bai Wanwan had been tested at birth and deemed to have low fertility, destined for the female cave eventually. The urgency to act stemmed from whispers she had heard from admirers about the traveling merchants of the super tribe passing through their own. Bai Wanwan was so beautiful that even without fertility, she would surely catch the eye of the merchants. The mere thought of Bai Wanwan being taken to the super tribe, potentially attracting the attention of powerful males. Made Huya restless, she had to ensure Bai Wanwan was sent to. The Female Cave First. Chapter 3. From Inferior Female to Sacred Female. Within the Witch Cave, the tribal shaman, clad in a white robe and adorned with a hat of colorful feathers, held a pitch-black stone while muttering incantations. Two females had already undergone testing. Bai Wanwan remained lost in thought, contemplating Huya's motives. Suddenly, she sensed a commanding gaze upon her. She quickly looked up and locked eyes with the source. It was Chief Rong. Her mind was instantly flooded with enticing yet forbidden images, heat radiating from strong hands, muscles as hard as stone, and boundless vigor, truly reminiscent of a lustful beast. Bai Wanwan quickly steeled herself, but her legs betrayed her, growing weak. Chief Rong fixed his intense gaze upon her, his golden eyes shadowed with suppressed anger. He was doubting himself. Realizing this, Bai Wanwan immediately flashed him a radiant, unrepentant smile. Her unwavering gaze caused Chief Rong to furrow his brow, seemingly dispelling his doubts as he swiftly averted his eyes. While the witch tribe engaged in prayer, the other beastmen exhibited utmost reverence. Chief Rong, however, scanned each female in the cave with his sharp, gleaming eyes. Seeing this, Bai Wanwan felt reassured. It seemed he was uncertain about which female had spent the night with him, merely casting equal suspicion upon every female present. At that moment, it was Huya's turn to undergo the fertility test. She stepped forward, first cleansing her hands in the stone basin, then respectfully lifting the pitch-black stone beside her. The stone, which had emitted a faint glow in the hands of lower fertility females, suddenly radiated a brilliant light, transitioning from white to yellow, then orange, and finally, to a soft red. The usually stoic shaman finally displayed a hint of joy, exclaiming, "By the blessings of the beast god, our tribe has finally produced a female with top-tier fertility." The chieftain, overwhelmed with emotion, announced, "Huya is the most precious female of our tribe, and may choose a mate from our bravest males." This declaration ignited excitement among the males. "Huya, allow me to be your mate. Huya, choose me. Choose me." The fertility test had transformed into an opportunity for Huya to select her mate. With her head held high, Huya's eyes sparkled with fervent desire as they settled on Chief Rong. "Chief Rong, do you see? My fertility is exceptional. I will bear your first litter." "Huya, Chief Rong is merely an outsider. He is unworthy. Let me be your first mate and father your first litter." Indeed, the beastmen were refreshingly straightforward. Bai Wanwan observed the spectacle with great interest. Having inherited the memories of her predecessor, she understood the immense value of a top-tier fertile female in the eyes of males. With an air of detached amusement, she regarded Chief Rong. Huya's smile suddenly faltered. "Chief Rong, I plan to offer you the position of my first mate. I will not remain here, nor do I wish to be your mate." With that, Chief Rong turned and left. He could not yet identify the female who had spent the night with him, nor did he want to become Huya's mate, so he chose to depart. His rejection and departure filled Huya with humiliation, prompting her to glare at Bai Wanwan with envious eyes, hissing, "Bai Wanwan, what I cannot have, you shall never possess." Bai Wanwan smiled sweetly, dismissing her words as inconsequential. Why had she not obtained it? She had received it once, twice, thrice. The experience was indeed delightful. No wonder Huya was so preoccupied. Huya, unable to contain her pride, selected several of the most fervent suitors. "Bai Wanwan, it is your turn." The crowd then remembered the seemingly inconspicuous Bai Wanwan had yet to undergo testing. Some beastmen displayed no interest in her results and simply exited the witch cave. Bai Wanwan had observed the process numerous times without waiting for the shaman's instructions. She promptly cleansed her hands and awaited the outcome while holding the female stone. Seeing the stone remain unresponsive, Huya's spirits lifted slightly. With Bai Wanwan's low fertility, her beauty would surely not attract the tribe's males, especially not someone as formidable as Chief Rong. Just as Huya believed the outcome was sealed, the female stone erupted in a brilliant light, transitioning from white to a vivid crimson, and then with a sharp crack, the stone shattered. The chieftain, initially prepared to leave, widened his eyes in disbelief upon witnessing the stone's brilliance, now rushing closer to the shaman for answers. The shaman appeared equally astonished, staring in disbelief at Bai Wanwan. Bai Wanwan wore a smile, seemingly indifferent to the result. Huya, hearing this, sighed in relief, insisting that Bai Wanwan could never possess fertility. However, the shaman continued, but a shattered stone like that typically does not emit light, let alone release red light. This phenomenon indicates another possibility that the female stone is insufficiently ranked, suggesting Bai Wanwan may very well be a sacred female. Upon this revelation, the witch cave fell silent before erupting into an even greater commotion than before. Bai Wanwan is a sacred female. Isn't she supposed to have low fertility? Impossible. The chieftain, initially stunned, soon revealed a euphoric expression, his voice trembling. Sacred female? Bai Wanwan, a legendary sacred female? One so rare even in the super tribe? The chieftain's emotions surged as he gazed at Bai Wanwan as if she were a priceless treasure. With Bai Wanwan among them, the future offspring of their tribe would undoubtedly possess extraordinary gifts, potentially elevating them to the status of a super tribe. Chapter 4. The unyielding beast husband impossible. Who could not accept such a result? Zhu Darren, she exclaimed. Bai Wanwan was also tested at birth. If she were a Shang Ci, why was her fertility test categorized as low grade? The Zhu glanced at Huya and replied, at birth, fertility can still be unstable. If there are doubts, I will prepare another female stone for testing in a few days. No need, Zhu Darren, Bai Wanwan interjected. I can prove my fertility right now. She cast a light glance at Huya and continued, how will you prove it? The Zhu looked at her in astonishment, with a slight parting of her red lips. She smiled towards Huya. I am with child. Huya's mouth fell open in disbelief, her flat face reflecting sheer shock. The Zhu approached her in a few strides. Let me see. Bai Wanwan remained unperturbed. Although she had just rolled in the grass with the chieftain, the system had confirmed her pregnancy, which she believed to be infallible. The Zhu's hand slipped beneath her animal skin skirt, gently resting on her abdomen. After approximately 3 seconds, a look of surprise spread across the Zhu's face as she nodded at the chieftain. Indeed, there's a cub within Wanwan. This statement confirmed Bai Wanwan's exceptional fertility, as aside from a Shang Ci, it is not easy for even a superior fertile female to conceive. Generally, a female, once mature and partnered with several beast husbands, would need 6 months to a year of diligent effort to achieve pregnancy. Yet here was Bai Wanwan, just having reached maturity without a beast husband, already expecting a child. Who could not help but vocalize her frustration. Bai Wanwan, whose child is in your belly? It could not possibly be the chieftain's, for he had never shown any interest in Bai Wanwan. But if not the chieftain, then who? Before today, no gifted male had considered Bai Wanwan. Yet after this revelation, the situation may very well change. The thought that the father of Bai Wanwan's child might be an ordinary beast slightly eased her heart. Bai Wanwan shot her a glance. Why should I tell you? She felt no need to seek the chieftain's approval, merely informing them of her status. Once she finished speaking, before anyone could react, she had already departed from a shaman's cave. Wait, the chieftain, altering his previous demeanor, hurried after her with a benevolent smile. Wanwan, you are about to reach maturity. It would be inappropriate for you to mingle with other immature females. I have arranged for you to have a house, the largest stone house at the back of the tribe. What do you think? Huya, following closely behind, felt her composure shatter upon hearing this. Chieftain, you had promised me that stone house. Only those with exceptional fertility in the tribe and their partners were entitled to reside in such a house. Huya had always been the most fertile among the immature females, and thus the chieftain had previously assured her that the largest and finest stone house would be hers. The chieftain coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. Your house is there too, right next to Wanwan. As Huya prepared to protest, the chieftain interjected. Huya, the promise made to you was based on your fertility being superior to Wanwan's. Now that it has been tested and Wanwan's fertility surpasses yours, she deserves the best treatment. Bai Wanwan watched the scene unfold with crossed arms, having previously enjoyed the privileges that Huya now lamented. She had long recognized the chieftain's duality and felt no gratitude for the favors now directed towards her, for he had stated that it was her superior fertility that warranted such treatment. Why should she express thanks to someone who had once looked down upon her? Thus, the chieftain personally escorted her to her new abode, eagerly extolling the virtues of the stone house. Warm in winter, cool in summer, spacious and comfortable. Yet Bai Wanwan remained unmoved. The chieftain initially thought it would be easy to coax her into compliance, yet after much persuasion, she remained indifferent, failing to utter a single word of gratitude. He promptly summoned individuals to bring in thick pelts, ample meat strips, and fresh fruits. Wanwan, these are for you. If you find it insufficient, speak to your uncle. Then I shall not be polite with you. Chieftain, after all, I am a Shang Ci. This is all rightfully mine, is it not? The chieftain's lips twitched, sensing something amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the error. Regardless of gender, anyone desiring a good life must rely on talent and strength. Bai Wanwan then indicated her intention to dismiss the chieftain. Yet he remained, turning to call out, "You may enter now. This will be your home from now on. Wanwan is your wife, and you are to take good care of her." Two tall males stood at the entrance, their appearances unremarkable, bearing some resemblance to the chieftain. Bai Wanwan immediately recognized them as the chieftain's only two sons. The pair blushed, unable to meet Huya's fiery gaze, and mustered the courage to step inside. The chieftain smiled benevolently. "Wanwan, I shall take my leave now. Let Xianyu and Xianshan look after you. Do not hesitate to make demands of them." "Wait." Bai Wanwan narrowed her eyes. "Chieftain, I have no intention of taking a partner." The chieftain smiled, his demeanor radiating kindness. "Wanwan, the rainy season is approaching. It will be exceedingly dangerous for a newly mature female to live alone. Since you have not chosen a beast husband, it is my duty as chieftain to ensure your safety. This matter is settled. Xianshan, Xianyu, from now on, Wanwan is your wife." Xianshan and Xianyu exchanged glances with Bai Wanwan, their eyes flickering. The chieftain's words had arranged her fate, and Bai Wanwan could only scoff internally. The chieftain offered her no opportunity for refusal, insistently leaving the duo behind before he departed. An awkward silence enveloped the cave as the three remained mute. Suddenly, Huya bolted in, tears streaming down her face as she cried out to the two males, "Xianshan, Xianyu, did you not promise to be my beast husbands? Why are you pairing with Bai Wanwan?" Xianyu's face turned crimson as he dared not look at Huya. He had always envisioned growing up to be her partner, considering her his rightful wife. Yet now, with Bai Wanwan declared a Shang Ci, they could not defy their father's orders. Bai Wanwan was a Shang Ci, a female coveted by even the mightiest of tribes. Deep down, they were inclined to partner with Bai Wanwan, yet they could not forget Huya. "Bai Wanwan, you shameless girl, you know full well that Xianyu and Xianshan like me, yet you still chose to take them from me." Bai Wanwan, however, felt no patience to engage in further dialogue. Exhausted, she longed for sleep. Wanwan, Xianshan, the older brother, spoke with a semblance of maturity. "Father has declared that you are now our wife." Bai Wanwan had no desire to keep the brothers around, but seeing the fire in Huya's eyes, she reconsidered. After all, she needed a few hands for labor. "As long as you do not cause me trouble, you may stay for the time being," she stated. Then turned to Huya, "What about you? Do you wish to stay as well?" Seeing that the brothers were ignoring her, Huya's fury erupted, and her face flushed with anger. "Xianshan, Xianyu, I detest you," she exclaimed before storming out. Xianyu, distressed, wanted to chase after her, but was restrained by Xianshan, who shook his head in disapproval. Bai Wanwan yawned, gesturing towards the disorganized supplies delivered by the chieftain. "You two tidy up the things. I'm going to take a nap." She had already spotted the largest nook, and, grabbing a few animal hides, she entered, laying them thickly on the ground before rolling herself within. The stone bed was uncomfortable against her body, and she initially thought it would be difficult to fall asleep. However, after tossing and turning a few times, she drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 5. The pinnacle of beauty and ugliness that night. Huya's cave was filled with the unceasing roars of males, stirring the desires of the waking beastmen. Bai Wanwan slept soundly, only to be awakened by a peculiar movement against her leg. Startled, she opened her eyes to find something stirring beneath the animal hide covering her. With a strong kick, she exclaimed, "Ouch!" Xianyu tumbled off the stone bed. Bai Wanwan, still groggy from sleep, glared at the beastman beside her bed. "What are you doing?" Xianyu sat on the ground beside the stone bed, gazing up at her. "Wanwan, I want to make you comfortable." As his voice fell, an exalted cry erupted from the adjacent cave. The feminine sound was far from melodious, almost haunting, while the masculine roar intensified with fervor. Bai Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively attempting to shield her injured ears. Xianyu, undeterred, once again reached out towards her leg. This provoked a reaction. Xianshan approached and hoisted Xianyu from the ground. "Wanwan, we thought you would enjoy this. Since you do not, I shall watch over Xinu while you take a proper rest. Xi and Shan led Xinu to a nearby cave to sleep. Bai Wanwan reclined once more. Yet slumber eluded her. Nearly an hour passed, and Huya continued her incessant cries, rendering sleep impossible. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Bai Wanwan threw aside the animal hide and made her way to the neighboring cave. In the dimness of the cave, she could not discern the movements on the bed. Only a few indistinct shadows. They were having quite the time. Huya, in the throes of her exuberance, suddenly lifted her head and caught sight of Bai Wanwan at the bedside. Her hoarse voice turned sharply accusatory. "Ah, Bai Wanwan, what are you doing here?" This exclamation brought her suitor to a halt. Bai Wanwan dug into her ears, retorting, "You are making such a racket and then questioning my presence here. If you wish for me to hear you, I shall sit here daily to listen." "Go on, continue." After regaining her composure, Huya snapped back, "Get out. You are disturbing my sleep. Since I cannot sleep anyway, I might as well sit here and watch." Huya had just entered a romantic partnership, her spirits high. She was deliberately making a commotion, wanting Xi and Shan and Xinu to hear how joyous her life with her was. To her dismay, those two brothers did not arrive. Instead, Bai Wanwan did. With her audacity, Bai Wanwan stood at the bedside, thwarting Huya's attempts at joy. Huya, exhausted from her tirade, exclaimed, "What do you want? Your disruption is preventing me from sleeping." Her suitor gently massaged her waist, and she felt restless, eager to rid herself of this nuisance. Suppressing her frustration, she said, "We will take heed. You may leave now. Just remember your words. If you disturb me again, I shall sit here without sleep every day." Though Huya wished to retort before Bai Wanwan could exit, her suitor could no longer restrain himself and lunged at her once more. When Bai Wanwan awoke again, the sun was already high in the sky. The soreness in her shoulders triggered her morning irritability. Life requires a sustenance before labor, does it not? If I cannot eat well and sleep soundly, how can I bear offspring? No, I must strike. The system quickly soothed her. "Host, this predicament is merely temporary. Soon you shall enjoy a better life. Do not paint illusions for me. I desire immediate fulfillment. Quickly provide me with a new bed, and I am starving. I want lobster, salmon, hot pot, and barbecue." As she spoke, sorrow welled up within her. These were once the most mundane aspects of her life, now transformed into unattainable luxuries due to that wretched push. "Host, you must remain calm. It is not that I refuse you. The system has protocols I cannot breach. As a cat beast man, your pregnancy will only last a month or two. Bear with it. A month or two will pass swiftly." Realizing there was no hope, Bai Wanwan resigned herself to her fate. "You had better keep your promise." A growl emanated from her stomach. The day before, she had only gnawed on 2 fruits. After rummaging through the room, she managed to find a few strips of jerky. She attempted to take a bite, nearly breaking her teeth. Why is this so tough? Do beastmen have such strong teeth? Yet, her hunger was genuine, and this was the only thing in the room she could manage to consume. After chewing until her jaws ached and her gums throbbed, she finally finished off a small piece of jerky. Tears of despair filled her eyes. This existence was unbearable. After eating, she walked to the cave entrance to gaze outside. Today was unusually quiet. It seemed that Huya's family was absent, and the Xian brothers were nowhere to be seen. With nothing to occupy her, she wandered outside, scarcely encountering any males. She speculated they were likely hunting in preparation for the impending rainy season and snowy weather. Only the females of the tribe were busy processing various foods. The mountain cat tribe was rugged and primitive, yet possessed a tranquil serenity. She strolled with a cheerful demeanor, occasionally waving to other beastmen. Her leisurely appearance contrasted sharply with the bustling activity of others. Unbeknownst to her, she had wandered beyond the tribe and arrived at the back mountain. A 2-meter-wide creek meandered down from the mountain, its crystal-clear waters revealing the fish and shrimp swimming within. Bai Wanwan's eyes brightened, and she licked her lips. She was very hungry. If she must eat raw, she could opt for sashimi. Though the weather was slightly chilly, it could not deter her from indulging. Thanks to her status as a holy female, the tribe leader had sent her linen clothing. Today, she had chosen not to wear the breezy animal skins, but instead wrapped herself in a linen robe. However, entering the water posed a challenge. She sought a secluded spot surrounded by tall grasses. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to discard her cumbersome attire. With the weather growing colder, washing her hair and bathing would become increasingly inconvenient unless she could kindle a fire for hot water. neatly folding her clothes. She placed them on the shore and slipped into the water, gliding smoothly. After swiftly cleaning herself, she began to fish in the water. What she had anticipated to be an easy task turned into a struggle. After much effort, she had yet to catch a single fish. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and Bai Wanwan tumbled into the water. Who was there? She attempted to call out, but swallowed a mouthful of water instead. Without time to ponder, she heard the sound of splashing water as a strong arm pulled her from the depths. What met her gaze was a half-mangled face. Scratch marks marred the skin from the corner of his eye to his mouth, the scabs curling into irregular lumps that rendered half of his face terrifying. Yet, this was sharply contrasted by the other half, which was strikingly handsome. In the 21st century, Bai Wanwan had never seen anyone as breathtakingly beautiful as him. The only one who might rival him would be another male Beastman chieftain. After rescuing her, he swiftly averted his gaze and withdrew his hand, not daring to touch her at all. A flush crept from his cheeks to his ears. Bai Wanwan suddenly realized she was still unclothed and hurriedly crouched down to cover herself. Thank you. I'm fine. You need not concern yourself with me. He merely responded with a soft hum and took several steps towards the shore, preparing to leave, but paused again. With the rainy season approaching, females should not enter the water casually, as exposure could be perilous. Bai Wanwan shivered from the cold and quickly wiped the water from her body, hastily dressing. When she looked up again, the male had already walked far away. From the memories of the original owner, she recognized him immediately. The moment she beheld that perfect blend of beauty and grotesqueness, she knew who he was. Chapter 6. A Home Invaded. Host, that beast man just now possesses remarkable talents. Your next brood could be sired by him, yielding substantial rewards. He has suffered grievous injuries and lost his gifts. Bai Wanwan lamented for him. The beastman's name was Xian Feng. His father was a powerful male from an external clan, and with his female mother, they bore him. As Xian Feng grew, he became the mightiest warrior of the cat clan. Each time he hunted, he returned with a bountiful catch. For many years, no beastman had starved during the snowy season. However, 5 years ago, a calamity struck. The hunting party encountered an unprecedented ferocious beast, resulting in the deaths of 3 males. Had it not been for Xian Feng securing an escape for the others, all the beastmen would have perished in that hunting expedition. Yet, he paid a heavy price to protect his kin. Since then, he had marred his face and lost his talents. The once admired, powerful male gradually faded from the tribe's collective memory. With my presence, what is there to fear? As long as you give birth to this child and exchange the reward for medicine, you can restore him to his former self. Such extraordinary possibilities. What is beyond your reach? Bai Wanwan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. As long as the host possesses ample points, one could even traverse the parallel worlds at will. Is that truly the case? Bai Wanwan felt invigorated. If such miraculous feats were indeed possible, then the current hardships were merely temporary. Her once despondent life now held hope. The air here was fresh, the trees lush, and the scenery breathtaking. In a place where resources were abundant and handsome men were plentiful, living a lifetime seemed far more blissful than the exhausting grind of modern society. In the following days, Bai Wanwan caught a slight chill and began to sneeze. The Xian brothers showed concern for her, but Bai Wanwan felt no need for it. In fact, she found it somewhat bothersome. As Xian, you had clearly shown his affection for Huya previously. Yet, over the past 3 to 4 days, he had climbed into her bed 3 times, which had become increasingly irksome. Initially, she had hoped for the 2 tool men to assist her with a few tasks, but now all she desired was to send them away. One day, feeling slightly better, she decided to take a stroll to see if she could figure out a way to make her winter days more bearable. Not far from her starting point, she overheard voices at the end of the road. Xian Shan, Xian Yu, have you truly developed feelings for Bai Wanwan? Huya cried, tears streaming down her face as she accused the 2. Xian Yu put down his catch and hesitated to approach, feeling helpless. Yeah. My beast husband will not allow us to be together. Huya looked up at him. What about you? Do you wish to be with me? Xian Yu bit his lip, torn within. He genuinely wanted to live a good life with Wanwan, but she consistently rejected him. The desire was there, but the possibility was not. Why can't it be? If you agree, we can get bonded immediately. Xian Yu felt a flicker of temptation and turned to glance at his brother. Xian Shan's feelings were equally complex, but he still rejected her. Dada, you already have 6 beast husbands, while Wanwan has only us 2. Without us this snow season, she may not survive. If you're concerned for her, then do you not worry about me? I like you both. The thought of you being with her makes me heartbroken. Seeing her tears softened Xian Shan's resolve. Huya threw herself into Xian Shan's embrace, lamenting, Bai Wanwan has always liked to compete with me for things. It is because I like you that she clings to you, refusing to let go. She is insufferable. If it is an affair, why must it involve me? Bai Wanwan, infuriated, stepped out from the corner. Xian Shan and Xian Yu, startled, immediately pushed Huya away. Wanwan, Xian Yu called out nervously, while Xian Shan felt regret for having shown weakness. Is the work done? She approached leisurely, arms crossed. Not yet, we are going now. The two brothers hoisted their catch and hurriedly departed from the scene. Tool men must behave like tool men. They should engage with Huya, but not usurp her title. Bai Wanwan, do not be so pleased with yourself. Xian Shan and Xian Yu do not truly like you. They have only ever liked me. She expected to see Bai Wanwan fuming, but instead, Bai Wanwan merely smiled and replied, so what? It does not affect their ability to work for me. Huya, unwilling to concede, retorted, you only have all of this because the clan leader is biased. Bai Wanwan's gaze swept across her face. Shouldn't it be so? My fertility surpasses yours. It is only natural for me to be favored. Huya's face flushed with anger, and in the end, she could not utter another word, merely shooting Bai Wanwan a fierce glare before fleeing. Perhaps having suffered setback at Bai Wanwan's hands, Huya did not confront her head-on in the following days. Bai Wanwan, preoccupied, busied herself with satisfying her culinary cravings. Finally, she enjoyed several hearty meals. In this era, the water was untainted, and even the fish and shrimp were sweet and delectable, needing no seasoning to be irresistibly delicious. After finishing the last morsel of fish, Bai Wanwan patted her round belly, exclaiming, how wonderful! If only I could freeze this fish for future enjoyment. The Xian brothers observed her, somewhat baffled, as the insects in the water were hardly sufficient to fill a tooth gap, some even having spines that could prick the mouth. Why did this little female love to eat so much? After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Bai Wanwan embarked on her daily stroll. The Xian brothers also planned to hunt on the mountain, but as soon as they stepped out of the cave, Huya called out to them. Xian Shan, Xian Yu. Yeah, do you need something? Xian Shan rationally stood his ground, not approaching her. Huya pursed her lips. Is it now that I cannot seek you out without a reason? Xian Yu quickly waved his hands. Yeah, my brother did not mean it that way. Huya then smiled. I was hoping you could assist me. My beast husbands have gone up the mountain, and I cannot move things by myself. Before Xian Shan could respond, Xian Yu readily agreed. All right, we will help you. Xian Shan had no choice but to follow suit. Huya's cave was smaller than Bai Wanwan's, but it was piled high with prey outside. Just help me carry it over there. The two brothers bent down and exerted their strength. However, after only a few steps, they both felt a surge of heat enveloping them. Soon, Xian Shan detected something amiss, as a powerful desire surged in his lower abdomen, more intense than during mating season. Xian Yu's eyes reddened. Huya, having prepared the aphrodisiac, knew exactly what was unfolding. Xian Yu, whatever you desire, I can provide. She advanced step by step toward the two brothers. Xian Shan shook his head vigorously, attempting to maintain his clarity. Xian Yu, our wife is Wanwan. No, ya. As Huya approached, both Xian Yu and Xian Shan succumbed to the effects of the aphrodisiac. The beastmen had little in terms of entertainment, and such occurrences were common in the tribe. Bai Wanwan, having encountered similar situations in the past, found herself momentarily taken aback. Xian Yu, you are quite impressive. Bai Wanwan paused. Xian Yu? Chapter 7. A sudden green hue Bai Wanwan's head suddenly bore a hint of green. She pivoted and walked toward a nearby cave. Xian Yu, whom do you like? Xian Shan, I wish to be your wife. Would you accept? I would. Excellent. The two tool men can finally depart. However, before leaving, the matter of placing such a large green hat upon her was something even her grandmother could not tolerate. The commotion inside the cave grew louder, and rather than entering directly as she had previously, Bai Wanwan turned her steps toward the gathering place of the beastmen at the center of the tribe. Aunt Hong, Xian Shan and Xian Yu have hunted too much. We cannot fit it all at home. Today, I invite everyone to my house for meat. Xian Hong was a gluttonous and gossip-loving female. She was a must-invite. Xian Hong's eyes lit up. Really? How many people are in your family? Will you share with us? It's just a few, and we can't finish it all. It would be wasteful. Just then, other middle-aged females passed by, and Bai Wanwan continued her invitations. Aunt Shui, We caught a wild boar that we cannot fit. Come to my house for meat later. In no time, Bai Wanwan had invited over a dozen families and even asked someone to fetch the clan leader. Without hesitation, she took Xi and Hong and two other females along to her home. Wanwan, Aunt Hong appreciates you for being so generous. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone heard the commotion from Huya's home. Such happenings were common in the Beastman tribe, and no one felt shame in gossiping. The young ones were truly full of energy. It was hard to believe they did not consider the well-being of their females, enduring such tumult daily. Oh, Xi and Sean, you are truly remarkable. The female who had just spoken found her words caught in her throat, turning in shock to look at Bai Wanwan. Bai Wanwan promptly matched her expression of surprise and indignation. Then, the beastmen who had followed behind also arrived. Everyone could hear the commotion inside and began to murmur amongst themselves. Aunt Hong, Aunt Shui, please have a seat. I will go inside to distribute the meat. There was rarely any amusement in the tribe, so when such lively scenes unfolded, no one wished to leave. As word spread, the number of orcs gathered continued to swell. By the time the clan leader arrived, half of the tribe had already congregated at the doorstep of BIWNWN's home. The commotion in HY's cave showed no signs of abating. The clan leader's face darkened, yet he clung to a flicker of hope. The situation BIWNWN had deliberately orchestrated would not simply allow them to depart unscathed. She stepped forward, unabashedly stating, Clan leader, as you can see, XNSHN and XNY are enamored with HY. I am willing to facilitate their union. The clan leader immediately lowered his voice. WNWN, do not speak foolishly. XNSHN and XNY are your beast husbands. This matter will be addressed by your uncle. For now, we must ascertain the facts. Heed my counsel. He expected her compliance. Did he truly wish for her to become merely a vessel for progeny? Though bound by the birthing system, she still retained the agency to choose which male to bear offspring for. If even that right were to be stripped away, she would rather face annihilation than endure a life of suffering. Affecting a demeanor of grievance, she declared, but their hearts lie solely with HY. If they do not wish to be my beast husbands, perhaps it is best to let it be. Nonsense. You are the holy female. How could they not be drawn to you? Rest assured, they shall not dare defy you again. Following this incident, you will quickly bond with them and bear 2 litters of cubs. No one in this tribe will dare to bully you. The clan leader, half coaxing and half threatening, presumed he had intimidated her into silence, failing to notice the mocking smile at the corners of BIWNWN's mouth. Suddenly, she raised her voice. Dear uncles and aunts, everyone has witnessed that XNSHN and XNY have been sneaking off together with HY. BIWNWN. Cease your words. She pretended to shrink back, yet her tongue remained sharp. Had I not been preoccupied with bonding with them, their actions would have drawn the wrath of the mountain deity. The clan leader seethed with anger. Sensing the moment was ripe, BIWNWN decided to withdraw, knowing she could only remain within the SHNMO tribe for the time being. I have no affection for them, so this works out perfectly. Let them unite with HY. Thus, the mountain deity will no longer punish them. In the eyes of the orcs, males were expected to maintain unwavering loyalty to their partners, as females were inherently fragile and scarce. Not every male had the opportunity to bond with a female, and many with lesser talents would never know that privilege. Therefore, out of gratitude, males would seldom betray their partners, fearing retribution from the mountain deity. The consequences of severe transgressions could lead to expulsion from the tribe, relegating them to a life of wandering. The clan leader's expression turned grave, and his tone shifted from negotiation to command, ordering the present orcs to disperse. Out of respect for the clan leader's authority, the orcs slowly departed. BIWNWN did not intervene, for her objectives had been met. The clan leader, suppressing his fury, ignored BIWNWN entirely as he strode directly toward HY's cave. Moments later, screams echoed from within. BIWNWN chose not to follow, instead crossing her arms and waiting to witness the unfolding drama. XNSHN and XNY were soon brought before BIWNWN by the clan leader. They resembled withered plants, heads bowed, reluctant to meet her gaze. WNWN, you have yet to bond with them. If we pretend this never occurred, you can still unite. Clan leader. What do you mean? The clan leader adopted a benevolent facade, explaining, these 2 boys owe you a debt. I shall ensure they understand their transgressions. They shall not dare cross you again. As it happens, I will have the clan shaman officiate your union today. Should they dare act inappropriately again, it will be the mountain deity's punishment, and they will have brought it upon themselves. BIWNWN was taken aback by the clan leader's shamelessness. Even at this juncture, he had not abandoned the hope of making them her beast husbands. Mere admonishment would not suffice. She had loathed HY since childhood, and she had no desire for males who had been with her. WNWN, do not be obstinate. Present your demands. Very well. I have but one request. Do not allow them to be my beast husbands. You. The clan leader struggled to contain his anger. WNWN, you must think carefully. The rainy season approaches. As a vulnerable female, you will find it difficult to survive the snow season without a male's protection. Fear not, clan leader. I have contemplated this thoroughly. I indeed require a beast husband, and I find XNF-ing quite to my liking. If he is willing, I wish to bond with him. The clan leader intended to argue further, but BIWNWN was already weary of their verbal sparring. If all else fails, that is acceptable. I can seek out other tribes. Her words forced the clan leader to concede. The offspring of a holy female possess a high likelihood of inheriting greater talents than their sires. Though his two sons were disappointing, if BIWNWN were to bear more children, in a few decades, their tribe would undoubtedly ascend to a mid-sized tribe. Chapter 8. Happiness that brings a smile. Ultimately, he resolved to placate BIWNWN for the time being. Bring from Dume. The remaining orcs tread cautiously, especially HY, who had just disrupted the clan leader's plans and received several glares. Only BIWNWN maintained a cheerful demeanor, entirely unbothered by the clan leader's dark countenance. After a while, XNF-ing was summoned before the clan leader. A hint of confusion crossed his strikingly contrasting features. But after surveying the crowd, he regained his composure. XNF-ing, I have called you because the holy female BIWNWN wishes for you to be her beast husband. Do you consent to this union? He deliberately paused, sighing, if you do not wish to, your uncle will not compel you. After all, you have made significant contributions to the tribe. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, XNF-ing, once the tribe's foremost warrior, had attracted the affections of many females. Even after suffering injuries that marred his appearance and diminished his talents, offers to be a beast husband still came, but he had rejected them all. Thus, the clan leader presumed XNF-ing would also refuse to become BIWNWN's beast husband. He was a proud orc, unable to accept being surrounded by powerful males while with a wife. If XNF-ing were to decline, he could keep XNY and XNSHN by BIWNWN's side, and they could eventually bear 2 litters of cubs. Addressing other matters later, before XNF-ing could respond, BIWNWN approached him. What if I told you I have a way to restore you to your former self, not just your appearance, but also your talents, provided you become my beast husband? Would you agree? XNF-ing's expression stiffened, and he turned abruptly. Though he did not vocalize his inquiry, his gaze conveyed everything. Whether or not to take this gamble is entirely your decision. Any powerful male would find it intolerable to become a mere shadow of his former self. Although the clan leader could not hear BIWNWN's words, he sensed they could jeopardize his plans and swiftly interrupted their conversation. XNF-ing, do not feel pressured. If you do not wish to, your uncle will not force you. I am willing. What? The clan leader realized, feeling as though he had inadvertently injured himself by lifting a stone. I am willing to be BIWNWN's beast husband. BIWNWN's eyes sparkled with joy as she turned to the clan leader, stating, Clan leader, XNF-ing has agreed, and I have a genuine affection for him. Therefore, I kindly ask you to officiate our bonding ceremony. No, HY rushed forward, incredulous as she stared at XNF-ing. Why would you agree to bond with her? Is it merely because she is the holy female? The sense of superiority HY had maintained for over a decade crumbled in the past few days. The once coveted XNF-ing had refused to become her first beast husband. Even after his injuries and loss of talents, he still rejected her. Yet now, he readily accepted BIWNWN. XNF-ing. Even if you bond with BIWNWN, you cannot be her first beast husband. Are you content to be just an ordinary beast husband by her side? Yes, I am willing. He turned away, taking a moment to regard Biwnwn with newfound seriousness. In recent days, he had learned from other orcs that Biwnwn was not a useless female, but a rare holy female within the super tribe. Unlike most females who were robust, she appeared delicate and fragile, seemingly difficult to sustain. Yet this was his only opportunity. He craved power, longing to traverse the deep mountains as he once did. Is it simply because she is the holy female? Biwnwn, you are intentionally opposing me. After all, it was not she who enticed NSHN and XNY into her bed. Although she welcomed the outcome, she felt no grounds to blame herself. Enough, Huya. This is what Phone desires. He must carefully contemplate a method to persuade Wanwan to bear a litter for the two brothers. Bai Wanwan grasped Feng's arm. Not accustomed to the touch of a female, Phone momentarily stiffened, yet he followed her into the stone cave. Bai Wanwan, release Phone. Bai Wanwan turned, huffing heavily, and retorted, What? You don't have a beast husband of your own? Always eyeing others? I advise you not to provoke me, otherwise. Do you believe I won't snatch your beast husband away? In that case, whoever you fancy, I shall deliberately pursue. After all, how many beastmen can resist a saint female like me? Huya dared not voice her anger, glaring at her fiercely. Recalling her earlier nonsense, she hastily added, I was merely scaring her. The male she fancies, I do not fancy at all. Fong furrowed his brow. No matter how one looked at it, they were better than him. So why was it him? Are you truly this insecure? Bai Wanwan smiled, because after your recovery, you will be the strongest and most handsome. Why can't it be you? I cannot discern the truth in your words, yet I am willing to take a gamble. Fong did not conceal his innermost thoughts. His intention to bond with her was solely to regain strength, not for any other reason. Bai Wanwan, of course, did not harbor feelings for him either, as they had only met twice. Her choice of Fong stemmed from her belief that this beast man possessed a righteous gaze, promising greater rewards and vitality from their offspring. I feel a bit frightened living alone. Why not move in with me today? Very well. You rest for a bit while I gather my belongings. In truth, there were not many items, primarily some animal skins and food. Bai Wanwan watched as he uncovered a piece of animal skin, carrying a stone basin beneath it. Take these salt blocks with you. Salt blocks. Heaven knows how much she longed for a hint of flavor. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. If she could find flint to start a fire, how delightful it would be to cook some hot, tender meat slices during the frigid winter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How do you have so many salt blocks? I exchanged them with traveling merchants. Bai Wanwan nodded. That's splendid. I hope you don't mind me using these. I will return the favor later. Yes, they're yours now. Use them as you wish. No need to repay. Although she became his beast wife for other reasons, since she bore this title, he must care for her like any other male. Bai Wanwan was taken aback by his generosity. The presence of these items indicated that he had once lived quite well. Yet now, he appeared emaciated, suggesting his current circumstances were far from favorable. It was unexpected that he would be so generous, giving her all the salt blocks. Once she received reward from the system, she would treat him well. Gently caressing the salt blocks, Bai Wanwan smiled with delight. Fong caught sight of her and suddenly recalled that day by the river. The little female was rather pale, and her frame appeared too delicate. Chapter 9. Do you really have such an affinity for others' beast husbands? Her ears flushed slightly red. I will go prepare some food for you. After saying this, she hurriedly left. Bai Wanwan did not notice his reaction and took a pinch of salt for herself. Although it was coarse salt, its saltiness was genuine, bringing her immense satisfaction. Before long, Fong entered, carrying a stone basin. Inside lay a piece of fresh meat, still dripping with blood. Are you hungry? Here you go. Bai Wanwan glanced at it and immediately turned aside to gag. Simultaneously waving her hands, she exclaimed, No, I can't eat that. Seeing her distress, Fong quickly approached and patted her back. Are you feeling unwell? He felt somewhat helpless, aware that Bai Wanwan was pregnant. He, as a novice beast husband, had no idea how to care for a pregnant female. After gagging a few times, Bai Wanwan spoke. I'm fine. Just take the raw meat away. I can't eat that. Then what will you eat? Fong asked, somewhat baffled, as all females typically favored the tenderest parts of animals. Had his information been erroneous? I only require dried meat, yet that isn't very appetizing either. Tomorrow, Will you accompany me to the mountains to find something to eat? With salt at hand, she desired to procure more food to reward her body. After all, he had suffered alongside her. Very well. He set the raw meat aside, covering it with a lid, while Bai Wanwan turned to him, noticing he hadn't eaten anything. Aren't you eating? I already have. Earlier, when he was cutting the meat, he consumed the less palatable remnants. How much did you eat? Xian Feng was taken aback by her inquiry. Quite a bit. You're lying. You must have only eaten a little. Bai Wanwan stood up, approached him, and uncovered the basin he had just covered. You ate all of this. No, that must be saved for you. Currently, he lacked the strength to venture deep into the mountains and could only hunt small animals. Sustaining himself and a female was no easy task. Thankfully, he had grown accustomed to eating less, stockpiling some dried meat, and perhaps with the additional supplies from the chieftain, it would suffice for both during the brief snow season. If the snow season extended, alternative plans would need to be devised. Bai Wanwan, however, firmly asserted no. You must eat more to grow strong. When the time comes, I will need you to care for me. If you don't take care of your health, how can you care for me? Xian Feng, feeling helpless, replied, I am not starving. I can manage caring for you. We should conserve food. No need to conserve. I'm the only saint female in the entire tribe. The chieftain will not allow me to starve. Hurry, I want to see you eat. Xian Feng found himself at a loss against her insistence and ultimately consumed the entire basin of meat under her watchful gaze. Bai Wanwan was satisfied, and just then, a wave of drowsiness washed over her as she yawned. Just as she was about to step out to fetch water for washing, Xian Feng had already brought it in for her. What a considerate male. Bai Wanwan smiled at him. Thank you. She took it, wrung out the animal skin, and gently wiped her face. Xian Feng had gone to attend to other matters, yet his gaze was inevitably drawn to her. Occasionally glancing over, he found her movements more graceful than those of other females, making it difficult for him to redirect his gaze. Observing her joyfully washing up, Xian Feng thought to himself that his assumptions had been correct. The little female indeed had a penchant for cleanliness. He had never encountered a female so devoted to hygiene. Even in such cold weather, she insisted on washing in the river. Watching her appear content and comfortable after washing, he could not help but smile. By the time Bai Wanwan finished her washing, Xian Feng had prepared his own nest beside hers in the cave. Bai Wanwan had no intention of engaging with him at that moment, and it seemed he felt the same. Thus, they peacefully coexisted through the night. Bai Wanwan relaxed and slept soundly. When she awoke, Xian Feng was no longer in the cave. This man had promised to accompany her to the mountains. How could he vanish all morning? It was not until noon, after she had gnawed on a piece of dried meat, that Xian Feng finally appeared. His animal skin was torn, bloodied on his arms, and the once handsome half of his face was now pale. Yet, he approached step by step, bearing a hunt. Did you go hunting? Yes, I feared the snow season would be too long, and you would have nothing to eat. Are you foolish? I am a saint female. The chieftain would not let me starve. He may not let you starve, but he will make you endure males you do not like. That much is true. Bai Wanwan felt a strange emotion stirring within her. Once Xian Feng tossed the wild boar to the ground, Bai Wanwan approached, observing the several wounds on his body, and sighed. Next time, do not sneak into the mountains. If you go, I must accompany you. The mountains are too perilous. Do not go. Bai Wanwan shot him a glare. I will go. If we dig traps, it will be safer. Xian Feng found himself inexplicably hesitant to argue further. Bai Wanwan then inquired, Are you hungry? I prepared food for you. She beckoned Xian Feng to sit on a stone. A large rock she had asked Xian Shan to find served as their table. At that moment, the table was adorned with strips of translucent meat. Is this from the water? This is not an insect. It is a delectable fish and shrimp. As soon as she prepared it, she took a bite, tears of joy streaming from the corners of her mouth. The fish and shrimp possessed a natural sweetness, and when she sliced it open with a stone knife and sprinkled a pinch of salt on top, it ignited her taste buds that had suffered for days. Using a twig as chopsticks, she picked up a piece of shrimp meat and brought it to his lips, encouraging him to take a taste. Xian Feng felt a slight disdain, pondering how little meat there was, questioning how much he would need to consume to feel full. Yet, gazing into the shimmering eyes of the female, he could not bring himself to refuse. Finally, he opened his mouth and took a bite. Just a gentle chew, and the meat seemed to dissolve in his mouth, more delicious than anything he had ever tasted. Although Xian Feng remained silent, Bai Wanwan could read his satisfaction from his expression. Is it good? Hurry and eat, she urged, with an additional person to feed. Bai Wanwan prepared all the fish and shrimp that Xianyu had caught for her in the past few days. They both ate until they were moderately full, yet thoroughly satisfied. Bai Wanwan, munching on fruits, said to Xian Feng, "Go eat some more meat. Once you're full, we will take a break before heading up the mountain." Under Bai Wanwan's insistence, Xian Feng consumed a few more pieces of meat before he went to fetch water. As he stood up and peered out the door, he was met with an unwelcome sight. Huya was causing trouble again. She blocked Xian Feng's path, murmuring something he could not hear. However, Bai Wanwan could see the impatience etched on Xian Feng's face. "Huya, why do you constantly hover around my beast husband? Don't you have one of your own?" "Bai Wanwan, you are being unreasonable. What trick did you use to make Xian Feng agree to be your beast husband? He doesn't tea like you at all. You are shameless. Who says he doesn't tea like me? Just because he doesn't tea like you. Why wouldn't he agree to be your beast husband?" Huya was left speechless, taking a long pause before finding her retort. "I heard it last night. There was no sound coming from your cave. You just became a couple, and he doesn't even touch you. How could he possibly like you?" Chapter 10. Teasing him, Bai Wanwan had already moved beside Xian Feng, deliberately leaning against his shoulder, one hand resting on her abdomen. "What can I say? I am carrying his child. Don't worry. Once I give birth to this litter, I'll have another for him." Huya watched as Xian Feng made no attempt to push Bai Wanwan away, her face twisting in frustration. "Xian Feng, you don't like her, do you? You are just being forced." Xian Feng was disinclined to engage Huya, turning to see Bai Wanwan gazing at him. Feeling inexplicably guilty, he instinctively wrapped his arm around her shoulder. "She is my female, and I like her very much." Huya completely lost her composure, unable to contain her outrage as she glared at Bai Wanwan. Bai Wanwan was quite pleased with this outcome, ignoring the now furious Huya. "Xin Feng, let us head up the mountain." The soft, delicate voice of the little female pierced his ears, and for the first time, he found her voice enchanting. The side of his body where she leaned felt slightly numb, and his ears began to redden. He gently replied with an unconsciously setting down the water bucket and ascending the mountain alongside her. As the warmth from his body gradually dissipated, he realized they had been walking for quite some time. Bai Wanwan, having been cooped up in the tribe, had only been able to stroll and listen to gossip. Entering the forest, she felt an immense sense of freedom, her spirit soaring. If only she could find more delicious food, it would be even better. Just as her excitement peaked, she was suddenly halted by Xian Feng gripping her arm. "We cannot proceed any further. There are ferocious beasts roaming the deep mountains." Bai Wanwan heeded his warning and stopped. Yet her eyes remained filled with longing as she gazed into the depths of the mountains. She yearned for great power, the ability to traverse the vast wilderness freely. If that day ever came, she could visit any place at will, and remaining here forever would not be such a hardship. Yet for now, she was confined to circling around the tribe. Noticing her disappointment, Xian Feng added, "If there is anything you desire, tell me, and I will venture into the mountains to find it for you." Bai Wanwan understood that even if he encountered beasts, it would be a struggle for him. She could not view him as a mere tool for her convenience. "Never mind, I will search for edible plants nearby." Turning around, she began her earnest search, but soon found herself at a loss. She was no botanist, just an ordinary worker, and she even struggled to distinguish between grains. In modern times, she might not have been able to identify everything at a market, let alone in this primal forest teeming with flora. After searching for a while without success, she felt utterly disheartened. "Have you ever seen stones that can start fire?" Bai Wanwan turned to ask Xian Feng. His expression changed dramatically. Fire could consume the entire forest. Although he had never witnessed it, the dangers of fire had been passed down through generations of beastmen. Indeed, fire posed risks. Yet if one learned to harness it, it could become a powerful tool. "I just happen to know how to use it. I refuse to live off raw food. I want cooked meals." Xian Feng remained unconvinced, thinking himself fortunate that there were no fire stones in these mountains. "The kind of stones you mentioned do not exist here. They are found far away." "How far is far?" "It would take at least 20 days to reach there." "So far?" Bai Wanwan felt deflated, like a punctured balloon. Not to mention surviving in the forest for 20 days, their frail bodies would probably be devoured by beasts within a day. She longed for modern transportation. As a hedonist, finding herself stranded in such a primitive land was unfortunate enough if she could not even get a warm meal. How could she think about having children or living at all? To live One must ensure a quality of life. Otherwise, what was the point of her struggles here? Her frustration was evident on her face, and Xin Feng felt an uncharacteristic softness in his heart. Can you really use firestones? During their days together, Xin Feng had noticed that the female was somewhat picky. Although he had heard older males speak of how females required pampering, he had never encountered one as delicate as her, refusing even the tenderest of meats. Bai Wanwan, sensing his unusual demeanor, could not help but cling to his arm. Xin Feng, you have a way to obtain firestones, don't you? Xin Feng turned his head, finding her beautiful, fair face close to his, her sparkling eyes igniting a sudden flutter in his chest. Bai Wanwan desperately wanted to taste cooked food, tugging on his arm and unconsciously softening her tone. Will you tell me? Xin Feng realized he could not resist her charm. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, I will think of a way. Although he was uncertain if his decision was correct, seeing her smile made him feel assured in his choice. Such items were rarely utilized by beastmen, and it was likely that nearby tribes did not possess them. They would have to wait for traveling merchants to arrive to inquire if they had any. Bai Wanwan's eyes widened with anticipation as she pressed. When will the merchants arrive? Can I go find them? You cannot. The forest outside the tribe is extremely perilous. The males must form teams to ensure their safety. Bai Wanwan felt utterly disheartened. Why was it so difficult to secure a hearty meal? Her pent-up emotions began to swirl. Child, come forth. I am done with this. I am nearly starving. How can I even think of having children? The system quickly attempted to pacify her. Host, please do not be upset. I am the childbirth system, and rewards come only after having children. However, I can make an exception and provide you with a piece of information. A group of traveling merchants is nearing here, and they possess firestones. Bai Wanwan's emotions, which are on the verge of collapse, came to an abrupt halt. All right, I will strive to survive a little longer. Initially worried about her fury, Xin Feng was surprised to see her smile return so quickly. Seeing him be so considerate only deepened her affection for him, prompting a playful thought. If you carry me, you might crush the baby in my belly. How about you hold me instead? Without much thought, Xin Feng found it reasonable and reached out to lift her up. It was his first time touching a female, and only after holding her did he realize what he had done. The stark contrast between the feminine and masculine forms was striking. She felt so light and soft, with a delightful fragrance enveloping her. Xin Feng, caught off guard, felt his ears redden. Upon noticing, Bai Wanwan couldn't help but laugh, her gaze unabashedly fixed on the unblemished side of his face. It was a pity that such a handsome visage was marred. After birthing her offspring, she must hasten to restore his face, for the sight of him would surely elevate her spirits. Please, don't stare at me so intently. You are quite handsome. I enjoy watching you. This time, not only were his ears flushed, but his cheeks blushed as well. He pressed his lips together, as if suppressing some unspoken emotion. Chapter 11. I will listen to you. Bai Wanwan chuckled softly. Haven't you ever been looked at by a female? Didn't Huya and the others all admire you? You're still not accustomed to being observed. Xin Feng pursed his lips. It was not that he was unaccustomed to being looked at. In fact, more people had gazed at him since his injury, though most gazes were filled with disdain and contempt. None looked at him with the warmth she did, smiling at his disfigured face and still uttering words of admiration. Bai Wanwan sought to tease him further when a sudden roar pierced the air. What was that noise? Xin Feng's expression changed dramatically as he instructed her, hold on tight to me. With that, he tightened his grip and dashed down mountain. This was the first time Bai Wanwan had confronted a beast. Her heart raced with anxiety. Without his innate talent, Xin Feng's speed lagged behind that of other males, his slender frame burdened by carrying Bai Wanwan. Soon, they were pursued by a small black bear. Bai Wanwan, frantic, watched as the bear drew closer, its claws poised to strike at Xin Feng's back. Be careful. It was as if Xin Feng had eyes in the back of his head. He swiftly sidestepped, evading the bear's attack. He quickly set her down and urged, get down the mountain, hurry. The black bear is here, and the mother bear may be close behind. It's only a matter of time before they find us. With no time for further explanation, he led the bear away in another direction. Bai Wanwan barely had a moment to speak, her heart racing with worry. Host, there is a hunting party 200 meters below. You can seek their assistance. Upon hearing the words, Bai Wanwan took off running. Xin Feng watched her flee from a distance, relieved, as he drew out the stone knife from his leg and prepared to confront the small bear. The bear cautiously approached him, only to retreat each time it was struck by the knife. Xin Feng intentionally exposed vulnerabilities, keeping the bear engaged to prevent it from pursuing Bai Wanwan. She gritted her teeth, racing against time. During her school days, she had never exerted herself with such determination in physical education classes. In that fleeting moment when Xin Feng selflessly chose to prioritize her survival, she was momentarily stunned. In modern society, men who abandoned their partners in danger were far too common. Yet he had made his decision without hesitation. Therefore, she too must ensure that Xin Feng remained unharmed. Clenching her teeth, her expression grew fierce from the exertion of her sprint. At last, the 200 meters came to an end. She spotted the hunting party below, a group of 7 or 8 males leaning against a tree, gnawing on jerky. In her haste, she stumbled and fell. "Life, protect my belly." After relaying her instructions, the anticipated pain failed to materialize. A robust arm grasped her own and pulled her up gently. "Bai Wanwan, what are you doing here?" Bai Wanwan turned to find herself locking eyes with the chieftain. With little time to explain, she pointed behind her, urgency lacing her voice. "There's a black bear. You must go save Xin Feng." Upon hearing her words, the chieftain spun around abruptly. Up the mountain, all the beastmen swiftly stowed away their jerky and sprang into action. Just as the chieftain was about to sprint, he turned to the male beside her. "Be sure you stay by Bai Wanwan's side and protect her." "Understood." The others hurriedly followed the chieftain up the mountain, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The remaining male looked at her, a blend of sorrow and surprise in his expression. "Are you truly worried about Xin Feng?" Bai Wanwan nodded without hesitation, realizing he had drawn the bear away to protect her. Males were inherently meant to safeguard females, even at the cost of their lives. It was their honor. "He is my beast husband, and I do not wish for him to come to harm." The past few days had been delightful. He always prioritized her, allowing her once emotionless heart to develop feelings. She had genuinely started to like him and wished to shield him from any danger. As worry consumed her, she found herself at a loss for words, often standing on tiptoe to peer into the distance. Eventually, she noticed movement in the grass on a mountain above. The male beside her quickly pulled her back into a protective stance. The tall grass parted to reveal the chieftain's figure, followed by several beastmen emerging from within. Soon, she spotted Xin Feng being carried by 2 males. Bai Wanwan hurried towards them, sighing in relief, yet her heart remained anxious. "You scared me. Are you injured anywhere?" She quickly examined him from head to toe. Xin Feng felt his face heat under her scrutiny. "Cough. I'm fine. Just a bump. My leg is broken." "A broken leg, and you're fine? Does it hurt?" Bai Wanwan felt a pang of sympathy, her lovely brows knitting together. Xin Feng sought to ease her worries, forcing a smile. "I truly am fine. It's just a minor injury. Resting for a couple of days will suffice." Feeling somewhat helpless, he observed the gazes of the surrounding males, now laden with concern for him. When Bai Wanwan noticed his silence, she assumed he was in pain and hurriedly expressed gratitude to the nearby males. Upon saying this, she turned to meet the chieftain's gaze, which seemed to convey something beyond mere curiosity or doubt. Then she noticed other beastmen staring at her, their expressions somewhat peculiar. "Why are you all staring at me?" Rather than retracting their gazes, the males became more brazen. One bold male even knelt before her. "Wanwan, I like you. I wish to be your beast husband." Bai Wanwan was taken aback, pondering how to refuse without hurting his feelings. To her surprise, all the males who had been carrying Xin Feng crowded around her. "Wanwan, I like you too. Please let me be your beast husband." The actions of the males left Bai Wanwan in a daze. Was the aura of the holy female truly this powerful? Xin Feng's gaze bore a complex mix of emotions as he watched his little female. She was a holy female, charming and caring towards her mate. Which male wouldn't he yearn for such a female? A wave of bitterness surged within him, yet he couldn't quite identify it. He simply knew that the males before him were an eyesore. Even though they had saved him, it didn't diminish the annoyance he felt. Suddenly, his little female's gaze landed on him, her smile illuminating her beautiful face. Upon meeting her smiling eyes, Xin Feng felt an inexplicable warmth blossom within him, his heart pounding in response. Then he heard her soft voice utter words that would forever resonate within him. Chapter 12. The merchant arrives. Xin Feng's once impenetrable heart seemed to crack open slightly, as her sweet voice flowed through him like a gentle stream. The chieftain, standing nearby, felt a strange sensation emanating from the little female. Her anxious concern for Xin Feng, and her words were a stark contrast to the Bai Wanwan who had once been so attached to him. The other males present were enveloped in a sense of loss. Such a remarkable female could not become their mate, and her warmth and tenderness were reserved for another. Even her refusals were delivered with such grace and charm. Perhaps, with enough effort, they too could be as fortunate as Xin Feng and win her heart. All the males harbored such thoughts, yet kept them deeply hidden, fearful of competing with one another. They rushed to lift Xin Feng, wishing he had more limbs to carry him faster. Xin furrowed his brow. Yet he could not disregard the fact that the male who had just rescued him was now vying for his affection. Moreover, should WNW desire a beast husband, that would be her own choice. He could not make decisions on her behalf. The males encircled Xin, ensuring he endured no discomfort. Xin, we grew up together. How wonderful it would be if I too became WNW's beast husband, caring for her alongside you. Xin, you are injured and cannot hunt. My talents are superior, and I could hunt for you and WNWN. So neither of you would go hungry. You're the only one who can hunt. I can too. Xin, speak to WNWN and let me be her beast husband. Xin recognized he ought to be grateful to them, for they had saved him. However, at that moment, he was disinclined to listen to their chatter. He merely wished to silence them. The males clamored as they carried Xin forward, leaving only WNWN and Chi Rong behind. Unable to resist glancing back, she noted that although the other party despised the original host, they had not refused to assist. This beast man was rather commendable, yet she dared not audaciously expose the truth and have him become her beast husband. Her life was of paramount importance. Noticing the furtive gaze beside her, Chi Rong turned directly, their eyes meeting. WNWN immediately displayed a radiant smile, expressing her gratitude. You've all worked hard. I walk slowly, so please do not accommodate me. You may go ahead. The path was inherently narrow, and walking alongside him added psychological pressure. Chi Rong said not a word, but during their descent, he maintained a respectful distance beside her. Soon, the group of beastmen descended the mountain. Thank you, everyone. WNWN expressed her gratitude to all the males, after which Chi Rong moved past her to Xin's side. Take care of your injury. In the future, there may be an opportunity to go to the super tribe, where their shaman can restore your abilities. WNWN was surrounded by several males, yet her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Chi Rong and Xin. What were the two discussing? Sensing WNWN's gaze, Xin smiled gently at her before addressing Chi Rong. Thank you. I will do my best to recover. The little female still requires my care. Upon hearing this, Chi Rong's brow slightly furrowed. Well, take care of your injury. I shall take my leave. Chi Rong departed without casting another glance at WNWN, leaving directly. The other males continued to vie for attention, fetching water, and several even removed their quarry from their waists. WNWN, Xin is injured and cannot hunt. Please take these. WNWN promptly declined, having no intention of allowing these males to become her beast husbands. Thus, she could not accept their goodwill. Furthermore, the provisions sent by the tribe leader and those saved by Xin were sufficient for them to last a month or two. By then, if food were scarce, her unborn offspring would have arrived. After giving birth, the system would reward her, and life would not be so arduous. WNWN, we can easily catch these. Please accept them. WNWN still insisted on shaking her head. Thank you for your kindness, but my home has plenty of meat. I truly do not need it. The males felt a profound sense of disappointment. She was undeniably gentle towards Xin, yet so resolute in rejecting them. Since they had saved Xin, WNWN could not be overly harsh. She simply smiled and sent them on their way, steadfast in her refusal to accept anything. After enduring the departure of the males, WNWN finally turned and entered the cave. She felt somewhat overwhelmed. The identity of the holy female had brought her certain advantages, allowing her to reside in the largest and most comfortable stone cave, along with the tribe's provisions. However, the downside was the excessive attention from males. A multitude of individuals vying for her favor was far from a delightful affair, only serving to increase her burden. She settled beside XNFing, inquiring with concern. Does the area that was struck hurt? Perhaps I should assist you in visiting the shaman's cave for a checkup? No need. This minor injury is inconsequential. BIWNWN was unconvinced, scrutinizing his pale face. You're not deceiving me, are you? If you're unwell, you must seek the shaman promptly. XNFing smiled and shook his head. Such a trivial wound is nothing to worry about. Hearing him say this, BIWNWN did not press further, extending her hand to help him lie down. Then you should rest for a while. I will prepare some food for you. Having never experienced such thoughtful care while living alone, XNFing suddenly felt immense gratitude for having accepted her proposal. His gaze softened. You have worked hard. Just as she brought out the meat, she heard a commotion outside. Turning her feet, she approached the cave entrance to peer outside. Her dwelling was not located in the center, but the elevated position allowed her to see that the other beastmen were all rushing out. What were they running for? BIWNWN murmured to herself, intending to deliver the food to XNFing before inquiring about the situation. Then she heard the jubilant cheers of the beastmen. The traveling merchants have arrived at our tribe. Quickly, let us trade. Hurry, hurry. We must go quickly. Perhaps we can exchange for beautiful coarse linen skirts. Several females, hand in hand, briskly passed by her, merely a few meters away. Traveling merchants? BIWNWN's eyes lit up with joy. She hurriedly set down the meat, gazing at him with her round, bright eyes. You should eat first. I will go check if there are any firestones. Wait, XNFing reached out to grasp her. I will accompany you. After saying this, he affectionately kissed her cheek and swiftly turned to run outside. Chapter 13. Trust him. XNFing was momentarily stunned, his entire face beginning to burn. BIWNWN dashed out of the cave, intercepting a similarly eager female beastman. BIYN. Where are the traveling merchants? Bai YN, still a juvenile female, had not participated in bullying the original host alongside Hawaii. She cheerfully pointed ahead. They are right in the central square. Would you like to come with me? Yes, BIWNWN replied with a smile, following BIY north to the square. They arrived late. The square was bustling with beastmen. Among them, the most conspicuous were the 2 or 3 dozen uniquely styled beastmen in the center. The cat tribe was situated in a remote area, and most beastmen resembled wild men, lacking any adornments, save for a piece of beast hide draped over their bodies. Chi-Ing and XNFing were no exception, yet both were strikingly handsome, even in burlap. However, the group in the center had their hair styled and adorned with various feathers. Their clothing styles varied. Some wore fine garments, while others donned animal hides. Yet every piece of attire was far more exquisite than that of the cat tribe. They were surrounded by numerous females, and as BIWNWN and BIYN approached, they overheard a female boldly declaring her affections. EIMXNV just reached adulthood this year with moderate fertility. I like you very much and wish for you to be my beast husband. Other females were equally audacious, openly professing their love. I have only 3 beast husbands. Do you wish to be my 4th? BIWN sighed in amazement, witnessing firsthand the beastman's straightforwardness in matters of affection. After observing the commotion for a while, she shifted her focus to the various items spread across the ground. After all, she had not come in search of a beast husband. She was looking for firestones. BIWNWN moved slowly along the stalls, examining the offerings. She discovered that many of the items were food, with few daily necessities. The most common were salt, some minerals, and a root known as shing. Does this stone contain firestones? She recalled the system informing her a couple of days ago that it had a name, shing. BIWNWN readily adopted its name. No, BIWNWN felt deeply disappointed, instantaneously losing all motivation. Suddenly, someone approached her from the side. BIWNWN did not notice and merely stepped aside. Beautiful female, may I inquire what you are searching for? I will be delighted to assist you. Only then did BIWNWN turn her head, observing a reasonably handsome face. His features were not particularly striking, but he was well-groomed, wearing a hairpiece resembling jade, and his finely woven garments had intricate patterns. Even more extravagant was the beast hide belt around his waist, embedded with gemstones. In contrast to the majority of plain beastmen, he stood out remarkably. The curvature at the corner of his mouth exuded a distinctly aggressive demeanor. I require a stone that can ignite a fire. Do you possess one? A fire-starting stone? His gaze and tone were languid. What do you need that for? I am merely curious and wish to exchange it for amusement, she fabricated. The male suddenly leaned in, his small eyes brimming with aggression. Little female, a fire-starting stone is not a toy. Bai Wanwan pressed a finger against his forehead. Is that so? Then you ought not to encroach upon my personal space. Upon uttering these words, Roger threw back his head and laughed heartily. Just then, Bai Wanwan felt a tightening in her arm. She was pulled aside a few steps, and a figure stood protectively before her. Xin Feng, what brings you here? Bai Wanwan immediately tensed, turning to glimpse his legs. She then noticed that he was balancing on one foot while the other barely touched the ground. Even so, his forehead glistened with sweat. Xin Feng, it has been quite some time. The leader of the trading merchants, Roger, cast a surprised glance at Xin Feng before shifting his focus to Bai Wanwan. Is this your female? Xin Feng grasped Bai Wanwan's hand, shielding her entirely behind him, as he fixed his gaze upon Roger. That is of no concern to you. How could it not be? Your female intrigues me immensely. He stepped closer, locking eyes with Bai Wanwan. With a smile gracing his lips, he addressed her, little female. I find you quite appealing. Would you consider becoming my mate? Xin Feng's countenance darkened. Roger, you dare? Bai Wanwan's rejection echoed almost simultaneously with Xin Feng's outburst. Xin Feng turned to her, but she tightened her grip on his hand. How could she not discern the animosity between them? Xin Feng was so admirable. Anyone who opposed him must be malevolent. Naturally, she would defend her beast husband. Bai Wanwan cast a sidelong glance at the male, her skepticism lingering. Did these two truly harbor hostility, yet would one willingly relinquish the firestone to the other? Sensing his concern, she chose to trust him. After all, the trading merchants would not depart in a day or two. There would be opportunities to peruse their wares later. Once Bai Wanwan departed, Roger adjusted his belt, remarking, Xin Feng, I did not anticipate you having a mate. That is of no concern to you. Roger scoffed, not even permitting me a glance, clutching her so tightly. Do you intend to deny her other beast husbands? Xin Feng frowned. If she were to develop feelings for another male, I would not hinder her. But do not entertain such thoughts. Roger chuckled, pacing around him. You have suffered a grave injury and lost your talents. Yet you still managed to find that lovely little female. Did she not shun you? Or perhaps her fertility is quite poor. His words dripped with derision. Xin Feng displayed neither anger nor embarrassment, yet he was disinclined to reminisce. I desire a firestone. I am willing to trade it for the pelt of a golden lion. The pelt of a golden lion in exchange? You would part with it? Roger raised an eyebrow. Taken aback, Xin Feng nodded without hesitation. Yes, shall we trade? The leader of the trading merchants scrutinized him for a moment before suddenly laughing. It appears you are quite fond of your mate. How about I also take her as my partner, and together we care for her? Roger, you would do well to abandon such thoughts. Should you dare to harm her, I will not let you off lightly. Roger's laughter was brazen. You are merely a worthless being now. How do you plan to threaten me? That is my affair. If you provoke her, I will find a way to make you pay. Xin Feng's tone was calm, yet the sincerity of his words was unmistakable. Roger regarded him, a glint of mischief in his eyes. With a chuckle, he produced 2 stones from his garments. Fire stones, consider them a gift for the little female. Xin Feng reached out to accept them, yet his demeanor remained distant. No need. I shall procure the golden lion pelt for you immediately. With that, he turned it apart. Roger crossed his arms, watching him limp away, finding the situation rather curious. Their enmity was long-standing. Once, Xin Feng had been haughty, and after losing his prowess, he had become a source of amusement. In just half a year, Xin Feng had acquired a female, and he seemed quite protective of her. How intriguing. Chapter 14. I accompany you upon reaching the cave entrance. She spotted Xin Feng approaching slowly, his legs visibly unsteady. Hastily, she set down the bamboo basket and hurried to support him. You have sustained injuries. Do you not know to rest in bed? She shot him a disapproving glance. Hearing her mildly reproachful tone, Xin Feng, instead of feeling anger, broke into a grin. From his cloak, he produced 2 stones and handed them to her. The fire stones you wish for. Bai Wanwan's eyes brightened, joy nearly spilling forth from her gaze. Have you truly brought them for me? Observing her jubilant demeanor, Xin Feng felt that a golden lion pelt was of little significance. As long as his little female was content, that was all that mattered. However, Bai Wanwan's smile did not last long. She recalled the earlier tension between the two males. Would that traitor so readily part with the firestones? Gradually, her smile faded as she scrutinized his eyes. What did you trade to acquire them? Xin Feng paused, then chuckled. I exchanged it for a pelt. Speak the truth to me, or I shall refuse to accept the firestones. Xin Feng's smile slowly vanished, a hint of panic surfacing. Wanwan, I truly exchanged it for a pelt, a golden lion pelt. Fearing her ire, he admitted, nodding. Yes, it was a stroke of luck before my talents were destroyed. It was a golden lion, difficult to find, and even more challenging to slay. At the time, I encountered an injured golden lion. After hearing this, Bai Wanwan contemplated for a moment before placing the firestones back into his hand. Xin Feng's expression shifted to one of confusion. Wanwan. Bai Wanwan smiled at him. That golden lion pelt must hold great importance for you. I cannot trade your treasured possession. I will inquire if I may exchange something else instead. Xin Feng immediately shook his head. The item is inanimate. It was my first catch. I initially intended to keep it as a memento, but now it holds little importance. Bai Wanwan's eyes met his, and she seemed to grasp the unsaid words lingering between them. Suddenly, she broke into a bright smile. Very well. I shall keep the firestones. When you restore your talents, I shall await your return with more golden lion pelts. Upon seeing her acceptance, Xin Feng felt a joy surpassing even that of obtaining the golden lion pelt himself. Now that he had a little female, everything he did was for her well-being. Just a pelt, he would gladly part with all he possessed. Bai Wanwan entered the cave to gather some dry grass, returning outside. Attempting to strike the two firestones together, she managed to ignite the dry grass after several attempts. Xin Feng lingered behind her, watching the grass catch fire, his expression involuntarily tense. Whether beast or beastman, there existed a natural fear of fire. Were it not for the little female's desire for firestones, he would not wish to engage with such a thing. Bai Wanwan et sitanli dun da sin feng, zao du si. It has truly ignited. Her laughter radiated joy, making it impossible for others not to feel elated. Xin Feng's brow gradually relaxed, a smile beginning to form. I'm glad you are happy. Yes, I'm quite happy. Tonight, I shall prepare cooked food for you. She was already rubbing her hands together, though her options were limited. She could use a stone slab to roast meat, slicing the meat thinly, cooking it with the hot stones, and seasoning it with salt. She had been here for nearly 10 days and had yet to satisfy her hunger. Just the thought of it made her mouth water. Xin Feng did not refuse. Seeing her so pleased, he too was curious about the taste of meat prepared with firestones. As the dry grass slowly burned away, she stood and stamped her foot. Noticing that Xin Feng still stood behind her, she quickly reached out to support him. Why do you remain standing? You should rest. If you do not nurture your injury, winter will be even more unbearable. She chattered on, guiding Xin Feng to the stone bed to rest. I must inform you that from this moment onward, you are forbidden to leave this bed until you have fully recuperated. Xin Feng's eyes were filled with gentle warmth as he absorbed her words. Very well. I shall heed your advice. He had never anticipated encountering such a female, one who ignited within him a yearning for formidable strength. Desiring to ensure her life surpassed that of other females, he contemplated the golden lion pelt, deciding to have another beastman deliver it to Roger later. After all, the merchant caravan would not be departing in the coming days. Once Xin Feng lay down, Bai Wanwan commenced her preparations for the evening meal. Initially, she intended to catch fish and shrimp, but with the firestone in hand, she opted for a change of flavor. She ventured into another cave, selecting a piece of meat that was perfectly balanced in fat and lean, and began slicing it with her stone knife. Just as she finished speaking, a commotion echoed from the entrance. To her surprise, it was the brothers Xin Shan and Xin Yu. Wanwan, to welcome the traveling merchants tonight. My father has instructed everyone to gather at the square for a shared feast of the unicorn deer. The unicorn deer, a massive beast, though not particularly aggressive, was incredibly agile. Unless one possessed extraordinary talent, capturing it was nearly impossible. Its tender, juicy meat was a favorite among many females. Typically, when a unicorn deer was caught, it was prioritized for distribution among the most fertile females. The two recently captured would have been prepared as jerky for the females, but with the merchant's arrival, the clan leader decided to use them to entertain the guests. From the original owner's memories, she understood that unicorn deer was a tantalizing delicacy. However, she preferred to enjoy barbecue dishes at home. Thus, she firmly declined, "No, I do not wish to partake in unicorn deer." Xian Shan pursed his lips, taking a considerable time before responding, "Wanwan, it is our fault. It is natural for you to dislike us. However, the unicorn deer is rare. Consuming its flesh will keep you warm and help prevent illness this winter." Bai Wanwan was about to refuse again when Xian Feng felt that the brother's words held merit. With only him as her beast husband and in his injured state, this winter would be challenging. If she could drink the blood of the unicorn deer, her chances of surviving the winter would increase significantly. "Wanwan, the blood and meat of the unicorn deer will benefit you. I will accompany you shortly. Why must you go when you're already injured?" Bai Wanwan shook her head, insisting that Xian Feng should not go, as she did not wish to join the commotion. Her instincts warned her that Roger was not a good person, and it was wise to keep her distance. Xian Shan and Xian Yu had also heard about Xian Feng and Wanwan's encounter in the mountains. Xian Feng, "Wanwan, come with us, you need not worry." It was precisely because they were in charge that Xian Feng felt uneasy, fully aware of the clan leader's intentions. Xian Yu attempted to add something, but Xian Shan interrupted him. Chapter 15, all preparations complete. All right, Xian Shan and I will head over first. You two should arrive early as well. With that, the two brothers turned and departed. Once they left, Bai Wanwan shot Xian Feng a reproachful glance. "You are injured. Why did you agree to them? Missing out on a bite of unicorn deer will not lead to your demise." Xian Feng, despite being chastised, wore a smile. "However, consuming the unicorn deer will alleviate the discomfort of winter. The animal hides at home are insufficient. I fear you may suffer from the cold." Bai Wanwan suddenly felt that their conversation flowed too naturally, leaving her momentarily dazed. They had only known each other for a short time, initially brought together by trade. Yet, he seemed to genuinely care for her as his female, and she found herself not opposing him. With a hint of laughter in her eyes, she leaned closer, teasingly asking, "Are you truly willing to accompany me?" Xian Feng nodded without hesitation, "Yes." "Are you not afraid that if this continues, you might lose your legs?" She scanned his legs, playfully provoking him. "I am not as fragile as you think. I often hunt and get injured, yet I recover after a few days. You insist on going? Xin Feng not dead? Very well, I shall assist you." Xian Feng sighed in relief, as he was genuinely worried that the little female would want him to remain at home. He did not wish to anger her, but was also concerned about her going alone. Bai Wanwan slowly helped him rise from the stone bed. "Does it hurt?" "Yes, but I can endure it. Wait for me. I will fetch the golden lion pelt for Roger." He slightly shifted to avoid her, attempting to move inside. Bai Wanwan immediately grasped his arm. "Stand still. I will retrieve it." Saying this, she released him and stepped into the cave. The left cave was reserved for Xian Feng, filled with his belongings, primarily dried meat and a large stack of animal hides. After searching carefully for a while, she discovered a golden-colored pelt with a particularly beautiful sheen. "Xian Feng, is this the golden one?" "Yes, that is it," came Xian Feng's voice from outside the cave. After rolling it up, Bai Wanwan exerted herself to lift the pelt. It is quite heavy, yet she was willing to bear this weight, as it would allow her to acquire the Firestone and no longer live as a primitive savage. Upon seeing her emerge with the pelt, her steps slightly unsteady, Xian Feng instinctively reached out to take it. "Is it very heavy? Allow me." Bai Wanwan stepped aside. Xian Feng looked puzzled, his gaze questioning her. She adjusted the pelt. "You must first recover from your injuries. You will care for me later, and I will not be polite. For now, I will carry this, and you can support me. We will proceed slowly." She added, "If you become tired along the way, just tell me, and we will pause to rest." Xian Feng had grown up alone and had experienced the destruction of his talents and rejection by his kin. This was the first time he felt cared for by a frail female, and an unfamiliar sensation surged within him, as if something had softly poked at his heart. His gentle expression emerged on that fearsome visage, which would likely terrify others. Bai Wanwan steadily embraced the pelt, synchronizing her pace with his, ensuring he did not strain his wounds. The two of them slowly made their way out of the cave, progressing steadily forward. They soon encountered Huya, approaching with an aggressive demeanor. "Bai Wanwan, you have caused Xian Feng to be injured?" Bai Wanwan could not help but roll her eyes at her accusatory expression. However, before she could retort, Xin Feng spoke first. It is not related to Wanwan. Xin Feng, you still defend her? If you were my beast husband, I would never allow you to suffer even a scratch. I have other beast husbands who can hunt and provide for you. Xin Feng frowned, while Bai Wanwan could not help but chuckle. Let your beast husband hear that. Let them listen. I'll let them hunt and support Xin Feng. It is their honor. Bai Wanwan was amused by Hu Ye's indignation, as she was a typical example of someone who wanted to have it all. She leisurely replied, but do not forget, Xin Feng is my beast husband. You have no chance. Her words turned Hu Ye's face a shade of green with anger. Bai Wanwan, do not become complacent. I do not believe that in the future, when you have another beast husband, you will still favor Xin Feng. Xin Feng, only I will not find your appearance off-putting. Shut your foul mouth. Bai Wanwan swiftly swung the pelt towards her obnoxious face. Hu was caught off guard and was struck, immediately bursting into tears. However, after a few sobs, she noticed the pelt in Bai Wanwan's hands. Her cries seemed to choke in her throat. Bai Wanwan, is that the golden lion pelt? Are you planning to exchange it for something? None of your business. Step aside. Not only did Hu refuse to move, but she also blocked the path with a furious expression. Do you know that this golden lion pelt is the first one Xin Feng hunted after reaching adulthood? Even when he was severely injured and starving, other beastmen offered much food in exchange, but he refused. How dare you take his most treasured pelt to trade for something? Bai Wanwan paused, turning to look at Xin Feng. However, Xin Feng replied, it is just a pelt. It is of no use sitting there. It is better to exchange it for something you need. In the future, once he recovers, he would be able to obtain not just one golden lion pelt, but 10 or 100 without difficulty. She did not even glance at Hu Ye, focusing solely on Xin Feng with a smile. Good, you are my beast husband. You are willing to present me with the most precious beast skins, and I will treat you well in return. It was merely a matter of drawing an enticing prospect first. Bai Wanwan, you are simply unworthy of him. Hu Ye exclaimed, her voice tinged with hysteria, unable to tolerate Xin Feng's kindness towards Bai Wanwan. Just because you say, I'm unworthy, does that make it so? Bai Wanwan replied, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Xin Feng. You tell her whether we are a match or not. Xin Feng sensed the mischievous glint in the little female's eyes, feeling somewhat exasperated but compliant. Yes, I willingly do these things. Please refrain from speaking such words in front of Wanwan. Vous avez deeply wrong. Xin Feng, I like you so much. Why do you treat me this way? Bai Wanwan waved the beast skin at her a few times. Don't you have a beast husband? Why are you always fixated on mine? Move aside. We have matters to attend to. Bai Wanwan was already irritated and had no desire to engage her further. If Hu Ye dared to speak again, she would continue to strike until she silenced her. Fortunately, after being hit twice, Hu Ye shrank back, no longer daring to obstruct them. The two walked for nearly 20 minutes before arriving at the square. Unbeknownst to Bai Wanwan, the clan leader had already spotted them as they approached. He turned to an older male beside him and asked, is everything ready? The elder male bowed slightly, assuring him. Rest assured. The clan leader nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze elsewhere, seemingly oblivious to Bai Wanwan. Chapter 16. Frustration. The square was bustling with activity, filled with laughter and chatter. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, Bai Wanwan pulled Xin Feng to a more secluded area to sit down. Xin Feng glanced at her and inquired, aren't you going to sit at the front? No, she replied, for she was merely passing through. There were no entertainment activities here, so why bother sitting at the front when it was more comfortable in the corner? A gaze followed them as they settled in. Roger was surrounded by several young females from the cat tribe. He was quite familiar with the eager glances they cast his way. Having spent a decade as a traveling merchant, visiting countless tribes, he was accustomed to the enthusiastic attention of females. Yet, the little female beside Xin Feng had not once acknowledged the presence of these foreign beastmen, focusing solely on her conversation with him. His eyes fell upon Xin Feng's face, disfigured and more grotesque than a beast from Zhuwu Mountain. Did that female not mind? She continued to smile at him. Captain Roger, what are you looking at? Did you hear what I just said? A rather ordinary-looking, yet voluptuous female directed her earnest gaze at him, pouting in displeasure. Then you can choose not to be my beast husband, but could you come find me occasionally? Roger chuckled as he tilted her chin. Well, that depends on whether I have time later. The female's heart fluttered at his flirtation. I will wait for you. You must come when you have time. Just then, another female pushed her aside. Captain Roger, The last time you visited, you brought me so many wonderful things and said you would consider being my beast husband. Have you made up your mind? Roger stood up from the stone bench. Not yet. I need to think it over. After saying this, he sidestepped the crowd of females, making his way to the secluded corner. Bai Wanwan was complaining to Xin Feng. When will the meat from the unicorn deer arrive? I'm starving. Are you hungry? Xin Feng smiled at her. A bit, she admitted. Just then, a tall figure blocked their path. Bai Wanwan slowly raised her head, meeting Roger's gaze. Why aren't you sitting at the front? Roger bypassed Xin Feng and spoke to Bai Wanwan with a smirk. Bai Wanwan held no fondness for Roger. She turned to grab the golden lion beast skin beside her and offered it to him. You came at the right time. Here's the golden lion beast skin for you. He glanced at the beast skin but did not reach for it. That firestone was a lucky find of mine. If you like it, keep it. You don't need to return the beast skin. Consider it a gift. Xin Feng furrowed his brow and took the beast skin from Bai Wanwan's hands, shoving it into Roger's grasp. The firestone was a trade between us. You need not gift it. Roger observed Xin Feng's possessiveness and suddenly laughed. The little female will eventually have other beast husbands. Are you going to prevent that? Xin Feng's hand stiffened, and in that fleeting moment of impulse, he decided for the little female. Yet, he was acutely aware that it was not right. Before he could speak, Bai Wanwan had already leaned in, wrapping her arm around his. Of course, you can prevent it. You are my first beast husband. If you dislike him, I won't have him as my beast husband either. This time, Roger's smile faltered. The frustration that had clouded Xin Feng's expression dissipated in an instant. He instinctively turned to meet Bai Wanwan's smiling eyes. They exchanged glances without uttering a word. Little female, your fertility is not high, is it? Otherwise, what female would desire a male like Xin Feng, who has a ruined face and lacks talent? Don't project your thoughts onto me. I like my Xin Feng just the way he is. Bai Wanwan cast him a disdainful glance, disapproving of him belittling her beast husband in her presence. He believed himself to be impressive and quite handsome. Did he think that a few feathers on his head made him a peacock? His appearance was so ordinary, far inferior to Xin Feng. Roger found himself amused by her disdainful look. He had initially intended to provoke Xin Feng, but ended up feeling the sting himself. He feigned nonchalance as he accepted the golden lion beast skin, leaning slightly closer to Bai Wanwan. Little female, there is no need to rush. I will be staying in your cat tribe for a few more days. We can take our time to get to know each other. Perhaps you will end up liking me. Bai Wanwan unhesitatingly splashed cold water on his words. I want tea. I do not like you. Did he think he could toy with her? Use her to provoke Xin Feng? Roger wanted to play with her, but she would not entertain that. A shadow flickered in Roger's eyes before he transformed his expression back into a smile. After giving the two a lingering glance, he turned and walked away. Once he was out of sight, Xin Feng turned to Bai Wanwan. He may be trying to antagonize me, so you should be cautious these days. It was a hard-won firestone, and she should study how to use it at home, treating herself well. Furthermore, as the weather grew colder, she wished to hibernate comfortably in her den. The crowd in the square continued to swell, and the clan leader gestured for everyone to quiet down. Captain Roger, we warmly welcome you back to our cat tribe. The supplies you brought us are greatly needed. Tonight, we will feast on the unicorn deer we hunted in honor of our esteemed guest. So please eat and drink to your heart's content. Roars of approval erupted from the males, filling the square with a cacophony that was almost deafening. After the clan leader exchanged pleasantries with the merchants, they finally began to carve the unicorn deer. 2 massive unicorn deer were sliced into strips and distributed into numerous stone bowls, which the beastmen began to serve. Before long, the meat reached their area. Bai Wanwan's stomach churned at the sight of the fresh, red meat. The male distributing the meat approached her, selecting the most tender piece from the stone bowl and eagerly offering it to her. Wanwan, this piece is the best. It's fresh. You should eat it. The male beastman was entranced by her smile, stumbling slightly before returning to serve the other beastmen. Bai Wanwan received the meat, but tossed it directly into the stone bowl, showing no intent to eat it. Not hungry? He inferred from her expression. Bai Wanwan shook her head in disdain. It has too much blood. I can't eat it. What a delicate little female, he thought. Nevertheless, as she was his female, he could only indulge her. Regardless of whether it was cooked or raw, the meat from a unicorn deer needed to reach the little female's stomach, where she would fall ill from the cold in winter. The thought of fragrant roasted meat made Bai Wanwan swallow hard. Xin Feng chuckled at her greedy expression. All right, let's go. Bai Wanwan hastily reached out to support him, intending to rise and leave unnoticed. Suddenly, A mature female orc approached her and said, Wanwan, the shaman wants you to meet her in the shaman's cave. Chapter 17. Who is harming her? The female orc appeared somewhat familiar, yet it seemed she was not acquainted with the original owner of this body. After rummaging through her memories for a while, she could not place her. Why summon her to the shaman's cave now? What could possibly be of such importance? No matter the urgency, it could not impede her meal. She was still quite hungry. The shaman has acquired a piece of female stone and requires you to come for another fertility test. It won't take long. Come with me. The shaman's cave is not far from the square. Bai Wanwan glanced over. Did they really have to go right now? If you eat the meat strips first, I can wait. The older female orc leaned to the side, observing the two without urging them. Fine, if not today, I will likely have to make a detour tomorrow. Just as she was about to rise, Xin Feng grabbed her hand. Do you want me to accompany you? Xin Feng, understanding his own situation, released her hand. All right, I will wait for you. After settling matters with Xin Feng, she straightened her posture and addressed the older female orc. Let us go. After walking for a minute or two, the commotion behind them gradually faded as they entered the alleyway between two rows of stone houses. The moment Bai Wanwan stepped in, her pace faltered. Gazing at the darkened path, an unsettling feeling suddenly washed over her. Something fell off. This scenario seemed oddly familiar, reminiscent of plot lines from television dramas. Was there a conspiracy awaiting her? Wanwan, why have you stopped? The noise from behind was still raucous. She shouted hoarsely, uncertain if anyone could hear her. Turning on her heel, she began walking back toward the square. Then you can attend to other matters. I will find the shaman myself shortly. The older female orc not only did not release her grip, but tightened it, pulling her deeper into the alley. No, you're coming with me now. I want to call you again. Bai Wanwan was dragged along for 2 steps, anger flaring within her. She struggled to break free, but the orc had clearly anticipated her reaction, gripping her tightly, making it impossible to escape. Let go. You're hurting me. Come with me, and I will let go. Bai Wanwan nodded. All right, then you must release me. The female orc ignored her, continuing to pull her forward. First, to the shaman's cave, then I will release you. Initially, she had only felt a slight unease, but now she was fully convinced. This was no mere coincidence. There truly were orcs plotting against her. If that was the case, she would not hold back. Without a second thought, she lifted her foot and kicked toward the orc's abdomen. Ouch! The older female orc winced in pain, instinctively loosening her grip to clutch her stomach. Gaining her freedom, Bai Wanwan turned to flee. After just a couple of steps, she collided into a solid wall of flesh, the impact causing her to wince. Chief Rong pulled the female orc from his embrace. Looking down to discover it was Bai Wanwan. What are you doing here? Bai Wanwan had not expected to encounter Chief Rong at this moment, her eyes sparkling with joy. She forcefully grasped his arm. Chieftain, this female orc is problematic. She is trying to deceive me. The older female orc panicked, not anticipating that other orcs would still be wandering about. Upon hearing this, Chief Rong cast a sidelong glance at the older female orc. Where do you intend to take her? With Chief Rong present, Bai Wanwan no longer felt the urgency to leave. Her demeanor appeared timid. At his inquiry, her face was painted with panic, her eyes darting about. I didn't tea. It was the shaman who wanted to see her, and I merely called her over. The older female orc's mind seemed to falter. Unable to articulate further, she turned and fled. Bai Wanwan was prepared for this. Seeing her attempt to escape, she took off in pursuit. Once she caught up, she seized the orc's hide skirt. Where do you think you're going? I haven't finished speaking. The only way to avert danger in the future is to clarify matters today. You will not leave until you explain yourself. Bai Wanwan grasped the orc's hide tightly, denying her any chance of escape. Chieftain, may I borrow the stone knife at your waist? Her request sent the older female orc into a fierce struggle. Bai Wanwan, what are you doing? I am a female too. If you harm me, the clan leader won't let you off. Bai Wanwan laughed heartily. Let me off? Have you forgotten I am the holy female? If I were to kill you, the clan leader would merely scold me, not punish me. This was the reality of the orc world. Females were deemed more precious than males, and the holy female surpassed all. The older female orc immediately turned to Chief Rong. Chieftain, do not give her the stone knife. After observing the two struggle for a while, Chief Rong stepped forward, his gaze sweeping across Bai Wanwan's face before he drew out the stone knife and handed it to her. Bai Wanwan was taken aback, astonished that he would truly give her the weapon. She reached out and pressed it against the older female orc's neck. Will you speak? Speak, and I shall spare you. No. Chieftain Rong took 2 steps back, standing a distance away to observe her. Rest assured, if she kills you, I won't simply leave you in the mountains for beasts to devour. I will bury you. The older female orc's face turned ashen. Bai Wanwan pressed the stone knife tighter against her neck. Will you speak? This is your final opportunity. Terrified, the older female orc screamed, I will speak. This declaration caught Chieftain Rong's attention, causing him to glance at her. Meanwhile, within the shaman's cave, the shaman and the Xian Shan brothers were growing restless from waiting for Bai Wanwan. Brother, should I go check on her? It's been quite a while. You stay in the shaman's cave. I will go. After saying this, Xian Shan stepped out of the shaman's cave and headed towards the square. He hadn't walked far when he spotted the 3 figures locked in a standoff at the alley's entrance. Wanwan put down the stone knife. I will tell you what you wish to know. Chapter 18. Almost discovered. So you're involved in this too? Yes, if you release Aunt Wu, I will tell you. Xian Shan did not deny it. However, Bai Wanwan was not easily deceived. She harbored no trust in Xian Shan, the chieftainess' son. She directly pulled the older female orc aside, fixing her gaze on Xian Shan. How do I know you're not lying? You speak first. Acknowledging that he was untrustworthy, Xian Shan took a few steps forward and spoke first. My father, the chieftain, wishes for you to bond with me, and Xian Yu, sending you to the female cave solely for the clan shaman to carve marks for us. The carving of marks is a vital ritual among orcs. Once completed, it is irreversible. Bai Wanwan had previously expressed to the chieftain her desire for Xian Feng to be her mate. Yet, as of now, they had not carved their marks. Having traversed into this world, she placed little importance on it. Xian Feng had also agreed due to other matters, and since she had not mentioned it, he did not bring it up either. The chieftain had ulterior motives and thus preferred they did not carve their marks. Consequently, this matter was left unresolved. Bai Wanwan, inheriting the original owner's memories, was acutely aware of what the carving of marks entailed. It felt as though she had been forcibly fed something repulsive, making her extremely nauseous. Once the carving was successfully completed, it signified that the 2 orcs had accepted the blessing of the mountain god, establishing an unbreakable bond. The chieftain intended to force her into the carving, compelling her to accept Xian Shan and Xian Yu as her mates. She huffed in anger. Now that you've told me, do you think I would still go to carve my marks with you? Xian Shan shook his head. You need not carve your marks. I do not support my father's actions. Xian Yu and I have always regarded Hu Ye as our rightful mate. It was our fault to suddenly thrust you into a predicament. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanwan's expression softened somewhat. What do you intend to do then? Rest assured, Xian Yu and I will bond with Hu Ye. This way, my father will not pressure you. They had already established a bond with Hu Ye, albeit without the carved marks. If their father were not the chieftain, they would have never been able to be with Bai Wanwan. Bai Wanwan did not harbor feelings for them. Their bonding with Hu Ye was the best outcome. His gaze was sincere, but Bai Wanwan was uncertain of the truth behind his words. I shall trust you this once. If the clan leader attempts to impose upon me again, I shall take my leave, confident that other tribes would welcome me. Xian Shan glanced at the Chief Rong behind Bai Wanwan before redirecting his attention back to her. Now, may I release Aunt Wu? Bai Wanwan responded decisively. All right. As she loosened her grip, the elder female immediately took flight. After exchanging words with Xian Shan, Bai Wanwan wished to disregard him further and turned her attention to the Chief Rong. Thank you for today. Combined with the last time, you've saved me twice. Bai Wanwan's emotions were somewhat conflicted. Initially, she had intended to distance herself from him after that incident. Yet, inexplicably, she had accepted his assistance on 2 occasions. Upon seeing him now, memories of his warmth and the firmness of his embrace resurfaced in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. You're a Shangxi. Any male would have acted thus. His tone was cold and devoid of emotion. The Chief Rong observed the slightly blushing female, his brows furrowing in contemplation. The female before him seemed transformed, devoid of the familiar traits of Bai Wanwan. Had it been the older, suddenly becoming a Shangxi, she would have undoubtedly attracted the strongest males of the tribe as her mates. Yet, she had not done so, seemingly refraining from exploiting her status as a Shangxi. Instead, she chose to bond with Xian Feng, showing no disdain. He was aloof, and Bai Wanwan had no desire for further interaction, stating her piece before turning to leave. The Chief Rong did not hinder her. However, As she turned, he caught a faint yet familiar scent that made his heart race uncontrollably. His hand, almost of its own volition, reached out to grasp Bai Wanwan's arm. Startled by the sudden force, she turned with suspicion. Is there anything else? The Chief Rong stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them, the scent growing ever more potent. It felt as if it were etched into his very soul. Yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. The only explanation was that fateful night. But concerning that female, he could not associate any specific memories. Is it you? Beneath the pale moonlight, his gaze was deep, fixed intently upon her, revealing no discernible emotion. Bai Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. What did he mean by that? What are you saying? The Chief Rong loosened his grip slightly, his brows knitted. I shall ask again. Was it you who was with me that night? Indeed, it was this matter. His eyes bore a fierce intensity, as if ready to devour her. Bai Wanwan felt a sense of trepidation, yet her face betrayed none of her inner turmoil. She feigned ignorance. With you? Well, have I ever been with you? Although she spoke these words, her heart was frantically alerting her to the system. Host, the traces have been thoroughly erased. I am uncertain where the error lies. But rest assured, he possesses no evidence. Just do not admit to anything. The Chief Rong's piercing gaze swept across her face, searching for any hint of a clue. Bai Wanwan blinked, steadfast in her pretense of ignorance. What are you talking about? Their close proximity caught the attention of Xian Shan from distance. He had not departed, observing Bai Wanwan and the Chief Rong, who seemed to have forgotten his presence. A wave of regret washed over him. Wanwan was a Shang Sai. In her future, mate would undoubtedly be a powerful beastman like the Chief Rong. Bai Wanwan and the Chief Rong remained at an impasse. The Chief Rong found no trace of guilt on her face, leaving his tumultuous emotions without an anchor. He struggled to discern whether it was anger or something else entirely. As he spoke, his gaze shifted downward to the arm the Chief Rong still held. Her signals were unmistakably clear, yet the Chief Rong appeared oblivious. After a moment of tension, he finally released her. Bai Wanwan, you had best not deceive me. If I discover that it was you that night, I shall not spare you. Bai Wanwan feigned annoyance. I have no idea what you're talking about. With that, she turned to walk away, anxious to avoid revealing any incriminating evidence. Though her back bore no eyes, she felt as if the Chief Rong's gaze was fixed upon her retreating figure. Chapter 19. The intuition is terrifying. The Chief Rong's intuition was indeed formidable. Despite her possessing the system to erase traces, he still suspected her. It seemed that she must maintain her distance from him in the future. Perhaps in her haste, she felt a sudden jolt in her slightly protruding abdomen, as if something had kicked her. She had nearly forgotten that she was carrying the Chief Rong's offspring. She gently touched her belly, feeling a twinge of worry. Beastmen are particularly sensitive to their own bloodlines. Should she give birth and the Chief Rong discover it, it would be impossible to conceal. When the time comes, can you ensure he does not find out? Host, previously I was able to intervene due to novice protection, but subsequently, you will need to exchange points for items to safeguard yourself and the young. So, it ultimately boils down to giving birth to this child? Yes. Well then, there is approximately 1 month left until I deliver. The gestation period for the cat beastmen is just over a month. Xian Feng had accompanied her and had also received a share of the meat from the unicorn deer. All right, let us go. The beastmen in the square continued to frolic as Bai Wanwan assisted Xian Feng home, their conversation noticeably subdued. Wanwan, what transpired just now? Xin Feng Yin Gui, his gaze resting upon her face. Bai Wanwan was not one to keep matters bottled up. She replied with indignation. The clan leader is scheming against me again, trying to force me into a bond with Xian Shan and Xian Yu. That old wretch has never thought highly of me, always attempting to send me to the female cave, and now he is trying every trick to marry off his 2 offspring to me. Neither you nor I have even formed a bond. On what grounds does he presume to coerce me into it? Xian Feng grasped her hand firmly. I shall confront the clan leader tomorrow. Bai Wanwan immediately shook her head. No need. Xian Shan just agreed that they will bond with Huya. I have also stated that if the clan leader schemes against me again, I will leave the cat tribe. Will you come with me then? After spending a few days together, she had genuinely grown fond of Xian Feng. Bai Wanwan did not hide her joy, smiling as she touched her belly. Once I give birth to this brood, and you recover, I shall see who dares to lay their eyes on me. The system had mentioned that Xian Feng possessed exceptional talent. While he may not rival the most powerful males of the super tribe, he was among the elite in larger tribes. His growth within the cat tribe, a smaller faction, was a boon for them. Alas, the cat tribe could not retain him, leading to his rapid loss of talent. Xin Feng nodded with a smile, his tone affectionate. Very well. Once I recover, any male you dislike, I shall cast away for you. Bai Wanwan's smile returned. Then I shall point out who I do not favor, and you shall dispose of them. She helped Xin Feng to the stone bed. You should rest for a moment. I will start a fire and call you when the food is ready. Xin Feng attempted to protest, but Bai Wanwan was already eager, turning to run. Previously, she had collected some dry twigs and leaves to ignite a fire, but had failed without flint, leaving her hands blistered. Now, with flint in hand, the task was far simpler. She struck the dry grass lightly, and it ignited almost instantly. However, starting a fire required skill, and she had no experience in wilderness survival. The flames illuminated the entire cave, and Bai Wanwan beamed with delight. Calling into the stone cave, Xin Feng, come and see. I have made a fire. The orange glow cast upon her lovely face, slightly smudged with dirt, yet her eyes sparkled brightly. Seeing her joy, Xin Feng felt that trading a piece of golden-lined beaskin for flint was well worth it. Bai Wanwan merely informed him, then returned to her tasks. Previously, she had made considerable preparations for cooking, not only crafting a cutting board but also picking up a thin stone slab by the river. Once the bonfire was built, the clean stones were placed atop it. While slicing meat and humming a tune, she laid each piece on the stone slab as it was prepared. The stone knife was somewhat cumbersome, unable to achieve the delicate thinness of modern machine-cut beef rolls. Rather, the slices resembled thin-cut steaks that required a few minutes of grilling. The stone slab emitted a sizzling sound as Bai Wanwan used the stone knife to flip the meat. As she turned the last piece, Xin squatted down in front of her. What brings you up? She glanced at him. Xin settled onto the nearby stone stool, taking the stone knife from her hands. Allow me. You can attend to other tasks. Are you capable? She did not refuse, raising an eyebrow and smiling at him. I just saw you do it. I'll give it a try. Very well. The task of flipping the meat is yours. The male was eager to cooperate, and she certainly would not dampen his enthusiasm. Teaching him would ease her future endeavors. Rising, she ventured into the cave to search for a few fruits. The orcs referred to these fruits as hu ngu, resembling oranges, tangy and not particularly palatable, yet favored by the females. Bai Wanwan was not fond of them. She preferred sweet flavors, but they could serve well as a seasoning. She promptly peeled the fruits, extracting the juice, and added a bit of salt from the salt brick Xin had given her. WNWN, it's about to burn. Come look. Bai Wanwan hastily set down her seasoning and rushed over to inspect. Not burnt, just right. Use the stone knife to lift it onto the plate beside you. Xin complied, and under her guidance, placed a few slices of raw meat on the grill. Open your mouth, see if it tastes good. She picked up a slice of meat with her homemade wooden chopsticks, dipped it in the seasoning, and raised it to him. Xin obediently opened his mouth to catch the piece. Accustomed to raw food, he had no expectations for the grilled meat's flavor. Yet, upon seeing Bai Wanwan's anticipatory gaze, he instinctively accepted the morsel. To his surprise, the taste delighted him. Bai Wanwan noticed his relaxed expression and the hint of astonishment on his face. Is it delicious? She asked with a smile as she leaned closer. Yes, it's delicious, Xin replied, staring at the cooked meat, astonished that fire-cooked meat could be so savory. Bai Wanwan quickly clarified, it's not merely the fire. The grilling requires skill. This level of doneness is perfect. If cooked longer, the meat becomes tough and unappetizing. Adding hu ngu and salt enhances the flavor, which is why it tastes so good. She also took a piece for herself, chewing thoughtfully and expressing her satisfaction. Although it could not compare to the flavors of modern barbecue restaurants, it was still acceptable. It had been ages since she had enjoyed a meal of cooked food, and the juicy grilled meat was a delightful treat that nearly made her forget herself. Chapter 20. Has the task been completed? The delectable flavors nearly caused her to swallow her tongue. She felt an immense sense of fulfillment. If she could frequently savor her desired food and improve her living conditions, enduring life in the beast realm would not be so bad. They grilled piece after piece until all the meat from the 2 unicorn deer had been consumed. Yet Bai Wanwan still felt unsatisfied. Xin noticed this, and, smiling, rose to fetch another piece of marbled meat from within the cave. The stone knife in his hands seemed less clumsy, producing slices that were both thin and neat. Each time Biwanwan was about to finish, he would timely bring her another piece while simultaneously grilling more. After a while, she realized how smoothly he handled the task and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. You learn quickly. XNF placed a freshly cooked piece of meat on her stone plate, his unscathed half-face appearing warm and gentle. If you wish to eat anything else in the future, you can teach me, and I shall prepare it for you. Biwanwan failed to notice the tenderness that flickered in his eyes. She was too busy enjoying her meal, nodding vigorously. Eventually, she could no longer eat, contentedly patting her protruding belly. The weight of the unborn child likely exceeded all she had consumed that day, her stomach visibly rounder than before. So full, but so happy. A smile adorned Biwanwan's face as she stood and twirled in the stone cave. Having spent over 10 days in the beast realm, she had dreamt nightly of exquisite foods, drooling onto her pillow. Yet, each morning upon awakening to the stark emptiness of the cave, she felt a pang of sorrow. If you enjoy this, we shall eat like this every day. With daily feasts, I must gather more ingredients to take you on culinary adventures. Biwanwan grew increasingly animated, her words flowing freely. XNF did not dampen her spirits and occasionally expressed curiosity, prompting a harmonious exchange between the two. At last, once Biwanwan no longer felt overly stuffed, sleepiness began to creep in. She yawned and forced herself to wash up, the icy water shocking her awake. No, tomorrow I must heat water in the stone basin first. This remark was firmly etched in XNF's mind. From then on, he ensured to heat a basin of water for her nightly. I'm so tired. I shall go to sleep now. Biwanwan staggered into the right stone chamber, climbed onto the stone bed, wrapped in thick beast pelts, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to her, chaos erupted in the chieftain's home. XNSHN did not deny, Father. WNWN does not favor us, and we are already wise beast husbands. Nonsense. You have not yet carved your marks. There is still a chance. XNSHN. I always believed you could discern priorities. Biwanwan is a sacred female, a blessing from the mountain god to our cat tribe. If you two brothers bond with her, you will become the chieftain, and your offspring will surpass our ancestors in talent. The chieftain grew increasingly irate. That little female is not so compliant. After this, who knows if there will be another opportunity. He did not wish to pressure her too harshly, creating discord. Father, your assertions hinge on WNWN's willingness. She is a sacred female, revered even in the super tribe. Our cat tribe has wronged her for so many years. Her wishes should take precedence. If she wishes to leave, can we truly retain her? The chieftain's expression changed suddenly. How could she leave? She has been here since birth. The treacherous wilderness outside is fraught with danger. Even our tribe's mightiest warriors cannot enter and exit alone. Where could she possibly go? There are always unforeseen circumstances. If WNWN wishes to reside here, our cat tribe has a chance to flourish. XNSH lowered his gaze. Previously, he had not paid much attention to Biwanwan. However, after their recent interactions, it was evident she was a remarkable female. Yet, it seemed destined that they could not become partners. The situation had escalated to this point, and the chieftain feared further offending Biwanwan, driving her away. Yet, he felt a deep sense of reluctance, watching a sacred female fall to XNF's advantage. Are you truly resolved? No regrets? Nearby, XNY remained oblivious, having previously noticed their father's suggestion to carve marks for them in WNWN, to which he had not entirely opposed. However, it ultimately ended in failure. This matter was not for him to decide. Yes, I have decided. XNSHN's single statement determined his future. Biwanwan enjoyed a beautiful sleep, reluctant to leave her cozy bed upon awakening. The weather was too cold. She truly had no desire to move. Yet, she heard commotion outside and curled up beneath the beast pelts, seeking a vantage point to look out. XNF was attempting to start a fire, mimicking her actions. This beast husband is rather commendable. Biwanwan smiled and turned over, returning to her slumber. She lost track of time before hunger finally roused her, yawning lazily as she rose. Upon seeing her emerge, XNF-ing offered her a stone bowl filled with heated water from the stone basin. I just tried it. It's too hot. It hurts to put my hand in. Thank you. She flashed him a smile, savoring his thoughtful care. Then she noticed that XNF-ing's movements seemed more agile than the day before. She was utterly astonished. Have you already recovered? XNF-ing observed her astonished expression with her mouth agape, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. The resilience of the Beastman was remarkable. He had not been severely injured, and consuming the meat of the unicorn deer yesterday had aided in his recovery. How extraordinary for humans. Recovering from a sprain or fracture could take 100 days, often leaving lingering effects. Yet, merely one day had passed, and he was nearly restored, walking with only the slightest sway that would go unnoticed by an untrained eye. Once you have finished washing, sit tight. I shall prepare some roasted meat for you. Although XNF-ing had never been anyone else's beast husband, he had observed how others fulfilled that role. Every male would endeavor to care for his female. Being the sole male in his household, he bore the responsibility for all tasks. Bai Wanwan, seeing his genuine intent to roast meat so early in the morning, immediately grasped his arm, exclaiming, "No need for that. I had quite enough to eat last night. I am not fond of meat in the morning. A couple of fruits will suffice." Pondering whether his little female was too easy to care for, subsisting solely on insects and fruits. Her appetite was no match for that of other females. His gaze fell on her abdomen, recognizing that a diet of merely fruits would not benefit their offspring. "Then shall you accompany me to catch some fish and shrimp later?" Just as he was speaking, a commotion erupted from the neighboring cave, voices raised in an indistinguishable clamor. Bai Wanwan remained unperturbed, turning to enter the cave and fetch a few fruits. She took a bite, the juices bursting forth, and leisurely made her way to the entrance to watch the commotion. Outside the cave of HY, the clan leader and his family stood, the leader's expression dark and foreboding, as though a child had been snatched away from him. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Wanwan recalled XNSHN's promise to her. So, it has come to fruition? Chapter 21, An Uninvited Guest. She lifted a fruit to her mouth and took another bite, chewing and swallowing as she continued to observe the spectacle. Outside the cave stood the clan leader with his 2 sons and HY. Among the 4, only HY wore a smile, seemingly oblivious to the leader's anger. "I shall treat XNSHN and XNY well from now on," she declared. The leader huffed heavily, perhaps sensing Bai Wanwan's gaze upon him. He turned his head, his fury unabated, and shot a glare in her direction. Bai Wanwan froze, her fruit losing its allure. How dare this old man glare at her when she had yet to settle accounts with him? After a moment's contemplation, she polished off the last bite of her fruit and sauntered over to the group of beastmen. HY, eager to boast, was cut off by Bai Wanwan's words. "Oh, have 2 more beast husbands appeared?" The remark pierced directly into the leader's heart, darkening his countenance further. Bai Wanwan feigned ignorance, turning to him with a smile. "Congratulations, clan leader. XNSHN and XNY have finally formed a bond with HY. Why the long face? Are you unhappy?" Her feigned naivety only served to stoke the flames of his ire. Had it been any other female, the leader would have wasted no time in reprimanding her. Yet she was the holy female, the only one of her kind in the cat clan for centuries. If he wished for his 2 offspring to not take on beast husbands, then he should allow the other warriors of the cat clan to father children, continuing until no more could be born. In time, the cat clan would undoubtedly flourish and grow powerful. "Umph." The leader uttered not a single unnecessary word, letting out a heavy snort before turning to leave. HY's face radiated pride and triumph. Bai Wanwan, from now on, XNSHN and XNY are my beast husbands. Keep your distance from them. She eagerly asserted her claim, as everything had been tumultuous since Bai Wanwan became the holy female. "Very well, I shall keep my distance from them. But you must also refrain from approaching XNFing. I can manage it, can you?" Bai Wanwan shot her a glance before turning to depart. HY, mistaking her demeanor for jealousy, beamed with satisfaction. "Bai Wanwan, I know you are upset, but no matter how angry you are, XNSHN and XNY are still my beast husbands. I must inform you that we have already formed our bond in the presence of the clan shaman today. BIWNW paid her words no mind. Strolling leisurely home, she was acutely aware that the leader would not let her, a breeding machine, escape unscathed. Thus, the cat clan was not a place she could remain for long. Once the snow season passed, she would need to devise a means of departure. Bound to a system of childbirth, her fate as a mere vessel for progeny was sealed, yet the power to choose who to bear children from must rest with her. She entered the house to gather a bamboo basket and stone basin. XNFing, I'm going to fish. Wait for me at home. The cold was unbearable, and lacking warm clothing, she could no longer endure such weather. From now on, she would likely be confined to her cave, roasting by the fire daily. As she prepared to leave, she noticed XNFing approaching, taking the stone basin from her hands. It is unsafe for wild beasts to descend the mountain to forage. I shall accompany you. BIWNW glanced at his slightly unsteady gait, thinking he might struggle to protect himself in this state. However, upon meeting his gaze, her words transformed into, fine, then let us go together. She adjusted her pace to synchronize with XNFing's. The creek at the back mountain had yet to freeze, but the biting cold made BIWNW shiver several times. How dreadful! It wasn't even the coldest part of the season, and the water felt frigid. Fortunately, beastmen were not fond of fish and shrimp, finding the meat too sparse and full of bones, which meant the river teemed with fish and shrimp. Even someone like her, lacking skill and finesse, could easily scoop some up. Yet, in her overconfidence, she slipped and nearly toppled into the icy water. You scared me, she exclaimed. If it weren't for you, I would have fallen in. XNFing noticed how particularly cold she was and wrapped an arm around her waist, gently pulling her away from the riverbank. You rest. I will take care of this. Taking the basket from her, he moved to the water's edge to catch fish. BIWNW settled onto a stone bench at the bank, watching as he awkwardly stretched his legs to fish. Propping her head on one hand, she directed him, XNFing, there is a group behind you. The two coordinated well, and before long, XNFing had filled the basin to the brim with fish and shrimp. That is enough. We cannot fit anymore. If you enjoy eating them, I shall accompany you again tomorrow. His voice was exceedingly gentle, and BIWNW found her heart inexplicably racing. Instinctively, she touched her chest and murmured, how peculiar. While she was lost in thought, XNFing had already staggered closer to the stone basin, preparing to lift it. Let me give it a try. I cannot let you, a patient, do everything. Yet, as she attempted to lift the empty basin, she found it manageable. However, the basin filled with fish and shrimp was far too heavy for her. Allow me. You are injured. If you carry something so heavy, it may worsen your condition. Her expression was one of deep conflict. Yet in an instant, she made her decision. With both hands on the basin, she planned to pour some fish and shrimp out. However, halfway through the motion, XNFing swiftly caught the basin, applying a slight force to lift it. BIWNW was taken aback and quickly stood to intervene. Do not be reckless. If you worsen your injury, you shall be confined to bed and unable to accompany me. XNFing shook his head, asserting, the injury is in my leg. It is fine to exert my hands. With that, he hoisted the basin and began to move. BIWNW, alarmed, hurried to keep up with him. Aside from his slightly sluggish walking, he showed no signs of distress, his face neither flushed nor breathless, indicating he truly was not in serious trouble. She could not help but admire the physical prowess of male beastmen. Even with his talents diminished, his recovery was rapid, and his strength seemed superior to that of ordinary men. Should his talents be restored, how formidable would he be? Previously, she had worried that his constant movement after injury would lead to lasting ailments. Yet, witnessing his swift recovery, she felt no need to voice her concerns. Comparing humans and beastmen was futile. Her previous judgments were invalid. Picking up her pace, she walked alongside him. The roasted meat last night was delicious, was it not? Gazed at her with a smile gracing his lips, captivated by her playful demeanor. Delicious. Wait a moment. I shall prepare some fish and shrimp for you. It will be even more delightful. He coaxed her, feeling a twinge of craving himself. All right, I shall heed your words. Though often reticent, would engage in harmonious exchanges with, who now confronted the unexpected visitor in her cave. What brings you here? Chapter 22. Gossip had donned a more splendid pelt, adorned with silver patterns against a dark background. The colorful feathers that once adorned his hair had been replaced by a simple bone pin. He appeared more agreeable than the ostentatious display of yesterday. As an intern, he lounged as if in his own home. Do you know how to use flint? He gestured towards the makeshift grill from the previous day. What is your purpose here? Inquired, fixing his gaze on. My dear female, I possess the yellow tier talent and remain unbonded. I hear you have only as your mate. Given our compatibility, why not consider me as an additional mate? In the beast world, the value of female beastmen lies in their fertility, while that of male beastmen rests in their combat prowess. The red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple tiers represent the lowest ranks, with red tier being a legendary existence in the super tribes. Small tribes like the Cat Clan rarely boast talents above blue tier. Over the years, only emerged as a green tier, and his talent had been marred by injury. The strength of a yellow tier could indeed stir the hearts of females from any mid-sized tribe, compelling them to agree without hesitation. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. This is a matter between us. Do not involve. His tension and anger only served to amuse further. Such a lovely and charming female, just the type I wish to bond with. My dear, how about I become your mate? A palpable tension filled the air as the two males faced off. S voice soon shattered the silence. Not at all. My mate will only be someone I cherish. Coincidentally, I not only dislike your type, but I find you rather detestable. The mocking smile on his lips faltered immediately. His intention had been to provoke, never anticipating they would reject him outright. For years, he had been surrounded by females enamored with him, and it was the first time he had encountered one who expressed disdain. Amusement flickered in his eyes as he shifted his gaze from two who had expected him to react angrily and planned to taunt him further. However, he defied expectations and turned to retrieve a small box, presenting it to her. Perhaps you have misunderstood me. No rush. I shall remain in the Cat Clan for 10 days, allowing you ample time to get to know me. As he opened the box, his demeanor transformed into one of earnestness. These are treasures I acquired from larger and super tribes. They're fascinating, and I believe you will enjoy them. Cast not a single glance at the contents of the box, clearly uninterested. Unperturbed, reached in, extracting a wooden bird. Unconsciously glanced at it, noting its craftsmanship. Not only was its shape appealing, but it was also painted. Observe her reaction intently. Other females would have sparkled with excitement upon seeing such trinkets, but merely offered a fleeting glance, her attention not lingering. With a deft motion, prodded the bird's beak, prompting it to open its mouth and emit a series of melodious notes. A hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. She had assumed it to be merely a wooden carving. This world of beastmen possessed such ingenuity, capable of crafting items akin to a music box from mere handiwork. Yet her astonishment was fleeting. As a modern individual, she had encountered far more wondrous things. Seeing her mild surprise fade into indifference, S brow furrowed in disappointment. He reached into the box once more, producing a substance favored by the females of the Golden Lion tribe, a fragrant cream they applied to their faces. Allowed him to speak. Eager to learn more about this world, it appeared that beyond the Cat Clan, larger tribes were not wholly primitive. They resembled bustling cities where beastmen began to seek spiritual enjoyment. As continued, his enthusiasm grew, while remained silent, lips pressed tightly together. All right, I am weary of listening. Let this be enough for today. You may leave. This statement diminished previously elevated tone. What did you say? Your introduction was commendable. Yet I have no interest in these items. Please take them away. Felt a surge of anxiety. He understood how much females adored such trinkets. Wishing to send away, he hesitated to speak on his behalf. Only upon hearing her words did find his voice. Take your belongings and depart. Having believed he had shown sufficient sincerity, had anticipated that the items he brought could provide for 20 beastmen during winter. To his surprise, the female showed no hesitation in dismissing him. A shadow flickered across his eyes before vanishing. He chuckled lightly through his nose. Very well, if you do not fancy these, I shall bring you something you will like tomorrow. As strode away, could not help but murmur, what grudge do you hold against him? Why does he resort to such malicious means to provoke you? She did not believe in the notion of love at first sight. In this beast world, a female's primary value lay in her fertility. The tribe leader had decreed that no one was to reveal her status as a to outsiders. From his demeanor, it was evident he was unaware of her status, and his interest stemmed solely from his rivalry with This fellow was indeed peculiar, harboring a grudge against yet seeking to bind himself to him through a shared mate. Expression shifted, revealing a hint of awkwardness as he hesitated to speak. Is it something you cannot say? Although his inquiry was couched in curiosity, her inquisitive nature burned with fervor. She had grown weary of aimlessly wandering, eager to engage with a beastman, whether familiar or not. With the intrigue laid before her, she felt compelled to uncover the truth. Oh, truly cannot say? Her tone hinted at inquiry, yet her persistent questioning and eager gaze nearly commanded to divulge the tale. Regarded her with a playful smile, shaking his head. There is nothing I cannot say. It is merely a source of embarrassment for me, as curiosity only intensified. Then do share. Chapter 23. If he is angry, others shall not farewell sense of shame, bore no relation to. Had someone else inquired, he might have remained silent. However, since sought the truth, he had no intention of shielding. A few years ago, while hunting in the dog tribe's territory near, I stumbled upon a gravely injured, unable to maintain his human form. As recounted the tale, he cast a sidelong glance at her, his ears flushing slightly. Blinked, shaking his hand impatiently. Come on, why the pause? You're at the pivotal moment. Don't keep me hanging. As he approached the crucial juncture, she urged him on. At that time, a female beast lay nearby, poised to mate with him, nearly choked on her own saliva at his words. Beastmen never regarded themselves as wild beasts. They considered wild animals to be inferior beings, mere sustenance. She could easily envision despair in that moment. Unable to contain herself, she erupted into laughter, her eyes sparkling with mischief. So tell me, did that female beast succeed? Not yet. I arrived just in time to save him. In an instant, comprehended the origins of their enmity. Originally, Xian Feng was Roger's savior. Yet this benefactor happened to witness Roger at his most humiliating and disgraceful moment. Thus, Roger's demeanor towards Xian Feng became exceedingly awkward. She remarked that if it were truly a matter of great gratitude and vengeance, Xian Feng was currently in no position to retaliate. Taking Roger's life would be as easy as pie. You saved Roger, yet he constantly seeks to belittle you. What a wretched creature. While he spared Xian Feng's life, Roger relentlessly humiliates him, exhibiting a truly perverse disposition. Bai Wanwan seized the opportunity to berate Roger. The despicable male had not strayed far. He blocked his path, blinking her eyes and displaying what she believed to be her most enchanting smile. Captain Roger, what brings you here? Are you here to find me? Yet, he absurdly found her rather amusing and felt a tinge of rivalry. Why should Xian Feng receive special treatment from that little female, while he could not? He possessed the talent of Huang level, while Xian Feng was merely a useless beast. Before his injury, Xian Feng's visage was quite favored by the females. Yet now it lay ruined, undeniably resembling a hideous beast. Roger had long contemplated eliminating Xian Feng for stumbling upon his most concealed matters. Captain Roger, did you hear what I said? For the first time, he lost his facade and patience with a female, his tone harsh. What is it? Observing his fury, Huya recalled his smile in front of Bai Wanwan and began to curse inwardly. This merchant captain's gaze was just as unpleasant as Xian Feng's. What was so special about Bai Wanwan? She approached Bai Wanwan, only to be cast aside. Serves her right. The clan leader had decreed that Bai Wanwan's identity should not be disclosed to outsiders, and even without that order, she would not reveal it. The identity of the holy female was already irksome enough. If those powerful outsiders became Bai Wanwan's mates, Bai Wanwan would forever stride upon her head. After a brief pause, Huya reached for the box in his arms, her eyes gleaming with flirtation. What's in this box? May I take a look? He smirked coldly, just some trivial trinkets that you females fancy. Huya pressed half her body against him, nudging closer. Then will you give them to me? Roger stared at her, his eyes laced with mockery. Huya appeared either shameless or oblivious, tilting her head and pouting. If you give me these things, you can come to my home tonight. Roger scoffed, lifting the box higher, shaking it before her. If you want it, then offer something in return. He turned, deftly avoiding her reaching claws. The smile vanished from Huya's lips. You expect me to trade? Why does Bai Wanwan not have to? She had just been eavesdropping at Bai Wanwan's cave entrance and heard distinctly that Bai Wanwan did not desire these items. What was wrong with him offering them to himself? Roger shot her a cold glance. Are you Bai Wanwan? I am not. Huya ground her teeth. Since you know you are not, then trade accordingly. If Roger were in a good mood, he might even indulge her flirtations. However, at present, He was devoid of any such inclination. If you can give her something, why can't you give me something? This remark caused Roger to pause, taking a serious look at her. This female, named Huya, was of average appearance, though her reproductive abilities were reputedly commendable. Yet in terms of looks, she could not hold a candle to Bai Wanwan. The females he had seen in the large tribe, surrounded by powerful males, were far more beautiful. She will be my female. What relevance do you have to me? Huya, favored for her reproductive prowess, had made her first overture, yet Roger responded without mercy. A few months prior, Bai Wanwan was nothing but a useless female. Now, she sought to compete for everything. You are just a useless female. Do not be deceived. I am the one with the strongest fertility. If you mate with me, I can bear you a litter. After all, the outsiders were unaware of the truth. She was indeed the second most fertile female after Bai Wanwan. My offspring can only be born by Bai Wanwan. You are unworthy. He had encountered many beautiful females with exceptional reproductive abilities, and Huya could not compare. He could easily discern the animosity between Huya and Bai Wanwan. His words were not necessarily a declaration of wanting to mate with Bai Wanwan. It was purely out of frustration, wishing to see others suffer. Observing Huya's furious expression, Roger felt a certain satisfaction, and the tension in his abdomen eased considerably. The sardonic smile on his face finally vanished. Ignoring the infuriated Huya, he turned and walked away. Damn Roger. Damn Bai Wanwan. Both deserve it. Yeah. Why have you been standing here? Xinu obediently picked her up, and upon hearing Huya's words, his face flushed crimson. Huya extended her hand. Xin Shan? Come here. After a moment's hesitation, Xin Shan stepped forward. This was the female he had chosen. Henceforth, she would be everything to their brotherhood. Huya had spent much of the night frolicking with the two brothers, while Bai Wanwan had curled up and slept fitfully. The commotion awakened Xin Fong, who rose and diligently sealed the crevice of the stone cave. Bai Wanwan, unable to sleep, turned to look outside at the noise. Xin Feng, moving slowly due to his injured leg, soon paused beside his stone bed. Bai Wanwan's heart raced. What was he up to? In Chapter 24, teasing him, Bai Wanwan squinted her eyes, observing him intently. After lingering by the stone bed, Xin Feng pulled aside the animal skin and lay down beside her. Was he sneaking onto her bed in the dead of night? Bai Wanwan was taken aback, wondering how this usually composed Xin Feng could engage in such stealthy behavior. Hesitating whether to kick him off, she found herself enveloped in his embrace as he wrapped his arms around her waist. Unable to maintain her facade, she tilted her head to look at him. What are you doing? In the darkness, Xin Feng lowered his gaze at her. Aren't you cold and unable to sleep? I heard you from nearby. The warmth of a male body would surely banish the chill. Xin Feng believed she had risen to seal the crevice due to the unbearable cold. Bai Wanwan indeed felt frigid. The stone bed was hard and uncomfortable despite being layered with 3 skins. Curled up in sleep, her hands and feet remained icy, covered by several layers of skins that felt heavy upon her. She longed for her cozy nest, where she could sleep soundly under a light down comforter in winter. Instead, she found herself enduring hunger and cold in the primitive world. The more she thought about it, the less sleep she could find. Xin Feng's sudden silence prompted him to ask with concern, "Are you uncomfortable?" Her curled limbs instinctively relaxed. It's comfortable, so warm. Just moments ago, she was not sleepy, yet nestled in Xin Feng's embrace. Drowsiness overcame her. Then let us sleep like this. The drowsiness came on too swiftly. Bai Wanwan could barely keep her eyes open. She simply settled into his arms and fell into a deep slumber. Her breathing was soft yet steady. Xin Feng remained still, feeling a tumult of emotions for the first time in such close proximity to a female. The realization struck him. The little female was so petite, so soft. He felt neither cold nor even slightly warm. Instinctively, he shifted to the side, desiring to lift the animal skin for better airflow. However, as soon as he moved, the little female pressed closer against him. Wanwan. He wished to caution her not to cling so tightly. Yet Bai Wanwan had already succumbed to sleep and remained motionless, subconsciously seeking the warmth that brought her comfort. For the first time, Xin Feng felt a peculiar discomfort, akin to being in heat. He endured, waiting for Bai Wanwan to fall asleep before he could shift away. Yet, each time she would once more lean in closer. He sighed, resigning himself to suppress the turmoil within. The warm breath of the female brushed against his neck, tickling his heart. In the darkness, he lowered his gaze. observing the sleeping profile nestled in his arms, where a fervent tide of emotion surged within him. He raised his hand, unable to resist caressing her delicate face, smaller than his palm. In this moment, he felt immensely grateful that the little female had chosen him over other males. Bai Wanwan remained blissfully unaware of the male's struggles beside her. She slept soundly. In her dreams, she chased after a large roasting oven, finally catching up, contentedly embracing the warm oven and sleeping soundly through the night. Upon awakening and stirring her limbs, she sensed something amiss. Opening her eyes, she was met with the strikingly handsome face of Xian Feng, while she found herself tightly holding on to him. Rather than feeling embarrassed, she simply stared at him. Noticing the rosy hue of his ears, she was suddenly inclined to tease him. Without uttering a word, she gazed into his eyes. Even when he was silently watching her, she now remained still, fixated on him. Xian Feng's heart raced erratically, caught between the urge to rise and the desire to stay. Though his mind was in disarray, his demeanor remained composed. "Wanwan, are you getting up?" Bai Wanwan clung to his arm, blinking up at him, leaning closer. "No, it's too cold outside." In such proximity, no matter how much Xian Feng attempted to conceal his feelings, the quivering of his eyelashes betrayed his inner turmoil. Unable to restrain herself, Bai Wanwan burst into laughter, and with her laughter, Xian Feng's previously rigid body relaxed a little. "What are you laughing at?" he asked, somewhat helplessly. "At how dazed you look." As she spoke, she lifted her hand to smooth down his unruly hair. "I recall you waking up quite early. Why are you still lying down today?" Xian Feng turned to meet her smiling eyes, sensing her playful intent. Looking into the eyes of the little female, he did not shy away and expressed his thoughts candidly. "I feared you might wake up cold. Having me beside you would help you sleep more comfortably." She blinked her big eyes at him. "You care for me so much? Do you really wish to be my beast husband?" His straightforwardness delighted Bai Wanwan, and she wrapped her arms around his waist, burrowing deeper into his embrace. "Then, after I give birth to this litter, I shall bear you another one, all right?" Her heart felt as if it were ensnared by something, warm yet tinged with a sweet ache. He tightened his hold on her right. In that moment, Xian Feng desired nothing more than to linger with the little female on the warm stone bed. Suddenly, Bai Wanwan exclaimed, and Xian Feng immediately released her. Concern etched on his face. "What happened? Did I hold you too tightly?" She shook her head, rubbing her belly. "It's the little one's kicking me." For the past 10 days, her belly had remained flat, showing little reaction. It was only in recent days that her abdomen began to swell like a balloon, with the little ones occasionally giving her a nudge. Perhaps due to the nature of beastmen, she felt the vigor of the babies within her was quite substantial. "Yes, you are carrying little ones. You must not go hungry. I shall start a fire to roast some meat." Having slept in too late, she was indeed quite hungry and did not stop him from his intentions. Xian Feng swiftly donned his animal hide, as it was ingrained in their nature as male beastmen to care for their females. Bai Wanwan remained still, too cold to move. She wished to cocoon herself in the animal hide for a bit longer. No longer wishing to sleep, she simply opened her eyes to watch Xian Feng as he busily prepared. He had deftly struck flint to ignite leaves and dry twigs. His legs seemed to have regained some strength compared to the previous day. Bai Wanwan yawned, extending her hand from under the blanket, her slender, pale arms gleaming with a luster akin to pearls. Xian Feng's gaze darkened, the suppressed heat within him flaring anew. "Get dressed in your animal hide first. I will fetch you some warm water," he suddenly turned and instructed. Watching Xian Feng hastily turn away, Bai Wanwan glanced down at herself. The coarse linen garment hung loosely on her, and when she lifted her arms, the sleeves slipped down completely. Though it was rather bothersome, she found it endearing. Quickly wrapping the animal hide skirt around herself, she still felt the chill. "System, I will receive rewards after giving birth, right?" "Yes, host. Do not deceive me. If you trick me, I will find ways to make your existence miserable." Unjustly accused host. "This is a rule set by the system. I would not deceive you. I rely on you to earn points through powerful beast births." As she fastened the belt around her animal hide skirt, she inquired, "What do you need points for?" "Points of my achievements. This world has many parallel realms, where numerous systems like mine exist. We must all earn points through our hosts. The more outstanding our performance, the greater the chance of receiving opportunities for advancement, allowing us to earn more points in larger worlds." After so lengthy an explanation, it amounted to little as a system. It possessed no life, nor did it seek material enjoyment. So what was the purpose of acquiring points? And then what? What will you do with the points you earn? This question rendered the system silent. Host, the system requires rebooting. I must go offline now. Hey, do not pretend to be unresponsive. The mechanical voice faded away completely. Well, given her current situation, how much worse could it get? I shall wait until after giving birth to this litter. Were you speaking just now? You misheard. Quickly change the subject. I noticed several traveling merchants wearing fine linen. Has the outer tribe begun to weave fine linen? It must have been brought in by the super tribe. Other large tribes only have coarse linen. Xin Feng recalled the delicate arms Bai Wanwan had revealed in the morning. Soft and likely more tender than fine linen. She must find the coarse linen uncomfortable. I will trade with the merchants later. Wait, I was merely inquiring. We cannot afford fine linen with our current resources. I was just asking. The coarse linen from the cat tribe was also exchanged with merchants. They could not afford fine linen either. Bai Wanwan felt somewhat dissatisfied with the coarse linen that chafed her skin. It was uncomfortable to sleep in. No witties. I still have some valuable animal hides and salt bricks. I could trade them for fine linen. From his tone, it seemed that a piece of fine linen would require a considerable amount of resources. Stop. Dismiss that thought immediately. Our resources are limited. If we trade everything away, what will we do for ourselves? Fine linen would eventually be available, but for now, they must not go hungry and should eat heartily. You are the holy female. You should naturally enjoy the best of everything. Those resources are of no use left there. Bai Wanwan resolutely covered his mouth. Had she known, she would not have broached the topic. Her curiosity had merely prompted a question. In the future, she would undoubtedly wear fine linen, perhaps even better garments. But for now, they must conserve resources. The priority was to ensure his recovery. You possess such great talent. Once you recover, I need not worry about you being unable to trade for fine linen. Xin Feng's hand, hanging by his side, clenched tightly. When Bai Wanwan had mentioned she would help him regain his abilities, he had only clung to a sliver of hope. Yet now, he was genuinely concerned about what would happen if he could not recover. Bai Wanwan was a holy female, and if her identity were revealed, the most powerful beastmen of the beast world would surely vie for her. If he lacked the strength to protect her from the male she despised, what then? Truly, trust in me. Once I give birth to the little ones, we will surely thrive. You must not secretly trade resources behind my back, understood? After all, there were only a few salt bricks. If Xin Feng stubbornly traded them for fine linen, she would surely be distraught. Noticing that Xin Feng was still contemplating the trade, Bai Wanwan decided to raise the stakes. After speaking, she huffed and turned to wash up. Seeing her disregard him, Xin Feng reluctantly called out, "All right, I want tea trade. Once I regain my abilities, I will ensure you are fine linen." Bai Wanwan finally broke into a smile, responding affirmatively. "All right, I shall await." After completing her morning ablutions, Xin Feng had already sliced the meat and placed it on the stone slab to grill. The sizzling sound of the oil rekindled her appetite. Observing her eager expression, Xin Feng playfully placed a piece on the stone plate before her. Bai Wanwan relished his attentiveness, indulging in a piece herself while feeding him another. Their enjoyment was abruptly interrupted by an unwelcome visitor from the previous day. Delightful aroma. Roger, without hesitation, casually sat down on the stone bench beside them. "Is this meat grilled over the fire?" He curiously gazed at the stone slab, then grasped Bai Wanwan's wrist, from which she was holding a piece of meat. "What are you doing?" In the next moment, the piece, drenched in sauce and intended for her mouth, found its way into Roger's. After a couple of chews, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Delicious." Bai Wanwan huffed. "Of course it's delicious." The palates of these beastmen were scarcely developed, and the rich flavors of the grilled meat seemed to have opened a gateway to a new world for him. Not satisfied with just one piece, he picked up a pair of wooden chopsticks, attempting to mimic Bai Wanwan as he reached for more meat. "Is it too much to ask for 2 pieces? Look how generous I am to you." With that, he opened a small box nearby, revealing an assortment of jerky and colorful stones resembling gemstones. "These are for you. I'll just have a few pieces of meat." Bai Wanwan was no philanthropist. She refused to accept gifts that came with ulterior motives. However, if he was willing to trade them for meat, she would certainly agree. Although not an equal exchange, if both parties consented, she owed him nothing. "Is it truly just a few pieces of meat?" Roger popped a piece into his mouth, chewed, and then looked at her with a grin. "Is that all it takes for this? What do you think?" Bai Wanwan shot a glance at the contents of the box. She was currently quite impoverished and had no family fortune. It would be foolish not to take advantage of such a situation. If you bring your own meat, I might consider it. If he brought meat, it would allow Xian Feng to indulge as well. This transaction seemed exceedingly beneficial from her perspective. Her intentions were glaringly obvious, prompting Roger to snort, clearly annoyed. Fine, little female. Remember, this is my first loss in a deal. Bai Wanwan showed no leniency, retorting, if you are unwilling, you may leave at once. Not leaving. I want to eat meat. After declaring this, he proceeded to take meat without any reservations. Xian Feng had barely had 2 pieces when Roger arrived and snatched away the grilled meat. Bai Wanwan swiftly extended her chopsticks to block him. If you want to eat, you should grill it yourself. While speaking, her gaze softened as it shifted toward Xian Feng. Xian Feng, you should eat quickly. Xian Feng sensed the fiery gaze of Roger, but refrained from looking back, merely nodding at Bai Wanwan in agreement. All right. Roger ground his teeth, questioning little female. Do you despise me? Why are you so different with Xian Feng? Bai Wanwan appeared exasperated. This is my home. He is my beast husband. So of course I treat him differently. Her words rang true, yet Roger could not tolerate her smiles directed at Xian Feng, feeling as though he were invisible. In frustration, he hurled the meat onto the stone slab. Initially irked, he was soon completely captivated by the sauce-laden meat, devouring piece after piece. Bai Wanwan observed him as if he possessed an insatiable appetite, realizing that the meat she had prepared for both of them was nearly consumed by him alone. Haven't you had enough? She restrained herself from immediately taking the meat away. If it butterly eat then, I can have someone bring you more meat. Bai Wanwan was satisfied with this arrangement, nodding. Then remember to send it. If it doesn't arrive, there won't be a next time. Roger recognized that this little female was unwilling to suffer any loss. She was waiting for him to utter that promise. Fine, fine. Bai Wanwan noticed that it was challenging for her to get a piece of meat as he continued to grill, so she maintained her act of feeding him. Xian Feng's intact half-smile was quite charming, but it only fueled Roger's irritation. Suddenly, Xian Feng ceased smiling and turned to look toward the entrance. Bai Wanwan, sensing the shift, swallowed the morsel in her mouth and leaned to follow his gaze outside. What do you see? Within a minute, they approached her. The foremost male, Omo, placed their catch down and rested a hand upon his chest, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Bai Wanwan, we are the beast husbands chosen by the chieftain. Henceforth, we shall take good care of you. Bai Wanwan's inquisitive expression instantly morphed into fury. That old man was always meddling in her affairs, intent on disrupting her life. After failing to deliver 2 sons, he was now presenting her with 4. Her voice was laced with evident displeasure as she couldn't be bothered to even glance at them. The other 3 males turned simultaneously to look at Yumo. As the strongest among them, he wielded the highest authority within the group. Yumo stepped forward, his rugged features exuding the confidence of a tribal warrior. Bai Wanwan, Xian Feng cannot protect you. During the lengthy snow season, without a strong male to guard and care for you, your body won't survive until the next warm season. Roger had already set down his chopsticks, observing the scene with an air of amusement, glancing between the males and Bai Wanwan. Xian Feng tightened his grip on the chopsticks, fully aware that Yumo's words held truth. Eventually, Bai Wanwan would need other beast husbands. Yumo possessed green-level talent and was capable of protecting Bai Wanwan. However, he understood that the final decision lay with Bai Wanwan. It seemed that everyone was awaiting Bai Wanwan's response, all eyes fixed upon her. Bai Wanwan lifted her head, meeting Yumo's gaze with directness. If this is the chieftain's command, then go seek the chieftain. Do not disturb me here. Yumo had anticipated no resistance, believing that they would undoubtedly become the beast husbands of the holy female. After all, even a male as unattractive as Xian Feng, who had lost his talent, had been chosen by Bai Wanwan. He believed he was superior to Xian Feng in every aspect. Thus, he struggled to accept her refusal. Bai Wanwan, I am stronger than Xian Feng. Enough. This is only temporary. Xian Feng will recover and be stronger than you. He is her beast husband, and no one shall defame him in her presence. The atmosphere became tense, but at that moment, Huya burst in. Yumo? What are you doing here? Although her tone was inquisitive, she had just overheard that Yumo intended to become Bai Wanwan's beast husband. He had previously claimed he wanted to be her beast husband and had suggested waiting before forming a bond. It turned out he had intended to become Bai Wanwan's beast husband all along. Yumo was taken aback by Huya's sudden appearance, momentarily flustered. Like Xian Shan and Xian Yu, they had known since childhood that Huya was the most fertile female in the tribe, and that upon reaching adulthood, the most powerful males would become her beast husbands after the fertility tests. Previously, he had, like the other males, exhausted every effort to win Hu Ya's favor, hoping to be one of her chosen husbands. However, since Bai Wanwan had been identified as the holy female during the fertility test, Yumo's resolve had wavered. In the eyes of the males, the more exceptional the female's fertility, the stronger her allure. Bai Wanwan, as a holy female, meant that coupling with her would not only alleviate concerns about offspring, but also yield extraordinarily gifted progeny. No male could refuse such temptation. Ultimately, he had decided to become the holy female's beast husband. Hu Ya's anger surged, and she directly pushed him, demanding, "Speak. Why are you in Bai Wanwan's cave? Do you also wish to be her beast husband?" "Yeah, this is the chieftain's command. We were indeed chosen by the chieftain, and we shall be Bai Wanwan's beast husbands from now on." Bai Wanwan raised a hand to interrupt them. "You two can argue all you want, but do not involve me. Your business has nothing to do with me." How disappointing, as it was affecting her enjoyment of the grilled meat. Her displeasure was evident on her face. "Take your quarrel outside." With that, she resumed grilling her meat, calling to Xin Feng, "Ignore them. Let us continue eating." "All right." Xin Feng let out a sigh of relief. As long as Wanwan did not agree, the clan leader could not force a Sheng Xiai upon anyone. Upon hearing Bai Wanwan's words, Hu Ya's anger intensified. What did Bai Wanwan mean by this? She had stolen Wu Mu from her and seemed utterly unconcerned. "Bai Wanwan, you're taking away my beast husbands one by one. Are you truly so pleased with yourself?" Bai Wanwan could not be bothered to look at her. "If you have issues with your mind, perhaps the clan shaman can assist you. Do you not understand? I just stated that this was the clan leader's decision and had nothing to do with me. If you wish to cause a scene, go and confront the clan leader. Who you fancy has no relevance to me." Wu Mu also reached out to grasp Hu Ya's hand. "Yeah, you already have many beast husbands who can care for you. Wanwan has only Xin Feng as her beast husband, and Xin Feng is injured and has lost his abilities. We must stay and care for Wanwan. Only then can she safely endure this winter." Hu Ya violently shook off his hand. "Do not deceive me. You have taken a liking to Bai Wanwan because she is a Sheng Hu Ya." Chapter 27. Venting anger, Xin Feng admonished her just in time, preventing Hu Ya from completing her last word, which changed in tone. Roger, who sat nearby, was watching the scene unfold, faintly catching a word. Unfortunately, he did not hear it clearly. He glanced at Hu Ya, then at Bai Wanwan, who was seated diagonally across from him. Hu Ya redirected her fury towards Xin Feng. "Xin Feng, you are the same? You all disdain me because of Bai Wanwan." Xin Feng's brows furrowed in irritation. Wu Mu seized Hu Ya and began to drag her away. "Wu Mu, release me. If you become Bai Wanwan's beast husband, I will never forgive you. Yeah, let's speak outside." Bai Wanwan continued to eat roasted meat, disinterested in this farce. Noticing Xin Feng Sardits bleu, she offered a piece of meat to his lips. "Open your mouth." Xin Feng lifted his gaze to her, his expression softening slightly, and cooperatively ate the meat she had offered. Roger observed their interaction, a cold smirk pulling at his lips. He then set down his chopsticks, crossing his arms and watching the two. "Xin Feng, pray tell, why were you so anxious to interrupt that little female's words? Were you trying to prevent me from hearing something? You are merely an outsider. What does the clan's affairs have to do with you? If they wish to quarrel, they can do so outside, without disturbing Wanwan's meal." Xin Feng's tone remained calm, his expression unchanged, but internally he felt something was amiss. "I am full now." With that, he stood up and walked outside. However, after taking a couple of steps, he was halted by Bai Wanwan's voice. "Remember to bring back the meat." Roger was amused by this, thinking that this little female could see no value in him aside from those few pieces of meat. "Very well. I shall bring it to you." Outside, Hu Ya was tugging at Wu Mu, refusing to let go. "You promised to be my beast husband. Now come with me to the shaman's cave to bond." "Yeah, I cannot bond with you. This is the clan leader's decision. I do not believe you. You simply desire Bai Wanwan because her fertility surpasses mine. Why did you not want to be her beast husband when she was considered useless?" The truth struck a nerve, and Wu Mu's expression darkened. He forcibly pulled his hand from Hu Ya's grasp. "Yeah, let me clarify. If you persist in obstructing me, it will only anger the clan leader further. Let him be angry. I am furious too. Bai Wanwan is my nemesis." When Roger emerged, he only saw Hu Ya blocking the male, named Wu Mu. Some distance away, he could not hear what they were discussing. After a prolonged struggle, the male broke free and strode away. Hu Ya stood there, fuming, shouting at Wu Mu's retreating figure. Wu Mu, you have deceived me. I will not let you off easily. Roger crossed his arms, slowly approaching. She quickly reined in her emotions, not wanting to appear disheveled before another male. Captain Roger, when did you arrive? She felt a twinge of nervousness, having just mentioned Bai Wanwan's fertility, uncertain if he had overheard. She did not want him to know that Bai Wanwan was a Shang Ci. In the clan, Bai Wanwan had captured all the attention. She knew that no male could resist the allure of a Shang Ci. If this caravan leader were to discover this, and if he became Bai Wanwan's beast husband, she would lack nothing in the future, and it would only serve to overshadow her further. After a while, she witnessed a riveting scene. Roger spoke with a semblance of amusement. Huya's eyes widened, her anxiety palpable, fearing he might have overheard. Roger stepped closer. You, such a lovely and charming little female, must have many powerful beastmen who admire you and wish to protect you. That male named Wu Mu must have been blinded by some feral beast, unable to see clearly. Huya, upon hearing this, felt her panic dissipate, replaced by a hint of shyness. Do you truly think so? Naturally, he had previously mentioned wanting a bond with you. Why would your cat tribe's leader want to make them Bai Wanwan's beast husbands? Huya's anger grew with each word. Was it not because of Bai Wanwan that she was suffering? Having spoken halfway, Huya suddenly caught herself and quickly covered her mouth. Suffering from what? Roger pressed. Huya startled, hastily recovering, because I have several beast husbands, while Bai Wanwan has only one, Xan Feng, who is injured. The clan leader is concerned that there aren't enough males to protect her, and she may not survive this snowy season. Roger squinted, discerning her deceit. Yet, I have heard that Bai Wanwan is a useless female. Does your cat tribe truly have so few females that even a useless one requires powerful males for protection? Huya's mind scrambled, unsure how to navigate the conversation. That was the clan leader's decision. I do not know why. As she spoke, she attempted to leave. Roger sidestepped, blocking her path. Are you truly unaware, or do you simply not want to know? Huya's eyes widened in panic. I do not wish to keep anything from you. A smirk tugged at Roger's lips. If you have nothing to hide, then enlighten me. Huya dared not divulge anything to him, for if the clan leader learned of it, she would surely be sent to the female cave. She hurriedly pushed past Roger and fled. Roger had merely been testing the waters, not expecting an immediate answer. However, Huya's actions inadvertently revealed that the cat tribe was concealing something, a secret concerning Bai Wanwan. It was only after Huya's frantic retreating figure vanished that he turned to leave. Upon encountering Xian Shan and Xian Yu, Huya felt her anger surging within her. The two had previously desired to become Bai Wanwan's beast husbands. Had it not been for Bai Wanwan's refusal, they would have surely become hers. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, directly ordering the two, You two, go up the mountain now. I want to eat snow leopard meat. The snow leopard is a ferocious beast, and in a small tribe like the cat tribe, few males could hunt it alone. The combined strength of the Xian brothers was still perilous. Huya had recently favored Xian Shan and Xian Yu, causing discontent among her other beast husbands. Now, seeing Huya command the two to hunt the snow leopard, everyone was pleased, and no one spoke up for them. Xian Shan glanced at the darkening sky. Yeah, it is getting late. Xian Yu and I will go up the mountain early tomorrow to catch you a snow leopard. Xian Yu, anxious, interjected, Yeah, just the two of us? How could we possibly hunt a snow leopard? Xian Yu was about to continue when Xian Shan restrained him. He realized that Huya was venting her frustrations upon them. Very well, we shall go now. Chapter 28. Unremarkable Xian Yu had always listened to his elder brother, and after being pulled back, he fell silent. Huya snorted, not even glancing at them, stepping into the cave amidst the crowd of other beast husbands. A short while later, Huya's sharp cry pierced the air. Xian Yu looked inside, feeling wronged, while Xian Shan pulled him away. Xian Shan, more level-headed, said, If we do not go, you will not be angry anymore. Xian Yu could not accept this, anger flickering on his face. What have we done wrong? Does he not realize that going up the mountain now would be perilous? Xian Yu, in his usual obtuseness, was unaware. But Xian Shan understood that Yu was still furious about their near bond with Wanwan, uncertain of the events that transpired today to provoke her ire. It seemed she had chosen to vent her frustrations on them. We must tread carefully and avoid venturing too deep into the mountains. If we fail to capture anything, we can always try again tomorrow. Xian Yu had no choice but to follow in Xian Shan's footsteps, continuing their journey into the forest. Bai Wanwan remained oblivious to the fact that Huya's anger was directed towards the two brothers due to her own grievances, even if she were aware. It was of no concern to her. After a prior encounter, Wu Mu had returned once, only to be deterred by Bai Wanwan's indifferent demeanor, and had not reappeared since. Days passed, and Roger visited daily, bringing meat which Bai Wanwan used to nourish Xian Feng back to health. Once Xian Feng had fully recovered, he had gained weight and appeared considerably more robust. The little female had a penchant for cooked food, necessitating a stockpile of wood at home. Do not stray too far. Be wary of wild beasts, she advised. Supporting her waist, her belly had grown rounder. She habitually concealed it with animal skins. Although not entirely visible, it sometimes hindered her movements, making it difficult to crouch. Aware of her tendency to wander, Xian Feng had accompanied her on her outings during her recovery. But today he was absent. With numerous unfamiliar beastmen in the tribe, he had expressed concern for her safety. Rest assured, I shall remain at home and go nowhere, she reassured him. As the weather grew colder, the beastmen were increasingly reluctant to venture outdoors. With no companions for her strolls and no fruits to enjoy, she found it more worthwhile to ponder what to prepare for lunch. After Xian Feng departed, the wind outside intensified, rustling the surroundings. She stepped out of the cave, intending to fetch water in a stone basin. Bending to place the basin down, she struggled to stand upright. Just as she was about to scoop water from the stone tank, a hand reached out beside her. I shall assist you. Turning her head, she was met with Xian Shan, who appeared considerably more haggard and bore injuries on his face after their brief separation. What happened to you? She inquired, astonished. Nothing. How much water do you need? He asked, scooping with a stone bowl. That is sufficient. No need for an excess. Upon hearing this, Xian Shan ceased his actions and entered her home, holding the basin. Where should I place it? Bai Wanwan gestured towards the cooking platform that Xian Feng had constructed a few days prior. Just set it there, thank you. Xian Shan placed the basin down, but did not leave immediately. His gaze swept across the cave. What else do you need to do? I can help you. It is inconvenient for you to move about while pregnant. Bai Wanwan waved her hand dismissively, insisting there was no need for assistance. The implication of her desire to dismiss him was quite apparent. However, Xian Shan lingered, seemingly oblivious to her cues. Wanwan, regarding the previous matters, we owe you an apology. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, please let me know. You only have Xian Feng as your mate. He may not always be able to attend to you. Huya's temperament was such that, should she learn of Xian Shan's assistance today, it would likely provoke her wrath. Xian Shan opened his mouth, momentarily forgetting he was Huya's mate. Wanwan was correct. The responsibilities of caring for her should fall to her mate. Bai Wanwan wished he would leave quickly. If Huya were to see him, it would surely lead to unnecessary trouble. She had been feeling drained lately and lacked the energy for such disturbances. After Xian Shan departed, her thirst intensified, prompting her to hurry and light a fire for boiling water. Just as the flames ignited, the animal skin curtain was lifted, and Roger strode in. What brings you here so early? It is still 2 hours until mealtime. You seem overly eager today. Is Xian Feng not here? Bai Wanwan tilted her body to toss branches beneath the cooking platform. Her protruding belly made her movements awkward and stiff. As she spoke, Roger suddenly approached, his unremarkable face looming large before her, startling her into pushing his face away. What are you doing? You're my way. She couldn't be bothered to spare him a second glance, returning to her task of adding fuel to the fire. Bai Wanwan, I'm leaving the Mao Zhu tribe tomorrow. Do you not feel the slightest bit reluctant? Roger smiled, attempting to flirt as he often did with other females. Bai Wanwan curled her lip in disdain. Hard feelings laid border. Why should I feel reluctant? I would rather you leave quickly. You steal my roasted meat every day. Roger's smile faltered, his brows furrowing with annoyance. Bai Wanwan, can you not utter a few kind words? To you? I apologize. I cannot manage it. This was the first time Roger encountered such a female. No matter what he did, it seemed she remained oblivious to him. When facing Xian Feng, her expression radiated warmth, but upon looking at him, all that tenderness vanished, replaced by evident disdain. You can express such sentiments to Xian Feng? Bai Wanwan regarded him with an incredulous stare. Of course, he is my mate. Can you compare to him? At least I am more handsome than he is. Roger retorted, feeling a surge of indignation for the first time regarding the importance of a male's appearance. This statement elicited a laugh from Bai Wanwan as she set down the branches, playfully poking his face. Why not take a look in the river at the back mountain? How dare you claim to be more attractive than Xian Feng with that plain face of yours? Roger's lips twitched. Prior to his injury, he had indeed been handsome. But now half his face bore the scars of a beast attack. Do you still think he is more handsome than me? Chapter 29. I will not allow her to encounter trouble under my watchful eye, of course. Bai Wanwan had already ignored him, returning to her task of stoking the fire. After a flurry of activity, she noticed Roger remained standing in place, unyielding. I have no intention of roasting meat now, so your presence here is of no use. After stating this, Roger remained silent. His behavior was noticeably unusual, prompting Bai Wanwan to turn and regard him with suspicion. She then realized his gaze was fixated on her abdomen. Bai Wanwan immediately lowered her gaze. Beneath the loose animal skin, her slightly protruding belly was not readily apparent. I feel a bit tired and plan to take a nap. If you have nothing pressing, you should leave. She had always been straightforward with Roger, unceremoniously urging him to go. However, he suddenly moved closer, nearly pinning her against the stone wall. Bai Wanwan's expression darkened. Roger, what are you doing? Roger did not meet her gaze, his eyes still locked onto her belly as he cautiously reached out a hand. Smack! A resounding slap landed on the back of his hand, halting his advance towards her abdomen. What are you doing? Were it not for the fact that he often brought meat, allowing Xian Feng to eat more and regain his strength, I would hardly engage with this male. You're pregnant? Roger blurted out, his eyes finally shifting to her face. The revelation prompted Bai Wanwan to instinctively touch her belly. How had he figured it out? Roger seemed to have discerned her thoughts from her expression. I saw it when you bent over just now. At first, I thought I was mistaken. But after observing for a while, I realized your belly was indeed protruding. When you stood, the animal skin concealed it, but when you moved, it became evident. Seeing it does not matter. It is not yours, so why the excitement? Bai Wanwan shot him a look. Bai Wanwan, you are a foolish female. Explain to me how you became pregnant. Due to his connection with Xian Feng, Roger had gathered information about Bai Wanwan upon arriving at the Mao Zhu tribe. He knew that Huya was the most fertile of the young females. In contrast, Bai Wanwan, with her inferior fertility, had ended up with a mate like Xian Feng. If all of this were true, why had the fertile Huya not conceived while this Bai Wanwan had? Additionally, the males Bai Wanwan had dismissed just days prior were of low aptitude, at least in his estimation. In larger tribes, they would be deemed lacking. Yet, in a small tribe like Mao Zhu, they were considered strong. The chief of Mao Zhu did not pair powerful males with fertile females, but assigned them to a seemingly inferior female. Now, this inferior female was pregnant. Roger sensed a connection that eluded him, his gaze markedly more aggressive than usual. Bai Wanwan raised her hand, directly blocking his head, asking, "What are you so close for? Step back, and then we could talk." With that, she took a few steps to the side, maintaining a distance from him. Roger did not approach this time, but stood in place, observing her. All right, then tell me, how could a useless female become pregnant right after reaching maturity? That's my business. What does it have to do with you? You're not even one of our cat clan's beastmen. Aren't you being a bit too nosy? Roger gazed at her face. And as he looked, he suddenly burst into laughter. Bai Wanwan, what is so great about the cat clan? Poor food, inadequate clothing, living in these cold stone caves. And your mate looks as hideous as a wild beast. And so, Bai Wanwan crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow, her gaze laced with a hint of coldness. Come with me. I will take you to a large tribe where you can wear fine linen, enjoy all kinds of delicious food, and have comfortable homes. You sound just like a human trafficker. Every word she spoke was clear to Roger, yet he could not comprehend her meaning. What did you say? I said you should leave quickly. I am not going anywhere. Even if I were to leave, it would not be at this moment. And certainly not with this ill-intentioned male. She did not want to be a fool who was sold and then helped count the money. What is so good about the cat clan? You haven't seen the outside world. Many tribes are grand and beautiful. What had she not seen? A person who had traveled from a technological era would easily be swayed by a few of his words. Naive. You might as well save your energy and try to deceive other females next time. As she spoke, she began to feel a bit drowsy, covering her mouth with her hand while yawning. Roger felt completely ignored, and his heart was undoubtedly filled with anger. Yet, he could not express it. It was the first time he found himself utterly unable to understand a young female's thoughts. She seemed genuinely uninterested in him and everything he possessed. Even if he brought her a prey daily, she would welcome it. But if he did not come, she would certainly not make any effort to retain him. What a puzzling female. In that instant, he truly contemplated the idea of taking her away. Roger's gaze darkened as he turned and lifted the animal skin curtain to exit the cave. Their temporary residence was not far from Bai Wanwan's location, beside the cat clan's female cave. The beastmen in the caravan were already sorting the goods, packing everything into boxes, ready to depart immediately. Captain, weren't we supposed to leave tomorrow? Roger tapped on a box, stating, "Plans have changed. Pack it up, and we will leave now." After giving his orders, he turned and beckoned two of the men. "You too, come with me." With Xin Feng absent, Bai Wanwan was alone in the cave, making it the perfect opportunity to abduct her. Although he was still uncertain about the secrets the cat clan harbored, it was clear that Bai Wanwan was no ordinary useless female. Roger led the two males, avoiding the areas where beastmen gathered and opting for secluded paths. Go into that cave and carry the young female out. Quietly exit from the back mountain. Remember, she must not be harmed. The two males hesitated. "Captain, it's so cold. Taking a female on the road might not be viable. We should wait until we reach the next tribe and get through the snow season before leaving. Go quickly." No sooner had he spoken than a male, carrying a ferocious beast, appeared before them. The chief did not speak, but his gaze collided with Roger's. The two males seemed to engage in an invisible confrontation. "I remember you are also an outsider. I advise you to pretend you did not hear that." The chief tossed the massive prey he had carried onto the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. "What do you want? Speak plainly." Earlier, he could have acted directly, but he realized that this male's talent was inscrutable. If he could not see through it, it meant this beastman was at least on par with him, possibly even superior. "The cat clan's beastmen saved me. I will not allow harm to come to the cat clan's females under my watch. Are you leaving, or do you wish to fight me?" Chapter 30. Confrontation. The two males standing beside Roger immediately turned to look at him, awaiting orders. However, Roger remained still, a slight curve forming at the corners of his mouth, yet his gaze was icy. "Do you think you can stop me? My caravan consists of over 30 beastmen, all with talents above the green rank. How many beastmen of the cat clan possess talents above the green rank? You can try to see if you can leave with Bai Wanwan unharmed." The chief maintained his composure, his tone devoid of any fear. "It would be better if you remained ignorant of this matter. If you are aware, I will not allow you to do harm to the cat clan under my watch." Moreover, he recalled the familiar scent that wafted from her when she had suddenly approached him. It was all too familiar, yet he could not recall anything about that night. If Bai Wanwan was the female from that night, then he could not allow Roger to take her away. He must confront her himself. The gazes of the two males clashed in the air. If Roger were not delivering goods for the caravan, he might have ventured a challenge. However, with the forest teeming with ferocious beasts, should he sustain injuries, he would be unable to deliver the goods to the Black Dog tribe on time, and they might choose to trade with other caravans instead. Roger had been a traveling merchant for over a decade and had never lost credibility, which allowed him to establish good relations with various tribes and expand his caravan. Besides, was it worth severing ties with the cat clan for the sake of a Bai Wanwan? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and then he calmed himself. What purpose would it serve to abduct Bai Wanwan? The anger in his eyes gradually dissipated, and he suddenly laughed. The chief remained silent, merely observing him coldly. Roger discerned from the chief's expression that he would not be convinced, yet he maintained his composure, unfazed. Having abandoned the idea of taking the female, the chief had no reason to confront him further. The two males, confused, instinctively glanced at Roger twice, only to find he offered no further instructions, compelling them to act on the literal meaning of his words. Once the two males departed, the chief's gaze swept over Roger. "Aren't you leaving?" "I will leave shortly." He uttered those words, yet his feet did not move. Instead, he took 2 steps forward, standing before the chief. Scanning his face, he chuckled lightly. "Could it be that you, like Xin Feng, have taken a liking to that useless female?" The chief's expression remained unchanged, and he did not speak, simply watching him quietly. The figure of the young female flashed at the cave entrance. His curiosity about her grew, but he addressed the chief. "All right, I will leave." Soon, Roger's figure vanished among the earthen dwellings. The chief stood still, making no move. He lifted his gaze toward Bai Wanwan's cave, where he could see her silhouette within the open entrance. He stood there for quite some time, attempting to recover the memory of that night from Bai Wanwan, but it remained futile. He could only recall the sensation in his arms, while any other traces of the young female seemed deliberately erased. Who could accomplish such a feat? It was impossible for someone to do it without his notice. The chief remained in place for a long while, and Bai Wanwan, oblivious to his presence, finally closed the door after several trips for water. She felt somewhat troubled. It was too cold. When she gave birth, she would need to make the chilly cave warmer and find something to occupy herself. Or else, she would be cooped up in the cave for months during the rainy and snowy seasons. How would she endure it? There were no televisions to watch or games to play. The only consolation was Xin Feng's company, which she didn't mind. In fact, she found him somewhat likable. The stone bench was too cold, so she went inside the cave to fetch a piece of animal skin. Lacking scissors, she could only fold the large skin to use as a cushion. Sitting on it was both high and uncomfortable. Give birth, and have a little chat. Host, I am here. I will not engage in conversation. That much is evident. If it were not for my boredom and inability to go outside, I would not need to chat with a machine. Then how about you tell me how many cubs I will have this time? How many points can I exchange for them? Rest assured, host, this time you'll have 4 cubs. The number of points will depend on their talent levels. The higher the talent, the more points you will receive. After utilizing the points acquired by these 4 little ones to heal Xin Foam, will there be enough remaining for me to enjoy a comfortable winter? The points from this litter must first be used to restore Xin Foam to his former self, as only then will she feel more secure. If the host refrains from exchanging points for other precious items in the point mall, it should not pose a problem. Bai Wanwan felt relieved. Once she gave birth, she would transform this cold, dark cave into a warm and cozy sanctuary. She needed warmth, as she suffered from a constitution prone to cold, and winter was her least favorite season. In the past, she had the comfort of heating and hot water bags to fend off the chill. Now, with nothing at her disposal, she could only hope that the birthing system would prove reliable. How much longer until I give birth? If all goes well, it should be about 20 days. Bai Wanwan gently caressed her belly and resolved to endure for that duration. After a monotonous morning, the cave entrance opened. Xin Foam strode in, swiftly closing the door against the biting wind. Bai Wanwan approached the door, peering outside. There lay 3 large bundles of firewood, all bound with vines. Aren't you tired from carrying so much? As she spoke, she filled a stone bowl with hot water and handed it to him. First, take a sip. Next time, don't carry so much at once. You can make multiple trips since your body has recovered and there's no rush. Xin Foam accepted the water and drank it eagerly, having been quite thirsty. After finishing, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, stepped past her, and placed the stone bowl down. I need to head up the mountain again while the weather is fair. I must quickly gather the missing supplies before the rainy season arrives and the trees become soaked. After explaining, Xin Foam turned to leave. At least take a moment to rest. I'm not tired. Time is pressing. You should rest well. It's cold outside. So don't go out. After cautioning her, he hurriedly exited. In a day or 2, he would have enough firewood for the entire snowy season. Bai Wanwan watched him leave and immediately turned to follow. Xin Foam, wait. Chapter 31 Envy What's Wrong? Don't rush. What if you fall? She stuffed 2 strips of dried meat and several fruits into his arms, reminding him to work but not to neglect his own needs. Bai Wanwan smiled, waved, and urged him to go quickly while she waited at home. This scene was observed by Hu Ye and her beast husbands. It was the first time Hu Ye had seen such an expression on Xin Feng's face. He had always been cold and devoid of smiles in her presence. Preoccupied with her anger, she failed to notice the envious expressions on the faces of several beast husbands nearby. Although males were expected to unconditionally protect their females and fulfill their desires, they too hoped for reciprocal treatment from their partners. In the entire Mao Zhu tribe, they had never encountered a female like Bai Wanwan, who treated her husband with such exceptional kindness. Living close by, they often witnessed her smiling at Xin Foam and never losing her temper with him. Hu Ye turned her head to see her husband's staring at Bai Wanwan outside. Fury surged within her. What are you looking at? Do you all like Bai Wanwan? If you do, go be her husbands. Get lost, all of you. Despite having eaten many meals, she was beginning to feel a bit weary of it. Without staple foods or vegetables, it was quite unfriendly for her omnivorous nature. Yet, she had no choice but to endure. Once the meat was cooked, she devoured it all. When she awoke from her nap, the cave was engulfed in darkness. Wrapping herself in animal skins, she braved the cold to emerge from her blanket. Approaching the entrance, she opened the door. A gust of cold wind rushed in, causing her to shiver. It was far too chilly at the door. She peered out briefly before shutting it again. Surely nothing bad has happened? She wanted to step outside to check, but the icy wind nipped at her neck, making her hesitate. However, thinking of how Xian Feng rushed to complete every task, even coming to warm her when he saw her cold, she steeled herself, tightened her animal skins, and dashed into the night. The wind outside howled even louder, making her teeth chatter. In the dim light, she spotted a figure ahead and called out, "Xian Feng?" Soon, the figure became clearer. Xian Yu also recognized her. Wanwan. "It's me." Xian Yu was carrying a game he had hunted, with Xian Shan and Huya's other beast husbands not far behind. After speaking, he tried to pass her, concerned that a small female venturing into the mountains might encounter wild beasts. Xian Yu immediately called out, "Wanwan, wait. It's not safe for you to go like this. I'll accompany you." Still carrying the game, he grew anxious as he watched her walk away and hurriedly dashed home. Not yet at the cave, he dropped the game at the entrance and rushed after Bai Wanwan. Xian Shan raised his hand to stop Xian Yu, saying, "Xian Yu, it's dark. Where are you going?" Huya's other husbands paid no heed to the two, simply carrying their game past them. Upon hearing this, Xian Shan's expression changed, and without a moment's thought, he declared, "I'll go with you." Bai Wanwan hadn't intended to leave the tribe and head up the mountain. She was merely concerned for Xian Feng's safety. Yet, she was self-aware enough to know that her frail physique would make her an easy target for wild beasts. She felt uneasy staying alone at home and wanted to check on him to calm her own heart. The entrance to the tribe's back mountain had two males guarding it. Upon seeing her, they immediately warned, "It's dark. Females shouldn't head up the mountain." "I'm not going anywhere. I'll just stand here and wait." Just then, sounds emerged from the woods not far from the tribe, resembling a beast trampling on dry leaves. The two males instantly became alert, turning their heads in that direction. Bai Wanwan followed their gaze. Before long, a figure appeared in their line of sight. The faint moonlight illuminated a somewhat indistinct silhouette. Yet, Bai Wanwan recognized it was Xian Feng, carrying several bundles of firewood. In that moment, the weight on her heart lifted, and she waved at him, "Xian Feng." Hearing her voice, Xian Feng looked up and quickened his pace. He carried two bundles of firewood stacked high, which looked heavy even to her. Yet he moved with ease, quickly reaching her side. "What are you doing here? Aren't you cold?" As he attempted to approach her with the firewood, he realized and stepped aside. "You go ahead. I don't want to poke you." Bai Wanwan moved to the side, scolding him gently. "Look at you. I told you to carry less. I sent it tiring to carry so much." Xian Feng shook his head and smiled at her, saying, "It's not heavy. These dry branches don't weigh much." He instinctively slowed his pace, allowing Bai Wanwan to keep up with him. "I'll be going up the mountain for the next few days. Stay home when it gets late. It's cold and dark outside, and I'm worried. I'm just restless and can't sit still. I wanted to wait for you." Hearing her words, Xian Feng felt a sense of reliance. They conversed as if no one else existed, walking home together. Unbeknownst to them, Xian Shan and Xian Yu stood at the fork in the road, listening. Their laughter gradually faded into the wind, and Xian Yu couldn't help but speak up, "Brother, Wanwan treats Xian Feng so well." With this realization, a wave of bitterness surged within him. If only we hadn't fallen victim to Jing's poison and had become Wanwan's husbands, would she also treat us with such kindness? Chapter 32, about to give birth. Xian Feng felt her icy fingers and warmed them in his palm, saying, "I'll start a fire. It'll warm you up." "Yes, I'll prepare the meat." They worked together, and soon the fire blazed, with meat slices laid out on the stone slab. Xian Feng placed the freshly cooked meat into her stone bowl, but Bai Wanwan blocked him halfway, saying, "You've been busy all day. Aren't you hungry? You eat first. I'll serve myself." "I'm not hungry." Just then, a loud rumble echoed in the empty cave. Bai Wanwan couldn't help but laugh, giving him a playful look. "Hurry and eat." Xian Feng's face flushed slightly. After placing a piece of meat into her bowl, he finally took a piece for himself. "Tomorrow, I shall not ascend the mountain. Instead, I will catch river shrimp and fill a barrel." Dried fish and shrimp, lightly salted, not only last longer, but also serve as delightful snacks. She indeed had a penchant for food, and being confined to this place was a true grievance for her. Both were famished and exchanged few words, silently consuming their meal. They devoured 2 large pieces of meat before feeling satiated. Xian swiftly tidied up and expertly prepared hot water. After finishing her meal, Biwnwn felt somewhat languid and reluctant to move. Sitting on a stone bench covered with animal hides, She leaned back and watched him busying himself. XNF-ing was truly a considerate and attentive male, bringing her warm water for washing and sealing the drafty spots at the cave entrance tightly. BIWNWN had already discarded her animal hide skirt, lying on the stone bed clad only in coarse linen. The animal hide felt cold and heavy against her, rendering sleep elusive. She glanced at XNF-ing, who was still pretending to be occupied outside, and called out, "Stop what you're doing. I'm cold. Come here." After speaking, she patted the edge of the bed, her urgency unmistakable. XNF-ing was concerned that the little female might be chilled, but as she was still awake, he made an effort to appear nonchalant, murmuring in acknowledgement. After ensuring the fire was completely extinguished, he turned and walked towards the stone bed. He removed his animal hide and clumsily climbed onto the bed, lying down beside her. He attempted to wrap his arm around her, but hesitated, fearing it might displease her. BIWNWN, unaware of his thoughts, was simply cold and yearned for a warm and comfortable slumber. As soon as he settled in, she unceremoniously burrowed into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his lean waist, pressing against him completely. The heat radiating from his body immediately chased away the chill enveloping her. She comfortably closed her eyes, nuzzling her face against him, finding a cozy position and remaining still. Yawning, she soon drifted into a deep sleep. XNF-ing felt his body tense. The little female nestled in his arms was so small, her steady breaths brushing against his neck. His body tightened even further, as though ignited by a flame. His mouth felt parched, and he restlessly shifted, attempting to create a little distance. However, the newly asleep BIWNW and merely sought the warmth, immediately pressing against him once more. It was unclear how long they lay like this, but eventually XNF-ing managed to calm himself. Discovering a draft coming through the animal hide behind her, he quickly wrapped his arms around her tightly. Lowering his head, he pressed his lips against her forehead and slowly closed his eyes. That night, BIWNWN felt no cold and comfortably slept until dawn. Upon waking, she felt around her side but found no trace of XNF-ing. Yawning, she peered outside and noticed the absence of anyone. XNF-ing? She lifted the animal hide and quickly wrapped herself in her animal hide skirt, calling out once more. Still, no one answered. Soon, the cave door swung open, a gust of cool wind swirling in. BIWNWN hastily covered herself again, watching as XNF-ing shut the door behind him. "Did you go fishing?" she inquired, noticing the weather was even colder than the previous day. The loose clothing she wore allowed the wind to seep in around her neck. Despite being bundled in thick animal hides, a stone basin contained warm water, and beside it lay a piece of roasted meat. Satisfied, she washed up and devoured everything. Afterward, she approached the entrance to take a look. XNF-ing had set up a larger cooking area outside, with a stone slab almost a meter wide. The slab was covered with fish and shrimp, many of which had already dried out. BIWNWN's heart leaped with joy at the sight, and her previously full stomach seemed to stir with hunger anew. Sensing her thoughts, XNF-ing chuckled, "Just wait a bit longer. Let them roast a while more." BIWNWN turned to see the stone basin was already empty. She squeezed closer to him, saying, "Go catch some more. I'll tend to the fire." When it came to food, BIWNWN was particularly enthusiastic, assisting XNF-ing in preparing batch after batch. By evening, the 2 wicker baskets she had woven were filled to the brim. In the days that followed, the two worked harmoniously in preparation for the rainy and snowy seasons. BIWNWN's cave was quite spacious, with 3 chambers designated for storing food and firewood, while the chamber they rested in remained empty. That morning, XNF-ing, as was his routine, moved quietly, hoping to gather more firewood while there was still time. Suddenly, the sound of pouring rain echoed from outside. The downpour was so heavy that it roused BIWNWN from her slumber. She turned over, blinking awake, her expression still dazed. "Is it raining?" XNF-ing wrapped himself in an animal hide, saying, "You lie down for a bit. I'll go check." As soon as he opened the cave door, a fierce wind laden with rain surged in. Visibility was poor, shrouded in mist, and the entire tribe was enveloped in fog. BIWNWN followed closely behind, peering out to see the torrential downpour, which startled her. "Is it always like this during the rainy season?" XNF-ing nodded. "The first few days are typically like this, Don't be afraid. She felt a twinge of fear if such rain persisted. It could easily trigger landslides and mudslides, especially with the cat clans situated at the foot of the mountain. Let us endure for now. The rain has made the firewood on the mountain unusable, so we must conserve. BIWNWN thought that if they could just endure for a little over 10 days, it would soon pass. Little did she know, the rain continued unabated, leaving them confined in the dark cave with no means of entertainment. For a day or two, they managed to cope. But by the 5th or 6th day, even the ants passing by were cautious, fearing they might be crushed by her ominous aura. Added to this, her pregnancy caused her belly to swell painfully, making it difficult to eat or sleep. XNF patiently cared for her, even in the middle of the night. If she craved roasted meat, he would rise to prepare it. That night, as BIWNWN lay down, she felt a sharp kick to her belly, causing her to cry out in pain. WNWN, what's wrong? XNF immediately set down the animal hide and hurried over. She clutched her belly, gasping for breath. XNF, I think I'm about to give birth. Chapter 33. Is it the chief's offspring? XNF expression changed instantly, a moment of panic and helplessness flashing across his face before he quickly regained his composure. Ven, don't be afraid. Hold on, I'll fetch the tribe shaman to help you. The females of the tribe required the shaman's assistance during childbirth, and his first instinct was to call for her. Yet BIWNWN grasped his hand tightly, shaking her head. No, just stay here with me. Concurrently, she mentally berated the system. Aren't you the childbirth system? Can't you even block out the pain? Host, you currently have no points. Blocking pain requires point redemption. Are you even human? Yes. You are not human. In agony, she inhaled deeply, attempting to clear her mind. What a broken system. Treating people like livestock without providing for them. And now, I'm just here to give birth. I want to do it. Hurry and release me. She was losing her grip on reason, cursing the system while tightly clutching XNF. Seeing her in tears from the pain only heightened his anxiety, which was evident on his face. BIWNWN felt a tumult of forces churning within her belly, the pain making each breath excruciating. Moreover, the intensity of the pain escalated with time. Voices from the system filled her mind, along with XNF's words. Yet the pain overwhelmed her, rendering her unable to focus, and she simply shook her head at XNF. In that moment, XNF wished he could endure the pain for her, but being soft-hearted would only endanger WNWN. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely pulled his hand from hers. After saying this, he turned and vanished into the cave's entrance. Outside, the rain had lessened compared to the initial days, but continued to fall steadily. BIWNWN cursed the system's ancestors thoroughly. The system, attempting to be helpful, remarked, Host, I'm just a string of code. I have no ancestors. Now you do. If you let me endure this pain any longer, I will never give birth again. You will not turn me into your tool. Ouch. She was kicked again, causing her to roll in pain. She wished she could personally slice open her abdomen and expel the offspring. Host, I cannot shield you from pain. Please refrain from cursing. It has become rather vulgar, and even a system like me can scarcely endure it. Curse away. In the future, should you bear a system without skin, you might as well abandon your own child and raise an embryo instead. After venting, she threatened through gritted teeth, if you continue to let me suffer, I truly will not obey your commands. I did not want any of the other beast husbands. The system, taken aback by the outburst, felt a flicker of fear. It was concerned she might genuinely oppose it, foregoing male companionship and refusing to bear offspring. The subjects bound to the system had undergone thorough assessments. They were not simply chosen at random. If this host truly rebelled, how could it complete its mission? Host, allow me to apply for an early use of points to shield you from pain. You had better hurry. I can only wait for 2 minutes at most. If you cannot manage it within that time, then just leave, worthless system. The system fell silent, while Bai Wanwan, drenched in cold sweat, felt as though her abdomen was being repeatedly kicked. Suddenly, the cave entrance opened to reveal Xian Shan standing there. Wanwan, Bai Wanwan, too pained to respond, remained silent. Xian Shan called out again, but received no reply, so he stepped further inside. He soon discovered Bai Wanwan lying on the bed, her complexion pale. His expression changed drastically, filled with concern. Wanwan, what has happened? Moments earlier, he had heard a commotion and opened the door to see Xian Feng fleeing. Worried something was amiss, He decided to come and check on her, only to find her in this state. Hurry, no time for chatter. As soon as he spoke, the intense pain suddenly ceased, leaving her in a state of bewilderment, after which something rolled out from beneath her skin. Wah! In the desolate cave, the weak cries of several younglings echoed. Xi and Shan stared at the handful-sized offspring that had rolled onto the stone bed, utterly bewildered. Wanwan, you have given birth to 4 cubs. Bai Wanwan felt as if she had undergone a strenuous ordeal. With the pain now gone, her eyelids felt exceedingly heavy. Struggling to lift them, she caught a glimpse of the white kitten in his palm, thought it quite ugly, and then lost consciousness. Wanwan. Xi and Shan called her name twice, but she offered no response. The kitten in his palm tumbled, nearly slipping from his grasp. The newborns, their eyes still closed and devoid of fur, appeared entirely naked. Yet Xi and Shan found them remarkably endearing. There were 3 more cubs on the bed, 2 of which were noticeably larger and appeared stronger than the others. He placed the kitten down and playfully interacted with the 4 hungry offspring. Are you hungry? You will have to wait for your mother to awaken. While saying this, he suddenly noticed that the 2 larger cubs bore markings unlike those of ordinary cats. They appeared less like cats and more like tigers. Tiger? Xi and Shan abruptly turned, gazing at the unconscious Bai Wanwan. He had always assumed that the cubs in her belly belonged to Xi and Feng, which was why she had resolutely chosen him as her beast husband. However, Xi and Feng was a silver wolf, and none of the 4 cubs resembled a silver wolf. Within the entirety of the cat clan, there was only one foreign beast man who was a tiger beast man. Could it be that these cubs were his? A whirlwind of emotions surged within him as the cubs clumsily crawled around him, nibbling at his hand. As he watched them, his gaze softened. Regardless of whether these cubs belonged to the chieftain or not, Bai Wanwan had her reasons for not selecting him as her beast husband. The clan shaman stepped forward first, carefully examining each cub before assessing Bai Wanwan's condition, finally relieving a sigh of relief. Indeed, she was a holy female, giving birth to 4 cubs, all of whom possessed innate talent. Remarkably, she had managed to deliver without any assistance. This revelation drew the eyes of both Xi and Shan and Xi and Feng towards the cubs. All 4 cubs possessed talent. The talent appeared to be quite substantial. At least 2 of them were above the green level. Upon noticing the shaman's gesture towards the 2 tiger cubs, Xi and Shan instinctively shifted his position to obstruct the view. The cubs were still small, making it easy to confuse cats and tigers. Without careful observation, one could not discern the difference. It seemed the chieftain was also unaware that Bai Wanwan's cubs were his. Since she did not wish for others to know, he would keep her secret. Chapter 34. Opening the system all. Xi and Feng, puzzled, glanced over at him, their gazes crossing midair. Xi and Shan suddenly winked at him. Xi and Feng noticed, but uncertain of Xi and Shan's intentions, turned to the shaman and said, "Thank you for coming. The safety of Wanwan and the cubs is assured. You can rest easy." The necessary checks had already been conducted. Bai Wanwan was merely weak and sound asleep, while the cubs were not only robust, but also gifted. The shaman smiled and nodded. "Very well, Xi and Feng. The holy female has only you as her beast husband. Take good care of her. Rest assured, I will look after her well." The shaman then turned to leave, with Xi and Shan trailing behind. Before they departed, he cast a final glance at the stone bed. Once they were gone, a sense of unease washed over Xi and Feng, prompting him to sit by the stone bed and examine her closely. He found that Bai Wanwan was simply in a deep sleep, her breathing steady. Considering the intense pain she had just endured and the fact that she had given birth alone at home, she must have suffered greatly. He gently brushed her disheveled hair, his eyes betraying an unrecognized tenderness. Fixating on her weary face, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation in the fingers propped against the stone bed. Looking down, he saw 2 cubs nibbling gently at his fingers with their gums. Unable to resist their adorable antics, a smile crept onto his lips. The little ones seemed to expend all their effort, unable to bite down, causing them to wobble on the stone bed. This sight melted his heart. They were Wanwan's cubs, and thus they were his as well. Curling his fingers, he gently stroked the tops of the 2 cubs' heads. The cubs let out soft coos of contentment and rolled over. Xi and Feng's smile deepened as he began to tickle their exposed bellies. Suddenly, he froze, realizing something was amiss. The 4 cubs, 2 large and 2 small, appeared to be different. While the size disparity was obvious, their outward appearance was similar. He had not noticed it before due to his lack of attention. It was only now that he observed the larger two cubs, one pure white and one black and white, had fur patterns that differed entirely from those of cat beastmen. He quickly scooped up the cubs and flipped them over for a closer inspection. Upon closer examination, it became clear they were not kittens, but tiger cubs. No wonder Xan Shan had been so eager to divert the shaman's attention. It seemed he had discovered the truth. In their cat clan, there was only one tiger beastman, the chieftain. However, prior to this, there had been no indication that Bai Wanwan was familiar with him, nor did the chieftain seem to know that the cubs in her belly were his. Wrapping the cubs in fur, he set them down in the center before rising to approach the cave entrance. Xian Shan had closed the door when he left with the shaman, but the cold wind still crept in through the cracks. He gathered nearby straw and hides to seal the gaps. Bai Wanwan slept profoundly, and when she finally awoke, the cave was shrouded in darkness. It took her a moment to recall that she had given birth to several cubs. She touched her belly, finding it indeed flattened. Eager to see her offspring, she lifted the fur covering, only to find herself brushing against Xian foam. He had wrapped his arm around her tightly, his warmth enveloping her, providing a comforting heat against the cold. Had it been before, such movement would have roused him instantly. Yet today, she moved for quite some time, and his breathing remained steady, indicating he was in a deep slumber. Realizing that she had fallen asleep without attending to the aftermath of childbirth, she surmised that he must have been the one caring for the cubs, utterly exhausted to the point of sleeping so soundly. "Host, are you awake?" The sounds of life reverberated in her mind. As Biwnwn heard the voice, her spirits instantly lifted. Was it not promised that she would receive a reward for giving birth? What was her reward? Hurry, hurry! Perhaps the host was in a deep slumber and missed the system's announcement. You have given birth to 4 offspring, 2 with blue tier talents, each granting 1,000 points. 1 with a yellow tier talent granting 10,000 points, and 1 medium fertility female giving 5,000 points. The total reward for the host childbirth amounts to 17,000 points. The painless childbirth incurs a debt of 500 points, which will be deducted at double the rate, leaving a balance of 16,000 points. Upon hearing that there were nearly 20,000 points, Biwnwn dismissed the 1,000 points as insignificant. She then inquired, "Does this mean that the higher the talent of the offspring, the more points I will receive?" "Yes, therefore the host should seek a formidable orc partner. The stronger the offspring's talent, the greater the points you will accrue." Biwnwn nestled into a more comfortable position in XNF's embrace and continued to ask, "What if I give birth to blue tier or purple tier offspring? What are the rewards then?" "Blue tier yields 500 points, while purple tier grants 100 points. That's rather unfair. Painless childbirth costs 500 points. And if I bear offspring of low talent, not only do I not want to incur a loss, but I must endure the pain as well." The system cleared its throat, attempting to defend itself. "Host, do not chastise me. These are the established rules, and scolding me will not change that. However, rest assured, you are a holy female with unparalleled fertility. Unless you bear offspring with the lowest tier orcs, all your offspring will at least be of blue tier or higher." "Very well. Considering the substantial rewards for higher tier talents, I shall proceed with this task, but first, tell me how to exchange these points." No sooner had she finished speaking than a luminous panel appeared in the dark abyss, presenting 3 options. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her finger and tapped on the system shop. Instantly, various categorized options emerged. 1. Daily necessities. 2. Food. 3. Medicine. 4. Furniture. 5. Household items. 6. Clothing. 7. Beauty. 8. Building materials. Several options remain gray, their text indecipherable. Why are the latter options not visible? Because the host currently has too few points and lacks sufficient privileges. The subsequent options will gradually appear as the host accumulates enough points. As she listened, Biwnwn clicked on the food category, and her heart soared. A bag of chips, 5 points. A chocolate bar, 10 points. A bag of rice, 10 Gene, 100 points. She could hardly believe it and instinctively clicked. Almost as soon as her finger grazed the screen, a chocolate bar materialized in her hand. She squeezed it, feeling its astonishing realism. Without hesitation, she unwrapped it, breaking off a piece and placing it in her mouth. It melted in her mouth, exquisite and rich. The bliss nearly brought her to tears. After savoring every bit, she could not resist shoving the remaining pieces into her mouth. Once a piece of chocolate was consumed, She confirmed that this so-called system truly allowed her to live a good life in the beast world. Chapter 35. Warmth and Happiness. BIWNW and immediately resumed her exploration of the shop. In the daily necessities section, she discovered pots, bowls, and a plethora of items. In the household items section, she found mattresses, bed linens, and down comforters. Shopping spree. Her fingers danced across the screen, selecting item after item. And upon glancing at her points, she found over 13,000 remaining, prompting her to finally halt. In her excitement, she almost forgot the promise she had made to XNF-ing regarding his treatment. The medicine for healing XNF-ing is in the medicine section, correct? Indeed, host. As she spoke, she clicked on the medicine category, revealing an array of potions unlike any she had seen in the modern world. Painless pill, pregnancy pill, regeneration pill, recovery pill, muscle growth pill. Each potion seemed rather pricey, causing BIWNW in a pang of heartache. What are the uses of these potions? Never mind, just tell me which potion is needed to heal XNF-ing's injuries. BIWNW scanned the two potions, feeling a tightening in her chest. Recovery pill, 8,000 points. Regeneration pill, 3,000 points. If she purchased both potions, she would be left with only a little over 2,000 points. After giving birth, she had acquired so little in return. Nevertheless, this was a promise made to him. Moreover, once his injuries healed and his talents recovered, she could bear him a litter of exceptionally talented offspring. She could always earn points for the next round. Gritting her teeth, BIWNWN made the decision to exchange for the recovery pill and muscle growth pill. The host has 1,200 points remaining. The recovery pill and muscle growth pill are quite valuable. Would the host like to use them now, or should they be stored in the system space? She had noticed the system space earlier and promptly navigated to on the panel. The system space presented a series of empty slots, appearing flat to the naked eye. If I store them in the system space, can I access them at will? Yes. As long as the host mentally summons the system panel, it will appear, allowing the host to operate it freely. As soon as she finished speaking, the two potions were placed in the system space. BIWNWN tapped the screen twice, and the potions appeared in her palm. Quite impressive. It was only at this moment that she found the system quite functional. Having just given birth, the host's body had sustained some damage. The host may exchange 1,000 points for a postpartum recovery pill, which will immediately eliminate all physical harm caused by childbirth, and it will also gradually reorganize genes, enhancing the host's appearance and physique with each successive birth. 1,000 points. However, when weighed against the benefits she exchanged for it, after swallowing the pill, BIWNWN felt an immediate sense of relief. She was neither fatigued nor in pain, and she even felt capable of rising to run a marathon. This sensation was extraordinary, and sleep eluded her. At that moment, something furry suddenly pressed against her foot. She jumped in surprise, almost kicking it away. Then she realized what the furry thing was. A peculiar feeling arose within her, as if drawn by an invisible force. Before long, another furry creature pressed against her, slowly climbing up her leg, as if exerting every ounce of effort to reach her side. Instinctively, she reached out to touch it, feeling a small, warm bundle. The sensation in her heart became even more wondrous. She had given birth to 4 animals. Before giving birth, her sole intention had been to complete the task and improve her life here. But now, the reality struck her. These were her own children, her little ones. She had become a mother. The small furry bundles huddled in her embrace, eagerly nudging and squirming, causing her clothing to loosen. Only then did BIWNWN realize what the little ones were after. In the gradually brightening cave, the sounds emitted by the tiny offspring were faint yet filled with longing, while the 2 slightly larger ones produced deep, resonant sounds, exuding dominance. BIWNWN felt a wave of anxiety. Having never experienced this before, what should she do? How was she to feed 4 cubs? Noticing her hesitation, the system reminded her, the host can transform into beast form to nurse them. The instant BIWNWN contemplated transforming, her body immediately shrank and morphed into a mother cat. With a full chest, the little ones sniffed and immediately began to nuzzle against her. Each took one in their mouths, eating voraciously while emitting protective growls. XNF-ing awoke to the commotion. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the little female transformed into beast form beside him. Her form was predominantly white, with 2 clusters of black on her ears and atop her head, exceptionally beautiful. The little cubs were munching noisily. Bai Wanwan lazily glanced at him, using her paw to gather the cubs closer, and said, "You should tidy up the mess." XNF Ing had been entirely focused on her and the cubs, not noticing the numerous items that had appeared in the cave. After donning his animal skin, he approached to inspect, only to find that he recognized none of it. Bai Wanwan looked at the items exchanged with her points, feeling immensely satisfied. Pointing at the sofa, she said to him, "That object is called ASHF. It is quite soft and comfortable to sit on. Please place it against the wall on the opposite side." Xin Feng readily agreed, effortlessly lifting the 3-seat sofa and taking a few steps to set it down against the wall. The sofa was a gentle green, adding a splash of color to the humble cave. Bai Wanwan was quite pleased and directed him to arrange the cushions and the carpet. "And this little nest, place it on the carpet. Once the cubs are full, let them lie there and play." Bai Wanwan continued to instruct him in organizing their belongings. Due to limited points, they only exchanged the sofa and a small table, while other household items included a mattress, blankets, and a duvet. Once the cubs were sated, Xin Feng had already placed the duvet into the 4-piece set under her guidance. Bai Wanwan could hardly contain her excitement as she lifted the animal skin, transforming into her human form, and cradled several cubs, ready to descend. Xin Feng hurried over, attempting to take the cubs from her, his hands grazing against their soft, delicate bodies. It was then that Bai Wanwan realized, having transformed back from her beast form, that her clothes had slipped away. Xin Feng quickly withdrew his hand, averting his gaze, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson in the darkness. As he reached out for the cubs again, he nearly brushed against her. Bai Wanwan could not suppress a chuckle, directly handing the cubs to him here. Xin Feng, hearing her laughter and still feeling the lingering softness in his hands, felt his heart race. Bai Wanwan, observing his silhouette, smiled softly as she donned her thermal undergarments and down jacket, feeling warm and comfortable. Though she had given birth just yesterday, a night's rest seemed to have revitalized her, making her feel lighter than before. She bent down to straighten the carpet, satisfied, before rising to make the bed. Xin Feng immediately approached her to intervene. "What else is there? Let me handle it. You gave birth yesterday and need to rest well." Now that he had taken on the role of her beast husband, Bai Wanwan had no intention of being polite. "All right, place the mattress horizontally on the stone bed, and then spread the blankets." Xin Feng complied with each instruction, quickly preparing the entire stone bed. The duvet set was in warm colors, exuding comfort, and Bai Wanwan could not resist rolling on it joyfully. Outside, the wind and rain howled, yet the addition of these items in the cave made her feel exceptionally warm and content. Chapter 36. Choice. After rolling about, Bai Wanwan lay on the bed watching him. "Aren't you curious where these things came from? If you're willing to tell me, I would like to know." He was truly a thoughtful male, and in these past days, she had come to regard Xin Feng as her beast husband from the bottom of her heart. Since they would be living in the beast world together, having such a male by her side seemed quite agreeable. She smiled and beckoned him with her finger. "Come here." Xin Feng gazed at the lovely face of the little female, his heart suddenly racing. He slowly moved closer and sat beside her. Bai Wanwan glanced at his straightened back with a smile, patting the space beside her. "Come over." As soon as his back touched the bed, her soft form flipped over, resting her chin on his chest while gazing up at him. "Before I tell you, I have something else to discuss with you." The enchanting face of the little female was right before him, her beautiful eyes blinking, making it impossible for him to focus on her words. Noticing his distraction, Bai Wanwan gently patted his cheek. "Did you hear what I just said?" She allowed him to hold her close, tilting her head to look at him. "I want to ask you, if I fulfill my promise and restore your talents immediately, would you still want to be my beast husband?" She gazed at him with a radiant smile. Xin Feng's heart trembled suddenly. His gaze gradually became resolute as he lifted his hand to grasp hers. "Wanwan, I truly wish to become your beast husband and take care of you always." Upon saying this, she cupped Xin Feng's face with one hand and pressed her lips against his delicate yet beautiful ones. In that moment, Xin Feng's eyes softened like a warm spring. As their lips parted, Bai Wanwan lifted her head but remained lazily sprawled on his chest, her hand playing with his animal skin skirt. "You males have talents, but I have my own abilities. All these things were conjured by me." While speaking, she retrieved a restoration pill from the system space. "Open your mouth." Xin Feng, entranced by her every movement, felt dazed. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed the pill she offered. You just swallowed it like that? Aren't you afraid it might be poisonous? Bai Wanwan found his reaction quite amusing, but could not help teasing him. Xin Feng smiled and shook his head. I'm not afraid. He even thought that if Wanwan demanded his life, he would not hesitate. She found no fear in his scarred face. Instead, the more she looked at it, the more appealing it seemed. Do you want to heal your facial injuries? Xin Feng had almost forgotten about his own half-injured face, as Wanwan's gaze was never critical, always filled with warmth. After that severe injury, he had not cared about his facial scars. What concerned him more was that as a male, he could not even hunt fierce beasts. But now, as he gazed at his lovely little female's beautiful face, he thought of her being a holy female with extraordinary fertility. Surely, many more powerful beast males would want to become her husband in the future, if he still had this disfigured face. How could he compete with the other beast husbands? He wanted Wanwan to always like him. His eyes flickered. Can the scars on my face be healed? Bai Wanwan opened the panel again, and Xin Feng saw her poke at the void twice, and in her hand appeared a round object. Do you want to eat this? He stared at the pill, ready to open his mouth the moment she said yes. Bai Wanwan shook her head while holding the pill. You can't eat this. It needs to be crushed into powder and applied to the scars daily. This was what the system had just informed her. Just then, several cubs awoke and began to cry incessantly. Turning off the bed, Bai Wanwan stepped onto the soft carpet and approached the little nest. The cubs were attempting to get up only to tumble down again repeatedly, which made her heart melt. She could hardly believe that she had given birth to these little beings. Perhaps sensing their mother's scent, the cubs began to cry towards her. The two larger cubs were clearly stronger, easily pushing the two smaller ones aside in their eagerness to be the first to feed. Bai Wanwan lightly tapped the heads of the two robust cubs. You two are so strong. Wait a bit longer to eat. She was not being biased. The two smaller cubs looked pitiful. Transforming swiftly into her beast form, she scooped up the two tiny cubs to feed them. The two tiger cubs caught the scent and became even more anxious, crying out loudly and desperately trying to crawl out of the nest. If they managed to squeeze over, the two cubs in her arms would surely be pushed aside and unable to eat their fill. Xin Feng, having finished applying the ointment, walked in just then. Bai Wanwan turned to look at him. The scar on his face was smeared with white ointment, which was not particularly attractive. But she knew it would heal to match the other half in a couple of days. Even with just half a face, she found him quite handsome. If his entire face looked like this, it would be utterly stunning. Feeling a bit lazy, she lifted her eyelids and said, I want fish soup. Boil a pot of water and add 2 grilled fish to cook. She knew she could buy spices from the system all, but Xin Feng probably wouldn't know how to use them. For now, I'll make do. Once I've fed the cubs and rested enough, I'll go prepare something myself. All right. I'll go boil it shortly. As he spoke, he sat beside her. There's something else I haven't told you. Bai Wanwan yawned lazily, half closing her eyes and go ahead. Xin Feng gazed at her beautiful beast form, finding her utterly adorable, and could not resist reaching out to stroke her fluffy ears. Haven't you noticed that these cubs are different? Bai Wanwan turned her head to glance at the other 2 larger cubs. These 2 appeared somewhat frail, while the other 2 looked more robust. Could there be an issue? Do not worry. Xin Feng immediately interjected, dispelling her anxious thoughts. All 4 cubs are in good health. Those 2 are kittens, and the other 2 are their father's offspring. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanwan's eyes widened in surprise as her gaze met his. Chapter 37. Let me see. It seemed she understood something and quickly turned her attention back to the 2 cubs. No wonder they looked so fierce. They were indeed 2 little tigers. As felids, there's not much difference between tiger cubs and kitten cubs. Moreover, the cave was dimly lit, and Bai Wanwan had not taken a close look before. Their father is a Chief Rong? Xin Feng's feelings were complex, but he finally asked. Bai Wanwan had no intention of hiding the truth from him and nodded, confirming that their father was indeed a Chief Rong. However, it was merely an accident. He was unaware, and she wished to keep it that way. The cubs seemed quite unfamiliar, and the Chief Rong did not show Bai Wanwan any particular favoritism. Why did Wanwan conceive cubs from Chief Rong? He was curious, but refrained from further inquiries, instead stating, as the cubs grow, their fur will become more pronounced. And even without your mention, everyone will notice. Then let us keep a secret. Once the snow season passes, I intend to leave the cat tribe. Would you accompany me? Xin Feng was somewhat taken aback by her decision. For in the beast world, females typically do not depart from their clans. The vast expanse of the mountains concealed too many dangers. Where you go, I shall follow, but Wanwan, outside is fraught with peril, unlike the safety of the cat tribe. Yes, it is still early. When the warm season arrives, I will devise a plan. In any case, I cannot remain in this cat tribe. Not to mention the 2 tiger cubs, which would immediately arouse suspicion. Even her sacred female constitution would not be overlooked by the clan leader. Time and again, although she had evaded or deflected his attention, it was only because the clan leader believed there was still time and did not press her too urgently. If she continued to refuse to bear cubs for other males in the tribe, he would undoubtedly seek other means to compel her. Thus, remaining in this cat tribe was not an option. She yearned for a place where her identity as a sacred female would remain undisclosed. With a system by her side, her life should thrive. Xian Fang's gaze swept over the 2 tiger cubs. If they wished to keep it hidden, they could only confine them indoors. Xin-san. Bai Wanwan recalled seeing him last night when she was on the verge of fainting from pain, initially thinking it was merely a figment of her imagination due to her agony. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded, I understand. When the opportunity arose, she would subtly test Xian Shan, seeking to either win him over or by his silence. The matter of the 2 tiger cubs must not leak. The well-fed cubs grew drowsy, emitting soft coos as they quickly drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the other 2 clamored to nestle in Xian Feng's hands. He gently placed the 2 cubs beside her, saying, You rest with the cubs a while longer. I will prepare fish for you. Bai Wanwan yawned and replied, All right. The 2 tiger cubs appeared ravenously hungry, gazing at her with pitiful eyes. Bai Wanwan felt her heart soften. After all, they were her offspring. Their adorable appearance bore no resemblance to their father. She raised her paw to gently scratch the 2 tiger cubs, and they happily laid down to begin their meal. 3 days swiftly passed. From their initial clumsiness, Bai Wanwan and Xian Feng had become adept at caring for the 4 cubs. Bai Wanwan was quite pleased with the beautiful morning scene that greeted her each day. Emerging from the soft down comforter, she reached out to cup Xian Feng's face, unable to resist touching and pinching it. Xian Feng, already awake, allowed her to tease him. Bai Wanwan, emboldened, reached for his lips. Xian Feng could no longer restrain himself and seized her wrist, his eyes fluttering open. His gaze held no remnants of sleepiness, but instead suppressed emotion. Wanwan, do not be foolish. His voice was low and husky, tinged with alluring desire. Let me see. Bai Wanwan exerted slight pressure, turning his face toward her. The scar had faded significantly. It was nearly imperceptible upon closer inspection. Has the medicine run out? There is still 1 use left. Bai Wanwan smiled, tracing her finger along his beautiful eye corners. Using it once more should suffice. I always knew my Xian Feng was the most handsome. The male bore an extraordinarily handsome visage. His brow and eyes, though gentle, were in no way effeminate, resembling a majestic pine tree, imparting a refreshing and comfortable aura. Bai Wanwan beamed at the sight, unable to resist planting a kiss on his cheek. Afterward, she nestled into his embrace. Xian Feng was set ablaze by her actions. Yet the little female closed her eyes and remained still. In truth, Bai Wanwan was communicating with the system. Host, the first litter has been born. Please conceive the second litter as soon as possible. What do you mean? I haven't had enough fun yet. The host's body has lost vitality since traversing here. Failing to conceive promptly will deplete points to maintain life. Is it that dire? Could it not be a tad more humane? Must I not even have a moment's rest after giving birth? The host currently possesses points. Birthing cubs is akin to play, painless and exceedingly smooth. Furthermore, it is rare to encounter a powerful beast man. Conveniently, one is right beside you. The host should conceive quickly to amass more points for future emergencies. Bai Wanwan fell silent, contemplating the meager points displayed on her panel. It should occur naturally when the feelings are mutual. When she awoke, Xian Feng had already steamed rice and prepared her favorite stir-fried shrimp. As for the ingredients, they were all exchanged from her system's marketplace. Initially, Xian Feng found the new cuisine somewhat unfamiliar, but after 3 days of sampling, he not only adapted well, but even grew fond of the various flavors. However, as a male beast man, he required a substantial amount of energy, and merely this rice and vegetables were insufficient. After each meal, he needed to consume additional meat. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanwan excitedly rushed to the door. As she opened it slightly, a gust of cold wind rushed in. Xian Feng quickly pressed the door shut, wrapping his other arm around her waist to guide her aside. Bai Wanwan shivered as Xin Feng carefully adjusted her clothing. It's still very cold. Do not linger at the door. Go inside first. I will open the door and step out, then you can come out. All right. She indeed felt the chill and obediently retreated into the cave. Once she was inside, Xin Feng swiftly opened the door and dashed into the cold wind. Huya's beast husband had been closely monitoring the situation next door as per her instructions. Upon seeing Xin Feng leave, he hurriedly slipped into the cave to relay the news to his mate. Chapter 38. I was joking. Bai Wanwan had initially intended to take a stroll once the rain ceased, but the recent chill had dissuaded her. Life in the beast world, devoid of entertainment, was indeed somewhat dull, though Xin Feng was there for conversation. After he left, she could only amuse herself with the cubs. The well-fed cubs, satisfied, fell into a deep slumber, and she found herself scratching one and petting another. The cubs emitted gentle, purring snores, a testament to their comfort. Among the 4 cubs, 3 were males, with only 1 female, who appeared to be the weakest. Perhaps sensing the presence of their mother, the little one opened its mouth and let out a soft meow. Bai Wanwan's heart melted at the sight, and she immediately scooped her up. Little Schwerer, why did you wake up? Sensing her mother's scent, the cub mewed incessantly, nuzzling its fluffy little head against Bai Wanwan's hand. Enchanted by the adorable female cub, Bai Wanwan could not help but hold her close and take a few deep breaths of her scent. Just as she was joyfully playing with the cub, a noise suddenly came from the doorway, followed by a gust of cold wind. Who is it? Bai Wanwan alertly placed the female cub back in the nest and stood up from the carpet to peer outside. She immediately spotted Huya sneaking in from outside. What are you doing? Was Huya out of her mind, treating her home as her own? WNWN, I have heard that you have given birth. I have come to see you. As she spoke, she craned her neck to peer inside. Her curiosity piqued as she wished to glimpse the offspring of BIWNWN. However, BIWNWN sidestepped and raised a hand to block her entrance. What concern is it of yours that I have given birth? Do I not have a right to care for you? She attempted to squeeze past, but BIWNWN firmly obstructed her way. Undeterred, she simply stood on tiptoe to look inside. Everything within the cave appeared peculiar, but she did not linger on observation, instead searching for the young ones. At last, she spotted them, several fluffy creatures nestled in a strange nest. Unfortunately, she could not discern their appearance clearly. Cease your nonsensical chatter and promptly vacate my home. BIWNWN was nearly amused by her frustration. Her fabricated concern was laughably transparent, especially given her previous behavior. Just as she finished her thought, HY suddenly darted beneath her arm. HY charged towards the younglings. The little ones were sleeping soundly, and as HY cast her gaze upon them, she realized they were all kittens. The feline beastmen had low abilities, and the mightiest warriors of the tribe hailed from other races. Among them were 2 slightly larger ones. But before she could take a closer look, a kick struck her lower back. Ouch! She cried out in pain, tumbling outside onto the carpet. HY, startled, rolled on the ground. Yet she could not escape, as BIWNWN struck her thigh with a basin. HY screamed, crawling and rolling towards the exit. Just as she reached the door and pulled it open, another kick landed behind her, causing her to stumble forward. Landing face first into the soft, wet earth outside, a comical tumble indeed. HY burst into tears, smearing mud across her face. Observing her pitiful state, BIWNWN crossed her arms, looking down imperiously. Will you still come to my home? With her face smeared with mud, HY turned and shouted toward her home. You useless lot. Come out and help me. Her beast men heard the commotion, emerging from the door to encircle her protectively. They all glanced at BIWNWN, who would hardly stand a chance against them. She hurled the stone basin, and one male caught it, while another attempted to advance. But XNSHN and XNY were absent. You dare to touch me? I'm a holy matriarch. It would take but a word from me to expel you from the tribe. The males hesitated, well aware of the repercussions of offending a holy matriarch. Useless. With her beastmen backing her up, HY, once standing, charged forward to berate BIWNWN. Just because you're a holy matriarch, does that give you the right to harm other females? You nearly broke my leg. Is that so? You seem quite lively to me. BIWNWN's gaze flicked sharply to her leg, her tone becoming acutely pointed. Should you dare to enter my home without permission again, I shall not merely settle for a single blow. BIWNWN was concerned that the younglings might awaken and venture out, and that HY might incite her beastmen to invade her home. Thus, she intentionally mocked, "Your face is covered in mud. You look so unappealing. Does your beastman not mind?" HY finally realized her state, gasping, and turned to flee, covering her face. Just then, she moved quickly enough that HY likely did not see her clearly. Were she to see, she would certainly have made a scene. She gently petted the heads of the younglings, murmuring, "Little tiger cubs, slow your growth. If you grow too quickly, next time you'll not be able to deceive anyone." If HY were to return, she could still chase her off. But if her beastmen accompanied her, this secret would undoubtedly be revealed. Were it not for the fact that all the younglings were of the feline beastmen lineage, her anger would not have subsided. Both of her beastmen were ineffectual. But what did it matter that she was a holy matriarch? She could not help but feel a sense of pride, knowing that her beastmen were all formidable males of the cat clan. XNSHN, XNY, come to my nest. XNY immediately dropped his prey, saying, "I will accompany my brother." Although HY felt somewhat disappointed, she did not dwell on it and promptly pointed to the other beastmen. "All of you come inside." With so many beastmen, she was certain she could give birth to her first litter before the warm season arrived. She lifted her foot, pulling her beastman into the nest, tearing open the animal hides. BIWNWN kept watch over the younglings for a while, and once the two tiger cubs had filled their bellies, they tumbled out of the nest, stumbling about. No wonder a female would choose to bond with several beastmen. A single litter was simply too much to handle. Just as she caught the mischievous tiger cub again at the entrance, the cave door swung open. She quickly shielded the cubs in her arms and looked up at the entrance. XNF stepped inside, momentarily caught off guard as their eyes met. "What is it?" Upon seeing him, BIWNWN relaxed. "I thought it was another beastman. Just after you left, HY rushed in, nearly discovering the two tiger cubs." XNF's expression shifted dramatically. "Did she trouble you?" "Indeed, she struck me with a stone basin, causing my hand to ache." BIWNWN deliberately extended her hand. He cast aside the unicorn deer he had been carrying and anxiously rolled up her sleeves. The hostility in his eyes shifted as he examined her injuries. Yet, after 2 thorough inspections, he found her arm unblemished, pristine as snow. "Did it strike your bone? Is there pain within?" He furrowed his brow, his movements gentle, as if fearful of causing her further harm. Watching his cautious demeanor, BIWNWN chuckled softly. "I was teasing you. I struck her first. I doubt she would dare return easily." Chapter 39. Fortuitous timing and conditions. The hostility in XNF's eyes dissipated as he held her hand, his concern evident. "Really?" XNF finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It is my fault. You are without other beastmen, and I should not have left you and the younglings to venture into the mountains. Before the warm season arrives, you would not leave WNWN and the younglings for a moment." BIWNWN shook her head, pulling down her sleeves. Who could have predicted her madness? "It has nothing to do with you. You were worried for me and the cubs." She understood XNF's intentions. In such frigid weather, she had no desire to step outside, yet he ventured into the mountains to hunt for the sake of the younglings, facing both cold and danger. The crucial point was that those younglings were not even his. BIWNWN had previously been somewhat carefree, yet the goodness of this male made her unable to suppress her empathy for him. In the blink of an eye, XNF had already retrieved the unicorn deer from the ground. "Today is fortunate. I managed to hunt a unicorn deer. You and the younglings should finish it, and the snowy season will not be too harsh." XNF was elated, not only at his good fortune, but also because his abilities had completely recovered, perhaps even improved. Previously, he had struggled to hunt a unicorn deer alone, but now it felt effortless. BIWNWN noticed his pleasant mood and looked up at his lively brows, smiling as she asked, "What is it? Is there something joyful that I am unaware of?" XNF nodded, taking her hand. "Today, I intended merely to venture into the mountains to test my skills. I did not expect it to be so easy to capture it. I was initially at the blue tier, but I feel I can rise to the green tier. The abilities of beastmen are predetermined at birth, with only a rare few able to ascend." Upon hearing his words, BIWNWN immediately called upon the system. Can the restoration elixir also enable the ascension of abilities? Host, it cannot. It can only restore his body to its original state. If he can ascend, It is due to his inherent strength. BIWNWN quickly inquired further. Since we're on this topic, is there anything in the system shop that can enhance abilities? Yes, but it is quite expensive, and the host currently lacks sufficient points for redemption. Very well, I shall inquire again when I have enough points. XNF-ing did not notice her brief distraction as she conversed with the system. He grasped her hand and said earnestly, "When a warm season arrives, I will take you away from the cat clan." Had his abilities not been destroyed previously, he would have had no confidence in protecting WNWN. However now, if he were cautious and avoided the deep mountains, he was confident in successfully bringing WNWN to other tribes. As the warm season approaches, let's depart from this place together. Xin Feng begins to harbor dreams of the future, for he envisions a world with Wanwan, and eventually, their offspring. Noticing her fingers are somewhat cold, he bends down to lift her into his arms. "Are you cold? Let's rest on the bed for a while. I will prepare some roasted meat, and once it's ready, I will call you to eat." The little ones are quite mischievous, and she indeed feels a bit weary, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. "Be careful." The little ones are quite playful and scurrying about everywhere. Only then does Xin Feng pay attention to his feet, and upon seeing the chaos, he almost breaks into a cold sweat, hastily stepping aside to carefully avoid the rambunctious offspring, successfully placing Bai Wanwan on the stone bed. Bai Wanwan feels a bit drowsy, shedding her down jacket and burrowing into the bedding, watching him as he bends to gather each little one and place them back in their nest. As she observes, a satisfied smile graces her lips, and she gently closes her eyes. Days slip by, and in a fleeting 6 or 7 days, several cubs, particularly the 2 tiger cubs, grow at an astonishing rate, akin to balloons inflating. The kitten cubs are just slightly larger than a palm, while the tiger cubs have grown to the size of 3 kitten cubs combined. Should anyone stumble upon them now, they would undoubtedly fail to recognize them as the same species. One early morning, Xin Feng steps out to fetch water. "All right, I will guard the entrance," Bai Wanwan declares, emerging from the den to lean against the doorway. The system continues to chatter in her mind, "Host, if you do not conceive within 3 days, points will begin to be deducted at a rate of 100 points per day." The system grows anxious. "Host, you mentioned you understood this 7 days ago. Understanding is one thing. Finding the right timing and circumstances is another," she retorts. Xin Feng possesses remarkable patience. Does she expect him to forcibly pursue her? She is fond of Xin Feng, yet she prefers to signal him, allowing him to take the initiative. In recent days, Xin Feng's blood has been in a constant state of agitation. Each day spent with the little female only deepens his concern for her. Each night spent nestled together in the same nest brings him closer to losing control, yet he restrains himself, worried for her well-being. He carries 2 large basins of water, swiftly making his way home. As he nears the entrance, he almost collides with the Xin Shan brothers, as they are Huya's beast husbands. Xin Feng wishes to avoid further interaction, offering only a slight nod as he attempts to pass by. Xin Feng, Xin Shan calls out, prompting him to turn. "Is there something you need?" Xin Shan hesitates before asking, "How is she?" "Very well," Xin Feng replies. Xin Shan expresses, "I will not disclose what happened that day to anyone," offering to conceal the identity of the tiger cub's father, the chieftain. "Thank you," Xin Feng responds curtly, not wishing to prolong the conversation, knowing they will depart the tribe with the onset of the warm season. During the snowy season, the beastmen will retreat into their dens, making it difficult for Xin Shan to convey anything further. Xin Shan perceives Xin Feng's reluctance to converse, aware of his position as Huya's beast husband. A bittersweet smile graces his lips as Xin Feng strides away, and he calls out, "Take good care of her." His words do not halt Xin Feng, who continues at a swift pace towards home. After Xin Feng departs, Xin Yu cannot contain her curiosity. "Brother, what happened that day?" "Do not ask," he replies. She shifts the topic. "Did you see Xin Feng's face just now?" Xin Feng had just brushed past them, speaking sideways. However, Xin Yu believes she saw his face free of scars. Xin Feng notices as well, yet it is of no concern to them. Having prepared a pot of fish soup infused with the system's spices and garnished with scallions, Bai Wanwan feels the deliciousness is beyond words. Xin Feng enters, promptly closing the den's door against the cold, which hints that the snowy season is approaching. Bai Wanwan sets down the 2 cubs in her arms, rising to ladle a bowl of soup for him. "Drink this first to warm yourself." Xin Feng accepts the bowl, savoring the warmth as he finishes it. And only then does he roll up his sleeves to slice the remaining unicorn deer meat. Squatting on the ground, he smiles at her, remarking that once the snow arrives, they can keep the uneaten deer meat inside to enjoy gradually. With deft hands, he cuts a large chunk of meat. He has become quite proficient in cooking, capable of preparing delicious dishes without her assistance. Together, they relish the stir-fried unicorn meat paired with the delightful fish soup, both thoroughly satisfied. As dusk descends, Bai Wanwan hastens to wash up with the warm water. She climbs onto the bed first, turning to watch the male tending to the cubs. Propping her head up with one hand and smiling, she thinks today feels like an ideal moment of harmony. After soothing the cubs to sleep, Xin Feng quietly approaches, shedding his fur and slipping under the down comforter as usual, drawing Bai Wanwan into his embrace. However, today Bai Wanwan is not asleep as she usually is. She has been fighting her drowsiness, waiting for him. As Xin Feng reaches out, she rolls over to face him, her eyes wide open, commenting on how long it took for the cubs to fall asleep. Her warm breath brushes against his neck, sending a shiver through him. He feigns nonchalance, adjusting the blanket around her. When spring arrives, they will grow stronger, and we will need to keep a closer eye on them. Bai Wanwan lets out a long sigh, wondering why caring for the cubs is so exhausting. Xin Feng understands that the lack of beast husbands at home contributes to the burden, but he chooses not to voice this. He is acutely aware that Wanwan is a sacred female, destined to attract many powerful beast men by her side. While his abilities may be considered strong among the cat tribe, they would render him insignificant in a larger base. Encountering Wanwan is his stroke of fortune, and he yearns to be a special presence in her heart. By then, I will be watching, and they won't escape. Bai Wanwan is quite pleased. If Xin Feng were in modern times, he would be a paragon of virtue, a devoted husband difficult to find. Such an exceptional male belongs to her. She snuggles closer, nuzzling into his embrace, then lifts her face to him. Xin Feng, you are so good to me. Her petite form is warm and soft against him. Suddenly feeling quite warm, Xin Feng shifts slightly, wanting to create a bit of distance, yet finding it hard to part with her. His arms remain securely wrapped around her. Noticing his subtle movement, Bai Wanwan smirks mischievously. Xin Feng, what's wrong? Xin Feng's handsome face, now entirely restored, is strikingly attractive, yet a faint blush colors his cheeks, and his gaze avoids hers. Intent on teasing him, she raises her hand to turn his face towards hers, smiling brightly. Are you feeling hot? Xin Feng, captivated by the beautiful visage of the little female so close to him, swallows hard. He yearns for her, but she has just recently given birth. Grasping her mischievous hand, he murmurs, Wanwan, you should sleep now. I feel a bit warm. I will step outside into the snow to cool down. In such cold weather, how can you still feel warm? You aren't feeling unwell, are you? She reaches out to touch his forehead and trails her hand down his neck. Xin Feng's gaze darkens as he swiftly seizes her hand, which has slipped down to his chest. Wanwan, he speaks with a tone of indulgence and helplessness. Her playful antics only serve to heighten his internal turmoil. He fears startling her, hastily shifting to the side, throwing back the covers to sit up. Just as he prepares to rise from the stone bed, slender arms emerge from beneath the covers, wrapping around his slender waist. Wanwan, Xin Feng's voice is strained. Bai Wanwan, exuding an enchanting charm, presses her face against his back, whispering, Xin Feng, you are my beast husband. Xin Feng clenches his fists, struggling to rein in his desires. So, you do not wish for me? Her words fall like water splashing into hot oil, igniting a fervent reaction within him. He swiftly rolls over, pinning her against the stone bed, his gaze suddenly filled with a fierce intensity. Yet fearing he might frighten her, his eyes drift downward, landing on her lips. WNWN, Xin Feng softly called her name, his arm propped against her side, the veins protruding as if he were suppressing some intense emotion. By WNW, indirectly lifted her head and pressed her lips against his. This action seemed to activate something within him, and Xin Feng immediately wrapped his strong arms around her slender waist, his firm muscles pressing against her soft form. By WNW, N was taken aback by Xin Feng's eagerness, playfully chiding him to take it slow. However, Xin Feng, intoxicated by the moment, was insatiable, the duvet billowing like waves throughout the night. As dawn broke, Bai Wanwan was so exhausted that she could hardly lift her limbs. This was despite having consumed a medicinal pill provided by the system midway. If it were not for her affection for Feng, she might have scolded him for his relentless enthusiasm. The endless frolicking had nearly worn her out. Feng, feeling quite satisfied, noticed Bai Wanwan's fatigue as she had fallen into a deep slumber. A pang of guilt washed over him. The sweetness of being with her was so delightful that he could hardly contain himself. He gently kissed her cheek as she slept, then tucked her in before rising. Despite the intense activities of the night, Feng felt invigorated, as if he had boundless energy. The cubs, no longer reliant on their mother for nourishment, awoke early and began to cry beneath the stone bed. Their cries brought Feng back to reality, allowing him to let Bai Wanwan rest. He reached out to pat each cub's head, instructing them to behave and wait for their father to prepare their meal. The cubs seemed to understand, joyfully calling out in response. He warned a pair of tiger cubs to quiet down, threatening them with a missed meal should they disturb their mother. Once the cubs settled, Feng got up to prepare the meat, slicing a wild boar into halves, one larger and one smaller. The combined appetite of the two kittens was hardly enough to satisfy a single tiger cub. "Come, it's time to eat," he called. The cubs excitedly gathered around, happily devouring the meat with audible satisfaction. Bai Wanwan was simply too tired, impervious even to the rumble of thunder. She fell into a deep, comfortable sleep, only awakening when the enticing aroma of soup wafted through the air, stirring her hunger. Feng, busy preparing the broth, immediately dropped the lid and hurried into the cave upon hearing her voice. He had already checked on her several times, but she had been slumbering so soundly. "You're awake?" His voice was incredibly gentle. Bai Wanwan lazily responded with a soft expressing her hunger. "Shall I help you into your leather skirt, so you can have some soup?" "All right," she replied, extending her arm from under the duvet, relishing Feng's attentiveness. "Are you still tired?" Bai Wanwan smiled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Are you tired?" Feng cleared his throat. "I'm not tired. Next time, I will be gentler." With his assistance, despite her sore legs, Bai Wanwan successfully dressed and rose. Feng's culinary skills had been honed by her, and he could whip up a meal that, while not gourmet, certainly met home-cooked standards. She ate with great satisfaction, noticing Feng's gaze fixed upon her. Pausing her chopsticks, she looked up at him playfully. "Can you fill your stomach by just staring at me?" He nodded sincerely. "You look beautiful. I enjoy watching you eat. It makes me feel full." In Chapter 41, please do me a favor, had it been in the past, if a man had spoken to her in such a manner. Bai Wanwan would have rolled her eyes in disbelief. Yet, when Feng said it, his words felt refreshing and sweet to her ears. She playfully offered him a piece of meat. "This is a reward for you." Feng smiled as he accepted it. From that moment on, Bai Wanwan hardly needed to serve herself. Feng always managed to intuitively place the dishes she desired into her bowl. "Did you say something to me before I fell asleep?" she asked, as she had been too exhausted to pay attention while he had been playfully teasing her. "Yes, host. I was reminding you of your successful conception." "So soon?" The host is a sacred female with the ability to bear offspring easily. Moreover, unlike other females who must refrain from intimacy after conception, you need not worry. Even if you are close with your mates, it will not harm the cubs. "Thank you. But I don't see the need to worry about that. I would rather rest." Bai Wanwan nearly rolled her eyes at the system. "Think positively. At least you can live well here. If your points are sufficient, you can thrive in the beast world." "All right, that sounds promising. I will reluctantly accept it." Over the next 3 days, Feng seemed to have unlocked a new realm of experience. Bai Wanwan felt as though she might be torn apart, relying daily on points to exchange for stamina-restoring pills to survive. Fortunately, each pill only required 30 points. Yet, with such daily consumption, her already limited points were swiftly diminishing. Feng had grown accustomed to their intimacy and was no longer stiff as he had been at first. He delighted in being close to her, even enjoying holding her after meals. The snow began to fall. Feng gently arranged her hair, wrapping his arms around her waist. Bai Wanwan leaned against his shoulder, finding a comfortable position. "So soon? Is the snow heavy?" She was too lazy to open the door, fearing the cold, having no anticipation for the snowy day. "It has just started, not too heavy yet, but in 4 to 5 days, it could accumulate quite a bit. Winter was indeed suitable for hibernation. Daily, she was cared for by Xi Feng, alternating between eating, sleeping, and playing with the cubs, without a care for anything else. Days passed, and one morning, as Bai Wanwan was playing with the cubs, Xi Feng called from outside. Wanwan. The snow has blocked the door. I need to clear it. It's a bit cold, so please stay inside. Okay, she answered lazily, unwilling to move in such weather. Bai Wanwan wrapped the cubs in animal skins and peeked towards the door. The wind was not strong, but it was undeniably much colder outside than inside. She shivered, observing the thick layer of snow. So much snow already? The ground was completely covered, with the snow piled nearly to Xi Feng's knees. This snow season had arrived abruptly, but it was a good sign. The more snow that fell, the quicker the season would pass. As he spoke, Xi Feng began to scoop snow into a stone basin to throw it outside. Bai Wanwan settled onto the sofa with the cubs, hoping the snow season would end quickly. The sooner it passed, the sooner the warm season would arrive, allowing her to leave the cat clan and explore the world beyond. After clearing the snow from the entrance, Xi Feng dug out a significant amount. Nearby, Huya's mates were doing the same. However, they were less fortunate as their wooden door had collapsed under the weight of the snow, requiring extensive repairs. Being neighbors, when Lu Yi from Huya's household saw Xi Feng's face restored to its original state, he exclaimed, Xi Feng, how did your face heal? His expression was one of astonishment. Even the clan shaman had been unable to heal it, yet after just a few days, there were no scars to be seen. The other mates of Huya turned to look at him as well. Huya, much like Bai Wanwan, was extremely averse to the cold and had been hiding in her cave, unwilling to venture out. Lu Yi's voice was loud enough for her to hear, prompting her to wrap herself in additional layers of animal skins and rush to the door. Dressed in black animal skins, Xi Feng stood tall and handsome amidst the snow. The half of his face that had once been disfigured now appeared as flawless as the other half, as if he had never been injured. How is this possible? Huya was utterly bewildered, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. When she focused again, Xi Feng's face remained unchanged, stunningly beautiful. Huya's heart raced. She yearned for Xi Feng. Instinctively, she took a step toward him. Realizing she had just stepped toward a man already taken by Wanwan, she quickly regained her composure. At that moment, Xi Feng looked up. Huya suppressed her jealousy and waved at him with a bright smile. Xi Feng. XNF merely raised his head to survey his surroundings, unexpectedly spotting HY. He immediately discarded the snow from the stone basin, turned away, and continued with his tasks, deliberately avoiding her gaze. HY, undeterred, persistently called out to him, yet XNF feigned ignorance, completely disregarding her. Was Biwnwn truly so captivating? He didn't even spare her a glance. With swift movements, he cleared the entrance. But unlike HY's beast husband, he did not linger to continue his work. Instead, he turned and entered the stone cave, securing the entrance tightly behind him. HY, witnessing his retreat, stamped her foot in frustration. Upon turning around, she noticed XNSHN and XNY. Both males also turned away from her. Suddenly, it struck her that they hadn't visited their nest in quite some time. A suspicion began to brew within her. Aingsen and I. Face me. The two males had no choice but to pause their snow clearing and turn to her. You both like Biwnwn, don't you? HY's red-eyed interrogation startled XNY into dropping the wooden stick he was holding, stammering, Why? That S not true. XNSHN, maintaining his composure, fixed his gaze on HY, asserting, Why? We are your beast husbands. XNF's indifference only fueled HY's simmering anger. She recalled how the two males had distanced themselves from her recently, which further inflamed her irritation. Fine, you will accompany me to the nest now. XNY glanced at his elder brother. His reaction was instinctive. He was unaware of the underlying reasons for his emotions. Initially, he had only wished to compete for HY's affection with the beast husbands, but gradually, her deliberate coldness towards them had begun to weigh heavily on him. Eventually, he seemed to adapt to her distance and punishment. Why? The snow is too thick. I must clear it. XNSH disregarded her command, continuing to shovel snow alongside the other beast husbands. XNY stud beside HY, observing leur expression d'arcaine. If you two do not come, you will be banished from the cave tonight and will not receive any food. Why, it's snowing outside. Staying out overnight would freeze you solid. XNY pleaded, but HY showed no sign of compassion, retorting, that is your own doing. XNY, tell me, do you also harbor feelings for B, IW, and WN? XNY immediately shook his head. Why, I like you. He glanced at his elder brother, who was still shoveling snow outside, and clenched his teeth. I'm just angry that you ignored me before. Now I'll accompany you. With that, he approached her, lifting HY effortlessly and striding inside. XNY made a concerted effort to cater to her, which prevented her from making things difficult for the brothers. Unbeknownst to him, HY soon sought out her most favored beast husband. LY, I need you to do something for me. HY's face was clouded with anger. BIWNW, and not only possessed XNFing, but it also captured the hearts of her two beast husbands. Chapter 42. Bearing him a litter of offspring if she disclosed the news of BIWNW, and being a holy female to the wandering beastmen. Even if she were indeed a holy female, falling into the hands of the wandering beastmen would render her merely a creature destined to reproduce. Those barbaric wandering beastmen would never cherish a female. To them, all females, regardless of their nobility or lowliness, were akin to uncivilized beasts, mere tools for release and breeding. HY leaned closer to LY, whispering her plan into his ear. Upon hearing it, LY's expression changed dramatically. Why, if the clan leader learns of this, he will not only punish me, but will also punish you. BIWNWN is not an ordinary female. She is a holy female. If she were just an ordinary female, there might be a chance for survival, but harming a holy female would surely incur the clan leader's wrath. Sensing his reluctance, HY's face fell. Useless. Did you not vow to care for me for life? To always heed my commands? I am doing this for your own good. Wouldn't it be better for us to live our lives peacefully? Provoking BIWNWN will lead to suffering for us all. He attempted to wrap his arms around her shoulders, only to be forcefully shrugged off by HY. Do not touch me. As long as BIWNWN is nearby, I will never have a good day. LY quickly embraced her. How could that be? You have me, and also XNSHN and XNY. Mentioning XNSHN and XNY caused HY to feel as though she had been publicly slapped by BIWNWN. Previously, a mere hug from LY would elicit endless smiles from XNY. Yet today, he had not smiled even once during their time in the nest. Their hearts had all been captured by BIWNWN, while LY still favored her. What about the future? What if even his heart was stolen by BIWNWN? Jealousy and resentment intertwined in her heart, igniting a fierce flame. Realizing that LY remained silent beside her, HY kicked at him. Did you hear what I just said? I heard. I will take care of it right away. Do not be angry. Although BIWNWN is a holy female, she is not our wife. You are. LY's words slightly quelled HY's fury, prompting her to urge, then go quickly. Understood. He rose, his gaze lingering on her. Deep down, he felt a twinge of sadness. A male driven away by his wife must leave the tribe to become a wandering beast. BIWNWN, being a holy female, would thrive wherever she went. Without her in the MO tribe, YY would likely no longer be angry every day. I'm leaving, he announced. HY acknowledged with a sound, dismissing him as her focus shifted to the other beast husbands. A thick layer of snow blanketed the ground outside the cave, and the sky continued to shed flakes. The gifted beastmen were not overly fearful of the cold. As he was shoveling snow, the male nearest to him asked curiously, with such heavy snow, where are you going for a few days? Mind your own business. Take good care of YY while I'm gone, he replied, leaving behind a trail of footprints in the snow as he gradually disappeared from the MO tribe. XNFing, in the prime of his youth, was at the peak of his vigor. Had it not been for BIWNWN's concern over his lost talents, which nearly led him to a life of solitude, she would not have allowed him to indulge for several days. When XNFing leaned in to kiss her again, BIWNWN turned his face away, saying, I'm tired. XNFing took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Did I hurt you? Although he refrained from pressing further, his insatiable curiosity made him worry that his affections might discomfort the small female. BIWNWN shifted slightly, finding a more comfortable position in his embrace. No, I'm just a bit tired. There is something I need to discuss with you. She was simply exhausted from the incessant consumption of pills from the system shop, as her meager points could barely sustain her habit. Relieved to learn that he had not caused her displeasure, Ing exhaled softly, leaning down to kiss her forehead. In the darkness, warmth flowed gently from his eyes. Speak, I'm listening. Biwnwn raised her hand to caress his chin. His facial structure was quite handsome, his chin not overly sharp, with smooth and attractive lines. She smiled sweetly, tilting her head back. Surrounded by darkness, she could see nothing, yet she knew Ing was gazing tenderly at her. Do you want a litter of cubs? The hand resting on her waist suddenly tightened. Biwnwn prodded his chest lightly. Calm down. Realizing he had misunderstood, he grasped her hand. WNWN, no male does not wish for his own offspring, yet I am not in a hurry. We have a lifetime ahead of us. Though lacking extensive experience, he had heard the tribe's beastmen speak of it. Females desiring to bear offspring did not find it easy. Much like HY, who had been the tribe's most fertile female before Biwnwn was identified as a holy female. Though WNWN was a holy female, with only him as her beast husband, how could she conceive so swiftly? Biwnwn listened to his words with a smile. Indeed, we have plenty of time, but do you truly want it? She was undoubtedly gazing at him with a beaming smile. He chuckled helplessly. How could I not want to? I dream of it. Biwnwn playfully tapped his nose. Very well, I shall grant your wish. During the warm season, I will bear you a litter. In the darkness, Ing's smile froze. Was this truly the meaning he believed it to be? Suddenly, silence enveloped the atmosphere, and Biwnwn expressed her dissatisfaction. Why have you stopped speaking? Upon her words, Ing abruptly cradled her face, asking, WNWN, is this what you meant? What do you mean? She teased him with a radiant smile. Ing's gaze drifted downward to her abdomen, his fingers trembling as they touched the area. Is there already a child of ours here? Biwnwn placed her hand over his, affirming, yes, here resides our child. A warmth surged within Ing, filling his heart with a sensation he had never experienced before. Before encountering WNWN, he believed his life would conclude in solitude, a mere shadow of a beast awaiting an inevitable demise. Yet, unexpectedly, the illustrious WNWN chose him, restoring his talents and bearing him a brood. Chapter 43. She is the holy female. He embraced the petite female once more, as if holding all his treasures. Biwnwn nestled against him, sensing his joy and excitement, her emotions intricately intertwined. It seemed she, too, was elated, not solely from the prospect of earning abundant points from their offspring. Before she could unravel the essence of her feelings, Ing suddenly leaned down and kissed her lips. This kiss was gentle and fleeting, imbued with tenderness, and Biwnwn felt his affection, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Encouraged, Ing tightened his embrace, drawing them closer together. Ly had journeyed towards the stray beast city for 2 days without encountering any males. As dusk approached, and he sought refuge for the night, he heard rustling sounds from behind him. Hastily, he concealed himself behind a nearby boulder. Rug led his merchant caravan forward, the proximity of the cat tribe not lost on him, yet he had no immediate plans to venture there. Captain, look! An orc clearing the path pointed to marks on the ground, turning to Rug. Following the footprints, Rug's gaze landed on a massive rock at the mountain's edge, and he exchanged glances with the 2 orcs ahead. Understanding the signal, they dispersed immediately. Ly remained hidden, hearing the sounds fade into the distance. Unsure if the orcs had truly departed, he grew impatient and bravely peeked out. Upon spotting Rug and his caravan, he sighed in relief. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept by, prompting Ly to roll aside just in time to evade an attacking orc. He swiftly activated his abilities in defense. Outside, Rug caught sight of Ly, raising a hand to halt his subordinates. Wait! The 2 orcs obeyed, stepping back as Rug approached Ly, scrutinizing him from head to toe. I remember you. Only a handful of powerful males existed in the cat tribe, and Rug would not forget a face he had seen before. Ly felt a wave of relief. Captain Rug, I am an orphan of cat tribe. I merely hid to avoid encountering fierce beasts. Then why did you come out? To hunt. There are too many males at home, and the food supply is insufficient. Hunting? In this weather? Alone as a male? RUG regarded him with a mix of amusement and skepticism, pacing slightly. Oh, why nodded vigorously. Yes, they have other matters to attend to. After uttering those words, silence fell over them, prompting LY to glance around. Where is BIWNWN? Can XNF properly care for her? Captain Uyi. I am not lying. LY felt increasingly uneasy, inadvertently divulging more information, though XNF lacks abilities. The chieftain will not let BIWNW go hungry. Before the rainy season, he had already sent plenty. Mid-sentence, LY suddenly realized his folly. RUG smirked. Continue. What has been sent? Is the food supply of the cat tribe plentiful? Will the chieftain give special treatment to a useless female? LY's eyes darted around, struggling to find a response. Your name is LY, correct? He tightened his lips, feeling a strong sense of pressure from RUG's superior abilities. LY was momentarily stunned, about to speak when RUG raised his hand to interrupt. Clenching his fists, LY demanded, What do you mean, Captain RUG? Do you dare threaten the lives of orcs? RUG's lips curled into a knowing smile. If my caravan were to take your life, who would even know? After much hesitation, LY contemplated whether to reveal that BIWNWN was the holy female. YY intended for BIWNWN to fall into the hands of the stray beasts. Not going to speak? Then I'll just kill you, commanded YNL, his voice sharp and resolute, as he turned to leave. Wait, Captain Uyi, LY exclaimed urgently, but RUG's stride remained unbroken. The orc named Y and L approached him, ready to unleash his abilities. I will tell you. LY gritted his teeth, making a decisive choice, daring not to hesitate further, for his life was at stake. Only then did RUG turn back. After a brief pause, LY remained silent. Are you contemplating how to deceive me? No, could you ask those around us to step back? With a wave of his hand, RUG commanded his men to withdraw. Squinting, he threatened, If you dare to deceive me, neither you nor your mate shall escape my wrath. I will share all I know. However, I have one request. Speak. LY recognized he could not delay any longer and reveal the truth. BIWNWN is the holy female. If you wish to possess her, do not harm the orcs of the cat tribe. You may take her quietly. What he said next was lost on RUG, whose blood surged with fervor. No wonder she could bear children despite being deemed useless. She was not useless, but rather the holy female. Who would have thought that such a small tribe as the cat tribe could produce a holy female? He thought of XNFing, questioning how that individual could possibly claim the holy female solely for himself. Even the strongest males from the super tribes would vie for her, as only the mightiest could become the mate of the holy female. RUG ground his teeth, nearly falling for the deception. He looked down at LY. Who else have you revealed this matter to? The orcs in his caravan were those he trusted, yet he had no intention of informing them about BIWNWN's true nature. That little female is quite intriguing. I had not planned on taking a mate, but perhaps it would not be so bad to bond with a holy female. Aside from the orcs of the cat tribe, no one else was aware. Splendid. LY raised his head, questioning what is splendid. As he spoke, he perceived a glimmer of malice in RUG's smile. You. He immediately retaliated, unleashing his abilities as a tempest roared around him. Yet, before he could fully manifest his powers, a torrent of flames descended upon him. LY screamed. Engulfed in the flames, he struggled to exert every ounce of strength, pushing his abilities to their limits, but it was all in vain. RUG's powers were at least 2 tiers above his own. The searing heat threatened to melt him, and he writhed on the ground in agony. As the flames constricted tighter, LY's cries diminished until they faded into silence. Soon after, only a pile of ash remained upon the snowy ground. RUG clapped his hands, a smile gracing his lips. Let this secret remain forever within the cat tribe. He would take BIWNWN away without allowing any orc to discover her true identity as the holy female. RUG secured his beastskin cloak and turned towards his caravan. Change course. We are heading to the cat tribe. Chapter 44. Their females pursue them. As the weather grew colder, BIWNWN became increasingly lethargic. Each day, she found it difficult to rise from her down comforter. Yet, she had no choice but to get up. Her children were growing rapidly, and if she did not spend time with them now, soon they would no longer require her maternal affection. Braving the chill, She quickly donned her down jacket. Several of her offspring had already been fed by XNF-ing and were now lively, playfully chasing each other in their den. The two tiger cubs had grown to the size of small dogs, while the other two kittens remained quite fragile. To Bai Wanwan's delight, the two tiger cubs did not bully the two smaller kittens simply because of their larger size. On the contrary, they would carry meat to feed the little ones, concerned that the kittens might not be well fed. She walked over, picked up the cubs, and showered them with affection. The little ones, sensing their mother's love, wagged their tails and danced around her joyfully. Xin Feng, hearing the commotion, set down the meat strips and peeked into the den, smiling as he asked if they were awake. "You play with the cubs for a while. I will prepare some roasted meat for you. Let's have something different for lunch. You need not roast meat today." She had a particular craving for hot pot. Having spent too long in the beast world, her palate yearned for something stimulating. She figured Xin Feng might not be able to handle it at first, so she could use less seasoning to help him gradually adapt. If he could accept it, she could slowly increase the flavors. Since they were to live together, her beast husband would need to learn to enjoy various foods. After all, a family sharing meals and experiences was far more meaningful than living separately and eating apart. "Then tell me how to prepare it. I will take care of it." "No need. I will do it. You come and play with the cubs." She intended to exchange items in the system shop and needed to trade for a cooking pot as well. The stone slab took too long to heat and wasted wood. She had hesitated before, not wanting to spend dozens of points for a pot. However, with the snow season lasting so long, it would be wiser to exchange for it sooner rather than later. Xin Feng approached her side, letting the cubs play on their own. "I will help you. You can take it easy." Bai Wanwan grabbed him and pushed him onto the sofa. "You stay with the cubs. I will manage myself." As she walked outside, she opened the operation panel. She had already tried it several times in front of Xin Feng, who could not see it at all. Henceforth, she need not worry about being seen by others while using the panel. Upon accessing the system shop, she browsed through it and spent nearly 100 points to acquire the pot, hot pot base, and some ingredients. It felt excessively indulgent, almost sinful. After these past few days, the panel's balance remained at 860 points, which pained her greatly. If it weren't for those two medicinal pills, she would likely have had 10 to 20,000 points left. Yet, she had no regrets. Healing Xin Feng was not just fulfilling a promise, but also enabling him to better protect himself. She squeezed a piece of the hot pot base, about the size of a fingertip, into the pot, sought ing it for a moment before adding 2 bowls of water to boil. The ingredients were pitifully few. She had only purchased lotus root, potatoes, frozen tofu, and kelp. Vegetables were scarce in the beast world, and one had to spend points to obtain even a modest amount. Once the water boiled, she tossed all the vegetables into the pot. With such a large pot of water and several ingredients added, Bai Wanwan tasted a spoonful when it was ready and found it somewhat bland. It could barely satisfy her cravings. "Xin Feng, I am done. Come eat quickly." The room filled with a peculiar aroma that was somewhat stimulating. He twitched his nose, gazing at the bowl of crimson soup on the stone table. "What is this?" "This is called hot pot. I added many vegetables and several types of beast meat. Give it a try and see if you can eat it. If not, you can have something else." She did not expect him to eat it immediately, as many modern individuals found it difficult to accept the spiciness of hot pot. As a primal society beastman, he would require ample time to acclimate. "All right, I will give it a try." Xin Feng did not hesitate, whatever Wanwan desired. He was willing to attempt. Seeing him comply, Bai Wanwan smiled and offered him a piece of meat. He opened his mouth to receive it. She watched his reaction, knowing that meat would likely be easier for a beastman to accept than vegetables. The moment his tongue was pricked, Xin Feng instinctively frowned. Bai Wanwan noticed and reminded him, "If you find it unpleasant, there's no need to force yourself. Just try it today, and you can spit it out if you wish." The prickling sensation on his tongue persisted, but was not unbearable. After the initial sting, an indescribable stimulation urged him to try again. "I find it quite delicious. I will try again." Xin Feng took the initiative to grasp the chopsticks and picked up a piece of something yellow without asking. He was about to shove it into his mouth. "Take your time. Blow on it before eating." A piece of soft, boiled potato went into his mouth. Seeing that he did not display any extreme discomfort, Bai Wanwan smiled and said, "Then eat at your own pace. If you can eat it, great. If not, it doesn't matter." She was ravenous and focused solely on retrieving what she desired from the hot pot. The first bite brought her immense satisfaction, and she closed her eyes in enjoyment. After several mouthfuls, Over half of the ingredients in the pot had vanished into her stomach. Xian Feng had barely eaten 2 bites. It wasn't that it was unappetizing, but rather he found joy in watching Wanwan eat happily. The little female did not open her mouth widely while eating. Her cheeks puffed adorably like a cub. Bai Wanwan remained oblivious to how her indulgent eating would be perceived as endearing by the male opposite her. Suddenly, she tilted her head to listen. Xian Feng, do you hear any sounds? Xian Feng, who had been focused on watching her, had not noticed anything outside. After her prompting, he perked up his ears to listen closely. I'll go take a look. He seemed to have heard something as he pulled open the cave door to peer outside. The snow had lessened compared to the previous days, but the accumulation on the ground had thickened considerably. Wanwan, this sound seems unusual. I will move a few steps forward to investigate. You stay inside. Bai Wanwan was engrossed in her hot pot and had no intention of going anywhere. All right. In the midst of their conversation, she scooped a few more slices of lotus root and meat, chewing and swallowing them eagerly. Just as she finished the last piece of kelp from her bowl, the cave door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. The wind and snow rushed in alongside Xian Feng. Wanwan, hurry. Gather your things. We must leave. What happened? At that moment, she too heard the sounds of shouting and chaos resonating throughout the tribe. Xian Feng's expression turned grave. It was likely that wandering beastmen had come to steal food and females. As he spoke, he rushed into the den, stuffing the cubs into a basket. Bai Wanwan quickly collected everything she could from the room into the system space. Throughout all of this, she did not shy away from Xian Feng. A flash of surprise crossed his face, but he did not ask further and pulled her out of the cave, running toward the back of the mountain. Hurry, there is a female. Chase after her. Bai Wanwan found herself cradled in Xian Feng's arms, struggling through the heavy snow. Chapter 45. She truly is a sacred female. Don't look. It might scare you. Xian Feng covered her eyes, concerned she might be frightened by the wandering beasts. However, Bai Wanwan reached up to pull his hand away, continuing to look back. Were those deformities on their bodies natural? The wandering beasts appeared massive, yet lacked any aesthetic appeal. Their bodies seemingly marred in various places like some grotesque creatures. They're not born this way. Many are males born in various tribes who were expelled for their transgressions or abandoned by their females, left to seek refuge in the wandering beast city. Upon noticing that some wandering beasts had taken notice of them, Xian Feng quickened his pace, continuing to speak, the lord of the wandering beast city, in an effort to tame them and sever their ties to tribal life, has made them exceedingly ugly, ensuring that other beastmen will recognize them as wandering beasts and keep their distance. As Xian Feng finished speaking, Huya and her beast husbands burst out of the cave. Upon seeing them, Huya disregarded Bai Wanwan entirely and joyfully called out to Xian Feng, Xian Feng, wait for me. Let's go together. Ignoring her, Xian Feng hurried on. The snowy terrain proved challenging, prompting him to transform into a silver wolf. Wanwan, hold the cubs and climb onto my back. I will carry you faster. All right. It was her first time witnessing Xian Feng's beast form. His silver-white fur and physique were significantly larger than an ordinary wolf, comparable in size to a leopard, if not slightly larger. She grasped Xian Feng's fur, straining to climb on. I am ready, Xian Feng, let us depart. The silver wolf rose majestically from the ground, its robust limbs gracefully traversing the snow. Bai Wanwan cradled her young, her neck shrinking in response to the biting cold. Many beastmen from the Cat clan were also compelled to flee in this direction, crying out for help, save us. Yet the feral beastmen were merciless upon encountering a male. They struck him down without hesitation, leaving no survivors, and piled their victims together. Bai Wanwan turned her head just in time to witness a feral beastman tearing off a leg from a male of the Cat clan, seizing it to gnaw upon. The sight nearly made her regurgitate the hot pot she had just consumed. There goes a silver wolf, and it has a female with it. We must pursue. The feral beastmen all turned their gazes towards Bai Wanwan. We have been discovered. Xian Feng, we must hasten. She dared not contemplate the gruesome fate that might await Xian Feng should these savage beastmen capture him, nor her own potential demise. It was only at this moment that she gradually recognized the perilous and bloody reality of the beast world continent, far more treacherous than she had ever imagined. Hurry and pursue. Huya urged the beastmen to catch up with Xian Feng, but Xian Feng was far too swift, having already dashed away in the blink of an eye. Yeah, we cannot catch up. We must rush out from another direction. Nearby, 7 or 8 grotesque feral beasts surrounded them. Huya trembled in fear, cursing in her heart as she watched Bai Wanwan fade into the distance. She had merely wished for the feral beastmen to quietly take Bai Wanwan away. Why did they have to slaughter all the beastmen of the cat clan? She had never intended such devastation. She only desired for them to abduct Bai Wanwan. But now Bai Wanwan had escaped, while the beastmen of the cat clan lay dead or wounded. Sitting on her beast husband's back, she suddenly pointed ahead in a frenzy, shouting, "Go capture her. She is Shang Ci. If you seize her, she can grant you feral beasts' endless offspring." The distant leader of the feral beastmen, upon hearing her words, swiftly turned to gaze at the silver wolf. Is that the Shang Ci? The Shang Ci would appear in such a small clan? Yet regardless of the truth, no female should be allowed to escape. Xin Feng's innate abilities had fully returned, and he sped past 2 feral beasts attempting to intercept them. Wanwan, hold on tight. Bai Wanwan almost got thrown off, her body tense as she clutched Xin Feng's neck, burying her face in the fur on his back. The wind howled past her ears, while the feral beasts behind shouted and pursued. Eventually, Bai Wanwan's hands grew numb from the cold, and she felt she might slip off at any moment. Xin Feng, I can barely hold on. Have we lost those feral beasts? Xin Feng quickly slowed his pace, temporarily shaking them off. The deep mountains are unsafe. I will skirt along the foot of the mountain and find a secure place to spend the night. It was the snow season, and nighttime temperatures would plummet. Females were vulnerable. Frostbite could be fatal. All right, you know the situation outside better than I do. I will follow your lead. Xin Feng circled around 2 mountains at the base, suddenly halting his steps. He warily surveyed his surroundings. Bai Wanwan sensed something was amiss and was about to inquire when a deafening roar of a tiger echoed through the air. Xin Feng raised his head and howled toward the forest ahead, a powerful wolf's howl resonating through the trees. The forest fell silent for a moment before a shadow of a beast slowly emerged from the depths. Goodness, it is a tiger. Bai Wanwan's face turned pale, her mind racing with a singular thought. Could a wolf defeat a tiger? Sliding down from his back, her legs felt weak. Xin Feng, that is a tiger. Can you win? If he could not, both Xin Feng and she, along with the cubs, would become the tiger's prey. I am a beast man. It is but an ordinary tiger. Fear not. He reassured her, though internally he felt utterly passive. Confronting a tiger alone, he had no fear. Yet if he were to make a careless mistake and allow the tiger to injure Wanwan and the cubs, what good would it do to kill the tiger afterward? Roger, leading a merchant caravan, had journeyed for a day and night before finally arriving at the cat clan. Captain, something is amiss, look. Roger approached the mountain edge and gazed down, horrified to see corpses of beastmen scattered throughout the cat clan. The feral beastmen have attacked the cat clan. Roger's expression darkened instantly. He had not anticipated arriving too late. Had that male named Lu Yi deceived him? Had he leaked the information before he could inform himself? Damn it! If Bai Wanwan falls into the hands of those feral beastmen and is taken to the feral beast city, even with all my power, I would be unable to rescue her. He observed for a moment, noting at least dozens of feral beastmen within the cat clan. Their caravan would stand no chance in a direct confrontation. Stay put, Roger commanded, swiftly transforming into his beast form and darting into the forest. The black wolf cautiously approached the cat clan, drawing nearer. Chief, I have inquired among the other beastmen of the cat clan. The female named Bai Wanwan is indeed the Shang Ci. Upon hearing this, Roger quietly stepped back. It seemed Bai Wanwan had already escaped. Thank goodness. As long as he found Bai Wanwan before the feral beastmen did, there was still hope. Chapter 46. A familiar scent after ensuring Bai Wanwan's safety. The silver wolf forcefully propelled himself towards the tiger, aiming to bite. He did not expect to land a direct hit, but sought merely to intimidate the foe with a fierce attack. After missing, the tiger appeared to seize the opportunity, its body darting forward to bite at the silver wolf's neck. Yet at that moment, the wolf's form suddenly expanded several times over, becoming larger than the tiger. Bai Wanwan watched in awe, astonished by the surreal spectacle before her, momentarily forgetting her fear. So this is the prowess of a beastman male. The 2 beasts swiftly dodged each other's strikes, and Bai Wanwan could no longer clearly capture their movements with her eyes, only perceiving fleeting shadows. Clutching the basket containing her cubs, she remained poised to evade. The tiger attempted to charge toward her several times, only to be knocked away by the silver wolf. After tumbling several times, the tiger finally regained its footing, its round eyes glaring at the silver wolf, then glancing at the small female behind it, filled with resentment. Cautiously, it retreated, testing the waters nearby, before ultimately yielding to the silver wolf's intimidation and slowly retreating. Once certain no danger lurked nearby, Xin Feng swiftly shifted back to human form, embracing Bai Wanwan. Were you frightened? Initially, she had been, indeed, for it was her first encounter with a ferocious beast capable of tearing her in two with a single bite. How could she not be afraid? Yet Xin Feng had protected her well. Seeing the tiger unable to approach, she gradually relaxed. No, you are amazing, she praised sincerely, marveling at the imposing and powerful silver wolf in his beast form. She felt fortunate that she had used her points to heal him. Otherwise, even if she had not fallen into the hands of the feral beasts, she would have been devoured by the tiger. The small female, as compliment, brought a smile to Xin Feng's face. Glancing around, he said, "Come, let's find a place to rest for the night." Bai Wanwan climbed back onto his back, holding her cubs. The night was drawing near, and the weather grew increasingly frigid. Xin Feng, look, is that a cave? On the snow-covered mountainside, a dark entrance appeared near the ground, small enough for only a person to enter. Xin Feng immediately approached, carrying her closer. Wanwan, wait here. I will check inside quickly. All right. Bai Wanwan pressed herself against the mountain wall, nearly frozen. The forest had grown dim, and the white snow reflected faint light. She remained vigilant, and soon Xin Feng returned to her side. Wanwan, there is no danger inside. It is just narrow, but we can make do for the night. Okay. Bai Wanwan, almost numb from the cold, grasped Xin Feng's hand as she crawled into the cave. The cave entrance was small, and the interior was not much larger, requiring one to stoop to navigate. The depth was only about 2 or 3 meters. Conditions were poor. Yet one had to make do. A few cubs were crying in the basket, having been neglected in the earlier commotion. She hastily placed the basket on the ground, lifted the animal's skin covering it, and reached in to embrace them. The cubs, likely frightened, trembled as she gently picked them up one by one, showering them with affection until their shivering subsided. After cradling the third cub, she reached in again only to find it empty. Confused, she felt around the basket, sensing something amiss, and abruptly threw back the animal skin. In the dim light, the basket lay empty. There was no fourth cub. She quickly stood up, counting the cubs at her feet. 1, 2, 3. Xin Feng, please check behind you for the tiger cub. Xin Feng, who had been focused on the situation outside the cave, was unaware of what had transpired. Turning back upon hearing her, he asked, Bai Wanwan, what is wrong? In a flurry, she urged him to check for any hiding places in the cave, alarmed that the tiger cub was missing. Upon hearing this, Xin Feng's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately began to search the cave. However, the confined space offered little room to hide, and after a thorough search, they found no trace of the missing cub. Bai Wanwan grasped Xin Feng's arm, her voice urgent. It must be that I held you too tightly, and the cub fell out of the basket. Initially, when she had given birth to these beastly cubs, she struggled to adapt, even to embrace the role of a mother. She could not bear to part with any of them. Xin Feng wrapped his arms around her, soothingly saying, do not fear. I will find a stone to block the entrance and search for the cub. You must stay hidden and not venture out. All right, but hurry. She understood she could not assist. Her presence would only hinder him. The best course of action was to keep the remaining cubs safe, ensuring she did not impede Xin Feng. The cubs were too small and vulnerable to survive a predator's attack. He had refrained from revealing too much earlier, wary of causing her distress. However, with time slipping away and one cub lost outside without its guardian, he dared not dwell on the implications and quickened his pace. After the cat clan was ruthlessly slaughtered, the rogue beastmen began to scour the area for the whereabouts of the sacred female, Bai Wanwan. As the chieftain ventured out to gather information, he immediately sensed something was amiss upon entering the clan. The heavy stench of blood hung in the air. His brows furrowed, and he shifted into his beast form. The remnants of destruction were evident throughout the cat clan. Blood stained the ground and walls. He sought the assailants or any survivors, but after circling the area twice, he encountered not a single living beastman. Suddenly, Bai Wanwan's face flashed in his mind, prompting an instinctive turn towards the back mountain. Everywhere he stepped, the open snow was littered with dismembered limbs of beastmen. His tightened lips betrayed his growing suspicion that the cat clan had been attacked by rogue beasts. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of Bai Wanwan's stone cave. The door stood ajar, and silence lingered within, transforming back into human form. He entered to find the interior desolate, as though it had not been inhabited. There were no signs of struggle, suggesting everything had been taken away. Just as he was about to turn back, a scent caught his attention. He paused and inhaled deeply, attempting to discern its origin. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Why did the scent within Bai Wanwan's cave resemble his own? The aroma seemed to saturate every corner of the space, igniting a suspicion within him. Exiting the cave, he noticed erratic footprints in the snow. After identifying the silver wolf tracks, he followed them. The snowstorm persisted, and the footprints began to fade. He had to move faster. Otherwise, they would vanish, making it difficult to track them down. Leaving the cat clan behind, he followed the trail towards the mountains, but to his dismay, the footprints suddenly disappeared. It was evident that Xian Feng had deliberately concealed their path. Cursed! Just then, a faint sound reached him, stopping in his tracks. He turned to investigate. In the snow lay a small, white cub, nearly camouflaged against the white backdrop. It was almost indistinguishable unless one looked closely. The cub's cries grew weaker. The chieftain adjusted his course, cautiously approaching it. The cub was too small, having endured the cold and the snow for far too long. Its body temperature dangerously low. It struggled to move, completely encased in the snow. The chieftain shifted into his beast form, gently lifting the cub from the ground. Upon seeing it clearly, his heart tightened. He held a tiny tiger cub, likely just recently born. Crucially, the scent emanating from it was unmistakably his own. Almost instantly, he realized this was his offspring. The only time he had been with a female was that one night. The details of that encounter were hazy, but the sensation remained vivid. He even wondered if he was imagining things, questioning whether it had truly occurred. He had searched through the females in the tribe, finding no trace of the little female. It was only upon seeing the tiger cub that he understood the truth of that night. Observing the feeble cub, its eyelids drooping, he swiftly utilized his innate powers to envelop it in warmth. The comforting aura gradually revitalized the cub. Only when he was certain the cub was out of immediate danger did he examine it more closely. The cub bore no characteristics that could identify its mother, making it hard to distinguish. After flipping it over several times, the tiger cub, fatigued, yawned widely. Perhaps sensing its father's presence, it showed no signs of fear, instead nuzzling its head against his palm, seeking a comfortable spot to rest. The chieftain had never assumed the role of a father before. Witnessing the tiny cub's reliance on him stirred unfamiliar emotions within him, compelling him to care for this little creature. He gently poked the cub's head with his finger, pondering. Who is your mother? The unique scent of a female is usually only detectable in her beast form by those close to her. However, as he contemplated this, he recalled the pregnant females in the cat clan. Bai Wanwan's face surfaced in his mind, causing a slight tremor in his heart. Could it truly be her? The chieftain cradled the cub close, scanning the surroundings. He could not allow Bai Wanwan to fall into the hands of the rogue beastmen. He needed to find her and clarify whether she had indeed borne his offspring. If it was her, he refrained from contemplating what would follow after finding her and swiftly leapt deeper into the forest. Bai Wanwan retrieved some meat strips from her system space to feed the cubs. They were still quite young, and after consuming the meat, they fell into a deep slumber, emitting soft, snoring sounds while nestled in her embrace. Alone with her anxiety, she could not resist asking the system, "Is there any way you can help me find the tiger cub? Host, if you possess enough points, you could, but you currently only have 800, which is far from sufficient. Could you extend credit? I can repay you 2 or 3-fold. When weighed against the lives of the cubs, points were trivial. Host, that is not possible. The last time was a new host benefit. It was a one-time opportunity. Frustrated, Bai Wanwan kicked the mountain wall, feeling like a weakling thrust into a world teeming with beasts and beastmen, utterly helpless. Do not fret, host. You have just arrived and recently birthed a litter, which is why you feel overwhelmed. In the future, seek out more formidable mates to bear high-tier gifted cubs, and you will be able to use points to safeguard yourself and your young. If only she could give birth immediately. She wished to have another litter right after this one. Yet, such desires were not easily fulfilled. She shut her mouth in irritation, striving to process her emotions. As time gradually slipped away, the few cubs nestled in her embrace slept soundly and sweetly. Bai Wanwan felt physically exhausted, yet her mind was devoid of any inclination to sleep. She had risen more than 10 times, peering through the stones to gaze outside. The world beyond was shrouded in darkness, rendering everything indistinguishable. Suddenly, she heard the grunting sounds of a beast emanating from outside. Bai Wanwan immediately turned her head towards the cave entrance. The entrance was tightly blocked by stones, obscuring her view of the creature lurking beyond. However, the grunting grew louder, accompanied by the sound of teeth grinding against stone. Moments later, it seemed as though the stones blocking the cave shifted slightly. Upon witnessing this, Bai Wanwan sprang to her feet once more, using her frail body to brace against the stones. Yet, how could her strength contend with that of a beast? The stones began to push her inward gradually. Bai Wanwan bit her lip and pushed against the ground with all her might. As she rolled over, grunting, she used her hands to shove. Coincidentally, one of the cubs in the basket woke up, toppled the bamboo basket, and slowly crawled out. Tiger cub, quickly get back inside. The stones had already been pushed aside significantly. Although the beast could not enter, it was easy for the cub to venture out. The cub, however, did not comprehend her words. Startled by her shout, it froze for a moment, then wagged its tail and trotted towards her. Bai Wanwan was terrified and continued to shout, "Tiger cub, go back, don't come closer." As she spoke, she raised her foot to block its approach to the entrance. Yet with that single action, the stones were pushed inward once more. It was only then that the tiger cub realized its mother was not playing with it. Spotting the beast at the entrance, it became frightened and hurriedly dove back into the basket. Bai Wanwan sighed in relief at this sight and summoned all her strength to push with renewed vigor. The beast outside had caught the sweet scent of the cubs and became frenzied, slamming against the stones wildly. With each impact, Bai Wanwan was shoved a few inches further inside. The entrance widened increasingly, enough for a person to squeeze through. This is disastrous. Upon seeing that opening, Bai Wanwan felt as though her heart had also formed a gaping hole, with icy dread flooding in. With another crash, she was thrown aside, landing next to the bamboo basket. She quickly scrambled to her feet, intent on pushing the stones, but it was too late. The stones were knocked aside once more, and a beast's head peeked inside. Bai Wanwan could not discern the creature's appearance, but the strong stench of blood assaulted her nostrils, causing her to gag twice. Grabbing the bamboo basket from the ground, she retreated deeper into the narrowest part of the cave. Suddenly, the excited beast let out a howl. With a thud, its massive form seemed to tumble outside. Bai Wanwan could not help but peek outside, but the stones obstructed her view. As she pondered, the stones were pushed aside again, revealing a figure at the entrance. Xing Feng, just as her racing heart began to calm, the figure that approached spoke, "Bai Wanwan, you truly surprise me." Bai Wanwan's smile froze. Disbelief etched on her face as she gazed at the figure before her. "Roger, is that you?" Chapter 48. What Fate Awaits. Roger strode towards her, pulling her from the narrow recess. Bai Wanwan deliberately resisted him, pulling her hand away and kicking at him. Roger simply leaned down and scooped her up. "What are you doing?" Bai Wanwan slapped his face with all her might. Despite using considerable force, the slap felt no stronger than a playful scratch to Roger. He grasped her wrist, saying, "I don't want anything to happen to you and the cubs, so behave." Bai Wanwan remained undaunted by his threat, continuing to struggle in his arms. With her hands restrained, she resorted to kicking. Roger let out a muffled grunt, his voice laced with frustration and a hint of helplessness. Regardless of her attempts to kick him, they posed no real harm, so he chose silence. One arm cradled her while the other lifted the basket, swiftly making their way out of the cave. Outside, the cold wind howled fiercely, causing Bai Wanwan to shiver in response. She had to cease her kicking, curling up in his embrace. Roger found her sudden compliance amusing. "Well, at least you know not to overexert yourself." Although Bai Wanwan despised him, now that she was in his grasp, she knew survival was paramount, and she would find an opportunity to escape later. "If you take me away like this, will you freeze me solid? I can transform into my beast form, and you can hop on. My innate power can shield against some of the cold winds." As she spoke, Roger transformed before her into a massive black wolf, his form even larger than Xin Feng's silver wolf. "You're also a wolf?" "Of course. Isn't my beast form quite imposing?" Bai Wanwan ignored him, climbing onto his back and clutching the basket containing the cubs. Indeed, the biting cold winds seemed to diminish somewhat. As she lay on his back, she glanced back, concealing her worries. Roger was pleased with her demeanor, immediately standing and sprinting through the snow. Taking advantage of his distraction, Bai Wanwan discreetly tossed small items from her system space as they traveled. After throwing several items, she looked outside. The snow continued to fall. With the ongoing snowfall, she began to worry that Xin Feng might not catch up in time, and all their belongings would be buried. After a lengthy run, Roger felt Bai Wanwan tugging at his fur, calling out, "My stomach hurts, stop." Although Roger was not female, he understood their fragility. On a day as snowy as this, even staying in a cave during winter could lead to illness and loss of life. Bai Wanwan's words made him tense immediately, without questioning their authenticity. He sought a sheltered spot to halt. "Does it hurt a lot? Then bear with it. I'll take you to the nearby tribe to find a shaman." Bai Wanwan remained still, not truly in pain. She merely sought to prolong their time. "No need. It may just be that your running was too bumpy. I'll be fine after a moment." Roger then recalled that he had indeed run too quickly, feeling a pang of guilt. The back of the black wolf was wide and fluffy, making it quite comfortable to lie upon. Bai Wanwan rolled over on his back. "Does it still hurt?" Roger hesitated to move. "Yes. If we wait like this, won't it become worse?" "No, I must take you to find a shaman." Bai Wanwan tugged at his fur once more, insisting, "No need, just be quiet." She felt agitated, needing to manage Roger while also worrying about the cubs and Xin Feng. Even without physical discomfort, her heart felt genuinely troubled. Roger recognized that the little female was upset and remained silent for a long while. Finally, unable to contain himself, he asked, "Does it still hurt?" "Yes," Bai Wanwan replied impatiently. Roger hesitated for a moment, suddenly sensing something amiss. "Bai Wanwan, are you trying to deceive me? What would I gain from deceiving you? Are you trying to stall until Xin Feng comes to rescue you?" Roger immediately connected the dots, standing up instead of remaining prone. Bai Wanwan cursed her luck as she heard Roger say, "Since it hurts so much, I'll take you to find shaman." With that, he unleashed his limbs and continued onward. Realizing he had seen through her ruse, Bai Wanwan chose neither to explain nor deny it. After running for a while, Roger noted her sudden calmness and found it a bit unusual. "Do you still hurt?" Bai Wanwan ignored him entirely, as they raced through the night for several hours. Bai Wanwan had nearly exhausted all the small items she could throw. She then began to complain once more. "I'm tired. I can't hold on. I need to rest." Roger had no intention of running all night with the little female. Her body surely could not endure it. Along the way, he searched for a suitable place to rest. "Just bear with it a little longer. There's a hot spring cave ahead. I'll take you there. It'll be warm, and you can rest more comfortably." After running for another half hour or so, the black wolf halted at the mountain's edge and transformed back into human form. He cradled the drowsy Bai Wanwan in his arms and cleared the snow from the vines. Bai Wanwan yawned and looked ahead, only to discover that clearing the vines revealed a massive cavern. Roger carried her deeper into the cave, where the warmth enveloped her, causing her to squint her eyes in comfort and drowsiness. However, a feral roar jolted her awake. "Wait for me here," he instructed, gently placing her against the rock face before swiftly entering the cave to eliminate the beast in the hot spring. Bai Wanwan regained her senses, cradling her cubs. The darkness around her was impenetrable. She could not discern the species of the creature lurking within, only that the sound soon faded, replaced by Roger's approaching footsteps. Once he ensured their surroundings were secure, he spoke, "Let us rest here for the night and resume our journey at dawn." Bai Wanwan was more than willing. A single night's rest might allow Xin Feng to catch up. After feeding several hungry cubs with strips of meat, she herself struggled to chew on a piece of jerky. Roger settled beside her, but she ignored him, continuing to gnaw on the meat. Roger tilted his head. He was a gifted male, and even in the pitch of night, his vision surpassed that of the females. Though Bai Wanwan could not see him, he could make out her features faintly. When he called her name, she merely pouted in response, deliberately choosing not to engage with him. He chuckled softly, "Oh, are you truly a holy female?" Bai Wanwan swallowed her jerky and huffed. "What does it matter? I have no idea what you're talking about." After all, the title of holy female wasn't emblazoned on her forehead. As long as she refused to acknowledge it, that was sufficient. Roger continued, "Lu-E, the beast husband of Huya, intended to spread the word of your status as a holy female to the wandering beastmen. Do you know what fate befalls a female among them?" Bai Wanwan felt a flicker of curiosity about the wandering beasts. Knowledge of her adversaries was essential for her survival. "Go on," she urged, her profile revealing a thirst for understanding. "Any female who falls into their hands is merely a breeding beast. They provide no care, viewing females solely as instruments for release. And Bai Wanwan's gaze sparkled with genuine curiosity. Roger could not discern her expression well, but she appeared less frightened than other females. If you displease them, they could tear you apart at any moment, which is why I saved you. Saved me? Bai Wanwan shot him a skeptical glance. What makes you different from them? Did you rescue me out of kindness? Roger was momentarily taken aback by her words. The concept of a holy female was an irresistible temptation for any male. The instinct to procreate was deeply ingrained in their genetic heritage. Even he, haunted by past shadows, had hesitated to bond with a female. Yet, upon learning of Bai Wanwan's status, possessive thoughts arose within him. At least I won't treat you as a mere breeding beast. Oh, shall I be grateful then? Bai Wanwan scoffed, too indifferent to engage further. Roger had merely entertained the notion. He did not intend to become her beast husband. Yet her dismissive attitude stirred feelings of resentment within him. Why should Xian Feng, that useless beast, be her husband while he was deemed inferior? This young female's judgment was utterly lacking. Do you have a choice? If you refuse me as your beast husband, I shall sell you instead. After all, you are a holy female. Trust me, I could exchange you for a bounty of resources. He anticipated her anger, but instead, she leaned against the wall, closed her eyes, and replied, "Fine. Sell me if you wish. I'm tired now, so let us not talk." Roger was disturbed by her indifference. Selling her was one thing, but he could not bear the thought of not being her husband. Bai Wanwan had intended to ignore Roger, feigning sleep. However, the exhausting events of the day, filled with anxiety and fear, overwhelmed her, and she drifted off. Nevertheless, her mind was troubled, and her sleep was restless. A sudden jolt awakened her to find light streaming into the cave. Xian Feng had not caught up. Disappointment flooded her heart. Then, she heard the cubs' voices and turned to see Roger cradling her 3 little ones. "What are you doing?" She stood up, approaching him with a wary expression. Roger's temper flared again at her reaction. "What do you think I'm doing?" The cubs were crying from hunger. I didn't want to disturb your sleep, so I fed them. Bai Wanwan then noticed that he had indeed cut the beast's meat into small portions to feed the cubs. "If I had ill intentions, I had ample opportunity last night while you slept soundly. I could have left them in the snow." Bai Wanwan realized her misunderstanding, but knew Roger was not a paragon of virtue. His actions were undoubtedly motivated by self-interest, so she felt no guilt and offered no apology. She approached the hot spring, rinsed herself off, and tidied her disheveled hair before pulling out more jerky to satiate her hunger. Roger's gaze remained fixed on her. This carefree little female, who had misunderstood him, now appeared utterly unconcerned. He ground his teeth and said, "If your stomach no longer aches once you finish eating, we shall set off." Bai Wanwan ignored him again, aware that he would not linger for her sake. She leisurely chewed on the jerky, prolonging the moment as much as possible. Roger waited impatiently until he could no longer bear it. Transforming into his beast form, he gathered the cubs into a basket in his mouth and said, "Are we going or not? If not, I shall take your cubs with me." Bai Wanwan swallowed the last piece of jerky, irritated. "What is the rush? I haven't finished eating yet." As she climbed onto the back of the black wolf, she tugged at his fur in annoyance. Roger, sensing her frustration, did not retaliate but instead contemplated which tribe they should join. After the thought arose in him last night, he felt weary from years of wandering with the caravan. Perhaps living in a tribe with this young female would not be so bad. His anxiety grew. Was it that Xian Feng had failed to locate the cubs, or had he encountered danger from the wandering beasts? Uncertain if it was due to her mounting anxiety. By evening, a blister had formed on her mouth. Roger was careful to handle her gently, ensuring she did not suffer discomfort. "Soon, we will reunite with my caravan, and once we do, I will take you to the nearby tribe. When the weather warms, I will guide you away." Bai Wanwan continued to ignore him. Throughout the day, Roger initially attempted to converse with her, but she remained unresponsive. Eventually, he sensed her mood and spoke less frequently. "If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent." After they had traversed the snow for a while, sounds ahead caught their attention. "Captain?" Members of Roger's caravan emerged from the snow upon seeing him. "Have you encountered any traces of the wandering beastmen?" They were diverted elsewhere. "We dealt with a wandering beast already." "Good. Let us load up and move out." Only then did the other males of the caravan turn their curious gazes upon Bai Wanwan. They were surprised, although their captain was quite popular with the females. He had never brought one along on his journeys before. "Captain, what is the meaning of this?" "This is my future wife. After a day of contemplation, Roger's resolve had solidified. Regardless of her reluctance, he intended to make her his beast wife. The other males were taken aback, scrutinizing Bai Wanwan before one finally inquired. Will the captain no longer be leading us? Ainley is capable of managing things. If I step down, he can lead you. Upon hearing their conversation, Bai Wanwan sat up on his back. What nonsense are you spouting? Who wants to be your wife? Moved his substantial head, seemingly intent on rubbing against her palm. Regardless, I have made my decision. Wherever you are, I shall be as well. BIWNWN could not be bothered with him. Her beast husband must at least be someone she favored. This constantly engaged in vexatious behaviors and harbored aspirations of becoming her beast husband. Such thoughts were utterly preposterous. We must leave. This place is unsafe. If the stray beasts realize we are here and begin their search, our caravan, with its scant number of beastmen, will be unable to withstand their onslaught. Led the caravan, a pack of fierce beasts racing through the snow. After 2 days of evading danger, as they neared a small tribe, the rear guard of beastmen suddenly cried out, "Captain Trouble! Stray beasts are closing in." BIWNWN was startled and turned to look. Amidst the swirling snow, she could faintly discern the shadows of wild beasts. Chapter 50, Fever Run, commanded, swiftly altering their course to lead the group away. At this juncture, needed to conserve his strength and could not expend too much of his innate energy to shield BIWNWN from the cold. BIWNWN. Hold on. As slid down, she felt the wind, now laden with snow, surge violently, slicing against her exposed skin like a blade. Cursing under her breath, she quickly buried her face in the fur of the black wolf. Even so, her body gradually grew colder, her hands and feet beginning to stiffen. Just as she was about to inform that she could no longer endure, the sounds of battle erupted from behind. The stray beasts had caught up with them. The howls of the beasts slowly morphed into agonized screams, which were then abruptly silenced. Unable to contain himself any longer, finally halted. He witnessed the males with whom he had fought side by side being torn apart by the stray beasts, his eyes turning crimson with fury. Stop! Counterattack! With the stray beasts upon them, a fierce battle was imminent. Stay here. After uttering this, tossed BIWNWN directly into the snow, causing her to land painfully on her backside. She had no time to complain, quickly seizing the basket to check on her cubs. The little ones, wrapped in animal pelts, were shivering from the cold. Sensing their mother's presence, they emerged from the furs, seeking the warmth of her touch. BIWNWN reached out to caress them, her gaze troubled as she observed the chaotic melee ahead. Although being in's grasp was hardly favorable, she still preferred his victory over the stray beasts. All the males utilized their innate powers, igniting flames, conjuring winds, and unleashing thunder in the snowy expanse. BIWNWN could not discern the scene amidst the tumult of battle. Suddenly, something splattered on her face, wet and sticky. Instinctively, she wiped it with her hand, only to realize it was blood. Ignoring the chill, she recognized that she was too close to the fray. One misstep could render her collateral damage. Without hesitation, she lifted the basket and sprinted away from the tumult. The battle intensified, the roars of the beasts shaking the very mountains. Captain, you must go. No, if I leave, you cannot hold out. Blinded by rage, as caravan, once nearly 30 strong, now dwindled to fewer than 20. Leave. YNL forcefully pulled him from the center of the fight, even as 2 companions fell. Captain, we must go. Staying means certain death. If we scatter, we might have a chance. YNL's words jolted into clarity. Yes, remaining meant death. YNL, instruct them to disperse and flee. YNL nodded. Captain, you take the little female and leave first. We will scatter and escape. Aware that time was of the essence, swiftly turned to pursue the fleeing little female. Upon reaching her side, he lowered his head and picked her up. Where do you think you're running? Enraged, while resisting the stray beasts, found BIWNW and only intent on fleeing. Where could she escape to? She would either freeze to death or be devoured by other beasts. Clutching tightly to the basket containing her cubs, she had already lost 1 tiger cub and was determined to protect the others. Distracted by his own concerns, neglected to use his innate powers to shield the little female. By the time he realized, the cub in his mouth had already grown somewhat stiff from the cold. BIWNWN could not even muster a curse, instead shooting him a glare filled with reproach. Finding a beast's den, eliminated the creature inside, and, after clearing the area, brought Biwanwan in with him. After depositing her, nearly frozen, he began to circle anxiously within the confines of the cave. Biwanwan struggled to sit up. Could you please stop moving? It's giving me a headache. Her head felt heavy, her body chilled. It was evident that prolonged exposure to the cold wind had caused her to catch a cold. Hearing her words, turned sharply, his anger flaring as he advanced toward her, seizing her fragile neck. Let go of me. Biwanwan struggled against his grip, desperate for relief. Yet, he tightened his hold further, accusing her. It's your fault. If it weren't for you, none of my males would have perished. Biwanwan gasped for breath, her eyes welling with tears from the discomfort and her futile struggle. What a foolish notion. Had she begged him to find her? In a fit of rage, she kicked at him, then struck his arm, before lowering her head to bite down on his wrist. The slight sting brought back to his senses, and he abruptly released her. Cold air rushed into her lungs, and Biwanwan erupted into a violent coughing fit. Startled, was about to inquire, but as Biwanwan regained her composure, she immediately launched into a tirade. You idiot! Did I ask you to find me? Did I plead for you to take me away? Or did I slay the beastmen of your caravan? Listen closely. The chaos that ensued was not my doing but yours. With a face ashen as death, turned away and struck his fist against the cave wall. Biwanwan's head throbbed painfully, and unable to muster the energy to argue, she pulled the nearby basket closer, cradling it in her arms before losing consciousness. The sudden stillness in the cave took a moment for it to adjust to before he gradually calmed. The entire situation with Biwanwan stemmed from him, were it not for his identity. As he pondered this, he noticed that Biwanwan appeared to have her head drooped. Approaching her once more, he asked, Are you listening? The little female offered no response, causing to feel a surge of frustration as he reached out to grasp her arm. With that pull, Biwanwan fell forward, and he instinctively raised his hand to catch her. She landed in his embrace, nearly sprawled against him, their bodies pressed together. Stiffened, Biwanwan had just called out when he realized her temperature was alarmingly high. He quickly reached to touch her face, the scorching heat causing his hand to tremble. The anger that had previously consumed him dissipated, replaced by a wave of guilt. He anxiously enveloped the little female in his arms. Biwanwan, can you hear me? Chapter 51. The King Cobra Candle Repair. Biwanwan felt an oscillation of cold and heat, discomforting her immensely. Faintly, a buzzing sound persisted in her ears. Host, please wake up. She heard it, but her body felt too heavy to respond. Host, stop calling. I can hear you. Not only did she hear the System S voice, but she also recognized S anxious calls. The headache intensified as the host was suffering from high fever. Such elevated temperatures could potentially damage the host's brain, which was alarming. Bai Wanwan immediately set aside her irritation upon hearing Roger's voice. What should be done? Did the system store have any antipyretics? Indeed, there were, but they required 300 points. Fortunately, she still had over 800. Could you assist me in exchanging one and administering it? She asked. Her body felt heavy, rendering her almost immobile. I apologize, host, but the panel can only be controlled by you. Please muster your strength and awaken quickly. Realizing there was no other option, Bai Wanwan gritted her teeth and struggled. Her conscious resistance finally stirred a slight response from her body. Roger, who had been worried all night, finally saw Bai Wanwan move and exclaimed, Bai Wanwan, have you awakened? As he shook her, she almost became dizzy again, wanted to shout at him to stop shaking her. She unexpectedly felt a sudden reaction from her body and slapped him gently on the face, lacking any real strength. When she opened her eyes, she saw Roger holding her hand, looking at her with surprise. Bai Wanwan, you are awake? There are no tribes nearby, and I cannot take you to find a shaman. Please endure a little longer. That night, Roger felt immense guilt and regret. Bai Wanwan was a Shang Ci, the most precious female in the entire Beast World continent, who should have been protected by the strongest beastmen in a super tribe, free from any danger. Yet on this night, she had not only been frightened, but had also endured the biting wind and snow for an entire night. He had thought about taking her to find the tribe's shaman, but the dangers of the night loomed large. If he used his innate powers to protect her, he would be powerless against wandering beastmen. It was better for her to endure here than to fall into their hands. Thankfully, she had awakened. Bai Wanwan ignored him, weakly pulling her hand away. And while his attention was diverted, she discreetly opened the panel, navigating to the medicine section, quickly exchanging for the antipyretic pill and holding it tightly. "Is there a sound outside? Please check," she said, swiftly diverting Roger's attention. He released her and moved towards the cave entrance. Taking the opportunity, she hurriedly popped the pill into her mouth. After swallowing, she leaned weakly against the cavern wall, feeling as if all her strength had been drained, even sensing the scorching heat of her breath. With her eyelids drooping, she felt the pill beginning to take effect as a warm energy coursed through her body. Gradually, her limbs regained strength. Roger crouched beside her, attempting to touch her forehead just as the cubs in the basket began to stir. Bai Wanwan disregarded him and turned to gather the cubs. They had not approached her all night, and now they joyfully nuzzled her, seeking affection. Roger watched her with the cubs, remaining silent as they caught the scent of meat, having been hungry all night. Unable to contain their excitement, they jumped from her embrace and seized the meat strip from Roger's hand. One particularly large cub had caught Roger's attention, though he had not found the opportunity to ask about it. "Is this a tiger cub?" he inquired. "Yes," Bai Wanwan admitted, not hiding the truth. "Your beast husband, Xin Feng, is not a silver wolf. Yet how does this cub end up being a tiger cub?" Bai Wanwan shot him a glance. "That is none of your concern." Roger's mind raced, recalling the foreign tiger beast man from the cat tribe. Had that beast man warned him to stay away? Was this cub his? His expression changed abruptly, realizing that the male, named Chief Rong, was also her beast husband. "No, I found this cub, and it is unrelated to him." She did not wish to reveal too much about the tiger cub. Roger picked up the tiger cub to inspect it closely, his expression sharpening as he confirmed, "This is the offspring of that male." He was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, "Are you feeling better? You were just so weak, and now your movements are so nimble. And your complexion has improved significantly. Moreover, the hand he had just touched was warm and not burning." As he spoke, he reached out to touch her forehead. Bai Wanwan attempted to evade, but he firmly grasped her waist, his palm resting steadily on her forehead. Upon confirming that her temperature had decreased, Roger visibly relaxed. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside the cave, as if a multitude of beasts were stampeding. Roger swiftly turned, rushing outside while calling to Bai Wanwan, "Quick, hide!" Without needing to be told, Bai Wanwan had already placed the cubs back in the basket and retreated to the farthest recess of the cave. Roger did not anticipate how quickly the wandering beasts would pursue them. By the time he reached the cave entrance to look outside, dozens of wandering beasts had surrounded the entrance. Hand over the Shang Ci. At that moment, Roger felt a pang of regret. He should not have been greedy. "She is not in my possession." The grotesque, wandering beast advanced, its massive form akin to a moving mountain. "The males from your merchant convoy have all been devoured. You're the last one. Your innate abilities must be superior. The taste should be even more exquisite." His words prompted Roger to transform into his beast form and charge forward. The mountain-like wandering beast reared back and roared in excitement before lowering its head to bite at his neck. Just then, a massive-eyed king snake, lurking nearby, flicked its tongue and commanded withdraw. The previously boisterous and eager wandering beast immediately fell silent and retreated. Roger's attack missed its mark, and he turned his gaze toward the enormous-eyed king snake. Its ebony body glistened, with eyes glowing a deep crimson. His heart sank. The eyed king snake was none other than Zhu Xiu, the second in command of the wandering beast city. Zhu Xiu looked down upon him with those blood-red eyes and asked, "Where's the Shang Ci?" The absolute suppression of power caused Roger's limbs to weaken, making him subconsciously yearn to submit. "I do not know. Yesterday, we were pursued and got separated. She may have frozen to death by now." The eyed king snake's gaze shifted, slowly drifting past him to the cave behind him. Chapter 52. I will follow you. The massive-eyed king snake abruptly transformed into a tall and handsome male. Roger's heart plummeted. In the wandering beast city, the most powerful was not the city lord, but this inscrutable second-in-command. His appearance was nothing like that of the wandering beasts. Such a formidable being would be welcomed by any super tribe. Yet, he chose to remain in the wandering beast city. With a mere glance, he swept past Roger before stepping into the cave. The weight of that glance felt like a mountain pressing down on Roger's back, causing beads of cold sweat to form instantly. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and blocked the path. "If you spare my life, I can lead you to the Shang Ci." I have a rough idea of the direction. As he spoke, his head hung low, fists clenched. Finding the Sheng Si would not spare him from the wandering beasts. But given the circumstances, he might as well take the risk to perhaps save that little female. If not for the fear of revealing his emotions, he would have laughed at himself for daring to take such risks for a female. Zhu Xiu, obstructed, fixed his gaze on the male in front of him, his dark slit pupils glowing faintly red. In just one look, Roger felt an overwhelming pressure, as if he had been entirely seen through. Lead me to find her? Roger nodded, forcing himself to agree. If you follow me now, you might still find her. No sooner had he finished speaking than an invisible force struck, sending him crashing to the ground. Blood splattered on the snow, vivid and striking. He quickly wiped the blood from his lips and turned to look back, only to see Zhu Xiu stepping into the cave. Everything outside was clear to Bai Wanwan's ears. She was acutely aware that this crisis was inevitable, and as she clutched the cubs, her mind raced to devise a plan. Suddenly, a chill crept along her neck, akin to the sensation of being targeted by a ferocious beast. Instinctively, she turned her head only to find herself locking eyes with a pair of dark, bloodshot orbs. Bai Wanwan's heart tightened. When had this male entered? She had not heard a single sound. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to steady herself. The other remained silent, seemingly appraising her. Filled with astonishment, Bai Wanwan noted that this orc was remarkably striking, his appearance rivaling that of Qi, R Ing, and X in F Ing. Were all wandering beasts not supposed to be grotesque? Their gazes collided, and the male's dark, bloodshot eyes exuded an aura of extreme danger. Saint female? The man inquired, his voice laced with a hint of amusement and curiosity. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Wanwan nodded, affirming her identity. These were wandering beasts, unlike other males who revered females. In their eyes, females held no status whatsoever. Had she been merely an ordinary female, her fate would likely have been far more tragic. At that moment, she felt a flicker of relief in being a saint female. Zhu Xiu had initially expected her to react like other females, either panicking or denying her identity. He noticed the hesitation in her eyes, but within a mere moment, she acknowledged it. His gaze swept across Bai Wanwan's face, and he asked, "Shall I take action, or will you handle it yourself?" Bai Wanwan had already formed a preliminary impression of him. She stood up, cradling the basket, and declared, "It's unnecessary. I shall walk on my own." "Very well." Zhu Xiu nodded, taking the lead and striding toward the cave's entrance. Bai Wanwan followed closely behind, and upon stepping outside, she spotted Roger lying on the ground nearby. He appeared gravely injured and, upon seeing her emerge, struggled to rise. However, pain seized him, twisting his features into a grimace. Zhu Xiu raised a hand, indicating to the nearby wandering beasts, "Deal with him." With that, he continued forward. The wandering beasts advanced, preparing to strike Roger. Bai Wanwan hurried over, positioning herself in front of them. "I'll accompany you. Spare him." Roger had already resigned himself to his fate, no longer expecting to survive. Bai Wanwan's words left him momentarily stunned. Through the pain, he opened his eyes and slowly raised his gaze to the small female, standing so near. He had not anticipated her pleading on his behalf. He had thought she loathed him. Bai Wanwan indeed held no affection for Roger. In recent days, she had evaded the wandering beasts alongside him, but fate had not favored them, and his entire caravan had perished. Of course, her actions were predicated on her own safety. If Zhu Xiu insisted on killing him, there would be little she could do. The wandering beast regarded Bai Wanwan with disdain. Had she been any other female, he would have struck her down without hesitation. However, realizing that she was a saint female, he refrained from doing so and turned to the second leader. Zhu Xiu had heard Bai Wanwan's plea, but did not respond immediately. Slowly, he turned back to her. "Is he your beast husband?" "No," she replied. "Then why do you wish to save him?" Zhu Xiu's tone betrayed no emotion. "He once saved me. If you agree, I promise not to cause you trouble during our journey. What do you think?" Without sufficient strength to confront them, creating chaos would be futile. It was wiser to bide her time and seek opportunities. Bai Wanwan thought that if he refused, so be it. If Roger were to die, then he would die. "Come here," Zhu Xiu called out to her. Bai Wanwan, perplexed, hesitated, contemplating whether to approach. "Fine, spare his life, and you will accompany us." Bai Wanwan felt a twinge of surprise. With the agreement in place, she was obliged to fulfill her promise. "Bai Wanwan, do not follow them to the wandering beast city." Before she could finish, she was seized by a fit of coughing, spilling more blood. This confrontation starkly reminded her of the brutality of the beast world, where the weak were devoured by the strong. Do I have a choice, Roger? Hold on to your life. Do not waste my efforts. With that, she stepped forward to follow Zhu Xiao. The remaining wandering beasts snorted in displeasure at the reprieve granted to Roger. Yet, out of respect for Zhu Xiao's status, they ultimately allowed Roger to live and follow the main group. As Bai Wanwan trailed Zhu Xiao, the towering male before her suddenly transformed into a colossal python, its immense form coiling like a house-sized serpent. Bai Wanwan recoiled in fright. Oh dear, this was her greatest fear, an oversized version at that. She had to tilt her head back to see its head. The python's head inclined slightly, its crimson eyes staring coldly at her. Come closer. Chapter 53. A sense of foreboding I can change? She began, but her gaze shifted to the nearby beasts that had already taken their animal forms. Each one loomed large, grotesque, and misshapen. In comparison, the python seemed far more palatable. Zhu Xiao immediately discerned her thoughts and flicked his tongue. Do you wish for the other wandering beasts to carry you? No, that was not my intention, she replied, scrambling onto his beastly form, fearful that if she hesitated, he might change his mind and force her onto another beast. Zhu Xiao's red eyes flickered as he allowed the small female to climb onto him. The python's icy body made Bai Wanwan shiver. It felt akin to lying directly in the snow. Its scales were incredibly smooth, so slippery that they sent chills down her spine. Bai Wanwan could only repeatedly assure herself, this is not merely a snake. He is an orc. It is all right. Having painstakingly climbed halfway, Zhu Xiao flicked his long tail, coiling her snugly in the center. The howling winds and snow abruptly diminished, and his body felt less frigid. Previously, Roger had used his innate power to shield her from the storm, so upon sensing warmth, Bai Wanwan quickly deduced that Zhu Xiao had employed his abilities to shield her from the biting cold. Her impression of him shifted slightly. She was acutely aware that as a saint female, she would inherently receive certain privileges. All of this was merely due to her remaining valuable. Since she currently lacked the strength to resist, she resolved to protect herself and the cubs while slowly seeking opportunities. With this thought in mind, she decided against worrying further and leaned against his beastly form, drifting into slumber. The journey was monotonous, and she was jolted into a stupor, losing track of time. Disgusted, she lifted her hand as if to toss the basket aside. The cubs within, catching the scent, began to whimper incessantly. Perhaps she would feed them after all. Xin Feng had mentioned that male orcs needed to consume raw meat to replenish their energy. The cubs, growing rapidly, required it even more. Tossing a piece of fresh meat into the basket, the cubs joyfully devoured it, emitting satisfied, gurgling sounds. Meanwhile, she retrieved some jerky from her system space and began to chew slowly. After several stops, she heard the cheers of the wandering beasts. The drowsy haze lifted as she was awakened by the commotion. The second leader, the lord of the city, has come to greet us. Bai Wanwan was fully alert now. Peering over Zhu Xiao's shoulder, a few hundred meters ahead loomed a rugged fortress, surrounded by a desolate and barren environment. Strangely, this area was devoid of snow, the ground remaining dry. In the distance, countless beasts were sprinting, stirring up clouds of dust. Before long, the wandering beasts rushed toward them. Bai Wanwan heard Zhu Xiao's voice call out, "City Lord." She felt the long tail that had enveloped her gradually loosen, and then he gently lowered her onto the ground ahead. All around were the stray beasts, each one grotesque in appearance. Bai Wanwan felt like a monkey in a zoo, an oddity among them. At this moment, she finally discerned the city lord who had spoken. Unlike the other stray beasts, he was not hideous, but merely an ordinary male with a tall and sturdy build, unable to compare to Zhu Xiao. Upon seeing Bai Wanwan, his green eyes sparkled with excitement. "Are you the holy female?" he inquired. Ignoring him, Bai Wanwan turned to Zhu Xiao and directly asked, "May I follow you?" This statement brought the chaotic scene to an abrupt silence. Bai Wanwan was deliberate in her approach, as history showed that those with supreme power often found themselves at odds with those who threatened their status. Given Zhu Xiao's formidable strength and striking handsomeness, she did not believe the city lord would dismiss him lightly. As the holy female, she knew the universal tenet of the beast realm. A holy female was akin to catnip for males. Zhu Xiao looked down at her. "What did you say?" Bai Wanwan blinked and deliberately repeated her words. "I like you. I wish to be with you." Without waiting for the city lord to respond, She immediately entered the city with a few trusted companions. Bai Wanwan was taken aback. It seemed her allure had failed to work. The city lord strode up to her, scrutinizing her face for a moment before grasping her chin. "You truly are the holy female?" "Indeed, I am," she affirmed, hastily establishing her identity to ensure her safety. The eyes of the stray beasts around her glinted with an unsettling green light, as if they were poised to tear her apart. Suddenly, she was lifted into the air, landing squarely on the back of a golden lion. It turned out that the city lord's beast form was that of a lion. Its massive physique exuded authority, but a patch on its head was bare of fur, suggesting a past injury. Carrying Bai Wanwan, it swiftly traversed the throng of stray beasts and entered the city. The city was constructed entirely of stone, including their residences. The lion brought her to a structure resembling a castle. Bai Wanwan was astonished. She had not anticipated that the beastmen possessed such craftsmanship, capable of erecting such grand edifices solely from stone. Bai Wanwan slapped him across the face. It did not hurt. But Inda, who had never been defied, immediately turned furious, his green eyes ablaze with anger. Just as he was about to erupt, Bai Wanwan suddenly smiled. Her beautiful eyes blinked, alluring like a hook. "My lord, please do not rush. I have been outside for many days and I am quite foul. I wish to bathe and eat." Inda had never encountered a female like this. His heart softened inexplicably, and before he knew it, he nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall have a female attend to you." Seeing that this tactic was effective, Bai Wanwan beamed at him. "You are so kind. Can I raise my own cubs?" Inda hesitated. The males of the stray beasts had a strong sense of pride and could not accept another male's offspring, often resorting to lethal measures. Sensing his reluctance, Bai Wanwan quickly rushed over to embrace the basket in her arms, tears welling in her eyes. "If you dare to harm my cubs, I will not survive." In the stray beast city, newly arrived females often cried, filled with fear and loathing towards the stray beasts. Inda had witnessed this many times and grew weary of female tears. Yet, upon seeing Bai Wanwan, the holy female, he noted her curiosity rather than fear. She had deliberately provoked Zhu Xiu to incite anger, but then turned to appear distressed, her words as soft as snow. Inda, raised in a typical tribe, was tough and did not cater to females. His mate preferred other beastmen, and when he finally had the opportunity to mate, he failed to stop in time, inciting her fury and leading to his expulsion. Without the protection of a tribe, what fate awaited a wandering male like him? He had walked this path due to his former mate, leading him to despise females and find pleasure in humiliating them, relishing in their terror and pleas for mercy. Yet, how could he possibly spare her? Bai Wanwan noted his silence, her mind racing. She had envisioned falling into the hands of stray beasts, but was uncertain how they would treat her, thus lacking a concrete strategy. Inda seized her slender wrist, pulling her closer. "If you serve me well, perhaps I will allow you to keep a few of your cubs." This holy female did not seem to recoil or despise him, as the others did, and he found himself with a bit more patience. After contemplating for a moment, Bai Wanwan made a decision. She smiled brightly at him. "My lord, you have no shortage of females by your side. Though I'm the holy female, I am not too different from the others. How about I entertain you in a unique way?" Inda's features bore an intimidating ferocity, and when he fixed his gaze upon her in silence, it was chilling. Yet Bai Wanwan blinked, unperturbed. Indeed, he lacked females, with 70 or 80 residing in the stray beast city, most of whom had served him before. For Inda, females were less exhilarating than slaughtering a tribe, but a holy female was still distinct. He pinched her small face, his coarse thumb gliding across her cheek. "How do you wish to play? You certainly lack nothing. But do you not yearn for the warmth of home?" The coldness on Inda's face deepened, evidently touched by her words. Bai Wanwan sensed this and immediately wrapped her arms around his waist. "Do you not desire my affection? I can offer it to you." As she spoke, goosebumps prickled her skin, but there was no alternative, trapped in a den of wolves. She could not reveal her true self, and had to play along to protect herself and her cubs. Upon being embraced, Inda's body stiffened like stone. No female had ever held him like this. His former mate had never granted him such affection, and the others had been fearful and submissive. Suddenly, he found himself reluctant to push her away, to lose this embrace. Bai Wanwan's heart raced until she noticed Inda's rigid form gradually softening. "Do you have other matters to attend to today?" she asked, looking up at him. Inda suppressed the urge to devour the little female and keep her with him forever, nodding. Bai Wanwan straightened, smiling as she adjusted his beastskin skirt. Her voice gentle. Then please attend to your tasks first. I will wait for you to dine together after. Inda felt warmth spreading through him and inexplicably nodded. Stepping away, Bai Wanwan watched his retreating figure with a sigh of relief. If she deceived a good man, she might feel some guilt. But was Inda a good man? Deceiving him did not stir any remorse within her. She knew full well that if she were not the holy female, but merely an ordinary female, her fate would be dire. She was uncertain how long her ploy would work on Inda. She needed to devise a means of escape swiftly. With Inda absent, Bai Wanwan slipped out of the house, attempting to familiarize herself with the surrounding terrain. However, just as she circled the building, she encountered Zhu Xiu. Zhu Xiu appeared not to see her, his gaze coldly shifting away as he continued onward. Bai Wanwan had already witnessed his indifference and recognized him as a cold-blooded serpent. She chose not to engage with him either. After Bai Wanwan touched and left, Zhu Xiu turned to gaze at her for a moment, then raised his finger to point at the stationed wandering beastman. The Shang Ci moved in that direction. You should follow and keep an eye on her. The city lord has issued orders to ensure her safety. The wandering beastman received the command and immediately pursued her. Bai Wanwan, however, dared not wander too far, merely taking a brief stroll nearby. She soon discovered that this beast city was vast, and with Inda's residence situated at its center, escaping would prove quite challenging. The beast skin skirt worn by the female was evidently thicker and more exquisite than those of the cat clan. Her figure was remarkably curvaceous, her skin nearly a wheat color, and her beauty surpassed that of any other female she had encountered. Indeed, she smiled brightly, crossing her arms. Are you all Inda's females? The wandering beast city differs from the outside. In other clans, it is common for one female to have multiple mates. However, in Wandering Beast City, the city lord Inda has several designated females, while the others are shared among various wandering beastmen. Yes, we are all Inda's females. As a Shang Ci and a newcomer, you should refer to us as elder sisters. Bai Wanwan deliberately cast a flirtatious glance over them all. You wish to be my elder sisters? From now on, as long as I'm here, do not even think about getting close to him. The several females were taken aback by her audacity. They too desired Inda solely for themselves, yet none dared to voice such boldness. Observing their furious expressions, she smiled even more radiantly. Let us wait and see. I will ensure he cannot leave my nest. After inciting the anger of the females, Bai Wanwan yawned and leisurely turned away. The timing seemed right, and she departed to continue her exploration. Over the next few days, Bai Wanwan meandered nearby, occasionally catching a glimpse of Inda, who was quickly summoned away each time. Miraculously, she remained unscathed in Wandering Beast City for 3 days. Chapter 55. Confrontation. As for what Inda did when he was called away, Bai Wanwan was quite aware. After all, she was a modern person who had witnessed numerous intrigues of palace politics. Beastmen possess human traits. Jealousy and possessiveness drive them to further their own agendas. For these few days, Bai Wanwan merely needed to provide Inda with some emotional value, leading a rather relaxed life. After once again tricking Inda away, she resolved to seek out Zhu Xiu. After several days, she realized that escape was not an option. Her only chance may lie with Zhu Xiu. From her observations, Zhu Xiu was the least typical of the wandering beastmen. Exiting the stone house, Bai Wanwan traversed a narrow alley, only to hear some females shouting hoarsely. Their voices were devoid of joy, filled instead with anguish. Peeking out, she saw 4 wandering beastmen restraining a female, tormenting and beating her. Having witnessed how males treated females as treasures in the cat clan, this scene only reinforced her belief that these wandering beastmen harbored twisted minds. With her own safety at stake, she felt powerless to intervene. Navigating through the labyrinthine paths, she encountered several wandering beastmen. Their gazes were unabashedly lewd, as if they wished to devour her whole. Steeling herself, she feigned calmness and pressed onward, even overhearing their discussions. So what if she was a Shang Ci? It wasn't as if there hadn't been others before her. You keep claiming that a Shang Ci is so precious, yet you've let a few perish. If she dies, another will inevitably rise. Once the city lord speaks, I will be the first to mate with her. Bai Wanwan trudged forward, only to unexpectedly collide with a wall of flesh, the impact causing her to stagger back a couple of steps. Zhu Xiu stood merely 2 or 3 paces away, asking, "Where are you headed?" Bai Wanwan stood upright, glancing around, seemingly alone with him. "Looking for you." "Looking for me?" Though Zhu Xiu questioned her, his expression bore no surprise. Could we converse in a different location? Bai Wanwan smiled at him, aware that her smile held considerable sway over males. After all, she had tested this before with favorable results. However, to her astonishment, Zhu Xiu immediately dismissed her request, stating, "No. All I can do is escort you to meet the city lord. Will you walk on your own, or shall I bind you?" Bai Wanwan paused for a moment, yet her smile remained unyielding, growing even more radiant. "If you wish to bind me, then do so, as long as it allows me to spend a little more time with you." Zhu Xiu's gaze swept over her face, and he chuckled softly. "Are you trying to escape? Attempting to use me as a means of escape?" Zhu Xiu had to admit that she was the most intelligent and composed female he had ever encountered. He was fully aware of her activities over the past few days. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly insignificant female could remain calm and manipulate Inda, rendering him less irritable than usual. He indeed regarded her with a different perspective, yet she should not be harboring intentions directed toward him. Bai Wanwan chuckled. "No need to speak so harshly. Do you understand what cooperation means? I do not wish to know. You shouldn't be so dismissive. You know I am a Shang Ci, but aside from being able to bear young better than other females, I possess other talents as well. You have been observing me for several days, correct?" Zhu Xiu neither denied nor interrupted her, seemingly interested in her continued discourse. Bai Wanwan did not keep him waiting, sensing his willingness to listen as a glimmer of hope. "I have been observing you too, second leader. In wandering B City, you are quite the anomaly. Your strength is formidable. Rumors suggest your power rivals that of the city lord, yet you do not engage with the females. Indeed, what conclusion have you drawn?" Zhu Xiu's eyes flickered slightly. The beastmen here fully unleash the darkness within their hearts. They commit unspeakable acts. Yet you, who restrains yourself, what is your true aim? Suddenly, Bai Wanwan felt something moving at her feet. Looking down, she discovered a serpent's tail. Startled, she recoiled several steps. "I might be able to assist you, but if you resort to murder to silence me, you will only find yourself on a convoluted path. You have spent considerable time in wandering B City, have you not?" As her words fell, the cold serpent tail wrapped around her, ensnaring her completely. Zhu Xiu, however, had not fully transformed. He remained in his human form, merely using his lower half to secure her tightly. "Zhu Xiu, I genuinely wish to help you. You need not pay too high a price." Zhu Xiu continued to glide forward, ignoring her. Bai Wanwan tirelessly attempted to persuade him until she was parched. Zhu Xiu remained unmoved, ultimately escorting her to Inda's residence. Just then, Inda hurriedly exited, and upon seeing Zhu Xiu and Bai Wanwan, he breathed a sigh of relief. His tone was markedly gentler than when addressing other beastmen. Zhu Xiu raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Bai Wanwan. Zhu Xiu lowered his gaze, realizing that this little female indeed possessed several facets to her personality. No wonder she could charm Inda. With a flick of his tail, Bai Wanwan found herself embraced by Inda. "Were you frightened? If so, refrain from wandering about. You've encountered Zhu Xiu this time. Had it been another wandering beastman, you might have been harmed." Feigning terror, Bai Wanwan nestled closer into his embrace. Inda turned to Zhu Xiu. "She is timid. We owe you our gratitude today." "Timid?" Zhu Xiu's eyes glinted with a red glow as they locked onto Bai Wanwan's gaze. Nestled in Inda's arms, her expression showed no hint of fear. Upon meeting his gaze, she raised an eyebrow and smiled at him. What a contradictory little female. "Inda, I am hungry and would like to eat the meat of a unicorn deer. Second leader, would you care to join us?" Inda's displeasure flared at Bai Wanwan's invitation to Zhu Xiu, his brows furrowing. Zhu Xiu revealed a faint smile, as if he had seen through Bai Wanwan's ruse. He spoke first. "No, I am not hungry." With that, he slowly turned and walked away. Inda observed Bai Wanwan as she continued to stare at Zhu Xiu's departing figure, his displeasure shifting to a more menacing demeanor. "You are my female. Do not gaze at other males." She remained oblivious as the male footsteps, which had not strayed far, hesitated momentarily before resuming their forward march. Bai Wanwan felt quite content with the results of her probing today. Although Zhu Xiu was a tough nut to crack, as long as she had a desire, there lay an opportunity for a collaboration that could facilitate their escape from Lulang Shoqing. Deep in thought, she was suddenly lifted by Inda, who carried her towards the stone bed. Bai Wanwan's body tensed with vigilance. "Inda, what are you doing?" She was unprepared. Having satisfied his emotional needs over the past few days, he had shown no urgency to consummate their relationship. But now, what was he up to? Chapter 56. The performance continues. Indo lowered his head, drawing closer to her neck. He was remarkably tall and robust, yet his appearance did not align with Bai Wanwan's aesthetic preferences. The moment he approached, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her, instinctively slapping him. Indo caught her hand, his expression suddenly turning menacing. "Do you find me repulsive?" Bai Wanwan's heart sank, realizing that the persona she had carefully crafted was crumbling. She scrambled to amend the situation. "I didn't see clearly just now. You startled me." Yet Inda's countenance grew even darker, as if shrouded by a gathering storm. He gripped her wrist tightly, his hold tightening. "Hey, you're hurting me." But Inda seemed deaf to her protests, his eyes squeezed shut, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat drenching his face. What was happening? Bai Wanwan, disregarding her own pain, scrutinized his face closely. He appeared to be in considerable distress. Regardless of his agony, she was genuinely suffering. Seizing the moment, she delivered a swift kick to a vulnerable spot. Inda let out a muffled groan, releasing her as he collapsed to the ground. Bai Wanwan seized her chance, leaping off the stone bed and swiftly distancing herself from him. Inda lay on the ground, fists pounding against the earth, and Bai Wanwan noticed a sudden bulge on his back that quickly vanished. She gasped. Was this orc transforming? It felt as though he was on the brink of mutation. Just then, a stray beast entered, and upon spotting Indo on the floor, it hastened towards him. "City Lord?" Upon hearing the voice, Inda's dark eyes shifted, slowly lifting his head. Before the stray beast could utter another word, Inda lunged, sinking his teeth into its neck. Bai Wanwan stood frozen, the brutal savagery of the stray beast starkly laid bare before her. A tingling weakness crept up her spine, and she wanted to retreat, yet her body remained rigid. Once Inda had dealt with the stray beast, the dark aura enveloping his face gradually dissipated. He turned his gaze towards the stunned Bai Wanwan, then rose, taking measured steps towards her. "Are you afraid of me?" The remnants of brutality still lingered on Inda's face. Bai Wanwan felt that a single misstep in her response could lead to her meeting the same fate as the stray beast. She quickly moved her lips, attempting to appear more natural. "I was a bit frightened earlier, but more so, I felt concern for you." After saying this, she swallowed the wave of nausea brought on by the stench of blood and reached for his hand. "Was it painful just now? I feel utterly useless, unable to assist you." Listening to her words, the ferocity on Inda's face softened slightly. "You truly care for me?" Bai Wanwan nodded earnestly indeed. "You were in such pain, sweating profusely, gritting your teeth. I wished I could share some of that burden." Inda grasped her hand tightly. "Wanwan, please do not deceive me. As long as you remain obediently by my side, I can provide you with everything you desire." Bai Wanwan smiled sweetly, her gaze seemingly filled with him. "Of course, I will stay by your side, but I desire nothing but your happiness." To her surprise, her casual flattery seemed to have a profound effect on Inda. He enveloped her in his arms. "I will remember this. If you deceive me, I shall devour you piece by piece." Goodness, that's terrifying. A man prone to domestic violence still sought her affection. What a farce. She smiled brightly, pointing to the chaos on the ground. "You should clean this up. I can hardly bear it." She was uncertain how long she could maintain her composure. However, she truly disliked Inda. Even the thought of intimacy made her uncomfortable. In a surprisingly good mood, Inda chose not to dwell on Bai Wanwan and rose to find a stray beast for cleanup. "How long until I give birth to this litter?" "Host, there are at least 40 days remaining." 40 days in this place would mean another litter of cubs. If she managed to escape, what would become of so many offspring? No, she had to devise a plan to flee before giving birth. "Wanwan." Suddenly, Bai Wanwan heard a faint voice. She swiftly turned her head, finding the doorway empty. "Wanwan." Bai Wanwan stood up quickly, having recognized the voice of Xian Feng. "Xian Feng, is that you?" As the words left her lips, the window was pushed open, and Xian Feng's figure slipped inside. Upon seeing him, Bai Wanwan could no longer conceal her emotions and rushed towards him. Xian Feng also hurried over, arms outstretched to securely embrace the small female. "I'm here. It's all right now." He gently patted her back, the weight on his heart finally easing. Bai Wanwan felt a sense of reliance, no longer wavering. She held him tightly, looking up with wide eyes filled with surprise. "How did you get in? There's so many stray beasts outside. Didn't they notice you? My talent allows me to mask certain scents. If I'm careful, They one T detect me. Once Bai Wanwan regained her composure, a sense of insecurity crept in. Can you take me out now? I came to take you away, but not just yet. Carrying you would slow me down, and if we were discovered, I wouldn't be able to protect you. Just as he spoke, Inda's voice echoed from outside. Clean up in there. Bai Wanwan took a deep breath, her gaze darting around the room, and then she noticed a recess behind the stone bed. With a bit of force, it could conceal someone. She had no time to waste, pulling Xin Feng towards the stone bed. You hide for a moment. I'll deal with him first. With that, she strode out quickly, positioning herself to block Inda's entry. In such a hurry, where are you off to? Do you know where Zhu Xiu is? Inda fixed his eyes on her face, asking, Zhu Xiu? What do you need him for? I want to ask him where I last encountered him. I misplaced something very important. Bai Wanwan spoke without a hint of hesitation. Inda interjected. No need to seek him out. Once I'm free, I will help you inquire. How can we wait until you're free? Bai Wanwan immediately blinked her eyes, forcing out a few tears. It was left to me by my mother. It means a great deal to me. If you don't help me ask now, I'll go find it myself. For reasons unknown, Inda found that whether she cried or smiled, this little female always managed to soften his heart. Ultimately, he could not resist, nodding, fine, I will help you ask. Don't be upset. I will certainly help you find your item. Only then did Bai Wanwan reveal a sweet smile, gently pushing him. Then you should hurry. Inda was once again directed to leave. Bai Wanwan did not rush to re-enter, but cautiously surveyed her surroundings, ensuring no other stray beasts were present before swiftly turning back inside. Xin Feng had already emerged from his hiding place. Is he the city lord, Inda? Xin Feng's lips moved, struggling to speak. Did he harm you? No, fortunately. You arrived just in time. Bai Wanwan felt a surge of gratitude. Xin Feng's ability to find her and infiltrate was a testament to his bravery. At that moment, even the typically distrustful Bai Wanwan felt a deeper sense of trust in him. With the immediate crisis averted, she recalled her lost cubs. She cast a few glances at him. What about the tiger cub? Did you find it? Xin Feng's previously bright eyes suddenly dimmed. Van, sorry. I searched everywhere, but couldn't find tiger cub. Bai Wanwan could not help but tightly press her lips together. Although she initially felt unprepared for motherhood, she had carried her little cub for several days before giving birth. The adorable little tiger cub's sudden absence left her heart feeling as though a piece had been cruelly extracted. She had never experienced such profound sorrow. Sensing her emotional turmoil, Xin Feng approached her and wrapped his arm around her shoulder, saying, I have searched everywhere. Although I have not found the cub, there are no signs of harm. Perhaps it is still alive. Once I take you away, I will continue searching. Indeed, the absence of evidence can be seen as a glimmer of hope. When shall we depart? She inquired, lifting her gaze to meet his eyes. We will leave when night falls, after the stray beasts have settled down. It will be easier then. Very well, we shall wait for nightfall. After spending some time in Inda's dwelling, Xin Feng felt the lingering stench of blood dissipating. I must not linger any longer, or I will be detected. Bai Wanwan felt a pang of reluctance as she grasped his hand and asked, Where will you go? How shall I find you later? He gently embraced her, offering reassurance. I will remain nearby. There is no need for you to search for me. I will not leave. With that, Bai Wanwan felt a sense of relief. Be cautious and avoid detection. I have witnessed the cruelty of those stray beasts firsthand. While she was temporarily safe, she feared for Xin Feng's fate if he were discovered. He was the first beast husband she had recognized, and she wished to shield him from danger. Xin Feng nodded. Wait for me. He then swiftly departed. I have already enlisted help in your search. He relaxed as he settled onto a stone bench, his fierce demeanor softening considerably. Bai Wanwan sat beside him, her mind racing with thoughts of their imminent departure. To avoid complications, she adopted a more positive attitude, her voice sweet as she remarked, Inda, you are truly impressive, far surpassing the males of our cat clan. Inda basked in her praise, his eyes reflecting a sense of comfort and ease. As long as you remain so obedient, I shall grant you anything you desire. Bai Wanwan pondered that what she truly yearned for was beyond his reach. The foremost desire was to escape the city of stray beasts, a place she found utterly distasteful. Yet her eyes sparkled with joy. Really? As long as you treat me well, I shall reciprocate. Inda felt emotionally fulfilled by her words, reaching out to gently touch her face. Are you hungry? I shall have someone bring you food. She nodded obediently. I am indeed hungry. Soon, Inda had someone deliver a type of meat known as shueshou. While the meat of the Xue show lacked the potency of a unicorn deer, its flavor was sublime, melting in the mouth like ice cream with a hint of sweetness and salt. Unlike other raw meats that carried a foul odor, it resembled sashimi, making it palatable for Bai Wanwan. The Xue show was not only delicious, but also rare, seldom hunted. Within the city of stray beasts, only the Lord and a few leaders could indulge freely. Yet now there was one more to partake, Bai Wanwan. After finishing his meal, Inda departed to attend to a matter with another stray beast, leaving Bai Wanwan to feed the remaining Xue show meat to her cub. She wondered if Xian Feng had managed to eat well during these days. As night gradually fell, she awaited his arrival. "Wanwan, come out," called Xian Feng's voice. Bai Wanwan was well prepared and swiftly picked up the basket containing her cub, hastening outside. Xian Feng emerged from behind the stone dwelling, waving to her, "Wanwan, over here." She stepped closer, and he took her hand, enveloping her with his innate power. "Let's go." Bai Wanwan curiously observed the white mist-like aura that enveloped her. "What is this?" "This is my innate ability, which will diminish our presence." The beasts were acutely sensitive to scents. Without his power, entry would have been impossible. He likely would have been detected upon entering the city of stray beasts. Xian Feng seemed intimately familiar with the terrain, guiding her through twists and turns until they had distanced themselves from the city's heart. Suddenly, 3 stray beasts approached. Xian Feng quickly pulled her behind a nearby stone dwelling to hide. The trio conversed as they drew near, stopping abruptly at a distance. "I heard this is a merchant caravan from a mid-sized tribe, carrying many valuable goods. Shut up if you wish to live. Do not involve us." Bai Wanwan noticed they lingered, signaling to Xian Feng to take an alternate route. As the discussions faded into the distance, they cautiously crept along the wall. A wooden door creaked open, and footsteps echoed from within the stone dwelling. Xian Feng instinctively pulled her to hide again, only to find that the hiding spot could accommodate only one. "Bai Wanwan de si sivin buset sin feng yin sai." The events unfolded too swiftly for him to intervene. "Wanwan," came Zhu Xiu's voice from behind. Bai Wanwan noticed Xian Feng preparing to act and quickly blinked at him, signaling him to remain still. Once she saw he was motionless, she slowly turned around. "Second leader, what a coincidence. Are you out for a stroll?" Bai Wanwan thought it peculiar that he had chosen this path, arriving at the entrance to his residence. Indeed, the sacred female is also out for a walk. Bai Wanwan sensed a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Instinctively, she glanced at him, but the darkness obscured her view. After speaking, Bai Wanwan lifted her foot to leave, but before she could take another step, Zhu Xiu grasped her hand, saying, "You are heading the wrong way. You should go this way." With a firm tug, she stumbled closer to him. "I am merely wandering. I do not wish to go that way." After halting, Bai Wanwan exerted slight force to free her hand. Zhu Xiu chuckled softly. "You truly do not wish to go this way?" Bai Wanwan, thinking of Xian Feng hidden behind, hesitated to follow Zhu Xiu, fearing that evading him for too long would render her efforts futile. "No, I wish to walk a bit longer on my own." Zhu Xiu, however, disregarded her protest, firmly holding her wrist and leading her forward. "Second leader, did you not understand my words?" She struggled, but could not break free, feeling increasingly vexed. The tension in the air thickened as Bai Wanwan felt her body stiffen. Did he know? Her gaze slowly shifted to Zhu Xiu's face, where his expression remained unchanged. "You wish to walk alone?" Bai Wanwan inhaled deeply. Were she alone, she might have taken a risk. However, considering Xian Feng's safety and the unpredictable nature of Zhu Xiu, she dared not act recklessly. "Very well, I shall walk with you." Resolute in her decision to stay close to Zhu Xiu, she hoped that since Xian Feng had managed to infiltrate, he could escape undetected by others. However, to her surprise, after only a few steps, Xian Feng unexpectedly launched an attack on Zhu Xiu. Zhu Xiu yanked Bai Wanwan to his side, raising his hand toward Xian Feng. It was as though 2 invisible forces collided. Xian Feng staggered back several steps, seemingly injured. Bai Wanwan instinctively moved forward to check on him, but Zhu Xiu tightened his grip on her arm, warning, "Try to take another step." Bai Wanwan gritted her teeth and urged Xian Feng, "Hurry, flee. Preserve your life above all else." Yet, Xian Feng recognized that the stray beasts had discovered his presence. Should they become vigilant, he would have no chance to approach her again. Wiping the blood from his lip, Xian Feng remained vigilant, his focus locked on Zhu Xiu. The beast before him was the most formidable opponent he had ever faced. Bai Wanwan sensed the dire situation. If Xian Phone were injured, escape would become impossible. She could deceive Inda momentarily, but she could not guarantee that Inda would spare Xian Feng's life. This realization brought clarity to Xian Phone. Bai Wanwan was right. If he could not take her away this time, he would surely lose his life, and Bai Wanwan would be forever trapped within the city of stray beasts. He clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intensely on Biwnw and nestled in Zixi's arms, struggling to make a decision. All right, Wenwan. Take care of yourself. I will come to rescue you. X and F Ing turned and vanished behind the stone house, while Biwnwn sensed Xi's hand pushing her away. Not only did she not let go, but she also held on tighter. Let go. Xi's face darkened, wanting to swat the little female away. He raised his hand, then pressed it down again. She simply could not withstand his strength. I want to let go. I'm not going with him. You cannot harm him. I want to harm him, but you must release him. Biwnw and not only refused to loosen her grip, but tightened it instead. I don't believe you. Biwnwn. Xi's voice was laced with a hint of anger. Ignoring him, Biwnwn continued to cling to him. I want to harm him, and he cannot escape. As soon as the words left his mouth, Biwnw felt something wriggling beneath her feet. Here it comes again. She felt her legs go weak with fear as she effortlessly coiled her with his serpent tail. Zhi, release me. Biwnw was tightly ensnared and could not break free. She was always adaptable. If force wouldn't work, she would try a softer approach. Zhi, could you spare his life? Consider it a debt I owe you. I promise to repay you when the opportunity arises. She continued to glide forward without sparing her a glance. Please have mercy. He is my only beast husband. I do not wish for him to come to harm. If anything happens to him, I will come to you every day in tears and be a nuisance. Upon hearing that he was her only beast husband, she turned to look at her. You are the holy female, and he is your only beast husband? I am the holy female. But he must also be someone I like to be my beast husband. I only like him. The exemplary husband had even moved the heart of someone like her, who was almost sealed off emotionally. As for Rn, she had no emotional foundation with him. He was certainly not her beast husband. It was merely a twist of fate that had led to her bearing a litter of offspring for him. She ceased to speak, carrying her towards YND's dwelling. Biwnwn felt anxious. It seemed that softening her stance would not suffice. Can't you just turn a blind eye? If anything happens to XNFing, I will pursue you relentlessly for the rest of my life. If you wish to remain in the LNSHURN city, I will find every means to drive you out. Have you said enough? After she placed her on the stone bed, she suddenly flipped over. She did not wait for her to finish and spoke first. If you truly want him to live well, then stay put and do not act recklessly. Biwnw looked at him in confusion. Are you saying you will spare him? She glanced at her, but said nothing more and turned to stride out. Biwnw slid off the bed and hurried after him. However, she had already vanished from sight. She clawed at the stone edge of the door, pondering Zhi's true intentions. After all, she was also a LNSHURN, with foreign beastmen infiltrating. He could not possibly turn a blind eye. Carefully, she felt her way along the wall, moving forward. It seemed she had gone this way. Biwnw discerned the direction and quietly followed. The night had fallen, the moonlight faint, obscuring the path. Suddenly, she was seized by an unknown LNSHURN who emerged from nowhere. Where did this little female come from? I haven't seen you before. Biwnw could only vaguely see that the male before her was particularly robust, his muscles bulging like small hills. She had no appreciation for such a physique. I am YND's female. Release me. The Lord's female? So you are that holy female, Biwnwn? The leader of the LNSHURN, SHSN, had just intercepted a trading caravan from a mid-sized tribe, returning triumphantly. He had also heard of this joyous news. Their LNSHURN city had stood in the western wilderness for over a decade and had only ever possessed one holy female. This was the second. The blood in SHSN's veins ignited. This was indeed a holy female. Biwnw thought he would release her, but instead, he directly hoisted her over his shoulder. I am the female of the Lord YND. Do you understand? Shut up. So what if you are YND's female? His female still warms my nest. SHSN laughed heartily, carrying her towards his stone dwelling. YND likes me. If you lay a hand on me, he will surely not spare you. SHSN chuckled ominously. YND likes you? The more he likes you, the better. Why was this male so impervious to reason? BIWNWN hoisted on his shoulder, felt her stomach pressed against his shoulder, causing her to feel dizzy. Wait, I am still ZH, she's female. ZH, she forbade any other males from touching me. If you wish to die, then let me warm your nest. What did you say? SHSN halted in his tracks. BIWNWN's heart leaped with joy as she quickly embellished her words. ZH, she said he likes me the most and wants to have a litter of offspring with me. Are you not afraid of YND? Do you not fear him? Attitude. He also claimed that in the Elling SHURN city, apart from the Lord and him, anyone who dared to touch her would face his wrath. Just as she finished speaking, SHSN's grip tightened around her neck. You're lying. ZH, she never touches females. How could one have offspring with you? BIWNWN cursed under her breath and struggled to pry his hand away. Why can't I? Am I an ordinary female? I'm a holy female. SHSN regarded her with skepticism, scrutinizing her intently. BIWNWN could not see him clearly, but gifted males had better vision. After sizing her up, he hoisted the little female up once more. Believing he had not yet given up, she questioned, Do you really wish to die? Is it necessary to touch me? Yes. I want to experience the taste of a holy female. I will take you to see ZH she. Let us hope you speak the truth, or else. He chuckled, a hint of threat in his tone. BIWNWN pressed her lips together, unsure if meeting she was good or bad. If ZH she were to expose her in public. ZH she's dwelling was not far, and BIWNWN was still hoisted on the shoulder of the Li L-ing SHURN. He was quite tall. Each step he took equated to 2 or 3 steps for her. SHSN swiftly maneuvered through the twists and turns, arriving at ZH she's dwelling in no time. He knocked forcefully on the door. ZH she. After knocking for quite some time without an answer, SHSN shifted his stance, puzzled. Is he not here? Just as he hesitated on whether to kick the door open, it swung open from the inside, revealing ZH she. What's going on? The lazy voice, tinged with a hint of irritation, came from within. BIWNWN quickly propped herself up to look at him. He seemed to have already gone to bed. Long hair cascading down, standing in the darkness, making it impossible to see his features, let alone his expression. After the impulse, SHSN felt a bit intimidated. In Lielling SHURN city, the Lord would tolerate him, but ZH she was not to be trifled with, having suffered losses twice before. He still felt a shiver of fear. Oh, BIWNWN sensed she's gaze fall upon her. Whilst did she say, without hesitation, SHSN recounted BIWNWN's words verbatim. She said you like her the most and want to have a litter of offspring with her. BIWNWN felt as though she were being publicly executed, her embarrassment palpable, but fortunately, her thick skin allowed her to adapt swiftly. I like you the most and want to have a litter of offspring with you? BIWNWN lifted her head to look at him, deliberately adopting a tearful tone. I remember everything you said, so I do not wish to mate with him. I only want to bear your offspring. SHSN felt a bit annoyed. He found her tearful demeanor rather appealing. If she were really ZH she's female, would he still dare to snatch her away? BIWNWN had said everything, yet she remained silent. Anxiously, she continued, if you think 1 litter is not enough, I can bear 2 or 3 litters for you, as long as you are happy. Put the holy female down. ZH she finally spoke, and as SHSN froze in surprise, BIWNWN exhaled a long sigh of relief. SHSN frowned, still somewhat reluctant. Even if she is your female, let me have some fun with her for a few days before returning her. He was testing ZH she's limits. A flash of red light flickered in ZH she's eyes as he lowered her. Shershin remained still, bearing the weight of Bai Wanwan as he stepped back. The females in the city were all fair game. She was Shang-Tsi, untouchable by other strays. Can I have her? Release her. Do not compel me to repeat myself. Shershin ground his teeth, but the overwhelming aura of Zhu Xiu's formidable innate power bore down upon him. After a moment, He reluctantly relinquished the female. Very well. She is yours. He set Bai Wanwan down, declaring that she would first bear offspring for Zhu Xiu before yielding to him. As he spoke, his gaze greedily lingered on Bai Wanwan. Zhu Xiu extended his long arm, drawing Bai Wanwan close, his eyes glinting with frost. What are you waiting for? Shirshin forced a smile, saying, I shall take my leave. With that, Zhu Xiu withdrew his hand, looking down upon her. You favor me most. Will you bear me a litter of offspring? Bai Wanwan had indeed intended to deceive him, but Zhu Xiu's words dispelled her thoughts. This male was astute, as if he possessed complete control over all that transpired. To perform before him felt akin to wearing the emperor's new clothes, transparent and vulnerable. Continuing the charade would merely render her a foolish clown. Well, thank you for your assistance earlier. Zhu Xiu regarded her calmly, stating that while he could assist her once, he would not do so repeatedly. Shirshin would not easily let her go. Bai Wanwan felt a pang of frustration. She had only birthed one litter and lacked sufficient system points to take any action. I understand. I'll be cautious. Zhu Xiu looked down at her, unusually discerning, failing to perceive any other expression on her face. In this moment, it seemed to be the true essence of who she was. Have you captured my beast husband? Even having provoked Shirshin, Bai Wanwan had not forgotten her purpose. I did not capture him. He escaped. Bai Wanwan's eyes brightened instantly. Really? Thank you. Do not express gratitude too soon. Should he return, I will not spare him. Hey, I genuinely wish to negotiate with you. Will you consider collaborating with me? I shall assist you in achieving your goals. In return, you will help me escape. This arrangement is not disadvantageous for you. I am a stray beast. This is my home. Do not presume to infer my thoughts. Bai Wanwan gazed at him uncertainly. The darkness around them was too profound for her to discern his expression. Could it be that she was overthinking? The two exchanged glances in the darkness, neither uttering another word. If only she possessed the ability to read minds. Other beastmen were easily deciphered. Yet, with Zhu Xiu, she found herself utterly unable to fathom his thoughts through his words and actions. Zhu Xiu emerged as he always did, entwining her with his serpentine tail. Initially, Bai Wanwan felt fear, but now she had grown accustomed to it. The chilling texture of his serpent skin had begun to evoke a sense of immunity within her. She was lifted off the ground, slowly moving forward. In her boredom, Bai Wanwan's hand began to absent-mindedly caress his scales. Bai Wanwan, Zhu Xiu suddenly spoke, startling her. Release me. His voice seemed to emerge from clenched teeth. Chapter 60. Do you wish to be my beast husband? Only then did Bai Wanwan lower her gaze to her hands, realizing she had unconsciously committed an act of kindness. It was pitch black. Could you not utter a word? How monotonous. The darkness was so profound that her vision paled in comparison to that of the males, rendering her unable to see her surroundings clearly. Bai Wanwan, had you not been Shengxi, you would have perished several times over. I know, but what can I do? I am Shengxi. Moreover, Yindao was still reluctant to force her. Zhu Xiu had never encountered such a female. She appeared unafraid despite the looming threat. It seemed she only grew anxious when her beast husband was in peril. The door stood ajar, revealing no sign of Yindao within. Zhu Xiu released his tail, causing Bai Wanwan to tumble onto the stone bed. Have you been living alone these past few days? Bai Wanwan turned to lean against the inner wall. Yes. She beamed at the towering male beside the stone bed, sensing he was indeed observing her, despite her inability to see clearly. Zhu Xiu was indeed fixated on her, his gaze traversing her face. How have you achieved this? Yindao treats other females with brutality. How can he refrain from touching Shengxi? This is unprecedented. Assist me in leaving this place, and I will reveal the method to you. Bai Wanwan blinked, her tone casual. Oh, how long do you think you can prolong this? Bai Wanwan's smile faltered. Indeed, Yindao currently exhibited patience, allowing her to stall, but once his patience waned, her identity as Shengxi would scarcely afford her better treatment than other females. Suddenly, she knelt, closing the gap between her and Zhu Xiu, declaring that she had heard he was still unmarried and inquiring if he wished to be her beast husband. This thought had arisen unexpectedly. He did not touch other females nor prey on his own kind. Moreover, she acknowledged her own vanity, since she would eventually seek a powerful beast to bear offspring. Why not claim this formidable and handsome one for herself? By winning him over, she could ensure her own departure from the realm of strays. Zhu Xiu did not respond immediately. A peculiar atmosphere flowed through the silent darkness. Bai Wanwan blinked, straining to discern Zhu Xiu's expression, but the darkness rendered her sight ineffective. Speak. I have only one beast husband. If you are willing, you can become my second. Do you think I am Inda? That a few words from you will sway me? Bai Wanwan choked on her words. This time, she was earnest. Although, yes, there was a hint of self-serving interest. Yet, she was ensnared in a den of wolves, unable to act freely. She had to consider her own welfare. You could never be like Inda. I have never entertained the notion of him as my beast husband. Bai Wanwan, do not provoke me. Such actions will yield no benefit for you. Zhu Xiu regarded the stunningly beautiful face before him. She was undeniably an alluring female, as well as clever and cunning. Bai Wanwan, having faced rejection, felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, there were few males who were both attractive and powerful, yet she could not force another's affections. Very well. Marriage is a matter of choice. As her tension eased, she began to feel drowsy. Very well. I shall cease to provoke you. I am tired and wish to sleep. So you may leave at your leisure. Bai Wanwan turned over, wrapping herself in the beast's skin, feigning sleep. Zhu Xiu scrutinized the small figure curled up in a ball, his crimson eyes flickering, yet he remained silent. Bai Wanwan maintained her pretense for quite some time, but the surrounding silence left her uncertain whether Zhu Xiu had departed. She still needed to check on her offspring. Remaining in the same position for too long caused her shoulder to ache. She intentionally shifted, pretending to turn over, quickly glancing toward the edge of the bed, only to find Zhu Xiu's presence absent. Bai Wanwan threw off the covers and sat up, hastening toward the small nest beside the stone bed. Several cubs lay nestled within, sleeping soundly, entirely oblivious to the lurking beast. She reached out to gently stroke them, their soft, warm bodies vibrating slightly with each breath, sleeping most peacefully. What a troubling situation. Zhu Xiu was impervious to persuasion, and she could not escape. She had no idea how much longer she could deceive Inda. After traversing to the beast world, Bai Wanwan experienced her first sleepless night. Despite feeling exhausted, her mind remained taut, unable to relax in a slumber. Once Inda lost patience, her cubs would be the first to suffer, followed by herself. Time passed, and only when dawn approached did Bai Wanwan finally drift off to sleep. In the morning, just as Bai Wanwan was nearing wakefulness, she suddenly sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon her. Sleep fled in an instant, and she opened her eyes to meet a pair of bell-like orbs. Slap! Bai Wanwan swiftly delivered a sharp slap. Shirshin had not anticipated the small female's nimbleness, failing to evade in time and receiving a solid blow. He seized her wrist, lifting her. Were you deceiving me yesterday? I do not recognize you. What have I deceived you about? Bai Wanwan was utterly exasperated, waking to such a grotesque, twisted face nearly induced a heart attack. I am Shirshin. We met just last night. Have you forgotten? Shirshin's bell-like eyes widened even further. Bai Wanwan gazed at him in astonishment, finding his appearance excessively abstractly unattractive. Among the three leaders, Zhu Xiu was as perfectly divine as a god, while Inda, though not striking, at least did not possess the capability to instill fear to the point of tears. However, the leader before her, Shirshin, could undoubtedly frighten a passerby to tears. His bulging eyes were one thing, but his nose was both large and flat. The sheer lack of aesthetic appeal in his mouth was even more pronounced. It was thick and wide, allowing the wind to whistle through the gaps when he spoke. You are Shirshin? Bai Wanwan felt an overwhelming sense of relief that she had not been abducted by him the previous day. Noticing the change in her expression, Shirshin's face darkened with rage. Do you find me ugly? Bai Wanwan, seeing that he was about to erupt in anger, quickly changed her demeanor, exclaiming, How could I think you are ugly? You possess a formidable and majestic presence. You must be quite popular among the females, right? Among all the males in the city of Lulang Shou, you must rank in the top 3. This was not entirely insincere, as he did indeed rank after Zhu Xiu and Inda, but he was still dreadfully unattractive. At that moment, Inda entered from outside the stone dwelling. His smile faded upon seeing Shirshin inside. Shirshin, what are you doing here? Shirshin, as brazen as ever, pointed directly at Bai Wanwan. City Lord, I desire Xingxi. I want her. He failed to notice the grim expression that settled on Inda's face upon hearing his declaration. City Lord, then I shall take her with me, Shirshin declared, reaching for Bai Wanwan. However, before he could touch her, his body was flung away. Shirshin tumbled to the ground, gasping in pain, utterly incredulous as he looked toward Inda, who had not even cast a glance in his direction. Instead, he walked straight to Bai Wanwan and enveloped her in his embrace. "Thank goodness you arrived. He terrified me," Bai Wanwan whimpered, resembling a frightened little rabbit. As Sun rose from the ground, veins bulging on his forehead, he reflected on her earlier words. Had she not just claimed he was not ugly? Had her statement about him being the third most handsome been a lie? Jisen, yin dais viurias ror momentarily quil Shisen is reik. City Lord? Is she not merely a female? It is not as if this has never happened before. She is different. From now on, you are prohibited from approaching Wanwan. Leave. Sun wanted to retort, but it was evident that Inda was genuinely furious. He clenched his teeth and slowly stepped away, his gaze fixated on Bai Wanwan in Inda's arms. Bai Wanwan did not spare Sun a glance, her mind racing with thoughts of how historical concubines had behaved in similar predicaments. Scenes from various dramas flashed through her mind, and she began to emulate their performances. She blinked rapidly, squeezing out 2 tears. "Inda, I only like you. I do not wish for any other males to touch me." Seeing the little female sobbing, Inda's heart softened immensely. "Do not fear. No male will dare to touch you in the future. If anyone tries, I will tear them apart." Bai Wanwan bit her lip, concerned. But Sun is also one of the leaders of Lu Lang's show. If you had arrived a moment later, I would have surely been taken by him. Inda tightened his embrace around her. "I am the one in charge of Lu Lang's show. I will not allow him to approach you again. All right, I believe you will protect me." Her eyes brimmed with adoration and reliance, providing Inda with immense satisfaction. He laughed heartily. "Come, I shall take you to choose some items." With her objective achieved, Bai Wanwan relaxed. With Juxiao and Inda's warnings towards Sun, it felt like a double layer of protection. "What items?" she asked, feigning curiosity. "This time, we have acquired a merchant caravan from a medium-sized tribe, filled with many things that you females adore. Choose whatever you like." Bai Wanwan lacked enthusiasm. She already possessed a points mall and found it hard to be impressed by primitive trinkets. Nevertheless, she feigned surprise, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "Inda, you are truly wonderful to me." Inda felt as if his heart had been steeped in honey, experiencing an unprecedented sweetness. How charming was this little female? Bai Wanwan donned a beaskin skirt and approached the den, cautiously pointing at the tiger cubs. "Do not run around, understand?" Although the cubs were still young, they were not the same as genuine wild beasts. They matured quickly, capable of transforming within mere months. While they currently embodied their beast forms, they could already comprehend simple commands. The tiger cub nuzzled her hand affectionately. Bai Wanwan wished to indulge in their company a little longer. However, with Inda watching, she feared that showing too much affection or reliance on the cubs might provoke the ruthless dominance of the Lu Lang show, ultimately placing the cubs in jeopardy. After a brief interaction, she stood up and walked over to Inda, taking the initiative to link her arm with his. Inda led her out of the stone dwelling to a clearing at the center of Lu Lang show. As they approached, every Lu Lang show individual nearby ceased their rummaging, turning to look at Bai Wanwan. Each pair of eyes glinted with ferocity and cruelty. Upon noticing this, Inda furrowed his brow deeply. "Do not stare at the Shang Ci. Turn away." He realized he despised it when other males gazed at Bai Wanwan with such expressions. She belonged solely to him. The Lu Lang show had grown accustomed to indulgence, now witnessing their leader defend a female for the first time. Though they felt resentment, they slowly averted their gazes, not daring to look further. "Come," Inda urged, guiding her forward. The ground was strewn with numerous animal skins, each one brimming with various items. Bai Wanwan found herself momentarily dazzled. Many were gems, and even pearls, alongside some beautiful garments. She had previously thought this world was as barren and primitive as the Cat Clan tribe. It appeared that the warriors from larger tribes were beginning to pursue material and spiritual desires. "What is this?" Bai Wanwan exclaimed in surprise, spotting a colorful sheer garment on the ground. Not only was the material exquisite, but the design of the clothing was also aesthetically pleasing. "This is jiaosha, crafted from the skin shed by sea sirens. Even stone knives cannot cut through it." Was it not akin to the properties of a bulletproof vest? Instantly, Bai Wanwan's interest was piqued. "Do you like it?" She nodded eagerly, thinking such a delightful item should not be passed up. Inda generously placed it in her arms and gestured toward the items on the ground. "Take whatever you fancy." Bai Wanwan flashed him a sweet smile. "Inda, you are the best male in the world." Inda's satisfaction was palpable as he beamed back at her. Bai Wanwan then turned to quickly browse through the items. Why refuse something given freely? It might prove useful in the future. As she sifted through the items, she inquired about each one, and, after some time, she realized that aside from the Jiaosha garment, which was indeed a treasure, the rest consisted of mere decorations and everyday items. Do you not fancy them? Bai Wanwan clutched a few gems and pearls. I do like them. However, treasures like the Jiaosha are far too scarce. This is merely a medium-sized tribe. Larger tribes possess even more exquisite items. If you desire them, I shall procure them for you in the future. That sounds great. I just wonder if there will be a future. Bai Wanwan. Suddenly, a disheveled female, her attire tattered, burst from the stone dwelling. Just as she was about to reach Bai Wanwan, two Lu Lang show members forcefully pinned her to the ground. Wanwan, she cried, her face pressed against the earth, struggling to turn her head to look at her. Seeing such a large person rush toward her, Bai Wanwan certainly noticed. However, the female's hair had obscured half her face, preventing her from recognizing her. Now, as she lay on the ground, turned sideways and revealing half her face, it was none other than Huya. Wanwan, I beg you to save me. They are torturing me. She spoke with great difficulty, yet she struggled to complete her plea. Bai Wanwan stood beside her, shrugging. Why should I save you? Are we on good terms? I am hardly a benevolent female. I was wrong. I should never have treated you that way. Please, save me. These Lu Lang show individuals are terrifying. I cannot endure it. Isn't that what you deserve? You brought this upon yourself. Roger had informed her that he had sought to have the Lu Lang show capture her. Unexpectedly, through a series of unforeseen circumstances, she too was captured. Bai Wanwan's words shattered Huya, causing her to struggle wildly. She bared her teeth at Bai Wanwan, exclaiming, It's all your fault. My beast husband is gone, and that foolish Xianu thought he was rescuing you when he saw a female being captured. Guess what happened to him? The smile on Bai Wanwan's face gradually faded, a vague premonition stirring within her. What happens to him has nothing to do with me. He is your beast husband. Huya laughed maniacally, her face smeared with dirt. My beast husband? He favors you because you are the holy female. He doesn't like me at all. You deserve it. You all deserve it. Her words became increasingly incoherent. Inda, upon hearing Huya claim that her beast husband favored Bai Wanwan, grew displeased and directly commanded the nearby stray beastmen, drag this female away and confine her. She is not to be released. Huya was roughly lifted from the ground by two stray beasts, hurling insults at Bai Wanwan. You are a wicked female. My beast husband died for you, and you don't even care? Bai Wanwan crossed her arms, watching her performance. Xian Shan and Xian Yu were her beast husbands. Why should she feel sorrow? Yet, they were indeed two lives, among the few beastmen she had come to know since her arrival. There was a sense of regret, but it hardly amounted to sorrow. Lord City, do not be deceived by her. Bai Wanwan does not truly like you. She is a very picky female. Huya said urgently, fearing she would be taken away. She glanced at Bai Wanwan, then at herself. They were both females, yet Bai Wanwan thrived so splendidly. Her remarks caught Inda's attention, prompting him to raise his hand, halting the stray beastmen from dragging her away. Inda glanced at Bai Wanwan before turning his gaze back to Huya, asking, What does she deceive me about? Huya, sensing her words had struck a chord, felt a rush of elation and turned to Bai Wanwan with a cold smile. However, she failed to notice Bai Wanwan's calm demeanor, which seemed more like she was watching a play. Do hurry, both the Lord and I are waiting. Huya's nostrils flared in anger, and she boldly declared, Lord, Bai Wanwan and I are of the same tribe. The chief arranged many males for her, but she refused them all. She certainly looks down upon you, and is merely deceiving you. Inda could no longer contain his fury, his face twitching with rage. Bai Wanwan, wanting to stoke the flames further, quickly added, Why would I look down upon the Lord? You speak nonsense. Without a moment's hesitation, Huya retorted, With such an ugly stray beast, how could I possibly find you appealing? In an instant, Bai Wanwan did not wish her well. Before she knew it, Huya's body soared like a kite, crashing heavily to the ground. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to lift her head to gaze at Bai Wanwan. She tried to raise her hand, only for it to fall limply. Inda's fierce gaze locked onto Bai Wanwan, questioning, Is what she said true? Do you find me ugly? Bai Wanwan remained unperturbed, explaining, She seeks to harm me. Her words are lies. I have only one beast husband, Xian Feng from the cat tribe. He has lost his talent and bears scars on his face. No female in the tribe wishes to bond with him. Yet I do not despise him. How could I possibly disdain a powerful male like you? Are you not deceiving me? Inda inquired. Bai Wanwan scoffed. My cat tribe has so many females, you may ask them. Only then did Da's expression soften. It appeared as though he had been placated, refraining from further anger. However, Bai Wanwan understood that if she delayed in mating with him, he would undoubtedly lose faith in her. Huya, like a ragged sack, was dragged away. Inda did not inquire further, patiently remaining by Wanwan's side, allowing her to take as much as she desired. Bai Wanwan was unreserved, collecting everything she could to store in her system space. Inda's gaze followed her every movement. Lord, 2 stray beastmen rushed before him, reporting, several powerful, unfamiliar beastmen have appeared outside the city, injuring many of our males. Please come and investigate. Inda's attention was diverted by Wanwan. Choose what you like. I will seek you out once I am finished. Bai Wanwan smiled at him, her voice gentle. All right, go ahead. After giving instructions to the other stray beastmen, Inda swiftly departed. Once Inda left, Bai Wanwan's smile faltered. Although Huya had dug her own grave, Inda would undoubtedly be more eager to ascertain the truth of her words. Did Inda mean that she could choose freely, or was his word not final? The stray beastmen dared not argue, especially with such a large trading caravan filled with goods. The holy female was indeed audacious. Bai Wanwan was bold enough to accept all that was offered. The stray beastmen, burdened with bee skins filled with supplies, trailed behind Bai Wanwan. She strolled leisurely ahead, passing the stone house where Huya had just been dragged inside, casting a glance that left her speechless. Huya was so injured, and the room was filled with stray beastmen who had not spared her. This stray beast city was indeed a nightmarish realm for females. 8 bee skins laden with goods were carried into her room. The males dared not treat her as they would other females, simply placing the items down before hastily departing. A few cubs tumbled out from their nest, scampering to her feet and circling around her. Bai Wanwan crouched down, gathering all 3 into her embrace. The 3 were elated, excitedly pawing at her chest and nudging their heads against her face, exuding exuberance. Bai Wanwan indulged their antics and played with them for a while. Afterward, she patted the head of the tiger cub, praising, "You did splendidly, taking care of your siblings." The tiger cub seemed to understand, bouncing even more energetically, nearly dislodging the other 2 cubs from her arms. Sensing it might have caused trouble, the tiger cub licked the 2 little cat cubs in an attempt to appease them. Bai Wanwan sat at the stone ledge by the door with the cubs, suddenly spotting Zhu Xiu's figure. She hesitated for a moment, placing the cubs inside the stone house. After much contemplation, she felt that her breakthrough lay with Zhu Xiu. Regardless of the circumstances, for the sake of safety and freedom, she must persist. Stealthily following Zhu Xiu, she occasionally sought refuge in hiding spots. Bai Wanwan felt a sense of urgency, quickly emerging from her hiding place to scan her surroundings. Looking for me? Zhu Xiu's voice came from behind her. He remained silent, his calm gaze fixed upon her, seemingly awaiting her next words. Before Bai Wanwan could speak again, a group of stray beastmen approached. Suddenly feeling a tightening around her waist, Zhu Xiu pulled her into a narrow alley between 2 stone houses. Their figures nearly merged into one. Bai Wanwan smiled, standing on tiptoe to whisper in his ear, "Second Chief, why are you being so secretive? What are you afraid of?" He was the second chief of the stray beast city. Why hide? Zhu Xiu tightened his grip around her waist, seemingly warning her. Yet, she needed no warning. She would not alert the stray beastmen outside. The footsteps grew nearer before gradually receding, with his hand still firmly around her waist. Bai Wanwan boldly wrapped her arms around his neck. Zhu Xiu lowered his head, the crimson glimmer in his dark eyes flickering, exuding an aura of extreme danger. Bai Wanwan sensed it, her heart racing, instinctively wanting to retreat. However, she restrained herself, still wishing to take one last gamble. In the next chapter, the tiger cubs protect their mother. Gazing into his eyes, Bai Wanwan's smile remained unwavering, even blossoming more radiantly. Is the second chief holding on to me so tightly because he want me to bear your offspring? The grip around her waist remained unyielding. Bai Wanwan was taken aback. Had Zhu Xiu undergone a change of heart today? She winked at him, her voice soft and delicate. Do you truly wish to become my beast husband? Yet Zhu Xiu turned away, pinning her against the wall, his hand pressing against her neck. Have you forgotten what I said? Bai Wanwan discerned the fleeting glint of menace in his eyes. This male was not easily deceived. It seemed she needed to adopt a different approach. Bai Wanwan's eyes darted back and forth. Wasn't I just trying to help you? Zhu Xiu responded with a cold smile. You are barely able to protect yourself. How do you intend to assist me? Bai Wanwan raised her hand. Look here. Zhu Xiu turned his gaze to her empty palm, and in an instant, a piece of meat appeared there. Before he could comprehend, the meat vanished and was replaced by a piece of beast hide. Items from Wu Ba Min emerged successively in Bai Wanwan's hands, only to disappear again. A flicker of emotion finally appeared in Zhu Xiu's eyes. I am a holy female, endowed with innate gifts. She continued softly. You may inquire. My beast husband is called Xian Feng. He was once a formidable beast man of the cat tribe. But due to an unfortunate incident, he became a crippled beast. Now, however, he has regained his gifts. Bai Wanwan's tone was unassuming. Yet it stirred a tempest within Zhu Xiu's heart. A gifted holy female could indeed shake the very foundations of the beast world. Are you not afraid of me harming you? What would you possibly do to harm me? Harming me would be of no benefit to you. On the contrary, assisting me could save your life in a critical moment, and I could elevate your innate gifts. Zhu Xiu remained motionless, his hands still resting on her neck. This male has a profound depth of character. Is that all you have to say? What does that mean? This reaction was indeed beyond her expectations. The identity of a holy female was already enough to unsettle most males. Her ability to save lives and enhance innate gifts was akin to stacking advantages upon advantages. Was he not moved by this? Was he truly a male? Do not share what you just said with any other male. Bai Wanwan was well aware of a need for discretion. Even with Xian Feng, she had not spoken directly. The reason she confided in Zhu Xiu was indeed a desperate move to leverage her cards. Yet she had also come to understand through their interactions that Zhu Xiu was not an evil or cruel male. If circumstances permitted, she genuinely wished for him to be her beast husband. If I do not reveal it to others, what do you think? Upon saying this, the familiar scene unfolded again. She was once more ensnared by a long tail. Hey, say something. Zhu Xiu tilted his head slightly. I can agree to spare your life. They were quite close to Inda's dwelling, and in the blink of an eye, Zhu Xiu had carried her into the stone hut. As Zhu Xiu turned to leave, Bai Wanwan suddenly reached out to grasp him. His gaze fell upon her hand as her voice reached his ears. Be careful. I am counting on you to protect my life. After Zhu Xiu departed, she refrained from wandering aimlessly and instead remained in the hut with the cubs. They seemed quite pleased, their smiles lighting up their pudgy faces. He approached and directly lifted Bai Wanwan from the ground. Bai Wanwan's body felt somewhat stiff, yet she managed to plaster a smile on her face. Have all matters been resolved? Inda placed her onto the stone bed, enclosing her in his arms. Yes, everything is settled, and I am quite pleased. Wanwan, did you not say you liked me and wanted to bear me a litter of cubs? I think now is quite suitable. As he spoke, he tore open his beast hide skirt. Wait. Bai Wanwan raised her hand, quickly seizing his wrist. Fearful of witnessing an inappropriate sight. Like the popular online characters, she enjoyed admiring handsome males. Yet he must first be a handsome male. She scrutinized Inda's face and his muscular physique. Thank you for the invitation. Suddenly, Inda recalled the words of the previous female, and his expression darkened. Bai Wanwan, were you deceiving me all along? You have no desire to bear cubs with me. Do you find me repulsive? The flesh on his face began to quiver, as if he had been grievously deceived and insulted. Why are you so anxious? Bai Wanwan hastily sought to mend the situation, deliberately rolling her eyes at him. I merely wish to understand you. Did you not just say you were very happy? I want to know why. Inda's fury momentarily subsided, yet he remained skeptical. Is it truly just for this reason? Bai Wanwan huffed. Are you going to continue speaking or not? We cannot proceed until our conversation concludes. Only then did a smile grace Inda's face as he lifted her from the stone bed, cradling her in his embrace. Today, several exceptionally gifted beastmen arrived in the wandering beast city. Bai Wanwan nodded. I am aware. I heard it while selecting items. But what you do not know is that these males are from large tribes, their strength comparable to that of Shur Senior. With 4 powerful beastmen joining the wandering beast city, we could even raid medium-sized tribes. For powerful beastmen arriving at once, are you not concerned they have ulterior motives? Bai Wanwan's curiosity blurted out. Then she noticed a sinister smile creeping upon Inda's lips. Even if they have motives, I am not afraid. As long as they come to the wandering beast city, they will forever be wandering beasts. Bai Wanwan wished to glean more clues from his expression. Yet Inda had already concealed his demeanor. What else do you wish to ask? Bai Wanwan quickly racked her brain to buy time. She could not afford to appear too obvious, lest she incite Inda's anger, for he would not spare her either. Inda, I want to know why the other wandering beasts have changed, yet Zhu Xiu has not. However, Inda immediately shifted the topic. Enough, these matters are not your concern. You are a female. All you need to do is focus on bearing cubs. His hand once again moved toward her beast-hide skirt, attempting to forcefully consummate their union. Suddenly, a tiger cub lurking in the nest sprang up, immediately biting down on Inda's hand. Inda yelped in pain, tossing the tiger cub away. The entire sequence unfolded too swiftly for Bai Wanwan to react. By the time she realized, the cub had already been flung aside. Her heart lodged in her throat as she stood up from Inda's embrace. Tiger cub. The little cub rolled twice on the ground, but was still impacted and let out a cry, struggling to rise. Bai Wanwan, accustomed to carefree living, felt as if a knife had pierced her heart at the sight. She carefully scooped the tiger cub into her arms, gently rubbing her face against it. Tiger cub, does it hurt? Inda felt a twinge of regret for his impulsiveness and walked over, relieved to see the state of the cub. It should be fine. Hand the cub to me, and I will have the shaman take a look. As he spoke, he reached out to snatch the cub. Slap! Bai Wanwan delivered a sharp slap to his hand, unreservedly scolding, "Get away." The anger within her had no outlet, and she even forgot to pretend. Inda, having endured humiliation from his former mate, had never allowed another female to disrespect him since. Bai Wanwan's tone ignited his fury, yet, upon seeing the feeble cub in her arms, his anger diminished by half. I did not mean to do that. Give it to me, and I will ensure the shaman heals it. Chapter 64. Why him? Bai Wanwan ignored him, anxiously querying the system. Is the tiger cub's injury severe? Does it require a life-saving pill? It is somewhat serious. Without innate gifts, a cub of lesser pedigree might have perished. But the tiger cub's father is powerful, born as a yellow-tier male, so the host need not worry. After a couple of days of care, it will naturally recover. After hearing the system's assurance, Bai Wanwan finally relaxed. This marked Inda's first instance of speaking softly to a female, yet Bai Wanwan paid him no mind. He anxiously paced in place before turning to leave. Over the years, the wandering beast tribe had plundered many small tribes, and there were about 10 shamans remaining alive in the wandering beast city. He arrived at the shaman's cave and ordered directly, "A holy female's cub has been injured. Go to my dwelling immediately and ensure its recovery." The holy female was still dear to him, and he did not wish to anger her over a mere cub. Outside the stone hut, 2 wandering beasts stood guard in all directions. Inda approached, pushed open the door, and entered. The entire room was empty, and he proceeded to the innermost chamber. In the center of the room lay a small pool of water. Inda approached the pool, gazing intently at the bottom for a while. After confirming there were no issues, he crouched down and scooped a bowl of water with a stone vessel. The water in the bowl was crystal clear and bottomless. Wordlessly, he carried the bowl and made his way out. Upon entering and exiting without pause, he remained oblivious to the shadow lurking beside the stone pillar, which emerged only after his departure. Zhu Xiu approached the well, similarly gazing downwards. The water's surface was clear, revealing the depths below. At the bottom lay a deep black stone, emanating a faint glow. For formidable orcs, seeking refuge from foreign lands, sat within the spacious stone dwelling. Before them was an array of food, accompanied by females in attendance. They had never experienced such treatment, their excitement palpable. Upon entering, Inda was not surprised by the scene. He pointed with pride at the females on the ground, asserting that in the tribe, it was common not to have been served by females. No matter, he declared, you have arrived at Lulang Shoucheng, where the males hold sway. Take as many females as you desire. The females, having long been subdued, dared not resist. 3 of the foreign orcs could no longer contain themselves and lifted the females from the ground into their arms. Inda placed the bowl of water he held on the table, his gaze sweeping over the 4 foreign orcs before finally resting on the strongest among them. He scrutinized him for a moment, contemplating how to retain his presence. This male's strength might rival that of Zhu Xiu. By attracting more powerful orcs, his Lulang Shoucheng would inevitably flourish into a grand city under his leadership. Chioli, why have you not had a female serve you? The orc named Chioli slowly raised his eyes, casually glancing at the kneeling females beside him. He had heard that the males in Lulang Shoucheng lived with abandon, surrounded by beautiful females with exceptional fertility, and even a sacred female. Upon hearing the term sacred female, Da's expression shifted. If you do not fancy the female before you, I can summon others. Xioli remained non-committal, his demeanor somewhat arrogant. Da could tolerate Zhu Xiu, thus he could also tolerate other males, provided they were sufficiently powerful and under his control. Before long, another 4 or 5 females were brought in by the Lulang orcs. Da smiled and proclaimed, in Lulang Shoucheng, females are mere playthings for males. If you fancy one, there is no need to cling to just one. Choose whomever you desire. Xiao Li's gaze again drifted over the females. Then he chuckled softly, asking, does the city lord keep his word? Of course, the females of Lulang Shoucheng are at your disposal, except for the sacred female. Xiao Li turned and locked eyes with Da, who sat at the head of the table. What if I desire the sacred female? Anger began to rise in Da's brow. Even Zhu Xiu had never spoken to him in such a tone. Just as he was about to assert his authority, Xiao Li spoke first. I tend to speak frivolously. Please do not take offense. But is it true that there is a sacred female in Lulang Shoucheng? The other 3, upon hearing sacred female, also forgot about the females beside them, fixating their attention on Da's city lord. We came to seek refuge after hearing about the sacred female in Lulang Shoucheng. Might we be granted the opportunity to see her? Da was reluctant to let Bai Wanwan meet other males, yet he was eager for them to join Lulang Shoucheng. After a moment of hesitation, he instructed the nearby Lulang orc, go fetch the sacred female. He failed to notice that as he spoke, Xiao Li, holding the stone bowl, paused momentarily. In Da's stone dwelling, the shaman was examining the cub's injuries. Rest assured, sacred female, the cub has only sustained minor wounds. I will feed it some stone banana leaf juice, and it should recover in a couple of days. With both the system and the shaman assuring her that the cub was fine, Bai Wanwan felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, the cub's lethargic state was pitiful, prompting her to cradle it gently. The cub, in pain, leaned against its mother, seeking comfort. Bai Wanwan held the cub closely, personally escorting the shaman to the door. Just as she was about to re-enter, she spotted 2 Lulang orcs approaching. Sacred female, the city lord requests your presence. Where to? The city lord is entertaining foreign orcs and wishes for you to join. My cub is injured. I do not wish to go. Please, sacred female, accompany us. The 2 orcs' tone left no room for negotiation. They had no respect for other females, especially with the city lord's command in place. Bai Wanwan noted their imposing demeanor, which suggested they would resort to force if she did not comply. After a brief moment of hesitation, she reluctantly set down her cub. Kittens, please take care of your brother. Mother will step out for a moment. The 2 little kittens immediately sprang up, standing guard protectively before the cub. Bai Wanwan felt warmth in her heart as she gently patted their heads before rising to follow the 2 Lulang orcs. They led her along the central avenue. During her time in Lulang Shoucheng, she had not had the opportunity to stray far from Da's dwelling. As she walked, she glanced around, taking note of the city's layout for potential escape. City Lord, the sacred female has arrived. Upon entering the spacious room, Bai Wanwan was met with the sight of numerous orcs, some engaged in rather unseemly displays that lacked any aesthetic appeal. She averted her gaze, slowly making her way toward Da. As she stepped inside, Da grasped her hand, pulling her beside him. Are you still angry? What did the shaman say about the cub? The shaman said there is no serious injury. I was just upset with you, she replied, her eyes sharp as she regarded him. Da, unable to muster anger, reassured her there is no blame. Just don't take your frustrations out on me in the future. All right. Turning to survey the room, she noticed several males staring intently at her. They bore little resemblance to the Lulang orcs, being far more handsome and striking. Her gaze passed over them before landing on one in particular. How could it be him? Chapter 65. Is there something you wish to explain to me? It was Chief Rong. Bai Wanwan was nearly propelled from her stone seat in excitement. In that moment, she completely forgot their past, viewing Chief Rong as an old acquaintance. A remarkably gifted male. This was her opportunity for escape. What's wrong? Da, sensing her change in demeanor, turned to look at her. Nothing. She quickly concealed her emotions, not wanting Da to notice. However, Da had already sensed something amiss, his gaze drifting toward the other males with displeasure. Is it because they are handsome? Does the little female feel inadequate? His clenched fist revealed the tension beneath his calm exterior, and he signaled to a nearby Lulang orc. The orc understood and approached to take the stone bowl beside him. Bai Wanwan's heart raced as if drums were beating within her chest. How could she arrange a private meeting with Chief Rong? Why was he present here? Subconsciously, she glanced toward him, but Chief Rong seemed oblivious to her, engaged in conversation with a nearby female. Bai Wanwan pursed her lips, wondering if this was the reason for his presence in Lulang Shoucheng. After all, this was a paradise for males, a realm of slaughter, conflict, and females, where those who did not uphold their principles would surely succumb. With this thought, her resolve began to waver. City Lord, is she the sacred female? The foreign orcs gazed intently at Bai Wanwan, their stares unabashedly lustful. Ainda, displazed, podido Bai Wanwan closet, staching. I have already said that the other females in Lulang Shoucheng are at your disposal, but the sacred female is off limits. The foreign orcs chuckled. We are merely curious. We have never seen a sacred female before. Ainda did not reprimand them. Bai Wanwan was significant, and these powerful foreign orcs were equally important. Are all four to remain in Lulang Shoucheng? Bai Wanwan whispered. Ainda nodded, a pleased expression on his face. Indeed, they have come to pledge their allegiance to me. After hearing this, Bai Wanwan turned to notice a Lulang orc carrying a ceramic jar to pour water for them. As the Lulang orc approached the foreign orcs, the stark contrast made Bai Wanwan suddenly feel alert. Would Chief Rong also become like them? Upon contemplating the striking visage of Chi R-ing, which would inevitably degrade into that of a grotesque, vagrant beast, she felt an overwhelming sense of squandered beauty. When Chi R-ing finally became aware of her presence and glanced her way, BIWNW and hastily blinked at him, her eyelids nearly cramping from the effort, yet he appeared utterly unfazed, his expression unchanged. Did he truly not see her? Never mind. She ceased her blinking to avoid further discomfort. She had done her utmost to signal him. If he remained oblivious, it mattered not, for regardless of his allure, he was not her beastly husband. No matter how he might appear, she would not have to behold him in the future. Y&D seemed to harbor doubts about her, occasionally casting glances in her direction. BIWNW endeavored to maintain an air of decorum, refraining from casting her gaze about. Before Chi R-ing lay a stone bowl brimming with water, which he, like the other beasts, lifted to pour into his mouth. Within the dimly lit stone dwelling, only BIWNW appeared preoccupied, chewing on dried meat. While the males fixated on the coupling scene unfolding within the room, their eyes ablaze with fervor, Y&D's hand slipped to her waist, applying a slight pressure. BIWNW endured the discomfort without flinching, when suddenly, Chi R-ing stood up, his movement capturing the attention of both BIWNW and Y&D. Y&D regarded him with a questioning look, inquiring if he had something important to share with the lord of the city. With a nod, Y&D urged him to speak, his hand remaining on BIWNW's waist. Chi R-ing's gaze fell upon Y&D's hand, the light in his eyes sharpening with intensity. This was a matter concerning the secret of a significant tribe, not to be discussed here. He requested the Lord to step outside for further discourse. After issuing instructions to the nearby vagrant beasts, he rose to depart. BIWNW seized this opportunity to slip away. The little ones had succumbed to slumber, their soft snores filling the air. She was not the least bit tired, her mind occupied with pressing concerns. After gently patting the sleeping cubs, she approached the door to peer outside. How she wished to ascertain where Chi R-ing resided. Inside the dim room, visibility was waning. BIWNW lay upon the stone bed, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. What was Chi R-ing's purpose in this place? Given their shared history with the Mo tribe, might he extend her a helping hand? Since his arrival, she found herself increasingly inclined to seek his aid. For dealing with age, she had proven exceedingly arduous, an insurmountable challenge. Perhaps tomorrow she would seize an opportunity to inquire further. Regardless of the outcome, she ought to try. As she gradually relaxed, the tendrils of sleep began to envelop her. In a drowsy state, she thought she heard a sound. Instantly alert, she opened her eyes to find a figure at her bedside. Startled, she was taken aback as the figure swiftly approached and covered her mouth. A chill swept over her as a familiar scent ignited memories of her first night in the beast realm, igniting a flush upon her cheeks as recognition dawned. Do not move. I am Chi R-ing, he whispered. BIWNW, unable to speak due to his hand covering her mouth, nodded in response. Only then did Chi R-ing release his grip, his eyes roaming freely over her face in the darkness. The stone house was shrouded in shadows. Yet his keen vision allowed him to discern her features, aware that her lovely eyes were fixed intently upon him. "What brings you here?" Biwnwn whispered. "The vagrant beast city is perilous. You must tread carefully to avoid falling into their trap, lest you too become deformed and hideous like them." He possessed far greater knowledge of the vagrant beast city than she did, but he refrained from interrupting her cautionary words, waiting patiently for her to finish. "Is there something you wish to explain?" Biwnwn tilted her head, looking up at him. "Explain? What do you wish to clarify?" Indeed, Chiaring's keen senses detected 3 familiar scents in the room, causing his heart to quicken. Biwnwn had borne him at least 4 offspring. He regarded her with a tumultuous mix of emotions. Previously, he had never contemplated what his future partner might be like, yet he could never have envisioned it would be someone like Biwnwn. Biwnwn disliked ambiguity. Chiaring's words were utterly perplexing to her. "What clarification do you seek? Surely you did not venture to the vagrant beast city solely to demand an explanation from me? Is that not madness?" As a sudden thought struck her, she instinctively glanced toward the corner where the cubs lay. Could it be that he has discovered the truth? Chapter 66. Fishing in Troubled Waters. She resolved to feign ignorance a while longer, unwilling to reveal too much. "What are you talking about? I do not quite understand." Chiaring's hand had found its way to her delicate neck, caressing it gently, yet it bore an undercurrent of peril. "The female from that night was you, was it not?" She gulped, feigning calmness. "Could you be a bit clearer?" Chiaring, seeing her attempt to conceal the truth at this juncture, scoffed, pointing toward the corner where the cubs slept. "You bore me 4 cubs. Does that clarify things?" Biwnwn's eyes widened in disbelief. 4? How do you know? Do you know where the other cub is? You know where it is, do you not? Biwnwn could no longer maintain her pretense, grasping Chiaring's arm in urgency. "I found it in the snow." His voice was cold. Biwnwn, filled with excitement, pressed on. "What of its current state? Is it safe?" "Not particularly safe." He lowered his gaze, scrutinizing her face. "Then why did you come to the vagrant bee city? Where have you placed it?" Her genuine concern for the cub was evident in her expression, prompting him to suppress his rising fury. "You will learn its whereabouts once I depart with you." Biwnwn connected the dots, directly asking, "Did you come to the vagrant bee city because of me? Were it not for being ousted from the tribe, the males generally preferred to avoid vagrants. In a typical tribe, any association with vagrants was deemed disgraceful. Here, it was a treacherous den for ordinary males. The cubs were too young to be without their mother. This was Chiaring's rationale for venturing into the vagrant bee city. A flicker of guilt washed over Biwnwn. Perhaps she had previously misjudged him too harshly. Chiaring fell silent, the memories of that fateful night gradually clarifying his mind upon realizing it was indeed Biwnwn. Before that night, she had been a female he found utterly detestable, one he sought to avoid. However, after that night, she transformed into a stranger entirely. Presently, the Biwnwn before him melded with the one from that night, leaving him in a state of complexity. Biwnwn remained oblivious to his thoughts, yet she felt immense gratitude for his willingness to brave the dangers of this place to rescue her. "Thank you. Do you have a plan to escape?" "I do." Biwnwn's eyes sparkled with hope. "Shall we leave now?" Chiaring shook his head. "We cannot leave yet. Y&D would notice. There is but one opportunity. Once I have arranged everything, I will return for you and the cubs. What do you intend to do? Is there anything I can assist with?" She responded eagerly. "No need. Just wait here with the cubs. When the time is right, I will come for you. Be cautious. The males of the vagrant bee city are under Y&D's control, becoming deformed and hideous. We must leave swiftly." She wished to remain as far from this dreadful place as possible. "Not to worry. The water he offered me, I did not consume." "What water?" Chiaring did not withhold information from her. "There lies a spring within the vagrant beast city, granting strength to males who drink from it, yet it mutates them, placing them under Y&D's control. Since you did not drink, you remain unchanged, but Y&D will soon discover the truth." Bai pointed out. "Indeed, one transforms into a vagrant beast within 3 days of drinking. Thus, I will find a chance to take you away within that time frame." Chiaring rose. "Y&D does not yet trust us and has sent vagrant beasts to watch over us. I cannot be absent for too long." Take care of the cubs and await my return." After speaking, Chief Rong turned and walked towards the wall beside the bed. Several cubs were sleeping soundly. He reached in and gently touched them. The feeling of blood connection was quite marvelous to him. He had never contemplated forming a pair bond, nor had he imagined what his offspring would look like. The higher the rank of a male, the more challenging it became to bear young. Some pairs might not produce a litter even after 10 years. Yet, on that one occasion, Bai Wanwan had given birth to 4 cubs. His gaze softened, and he whispered to the cubs, "Wait for your father to come for you." Bai Wanwan was still crouched at the bedside, urging him to leave quickly, lest the wandering beast men discover him. "All right, wait for me." With that, Chief Rong silently vanished before her eyes. This time, she felt considerably more relaxed. Since arriving in the city of wandering beasts, her golden finger had yet to gather enough power to be of significant use, leaving her to feign compliance daily. To ensure her and her cub's safety, she had to maneuver around Inda every day, which was quite exhausting. Chief Rong's appearance allowed her to set aside her worries entirely. She closed her eyes and soon slipped into slumber. Bai Wanwan counted the time each day, initially thinking she would have to wait 2 or 3 days. However, the following afternoon, a great commotion erupted. What was happening? Bai Wanwan inquired of the wandering beast man, rushing towards the door. The beast man hurried past her without a glance. After a moment, she noticed a line of over a dozen wandering beasts moving in a particular direction. Roars echoed throughout the city, stirring anxiety among the populace. Given her connection with Chief Rong, she suspected it might be his doing. Immediately, she turned back into the room, wrapped the cubs in animal skins, and placed them in a basket, even stuffing in some meat to ensure they could eat in case of an emergency. As time passed slowly, Bai Wanwan anxiously awaited Chief Rong's return, beginning to pace in the stone house. Zhu Xiu was recovering his innate powers in his room when he suddenly heard the chaotic sounds outside. He opened his eyes wide and stepped out. The city of wandering beasts was ablaze, and the sounds of battle resonated throughout the air. Second leader, the city lord commands you to immediately go to the west of the city and eliminate those foreign beasts. A flicker of red light danced in Zhu Xiu's eyes as he imperceptibly nodded. "You all go ahead. I will join you shortly." Once the wandering beasts departed, Zhu Xiu swiftly transformed into his beast form, his massive body narrowing in an instant before he leaped and vanished into the air. By the edge of the pool in the stone house, Zhu Xiu reappeared, fixated on the dark stone at the bottom of the water, determination gleaming in his eyes. The king cobra plunged into the pool, and his innate powers began to rapidly dissipate. With clear intent, he dove deeper. The black crystal emitted a faint glow, luring the king cobra closer. At last, it reached the bottom. After circling the black crystal twice, Zhu Xiu opened his jaws and bit down on the black stone. In Chapter 67, Escape, at the moment of contact with the black stone, Zhu Xiu's innate power swiftly leaked out, as if through a funnel. Not a moment could be wasted. Zhu Xiu bit down fiercely, pulling the black crystal forcefully from the pool's bottom. The water churned violently, as if trying to hold him down forever. The king cobra's eyes turned increasingly crimson, innate power bursting forth around him, resisting the vortex's pull as he surged upward. Finally, he broke free from the water's grip, but only 1/10 of his innate power remained. If Indo were to appear now, he could easily take his life. After hiding the black crystal securely, he did not linger, transforming into a small snake and slithering along the wall towards Inda's residence. Zhu Xiu felt elated. Thanks to the troubles caused by the foreign beasts, he had managed to acquire this energy stone much more swiftly than anticipated. Having lurked in the city of wandering beasts for 3 years, he had attempted this many times. In the first 2 years, he had not even reached the bottom of the pool before exhausting his innate power. This time he was the fastest, leaving with nearly 1/5 of his innate power still intact. Bai Wanwan was quietly waiting in her room, praying for Chief Rong's safety. If he was safe, then she and her cubs would also be secure. A slight noise came from the window, prompting Bai Wanwan to get up and quickly pull it open. Expecting to see Chief Rong, she was instead met by the small king cobra coiled by the window. However, his body was noticeably smaller, almost the size of a cub. You are Zhu Xiu?" She recognized his beautiful eyes, black pupils surrounded by a faint ring of red light. The little king cobra nodded at her. "Cool me. I will take you away." "Take me away? Why now?" Had she left earlier or later, she would have followed Zhu Xiu without hesitation. But now, Chief Rong was still in the city of wandering beasts. If she left with Zhu Xiu, it would render Chiorong's efforts in vain. Bai Wanwan hesitated for a moment before making a decision. Why don't you go ahead on your own? I will wait a little longer. Wait for what? Bai Wanwan had no choice but to deceive him. Zhu Xiu, I truly appreciate your willingness to help me, but my beast husband is in the city. He will come to rescue me. If I leave with you now, he won't be able to find me. Beast husband? That silver wolf from last time? Zhu Xiu scoffed. He cannot save you. Even amidst the chaos in the city of wandering beasts, it is impossible for him to successfully take you away. Even he cannot do it right now, but he has his backup plan. Not him. After Zhu Xiu finished speaking, Bai Wanwan distinctly felt his trembling form come to a halt. You tell me you have only one beast husband. She realized she had overlooked that detail. She had merely mentioned it offhandedly to dissuade Zhu Xiu's thoughts. Strictly speaking, he had not yet agreed to be her beast husband. If Zhu Xiu were not in his beast form, his face would have turned green by now. How many males had she uttered those words to? Are you also planning to leave the city of wandering beasts? Then you should go quickly, she urged him, hoping to avoid a potential conflict later. Just then, over a dozen wandering beast men came running towards them. They were initially going to enter the stone house directly, but froze upon seeing the small king cobra by the window. They then respectfully said, Second leader, the city lord has instructed us to take the holy female over. Zhu Xiu nodded. I was just on my way there. I will personally escort her. The wandering beast men, not overly cautious, turned and left immediately, given the chaos in the city. Aren't you coming out? If you stay here waiting, you will wait for Inda instead of your beast husband. Bai Wanwan hesitated for a moment, bent down to pick up the basket, and stepped outside. First, she needed to leave the city of wandering beasts. Upon stepping out, Zhu Xiu, now significantly larger, coiled around her. This time, she found herself entirely enveloped in his tail, not even feeling the surrounding jolts. Bai Wanwan almost fell asleep from emotion, but as his tail suddenly loosened, she tumbled to the ground holding the basket. Have we left? That was too quick, Bai Wanwan said, only to realize they were still surrounded by stone walls, and the sounds of chaos had not faded. They were still within the city. Zhu Xiu, what are you doing? Zhu Xiu had settled beside her. I am severely depleted of innate power. I cannot ensure your safety while taking you away. Then why take me? Bai Wanwan gritted her teeth. Zhu Xiu met her gaze. No need to overthink. This place is very safe. I promise to take you out, and I will certainly do so, but we are still within the city. What if Inda sends someone to look for us? If he discovers you are missing, the first to suspect will be your beast husband. He will only search outside the city. There is nowhere to hide within 100 miles of the city of wandering beasts. If Inda leads a search party, he will easily find you. A day is enough for him to fully recover. Zhu Xiu appeared quite weak. After transforming into human form, his face was pale. He spoke only a couple of sentences before closing his eyes. Bai Wanwan was uncertain of his reliability, occasionally getting up to peek through the gap in the stone door. In this secluded place, she could hear the distant clamor from various directions, yet the sounds were faint. Despite standing there for a considerable time, she had not encountered a single stray beast man. As time gradually passed, the sky darkened. Bai Wanwan observed that Zhu Xiu still had his eyes closed, appearing as though he were asleep. She refrained from disturbing him, opting instead to chew on some jerky from her system space while tending to a few cubs. In the first half of the night, Bai Wanwan found herself unable to sleep, her mind racing with thoughts of the potential danger posed by Inda and the stray beastmen. It was only in the latter half of the night that she dozed off, albeit uneasily. However, she was soon awakened by Zhu Xiu's voice. Get up, take the cubs, I will lead you away. The moment she heard they were leaving, Bai Wanwan became instantly alert. The sky outside had not yet fully brightened, remaining dim and hazy. Zhu Xiu coiled his long tail around her as they glided slowly along the edge of the stray beast city. Suddenly, a group of stray beastmen approached. Bai Wanwan instinctively recoiled and hid. Second leader, what brings you here? The city is in chaos, so I'm taking a look around. You all go that way. The stray beastmen, caught off guard, turned to follow his direction, only to be swiftly dispatched by Zhu Xiu in that fleeting moment. Zhu Xiu strode confidently, leading her out through the city gates. The desolate cityscape gradually receded behind them. Without the burden of others, it should be easier for the chieftain to escape alone, right? Chapter 68. Are you unwilling? Bai Wanwan sat atop Zhu Xiu's massive beastly form, feeling as if she were aboard a high-speed train, swiftly traversing the barren plains. Before long, the temperature around them plummeted, prompting Bai Wanwan to clutch her cubs tightly and shiver. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, the stray beast city did not experience a snow season. It would be at least 30 days before the warm season arrived. Hence, he needed to find a suitable dwelling for the female swiftly. Gradually, snow began to accumulate on the ground, thickening the further they advanced. However, Zhu Xiu's beastly body remained unaffected, gliding effortlessly across the snowy terrain. Bai Wanwan contemplated her future. Having traversed into this beastly realm for 2 months, she had witnessed its cruelty. To live a comfortable life, she needed to accumulate more points and leverage the system as capabilities. Zhu Xiu, I wish to go to the super tribe. Will you accompany me? The super tribe housed the mightiest males of the beast world, where she could choose one to her liking. It was currently the snow season, rendering travel impossible. Even after the warm season commenced, it would require at least 100 days to reach the nearest super tribe. Is it really that far? As a modern individual accustomed to high-tech transportation, she had speculated that the super tribe would be quite distant, yet she never imagined it would take 100 days. Let us find a place to wait out the snow season. Just as Zhu Xiu's words fell, a cacophony erupted from the snowy ground ahead. The flying snow obscured the path before them. Zhu Xiu's calm voice reassured Bai Wanwan. At this moment, the stray beastmen had already charged towards them. As the snow began to fall, the figures of the transformed stray beastmen emerged. Sure, son, is that you? You dare bring the saint female here? Are you betraying the stray beast city? Betrayal is not the term. I never belonged to the stray beast city. Zhu Xiu replied calmly. Sure Sun glared at him fiercely. I've already informed the city lord that you are not genuinely loyal to the stray beast city. He did not believe me, but now I have caught you red-handed. Hand over the saint female. Zhu Xiu chuckled coldly. With you? You are not in a position to demand anything from me. Enraged, Sure Sun shouted. You persist in opposing me at every turn. Today, I shall tear you apart. Go. With that, Sure Sun began to channel his innate powers, only to realize that none of the surrounding males moved. In fact, they took a few steps back. Upon noticing this, Sure Sun turned and bellowed. Those who retreat will be forever expelled from the stray beast city. The stray beastmen were already despised by various tribes. The only place that accepted them was the stray beast city. If they were expelled from there, they would find no refuge in the entire beast world. The stray beastmen exchanged glances before ultimately channeling their innate powers alongside Sure Sun to attack Zhu Xiu. The long tail that had coiled around Bai Wanwan gradually loosened as Zhu Xiu turned, instructing, stand by. His tone was steady, as if he were wholly unconcerned. Bai Wanwan slowly retreated while still advising him, they outnumber you. Be cautious. Hearing her words, he cast her a faint smile. Do not worry. They cannot harm me. Zhu Xiu smiled. When not smiling, he resembled an icy mountain range. When he did smile, he was akin to the first snow melting. Bai Wanwan wished to take a closer look to confirm whether he truly smiled. Yet, through her eyes, all she could see was a fleeting shadow. Sure Sun did not retreat. Empowered by his innate abilities, his form swelled several times, resembling a small mountain. As the long tail of the python approached him, he raised his arm to strike. Standing outside the battlefield, Bai Wanwan watched as countless snowflakes were whipped into the air. When she looked up again, the battle was nearing its conclusion. 5 or 6 stray beastmen lay on the ground, bleeding, while only Sure Sun and 2 others remained to resist. Zhu Xiu, what are you doing? If you kill me, Inda will never let you go. Before Sure Sun could finish his words, he was bitten on the neck by the python. In an instant, a torrent of poison coursed through him, and Bai Wanwan witnessed his face turn a sickly green before quickly darkening. He stared at Zhu Xiu with disbelief until his body collapsed, losing consciousness. Yet his eyes remained fixed on him. Are you injured? No, they cannot harm me. Sure Sun is dead? The once arrogant third leader, Sure Sun, had been killed by Zhu Xiu in a single bite? Yes, the other stray beastmen will survive, but Sure Sun is doomed. Bai Wanwan shifted her gaze from Sure Sun's darkened face, shaking her head in dismay. How tragic. She stroked Zhu Xiu's long tail, lamenting, You're not to be trifled with from now on. As Zhu Xiu continued to glide, he turned his massive head, his crimson eyes fixed on her. Bai Wanwan felt a jolt of fear in her heart. Do not look at me like that. It's rather frightening. You are different from him. I will not bite you. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanwan's lips curled into a gentle smile. How am I different? Zhu Xiu abruptly halted his movement. Turning his head directly towards her, Bai Wanwan, do you remember what you said to me before? Bai Wanwan rolled her eyes playfully, smiling as she replied. I said many things. I do not know which one you mean. As soon as she uttered this, she sensed a chilling glint in Zhu Xiu's eyes. Meeting his gaze, she felt a shiver run down her neck. Would he truly devour her? She quickly corrected herself. I remember. What do you remember? Say it again. Cough. The current situation was different. Repeating it felt akin to a confession of love. Yet, gazing into his crimson eyes, she feared that if she did not speak, he might indeed swallow her whole. I said I want you to be my beast husband. The python's eyes remained unblinking, fixated on her. And? To bear me a litter of cubs? Yes, to become my mate and bear me a litter of cubs. Bai Wanwan, while I can accept you as my mate, I wish to be your primary beast husband. Although Bai Wanwan had traversed here, she carried the memories of the original owner. The primary beast husband was akin to a legitimate wife in ancient times, symbolizing the male's status within the family. Initially, she had not considered this notion. As long as he was her beast husband, she would treat them all equally and had no intention of designating any male as the primary one. Bai Wanwan's silence was interpreted by Zhu Xiu as reluctance. The crimson in his eyes intensified. Are you unwilling? Chapter 69. Saving oneself from the female, Bai Wanwan gazed as his massive head drew near. Those crimson eyes locked onto her. She nodded vigorously. I am willing. Almost immediately, the crimson in Zhu Xiu's eyes diminished significantly. Do you truly mean it? Bai Wanwan quickly nodded in affirmation, expressing her willingness. She had not originally intended to have a first beast husband, but Zhu Xiu, with his striking appearance and formidable prowess as a beastman, captivated her. Moreover, his ability to stealthily navigate through the chaotic beast city for an extended period before successfully bringing her out was commendable. If he were to assume the role of her first beast husband, it would likely resolve many of her concerns. However, she stipulated a condition. He must not misuse his position to intimidate her other beast husbands. Zhu Xiu, feeling a surge of irritation, wondered why she was so defensive even before he had done anything wrong. He remained silent, tightening his grip around her, who was shivering from the cold. Bai Wanwan soon sensed his mood and realized her reaction may have been excessive. She wrapped her arms around his serpentine tail, softening her tone as she inquired if he was angry. She apologized, acknowledging her failure to consider his feelings, expressing her desire for harmony within their household. Although Zhu Xiu had indeed been upset, he refrained from directing his ire towards Bai Wanwan. This marked his first contemplation of a life shared with a female partner. Since he had chosen her, he felt it necessary to tolerate her occasional temper. To his surprise, the little female had not only noticed his mood, but had also apologized. Her gentle voice soothed the remnants of his anger. I wish to be your first beast husband, he declared, but I must first address the issue of discord within our family. You are overthinking it. Yes, I am the one with a narrow mind. Zhu Xiu, your magnanimity surely enables you to manage our family well, she replied with a radiant smile, teasing him playfully. Zhu Xiu noticed her tendency to lean forward and gently reminded her to be cautious, lest she tumble. As he spoke, he adjusted her position with his long tail. Bai Wanwan observed the stark contrast in Zhu Xiu's demeanor. During their time in the Beast City, he had been cold and unapproachable. She had assumed he harbored no feelings for her, only to realize he had been concealing them. His attitude towards her had evidently transformed significantly. Your willingness to leave the Beast City suggests you have accomplished your objectives? Yes, I owe my gratitude to your beast husband, she replied. Why thank him? He is not yet your beast husband. The question of whether Chief Rong would indeed become her beast husband remained uncertain in her mind. Not your beast husband? Is he willing to venture into the Beast City alone? Zhu Xiu mused. He believed other females would not dare to take such risks. Bai Wanwan poked his long tail, urging him to continue. I have been lurking in the Beast City for several years in search of an energy stone. This stone was used by Inda to control the Beast City. Did you find it? Yes, shortly after my arrival, I discovered its location. But Inda's vigilance was too stringent, and the beastmen took turns keeping watch while he himself conducted inspections. So he created chaos, allowing you to seize the stone? Indeed. To acquire it, I expended nearly all of my innate power. Had I encountered Inda at that moment, I would not have survived. Thus, Chief Rong effectively rendered you substantial assistance. Correct. Therefore, be sure to express your gratitude to him when you have the chance. Zhu Xiu cast a glance at the sky and urged her to hurry, indicating his intention to accelerate their pace. Traveling alone with a female on such a snowy day posed significant dangers. They needed to find a safe haven swiftly, ensuring the safety of both the female and any offspring. Suddenly, Bai Wanwan was startled by a series of howling sounds. "Is it wolves?" she asked. "Yes." As Zhu Xiu's words resonated, a large pack of wolves began to encircle them in the dim, overcast sky. One wolf, two wolves. Bai Wanwan counted them, totaling 38. "Can you fight them off?" She worried, not wishing to be consumed by the pack in this frigid landscape. As a transmigrator, that would be an inauspicious end. "Do not fear. Climb onto my back and hold on tightly." Bai Wanwan scrambled up, securing herself under his head, her arms wrapped around him. Zhu Xiu's massive, serpentine body coiled upward, lifting her high above the ground. The wolves, sensing Zhu Xiu's movement, suddenly launched their attack. His powerful tail lashed out, sending one wolf after another flying. Some, undeterred, leapt onto him, attempting to bite his tail. Yet, the formidable frame of the innate beast was impervious to their efforts. After struggling in vain, the wolves, realizing their futility, turned their gaze towards Bai Wanwan. With a swift motion, Zhu Xiu evaded the pack's assault and used his tail to swat away the two wolves that approached Bai Wanwan. Although the wolves posed no real threat to him, their sheer numbers and ferocity required most of his attention to protect Bai Wanwan, hindering his ability to dispatch them all effectively. At that moment, a silver blur dashed toward them. Zhu Xiu quickly recognized it, preparing to counterattack. The massive silver wolf plunged into the fray, swiftly dispatching 4 or 5 wolves in mere moments. "Xin Fan," Bai Wanwan exclaimed, instantly recognizing the silver wolf. Upon hearing her delighted call, Xian Feng turned his head to roar at her before swiftly collaborating with Zhu Xiu to eliminate the remaining wolves. In less than 5 minutes, all 38 wolves lay lifeless in the snow. Xian Feng approached, his demeanor cautious and inquisitive. "Wanwan, who is this?" he asked. Bai Wanwan hastily patted Zhu Xiu's neck. "Zhu Xiu, let me down. This is my beast husband, Xian Feng. Allow me to introduce you." Zhu Xiu recognized him immediately as the silver wolf who had stealthily infiltrated the beast city and whom he had spared. Bai Wanwan was gently set down, and Xian Feng transformed into human form, drawing near to her. He enveloped her in a tight embrace. "It's over now. We have escaped," she reassured him, patting his back. As she slightly turned her head, she noticed Zhu Xiu had also transformed into his human form. Although his expression remained neutral, the intensity of his gaze suggested he was not entirely pleased. Feeling somewhat awkward, as she was experiencing this encounter between her two beast husbands for the first time, she felt a twinge of guilt. She patted Xian Feng's back and said, "Xian Feng, this is Zhu Xiu, who rescued me from the beast city." Upon hearing this, Xian Feng turned to Zhu Xiu and expressed his sincere gratitude. "Thank you for saving Wanwan. If you ever need assistance, I will be there to help." "There is no need. It is my duty to protect my female," Zhu Xiu replied calmly. But Xian Feng's expression abruptly shifted. Chapter 70. Are you angry? He scrutinized Zhu Xiu for a moment before gradually directing his gaze back to Bai Wanwan. This was turning into quite the dramatic scene, and she and T yet devised a way to explain herself. A smile would be a safe choice, so she offered Xian Feng a sheepish grin. "Zhu Xiu will also be my beast husband from now on." Xian Feng's grip involuntarily tightened, although he had anticipated this day. He had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. "I understand. Wait, are you not angry?" Bai Wanwan glanced at him again. Xian Feng's perfectly composed demeanor revealed no trace of anger as he turned to Zhu Xiu. "Since you have also become Wanwan's beast husband, we are now family." It was no wonder he was Wanwan's only beast husband. Not only was he gifted, but his looks surpassed those of many males. His prompt acceptance of the situation suggested either a deep care for Wanwan or a significantly thoughtful nature. "There's a cave nearby where I have been residing. We should take Wanwan there. She should not remain in the snow for too long." Bai Wanwan had been tense, yet somehow the two had reached a harmonious agreement. Just as Zhu Xiu was about to coil his long tail around her, Xian Feng was quicker. "Say, Wanwan, climb on," with the child in her arms. Bai Wanwan swiftly mounted his back. Casting a glance back at Zhu Xiu, she noticed his crimson eyes fixed on her. Promptly, she offered him a concerned smile. "Zhu Xiu, you should hurry and catch up." Zhu Xiu said nothing further, smoothly gliding forward and maintaining a steady pace behind them. Bai Wanwan faintly sensed an unusual tension. maintaining a quiet demeanor to minimize her presence. Surviving in the crevices of existence was no easy feat for her. Wanwan, has he been taking care of you in the wandering beast city? Xin Feng could not help but inquire. Not exactly care, but he has certainly assisted me quite a bit. I suppose so. Did you willingly accept him as your beast husband, or was it under duress? Xin Feng could discern the formidable nature of Zhu Xiao. If he were coercing her, Wanwan would hardly dare to resist, which was a possibility. I chose to. He did not force me. Bai Wanwan tightened her embrace around his neck. Xin Feng, are you angry? After a moment of silence, Xin Feng replied, I am not angry. As long as he treats you well. Once, he was merely a useless beast, with no females willing to partner with him. Wanwan, a holy female, could have chosen any number of powerful males, yet she opted for a seemingly useless beast like him. In his heart, he felt a sense of gratitude, willing to do anything for her happiness. Bai Wanwan, touched, nuzzled her cheek against his neck. Xin Feng, you need not endure. If you're truly upset, you can tell me. I may just need to adjust to the sudden presence of a beast husband, but I will learn to accept it. You are a holy female, and without ample strong males to protect you, you could find yourself in peril. He consistently approached matters from her perspective. How could she not admire such a commendable male? Xin Feng, if I ever fall short or hurt your feelings, please let me know immediately. Do not keep it to yourself. She was no saint, and in fact, she had many flaws. For her survival, she would agree to the system's suggestions, seeking various strong beastmen to mate and earn sufficient points. However, she did not wish to compromise Xin Feng. If her actions were lacking, she would amend her behavior and attitude. Initially feeling a sense of discomfort, Xin Feng found solace in her words. All right, I will tell you everything. His gentle tone led Bai Wanwan to believe he was indeed no longer upset, and she cheerily shifted the conversation. By the way, I also saw Chief Rong in the wandering bee city. Chief Rong? What's he doing there? Bai Wanwan dared not indulge in the notion that Chief Rong's visit was solely for her sake, but he indeed intended to rescue her. She recounted the events to him. Zhu Xiao lingered at a distance, observing the little female and her beast husband, who appeared to be engaged in cheerful conversation, seemingly never at a loss for words. Through his observations, he recognized that his chosen partner was unlike any other female. She was a holy female, yet she bore no air of superiority, interacting with her beast husband in a remarkably natural and harmonious manner. Such interactions stirred within him a hint of envy. Xin Feng shielded Bai Wanwan as they navigated through the snowstorm. She hardly felt the biting cold outside. As dusk approached and the sky darkened, Bai Wanwan grew weary, lazily resting against Xin Feng's back, asking, "Is it still far?" While listening to his response, she lifted her gaze ahead, noticing the distant mountains still far off. Just as she was about to shift her focus, Bai Wanwan suddenly spotted something in the snow ahead. Xin Feng, look, what is that? Xin Feng turned his head to the side, spotting a leopard lying several hundred meters away. It appears to be a beastman. As he spoke, the leopard seemed to sense their presence, laboriously lifting its head to gaze in their direction. It appeared to be injured. As Bai Wanwan's words fell, Zhu Xiao had already altered his course, approaching the leopard beastman. Bai Wanwan patted Xin Feng's neck, urging, "Let us go take a look." Xin Feng, not dead. Turning to follow closely behind Zhu Xiao as they approached the leopard beastman. Host. The system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. The leopard beastman ahead possesses remarkable potential. Host, take note, you could bear a litter of offspring with him. So it was yet another reminder that this was a viable breeding option. As they reached the leopard beastman, they could see it was barely clinging to life. Its body marred by numerous wounds, blood staining both its fur and the surrounding snow a deep crimson. The light in its eyes was nearly extinguished. Yet it strained to fixate on the approaching Zhu Xiao and Xin Feng, seemingly preparing to launch a final strike. Gazing at it, Bai Wanwan recalled her own unfortunate offspring. Had it not been for Chief Rong rescuing the tiger cub, she might never have had the chance to see her child again. While her thoughts drifted, Zhu Xiao approached the leopard beastman, circling around it before halting. Bai Wanwan expected him to inquire about the leopard beastman, but Zhu Xiao suddenly raised his long tail, preparing to strike down at the leopard beastman. Zhu Xiao no. Zhu Xiao's tail halted mere inches from the leopard beastman. He turned to Bai Wanwan and stated, "Leave him. Wandering beastmen may come and our location could be compromised." Bai Wanwan, gazing at the nearly breathless leopard beast man, shook her head resolutely. No, he has only a breath left. It is unnecessary. Had it not been for her lost tiger cub, Bai Wanwan might have been able to coldly watch Zhu Xiu eliminate him. Yet at this moment, she simply could not bring herself to do so. Zhu Xiu glanced down at the nearly unconscious leopard beast man before retracting his tail. Then let us continue on. He lifted his tail, effortlessly sweeping Bai Wanwan onto his back. Xin Feng placed the basket he had been carrying onto the ground, and the cubs inside squealed with excitement upon seeing him. He leaned down, gently nudging his head against a few of the cubs. Though not of his bloodline, he had watched them be born and grow. The little ones regarded him as their beast father, affectionately whimpering in delight. The leopard beast man let out a faint sound, catching Xin Feng's attention. Help me. Xin Feng regarded him. Your injuries are too severe. I cannot save you. Help me. Before departing, Xin Feng imparted a portion of his innate power into the leopard beast man. This is all I can do for you. Should you encounter wandering beasts and survive, I hope you do not divulge our presence to them. The leopard beast man nodded weakly. All right, I promise. He then felt the infusion of power from Xin Feng and immediately began to absorb it fervently. Xin Feng had only given a fraction of his power before withdrawing, turning to retrieve the basket containing the cubs and following the already distant Zhu Xiu. Why the silence? Bai Wanwan, who had been looking back, was startled by Zhu Xiu's voice, caught off guard and slow to respond. Xin Feng hasn't caught up. I was seeing what he was doing. Zhu Xiu fell silent. Was she truly so concerned about that beast husband? I saw you conversing with him earlier. Zhu Xiu could not restrain his dissatisfaction. If you do not wish for him to devour that wolf in one bite, the little female should treat them equally. Bai Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, then finally grasped the meaning behind Zhu Xiu's words. She wrapped her arms around his beast form. Are you upset because I was talking to him? Sensing the soft warmth of the little female against him, his expression softened, though he did not deny her words. What did you discuss with him? Bai Wanwan had no choice but to recount her encounter with Chief Rong. You already know all of this. Yet Zhu Xiu did not interrupt her, even encouraging her to continue. Bai Wanwan felt somewhat exasperated. Perhaps I should share something you do not know. For instance, I was once a female of the cat clan, and you are unaware that they used to call me a useless female, as no males wished to partner with me. Zhu Xiu appeared distinctly unconvinced. Useless female? It seems that there may have been an issue with the female stone. Before reaching adulthood, they all presumed my fertility was quite low. My life within the tribe was far from pleasant. Of course, these are the experiences of the original host, whose unlikable nature stemmed from her low fertility. While she watched other females with their beast husbands, she could only wait to be sent to the female den. The original host's psyche was somewhat twisted. It was only recently, upon reaching adulthood and undergoing another fertility test, that I was revealed to be a saint female. You cannot fathom the change in the tribe leader of the Maozu tribe. He immediately altered his demeanor and even sought to arrange a beast husband for me. Defiantly, I chose a useless beast, namely Xin Feng. Zhu Xiu listened quietly, and through her words, he finally comprehended the past of the little female. Xin Feng had caught up at an unknown moment, and, as Zhu Xiu turned to him, he inquired, Did you assist him? Yes, Xin Feng admitted without denial. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, Xin Feng guided them around the mountain peaks, eventually halting at the base of cliff. The silver wolf scampered to the edge, using its claws to clear away branches, unveiling an entrance to a cave standing 2 meters tall. After placing Bai Wanwan beside him, Zhu Xiu slid into the cave first. Once he had inspected the interior, ensured it was safe, he felt at ease. Bai Wanwan picked up her cubs and followed Zhu Xiu into the cave. The cold wind rushed in, causing her to shiver. Fortunately, the cave was spacious, and deeper inside, there was a sheltered area. Xin Feng had already constructed a nest with branches and other materials. Bai Wanwan simply retrieved a mattress from her system space and placed it atop, layering it with warm blankets and a down comforter. Zhu Xiu observed her. Although he had seen her conjure items out of thin air in the beast city, witnessing her produce larger and more numerous items now still surprised him. Upon noticing the astonishment in his eyes, Bai Wanwan smiled brightly and said, Let me share a secret with you. Zhu Xiu's crimson gaze froze. Apart from Xin Feng and myself, do not disclose this to any beast man. Her identity as a saint female was already enough to attract attention. And if other beastmen discovered she possessed such abilities, the entire continent would tremble. "I won't tell anyone," he replied. "Are you hungry? Allow me to roast some meat for you." As she spoke, Bai Wanwan retrieved firestones and various ingredients and tools needed for grilling from her system space. Just as she was about to ignite the fire with the stones, Xian Feng, now in human form, approached and took the stones from her hand, declaring, "I shall do it." He skillfully kindled the fire and placed a pot over it. The temperature within the cave gradually rose. Instinctively, Zhu Xiu stepped back a few paces. "The fire," Xian Feng nodded. "Bai Wanwan knows how to use it. She taught me." With Xian Feng taking charge of the task, Bai Wanwan stood up and walked over to Zhu Xiu, linking her arm with his. As long as fire is utilized correctly, it is not to be feared. Moreover, it can yield many delicious dishes, which I shall prepare for you shortly. Zhu Xiu indeed harbored a strong aversion to fire. In truth, every beastman bore a deep-seated fear of it. A wildfire could annihilate their entire kin. The terror of wildfires was indelibly etched in the ancestral memories of every beastman. He glanced at Xian Feng, who displayed no fear whatsoever. Biting his lip, Zhu Xiu took a step forward. If Xian Feng could overcome this, so could he. Chapter 72. A Tinge of Guilt. Bai Wanwan noticed his evident reluctance towards the fire, yet his expression remained tightly controlled, betraying none of his discomfort. If you cannot adapt yet, sit to the side. Progress can be made gradually. There is no need to force others to accept things all at once. She had not forced him, but upon witnessing Xian Feng's adeptness at kindling the fire, Zhu Xiu fell silent for a moment. Then instead of retreating, he approached, following Xian Feng's steps while absorbing what he learned. Bai Wanwan, meanwhile, retrieved ingredients from her system space, thinking that with an additional male present, she would prepare several dozen pounds of meat. As she sliced, several lively cubs scampered to her feet, excitedly yipping as they caught the scent of fresh meat. Bai Wanwan cut the meat into smaller pieces, tossing one to each cub before continuing to slice. The stone knife proved laborious, and she contemplated switching to a sharper knife from her system space. But upon checking her remaining points, she hesitated, deciding to wait until her next litter to make a purchase. After gradually slicing 6 or 7 pieces, her hands grew weary. A hand reached over, taking the stone knife from her grasp. "I will do it." Bai Wanwan turned to see Zhu Xiu, who was mimicking her actions in cutting meat, prompting her to assume the role of an observer. "Wait, if you can slice thinner, do so. It cooks faster and tastes better." As a male endowed with innate abilities, Zhu Xiu managed to cut even the softest meat into remarkably thin and even slices. "You're truly impressive. Just like that," she praised. Initially, Zhu Xiu thought it was merely cutting meat, nothing significant, yet the little female's commendation made him increasingly diligent, utilizing his innate power to ensure each piece was uniform in thickness. The fire blazed, and the meat was skillfully sliced. Bai Wanwan prepared the seasoning and beckoned the 2 males to sit down. "I am starving. Let us eat something first." He placed a piece of meat on the pot, swiftly flipping it once it began to change color. Due to its thinness, it only took seconds to cook. He picked up a piece, dipped in the sauce, and placed it into Bai Wanwan's bowl. Glancing at Zhu Xiu, who remained still, fixated on Xian Feng's actions, she took the freshly grilled piece of meat, dipped it in sauce, and offered it to his mouth. "Open up." Zhu Xiu frowned, staring at the meat before him, which, in the eyes of a beast man, appeared as spoiled and decayed food. "It's delicious. Just give it a try." Bai Wanwan urged him to open his mouth. Her eyes sparkled, and despite his internal resistance, Zhu Xiu found himself unconsciously opening his mouth to receive the offering. Preparing himself mentally, the meat juice suddenly spread across his tongue. A flavor he had never experienced before enveloped his palate. He chewed tentatively, pleasantly surprised by its delectable taste. After finishing, he turned to see Xian Feng quietly grilling meat, while his bowl had already amassed several slices. Xian Feng smiled as he received the piece offered to him, immediately opening his mouth. Zhu Xiu remained nearby, observing, and then mimicked Xian Feng's actions, as if engaging in a competition, continually offering Bai Wanwan grilled meat. "I can't eat anymore. You both help yourselves," Bai Wanwan declared, turning aside with her bowl piled high with meat. The two seemed to be in a friendly rivalry, and as Bai Wanwan turned, her gaze met theirs. Zhu Xiu regarded the male before him. He was Bai Wanwan's first beast husband, undoubtedly holding a unique place in her heart. From his observations, He not only took great care of her daily needs, but also seized opportunities to capture her attention. Their gazes intertwined in the air. And Zhu Xiu suddenly smiled at Xian Feng. He was acutely aware that Bai Wanwan would have many beast husbands in the future, and he hoped they would all treat her well. Yet, looking at the male before him, an unexpected fear gripped his heart. What if one day Bai Wanwan favored him more than she did himself? Bai Wanwan sensed the subtle tension between the two males, but attributed it to their newly formed family, still adjusting. Once the meal concluded, Xian Feng voluntarily relinquished his spot. Bai Wanwan, tonight let Zhu Xiu keep you company. I will watch over the night. Bai Wanwan glanced at Zhu Xiu, contemplating whether she should speak up or feign ignorance. Zhu Xiu, noticing her darting eyes, lightly huffed. No, tonight you stay with her. I will take my turn tomorrow. Xian Feng appeared somewhat surprised. Typically, males would vie for their female in the household. Zhu Xiu had only recently become part of this family and did not wish to put Bai Wanwan in a difficult position, which was why he made the suggestion. After stating this, Zhu Xiu transformed into his beast form, settling at the cave entrance, his entire body coiling there to shield against the wind and snow outside. Bai Wanwan had spent the last few days in Zhu Xiu's company, and, conversely, it had been quite some time since she had seen Xian Feng. During her absence, Xian Feng had not ceased to worry and fret for even a single day. He, too, had much to express to her, yearning to embrace her and nestle together as they once did. The challenges of life in the wild did not escape Xian Feng's notice. He was aware of her fondness for cleanliness. Thus, he ventured outside with a stone basin to gather some snow for her to wash. Once she was clean, Bai Wanwan shed her skin skirt and burrowed into the warm down blanket, rolling about in delight. As Xian Feng arranged himself and slipped under the covers, Bai Wanwan slipped into his embrace like an eel. Xian Feng, have you missed me? She asked, her face alight with a smile. Bai Wanwan reached out to caress his clothing, saying, I wish to visit the super tribe. Let us go together when the snow ceases. Very well, wherever you go, I shall follow. If it were not for Wanwan, he might have perished at the hands of the wandering beasts, just like the other males of the cat tribe. In this lifetime, he would be wherever Wanwan was. How can you be so wonderful? She sighed contentedly against him. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke, Xian Feng, there is something I have not shared with you. Xian Feng's gaze softened, as if her presence alone rendered all else trivial. Bai Wanwan's lips moved, yet the words eluded her. Sensing her unease, Xian Feng's expression grew slightly serious. Wanwan, as long as it is not you asking me to leave, I shall not mind anything else. His words only deepened her guilt. Chapter 73. In the depths of turmoil, she clutched his clothing and, with a steely resolve, decided to speak out. Xian Feng, I promised Zhu Xiu that he could be my first beast husband. Bai Wanwan was still contemplating how to soothe him when Xian Feng chuckled softly. Is that all? I thought it was something serious. Bai Wanwan was taken aback by his reaction and looked up at him again. You aren't angry? Xian Feng leaned down, his lips brushing against her forehead. Not all. My wish is simple. As long as I can be by your side for a lifetime, it matters not what role I play. Wanwan was a sacred female. Had she been born in the super tribe, her beast husband would be among the mightiest in the beast world. He considered himself fortunate to have encountered her in the cat tribe. Wanwan did not despise him for being a lesser beast. She offered him a second chance at life by choosing to bond with him. Everything he had now was cherished, and he had never dared to dream of being Wanwan's first beast husband. Xian Feng cast a glance toward the cave entrance, aware that Zhu Xiu could hear their conversation. Wanwan, do you like him? Yes. From a purely aesthetic standpoint, Zhu Xiu indeed aligned with her preferences. Xian Feng smiled and gently stroked her hair. As long as you are happy, that is sufficient. I can see that he is formidable, and having another powerful male in this household to protect you brings me peace of mind. After the tribe had been devastated and Wanwan had been taken by the wandering beasts, he realized that once her identity was exposed, he alone could not guarantee her safety. He simply had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. Bai Wanwan nodded. He is the second in command of the wandering beast city, so he should manage our home more adeptly, allowing you to relax. But you are both equal in my eyes. If you feel wronged or believe I have fallen short, do not hesitate to tell me. I do not wish for either of you to feel compromised because of me. A wave of emotion welled up within Xian Feng. He was unsure of how other males treated their partners, but he knew that the females in their household were genuinely kind. Outside, Zhu Xiao, curled up at the entrance, felt a pang of discomfort as he listened to Bai Wanwan's tender words to Xian Feng. In the past, he had looked down upon the males of the tribe who sought to please their females. Born with innate strength, he had never desired to share a mate with other males, nor encountered a female he wished to bond with. Yet, by a twist of fate, he found himself in the wandering beast city, seeking energy stones, and unexpectedly came across her. He had never intended to share her with other males. Initially, his plan had been to become her beast husband and then drive away the males around her. However, after hearing Bai Wanwan speak with her husband, he could not help but wonder if he were to harm her husband, would she become angry on behalf of the other beast husbands? Gradually, the cave fell silent, replaced by the soft sounds of breathing. Zhu Xiao gazed out at the snowy expanse, contemplating whether to leave Xian Feng for another time. He produced the energy stone he had acquired after 3 years of infiltration in the wandering beast city. In the dark, the stone emitted a faint glow. This energy stone could drive all-powerful beastmen into a frenzy. Inda had no knowledge of its true purpose, using it only to induce mutations and control the beastmen. With the serpent's tail cradling the energy stone, Zhu Xiao felt his innate power stirring within him. He closed his eyes and began to envelop the stone with his prowess. Boom! The immense energy of the stone surged forth, enveloping Zhu Xiao in an instant. Should Bai Wanwan and Xian Feng awaken, they would witness a massive dark cocoon at the entrance. Bai Wanwan slept soundly, having not experienced such comfort in a long while. Upon opening her eyes, she found the cave brilliantly illuminated. Several little ones were joyfully playing with sticks, but Xian Feng was nowhere to be found, leaving only Zhu Xiao coiled on the ground. Upon sensing her awakening, his crimson eyes turned toward her. Bai Wanwan threw off the covers, wrapped herself in animal skins, and sat up. Zhu Xiao, where is Xian Feng? Braving the cold, she hastily dressed and emerged from the blankets. She peered outside, but saw no sign of Xian Feng. Turning back, she looked at Zhu Xiao again, noticing that although his eyes were open, they appeared somewhat vacant. Was he even alert? Bai Wanwan approached him cautiously, gently tapping his beastly form. Zhu Xiao? Her touch felt icy, causing her to retract her hand quickly. Zhu Xiao's true form as a king cobra was naturally cold-blooded. She had sat upon him before, and he had always been cool to the touch, but this was the first time he felt this frigid. The temperature was undeniably abnormal. Zhu Xiao, what is wrong? She asked, drawing closer and reaching out to touch his head. Zhu Xiao sluggishly moved his head, his unfocused gaze landing on her face. Yet it seemed as if he were unaware of her presence. At that moment, Bai Wanwan could almost be certain that something was amiss with Zhu Xiao. What is happening? Don't frighten me. She wrapped her arms around him in an attempt to warm him. Just as she embraced him, Zhu Xiao suddenly transformed into a tall, handsome male. The icy chill penetrated the thin animal skin, sending shivers down Bai Wanwan's spine. Have you been standing in the snow all night? Why are you so cold? She exclaimed, struggling to drag Zhu Xiao toward the bed. Though Zhu Xiao remained silent and somewhat unresponsive, he complied with her every action. She pulled back the down blanket, pushing him onto the bed. Zhu Xiao did not let go, instead pulling her up with him. She found herself firmly ensconced in Zhu Xiao's embrace, feeling as though she were locked in a refrigerator on a frigid winter's day. Bai Wanwan trembled, her teeth chattering. Zhu Xiao, I'm cold. Please let go of me. Zhu Xiao did not relent. In fact, he tightened his embrace. Bai Wanwan felt as though an ice block pressed against her, causing her face to turn pale. What sin had she committed to endure such torment in the dead of winter? Just as she felt she could no longer bear it, the ice in front of her began to warm. The sensation of heat enveloped her, eliciting a sigh of comfort. Yet, the temperature continued to rise. Zhu Xiao, wake up. If you don't wake up soon, I will roast. It was unbearable. One moment he froze her, the next he scorched her. Zhu Xiao clenched his teeth. Seemingly oblivious to her pleas, his handsome face contorted in pain, eyes shut tight as if battling some internal struggle. Bai Wanwan felt increasingly distressed, yet gazing at his face. She found herself willing to endure a little longer. Zhu Xiao, please wake up. I truly cannot hold on much longer. As she spoke, she poked at him in an effort to rouse him. As her hand brushed against his firm abdominal muscles, Zhu Xiao, eyes closed, abruptly opened them. Chapter 74, Utterly Aggressive. Having just absorbed a portion of energy from the energy stones, Zhu Xiao felt his sinews and bones as though they had been stretched. a sensation of utter comfort enveloping him. Upon opening his eyes, the delicate, fair visage of the petite female came into view. Her luscious, red lips moved as if to articulate something, yet Zhu Xiu could not hear her, his gaze fixated upon her mouth. Bai Wanwan observed that his eyes seemed to have regained clarity, yet he remained silent, staring intently at her. She reached out to touch his forehead, finding it at a perfectly normal temperature. Suddenly, her wrist was captured by Zhu Xiu, who slowly drew her hand away from his brow. "I am fine," he rasped, his voice still somewhat husky, his crimson eyes radiating an intense aggression as he inched closer to her. Even without any significant heart and lungs, Bai Wanwan sensed something amiss. Her heartbeat became erratic, and she squirmed, attempting to evade him. Zhu Xiu swiftly secured his hand around her waist, compelling her to confront him directly. Meeting his aggressive gaze, Bai Wanwan's heart fluttered. Then she scorned herself for her lack of fortitude. Merely a glance. Could it truly cost her a piece of flesh? She widened her eyes and held his gaze defiantly. Help! His eyes were lethal, and Bai Wanwan could only endure for a brief moment before finding herself unable to withstand it any longer. At that moment, she clearly recognized that Zhu Xiu and Xian Feng were two individuals of entirely different natures. Xian Feng was gentle and considerate, always prioritizing her needs, exhibiting no trace of aggression. In contrast, the Zhu Xiu before her was dangerous, mysterious, and exceedingly aggressive. All right, please don't stare at me like that," she began. But before she could finish her sentence, a cool sensation unexpectedly graced her lips. Realizing it was Zhu Xiu's mouth, the male forcefully pried her lips apart. Zhu Xiu had overestimated his own resolve. The body of the female in his embrace was entirely unlike the hardness of a male. She was petite and soft. An overwhelming impulse to consume her arose within him. His gaze became increasingly perilous as his legs transformed into a serpent's tail, slithering along Bai Wanwan's legs, wrapping around them. It tickles. But who could endure such an aggressive male as Zhu Xiu? She pushed against him. "Stop moving, it tickles." Zhu Xiu's pupils instantly reverted to their normal state, the snake tail transforming back into legs. He gritted his teeth, rising to sit at the edge of the bed. Silent, Bai Wanwan was utterly oblivious to the fact that she had danced on the brink of death. She silently chastised herself for being so easily subdued by a male. Just as she was about to utter a few words, Xian Feng entered, carrying prey. He glanced at the pair on the stone bed, silently setting down the prey before approaching them. "Wanwan is expecting a litter. You should exercise some restraint." At that moment, Xian Feng had already gathered Bai Wanwan into his arms, gently caressing her slightly protruding abdomen. Zhu Xiu's gaze fixated on her belly. "Is this child yours?" Xian Feng's face broke into a gentle smile, the kind that a soon-to-be father would wear. "Yes. Are you tired? Do you want to sleep some more?" Xin Feng Yin Guit, looking down at Bai Wanwan in his embrace. "No, I'm not sleeping. I just woke up." She wriggled free from Xian Feng's hold, attempting to get out of bed. "Are you hungry?" Xian Feng rose from the stone bed alongside her. "I'm hungry. I'll go feed the pups first." Bai Wanwan made her way to the pups' nest, gathering several of them to feed them meat strips, watching as they devoured every morsel. Throughout this process, she sensed Zhu Xiu's gaze persistently following her. She turned her head to meet his eyes. "Am I beautiful? You keep staring." "Beautiful." His gaze fell upon her abdomen. "For the next child, give me a whole litter of snake pups." If it were up to him, he would send away all these offspring and their beast husbands, leaving only the petite female with him. All right, I will bear them for you." Based on her shallow understanding of men, she recognized that a male like Zhu Xiu, brimming with aggression, possessed a formidable possessiveness. She refrained from voicing much, yet a lingering concern haunted her regarding whether Zhu Xiu would target Xian Feng. Despite her promise to Zhu Xiu to make him her first beast husband, their emotional bond remained shallow. If she had to choose between the two beast husbands now, she would undoubtedly select Xian Feng. To her relief, her apprehensions did not materialize. For several days, the two males coexisted harmoniously. If Xian Feng stood guard the previous night, he would spend the following day at home with Bai Wanwan. Conversely, if Zhu Xiu kept watch, he would accompany her during the day. As time passed, Bai Wanwan's abdomen grew increasingly pronounced. Zhu Xiu observed her swelling belly, remarking, "I have witnessed females giving birth. If it does not go smoothly, it could cost the female her life. While there is still time, Let's seek a shaman in a nearby tribe. Xin Feng turned to Bai Wanwan. Wanwan, I believe Zhu Xiao is right. Your last delivery was fortuitous, blessed by the mountain deity. Yet I dare not gamble on this occasion. I have points now. I want to have a difficult labor. However, she found herself outmatched as both males reached a rare consensus on the matter. All right, let us wait a few days before we go. Seeing her relent, Zhu Xiao took the initiative. I will scout the path. We shall depart in 3 days. Is that really necessary? Bai Wanwan wished to delay. Zhu Xiao remained steadfast. You have less than 20 days until your delivery. 3 days is excessive. After Zhu Xiao departed scout, Xin Feng gently spoke. Wanwan, I understand you do not wish to go to another tribe, but childbirth is perilously risky. Neither Zhu Xiao nor I dare take such a chance with you. If you truly do not want to stay in the tribe, we shall leave once you give birth and the warm season arrives. Bai Wanwan was simply feeling lazy. The outside world was frigid, and she did not want to relocate. Having grown accustomed to staying here for several days, she alone knew that this delivery would be far easier than the last. Yet the two males were unconvinced, insisting on braving the snow to escort her to the tribe. Bai Wanwan nestled in Xin Feng's embrace, remaining still. Does your waist still ache? Xin Feng inquired, gently massaging her back. Yes, it aches. I do not wish to move. This litter of pups was as serene as their father beast, hardly causing any commotion. Yet her belly grew rapidly, leaving her exhausted. Her back had been sore to the point that she could hardly stand upright. Xin Feng patiently kneaded her, adjusting positions to ensure her comfort. Bai Wanwan languidly reveled in his care, her eyes reflecting sheer contentment. Em truly fortunate. I can find a splendid beast husband like you anywhere. Xin Feng's ears turned slightly red from the compliment, his heart swelling with warmth. It should be I who is fortunate to find a splendid female like Wanwan. Unable to resist, he tightened his embrace around her, longing to kiss her ruby lips, when suddenly a thunderous noise echoed from the cave entrance. Chapter 75. Surrounded. Xin Feng immediately embraced her and turned to look back. I'll go check. You keep an eye on the pups. Xin Feng swiftly rose, striding towards the cave entrance, where snow had buried the cave, leaving only a small opening at the top. It's just the snow collapsing. Do not worry, I will clear it. Xin Feng's words reassured Bai Wanwan, who held several pups and began to play with them. The pups had grown larger, and she found it somewhat challenging to hold the tiger cub by herself. Fortunately, the tiger cub appeared astute, as if it understood that its mother could not carry it, quickly leaping to the ground after each affectionate interaction, playfully nudging her with its head at her feet. Bai Wanwan sat close to the two kitten cubs, still showering praise upon them. What good little tiger cubs you are. But mother can only carry you for so long. Once you grow, I may not be able to anymore. It shifted slightly, curling up beside her waist, resting its head against her abdomen, seemingly listening to the movements of its siblings within her womb. Bai Wanwan gently stroked it. Xin Feng worked swiftly, clearing half of the cave entrance in no time. He filled a stone basin with snow and carried it far away to dump it. Using flint, he ignited the dried grass and firewood from the system space, placing a pot over the flames. He then retrieved several pieces of meat, marbled with fat, cutting them into relatively even chunks. She has a preference for lean meat, whereas the two males favor meat with a mix of fat and lean. Thus, today she plans to prepare a dish of red braised pork for them. Xin Feng has long been accustomed to her culinary creations, while Zhu Xiao is gradually adjusting, yet he shows no overt resistance. She carries the iron pot to the entrance of the cave and sees Xin Feng still busy at work. She calls out to him, no need to rush. Take your time. I will prepare the meal first. You are still expecting a child, so let me handle this. No, I'm feeling fine at the moment. You carry on with your tasks, he replies. In a world devoid of industrialization, everything is pristine and untainted. The snow lacks heavy metal pollutants, and the water is crystal clear, ready for boiling. She tosses the chunks of meat into the water, skimming off the blood foam once it reaches a boil, and simmers it for a while before retrieving it for later use. After draining the pot, she wipes it clean and, without adding oil, tosses in the meat to saut until it is slightly charred and releases its fat. Having exchanged points for ice from the system shop, she adds it to the pot. Soon, the aroma of the red braised pork fills the cave. A large bowl brimming with the dish is sufficient for her two males to indulge. She picks up a piece and tastes it, finding it perfectly balanced between tenderness and richness. Feeling that mere meat may become excessive, She also fries some potato slices. The meal is ready. Come sit down and eat. The two males approach together, with Zhu Xiu taking the stone basin filled with red braised pork from her hands. Bai Wanwan is about to turn to fetch bowls and chopsticks when Xian Feng preempts her, already serving rice. Once seated, Zhu Xiu turns to Xian Feng and says, "Head west. That route is relatively safe. All right, you're more familiar with this area, so we shall follow your lead." Bai Wanwan takes a bite of the meal, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction before she asks, "By the way, what is the current situation at the Stray Bee City?" Zhu Xiu shakes his head. "It's too far away. I haven't gone to check. Inda will not let us off easily after suffering such great losses." At that time, flames were rising high in the Stray Bee City, clearly an act of arson. They lost the energy stones and the holy females. Based on my understanding of Inda, he must be frantic and searching for us these days. This place is relatively remote, yet not entirely safe. It is best to leave now. If we wait until Wanwan gives birth, with additional newborns, the harsh winter could easily claim their lives. As the three converse, they quickly finish the large bowl of red braised pork. After a moment of silence, Zhu Xiu gazes at Bai Wanwan and asks, "Wanwan, can your body endure? If so, we should set off today. Rather than waiting for Inda and his group to find us, it is better to leave first. We only have two males and must also focus on protecting you. If Inda leads a team here, I cannot guarantee I can ensure your safety." Bai Wanwan indeed hesitates at traveling through the frigid wilderness, but safety is paramount. Upon hearing that the stray beast people are nearly upon them, she feels no more hesitation. "All right, let us pack our belongings and depart immediately." After finishing the meal, Bai Wanwan stores everything in the system space. Zhu Xiu, anxious, wraps her in several layers of beast skin, almost cocooning her. The little cubs are also placed into a basket lined with beast pelts by Xian Feng. Once prepared, Zhu Xiu carefully rolls her and the cubs up and begins to slide out of the cave. Xian Feng transforms into a silver wolf to scout ahead. With this coordination, they traverse until nearly dark. "You have exhausted too much of your talent power. Let me take Wanwan and the cubs. My talent power is better suited to withstand the snow and wind," Zhu Xiu insists, needing to maintain sufficient talent power to confront any potential dangers. After a brief moment of hesitation, he lifts Bai Wanwan onto his back. Bai Wanwan feels drowsy from the motion and, upon opening her eyes to the swirling snow, turns to ask Xian Feng, "How much longer until we reach the tribe?" "The path is unsafe, so we must take a detour. It will likely take us 2 days to arrive." 2 days is quite a while, she remarks, even as both males do their utmost to control their speed and movements. They still cause her to bounce around. After carrying her, Xian Feng takes the lead in scouting the way, with Zhu Xiu closely following. However, an hour later, Bai Wanwan hears the sound of numerous beasts running. Suddenly alert, she turns her head to look back. The moon above is haunting yet bright, illuminating the approaching stray beasts clearly. Xian Feng, take Wanwan and go ahead, Zhu Xiu commands decisively, immediately channeling his talent power, causing his beast form to swell several times in size. Xian Feng hesitates for only a moment before sprinting across the snowy expanse with Bai Wanwan on his back. She clings tightly to his neck, glancing around to see stray beasts converging from all directions. Chapter 76. It is me. Zhu Xiu strives to buy them time, using his massive form to block the stray beast pursuit of Xian Feng and Bai Wanwan. However, the number of stray beasts is overwhelming, and the encirclement continues to tighten. Unable to break free while carrying her, Xian Feng swiftly changes direction and charges toward another side. Inda leads the pack of stray beasts, slowly closing in on Bai Wanwan. "Bai Wanwan, come here." At that moment, Inda is no longer the male Bai Wanwan once deceived. His expression is dark and menacing. Bai Wanwan's heart chills as she sees the gathering of 20 or 30 stray beasts. After biting off the head of one of them, Zhu Xiu quickly glides in front of Xian Feng and Bai Wanwan, his massive head facing Inda. "She will not go with you." "Zhu Xiu." Inda roars in fury, swiping with his claws, radiating a fierce, killing intent. Zhu Xiu responds by sweeping his long tail outward. Bai Wanwan cannot see anything. Only feeling the force of the impact, she closes her eyes in discomfort. Inda's anger quickly turns to shock. "You concealed your strength?" Zhu Xiu's power comes from the energy stones, yet he will not disclose this to Inda. His silence is interpreted by Inda as an admission Zhu Xiu. It was I who took you in, making you the second leader of Stray B City. In Stray B City, you could do as you please. Why betray me? Just for her? Inda points at Bai Wanwan, his gaze seething with hatred. He resents Zhu Xiu's betrayal and loathes Bai Wanwan for deceiving him. What difference is there between her and those females? No, she is even more despicable than them. The former matron once looked down upon him, her disdain evident. Bai Wanwan has not displayed her true nature, employing clever words to ensnare him. Zhu Xiu's betrayal and the destruction of Stray B City are all because of her. The last remnants of softness he harbored for her have been utterly obliterated, and in his eyes, there is no longer any trace of emotion. Only a ruthless coldness aimed at annihilating everything. Zhu Xiu anticipated this moment. He gazes calmly at Inda. It has nothing to do with her. I would have acted this way regardless. Why? In Stray Beast City, your words held as much weight as mine. I granted you ample power. Inda grinds his teeth in fury, realizing that his most valued male has always contemplated betrayal. Zhu Xiu speaks coldly. I have no need to explain what I desire to you. Angered, Inda vows to devour him piece by piece, regardless of Zhu Xiu's pleas for mercy. With a thunderous roar, he shakes the snow beneath their feet. The stray beasts all howl in response, excitedly rushing toward them. Zhu Xiu, vigilant, moves his beast body to shield Bai Wanwan behind him, casting a sideways glance at Xian Feng. Xian Feng, guard Wanwan well. If the opportunity arises, take her and flee. Xian Feng steps back a few paces, understood. Bai Wanwan's expression is graver than ever. She does not wish for either of them to come to harm. Yet, with dozens of stray beasts before them, how can they fight? Xian Feng, while carrying her, keeps a watchful eye on the nearby stray beasts, slowly retreating. Xian Feng, let me down. It is inconvenient for you to carry me. No, it is too dangerous to set you down. Bai Wanwan, disregarding her remaining points, quickly exchanges for a dagger and a kitchen knife from the system space. The first wave of wandering beasts surged toward Zhu Xiu, launching an assault upon him. Bai Wanwan swiftly secured the basket around her waist and slid down from Xian Feng's back. Wanwan, Xian Feng, sensing her movement, attempted to lift her up in his jaws. But three wandering beasts were already attacking from the side. He had to pause his action to shield her behind him, opening his mouth to bite at the approaching beasts. Bai Wanwan raised her kitchen knife, seizing the opportunity while the beasts were distracted, and struck at their forelimbs. A howl escaped as blood flowed from a wound, causing the injured beast to retreat rapidly. Until that moment, no one had regarded Bai Wanwan with any seriousness, so they were caught off guard by her proximity. Her actions heightened the vigilance of the remaining wandering beasts, alleviating some of Xian Feng's pressure. Bai Wanwan gripped the knife tightly, prepared to fight to the death. Though she valued her life, she also sought a means of survival. Rather than facing the threat alone, she preferred to fight alongside Zhu Xiu and Xian Feng. Even if her offensive capabilities were limited, as long as they sought to capture her, she could create chaos. Her reasoning was sound, as she remained close to Xian Feng, continually distracting the beasts, allowing him to avoid injury while taking down several of them. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiu was unstoppable, ensnaring several beasts with his long tail, tightening his grip. With a sudden lunge, he bit into another beast. In the blink of an eye, Inda had lost nearly 10 subordinates. His beastly form swelled rapidly, and he raised his head to let out a fierce roar before charging toward Zhu Xiu. Bai Wanwan's eyes darted around, vigilantly observing the situation surrounding the two males. Upon witnessing this, her heart skipped a beat, and she shouted, Zhu Xiu, be careful. Zhu Xiu had been wary of Inda all along. He sensed the movement as soon as it occurred. Releasing his long tail, he swept forward, forcing nearby beasts to retreat and preventing them from joining Inda's assault. As his tail swept in front of Inda, the latter pushed off with all four limbs, his massive body leaping into the air, claws extended, aiming for Zhu Xiu's vital spot. Upon seeing this, Xian Feng immediately activated his innate powers to assist Zhu Xiu, summoning a tempest that swept toward Inda. The latter's body was forced off course, missing the optimal point of attack. You go and capture the holy female. With that command, Inda launched a fierce attack on Zhu Xiu, leaving him with no time to concern himself with Xian Feng and Bai Wanwan. In an instant, the tide turned. Inda restrained Zhu Xiu, and over a dozen wandering beasts began to encircle Xian Feng. The kindness of the two males toward her made it worthwhile to share life and death together. There are simply too many beasts, and even though Bai Wanwan relentlessly created chaos, Xin Feng could not fend off so many while also protecting her. Soon enough, he felt bites on both his forelimbs and hind legs. Blood stained his fur, and Bai Wanwan felt immense heartache. Gripping her knife fiercely and swinging it at the approaching beasts, determined to keep them away from Xin Feng. Suddenly, a shadow dashed past, knocking aside 6 or 7 beasts in front of Xin Feng and swiftly biting down on 2. Bai Wanwan raised her knife to strike, only to hear a familiar voice. "It's me." Chapter 77. Blackening Zhu Xiu had only been entangled with Inda for a moment when Bai Wanwan was snatched away. Enraged, he knocked away the nearby males and turned to pursue Bai Wanwan. Taking advantage of Zhu Xiu's distraction, Inda leaped high, his claws aimed at Zhu Xiu. Xin Feng caught a glimpse and was once again ensnared by several wandering beasts, unable to assist. He could only shout loudly, "Zhu Xiu, be careful." Zhu Xiu's venomous fangs were formidable. Even Inda could not withstand them head-on and could only retreat. Simultaneously, he commanded the remaining beasts, "You go around and launch a surprise attack." Watching helplessly as Bai Wanwan was taken away, her figure growing smaller, he narrowly avoided being bitten by a rushing beast and shouted at Zhu Xiu, "Zhu Xiu, what are you doing?" At that moment, Zhu Xiu could no longer hear Xin Feng's words. His pupils had narrowed into slits, deep and dark, exuding an aura of extreme danger. Inda sensed something amiss and was about to warn his subordinates when, suddenly, Zhu Xiu's massive form surged toward one of the wandering beasts, which had no time to react before being bitten. A fierce toxin was injected into the beast's neck, and in an instant, its body turned pitch black, collapsing stiffly onto the snow. The others were caught off guard, and Zhu Xiu quickly approached the next target. In just a few breaths, 3 or 4 wandering beasts had already fallen. Inda's face was filled with shock. Zhu Xiu's displayed power was far beyond his own, and if this continued, all the wandering beasts he had brought would perish in Zhu Xiu's jaws. Scatter! His warning came too late. Zhu Xiu moved like a god of death among the beasts, leaving them with no means of resistance, all succumbing to poisoning and death. After slaying over a dozen wandering beasts, the dark energy surrounding Zhu Xiu grew increasingly dense, nearly obscuring him from view. Xin Feng stood at a distance, observing the multitude of beast corpses on the ground, his emotions complex. The only surviving wandering beast leader, Inda, was now firmly in Zhu Xiu's sights. As Inda saw the black mist approaching him, he unleashed his innate powers to their fullest. "Zhu Xiu, you have killed so many of my subordinates and destroyed years of my effort. Today, only one of us shall live." With a roar, Inda lunged forward, his massive head aiming to bite into the black mist. Bai Wanwan was clutched in the jaws of the chief beast, tightly holding onto the basket. Fearful of losing her cub once more, she was jostled and dizzy, asking, "Chief Beast, where are you taking me?" "To meet the tiger cub." Naturally, Bai Wanwan longed to see her little tiger cub if it was still alive, but Xin Feng and Zhu Xiu were still surrounded by the wandering beasts. She looked up at the male above, whose power should rival that of Xin Feng. If he chose to assist, perhaps the tide of battle could be turned, and they might defeat the wandering beasts. "Chief Beast, can you help Xin Feng and Zhu Xiu?" Deep down, she understood that if the chief beast had been willing, he would have intervened already instead of simply taking her away. Yet she could not bear to watch Zhu Xiu and Xin Feng perish. She still wanted to struggle for a chance, however slim. "If you assist me this once, if Zhu Xiu and Xin Feng survive, we can also aid you in the future. This proposition should suffice, right?" Zhu Xiu and Xin Feng were powerful, not inferior to the chief beast. Having their support would significantly increase the chances of success in whatever he aimed to accomplish. However, after she spoke, the chief beast's speed did not waver in the slightest. "Chief Beast, did you hear what I just said?" "I heard you. I have taken you away. They are not concerned with your death. They may not die, but they will be injured." Regardless of Bai Wanwan's incessant pleas, the Chief Rong remained unfazed. She was jostled about, disoriented and uncertain of how long they had traveled, until a cluster of dwellings came into view. Due to the snow season, only a few males stood guard at the entrance, and the presence of orcs was scarce. When Chief Rong carried Bai Wanwan to the tribe's entrance, they encountered no resistance and smoothly entered the settlement. "How could they possibly allow you in? I have saved a male from their tribe." Upon understanding, Bai Wanwan surveyed her surroundings. This tribe was evidently larger than the Mao Zhu tribe, where the orcs predominantly resided in caves and earthen dwellings. In contrast, this settlement was filled with stone houses, and the paths were much wider. Chief Rong continued to carry her for several hundred meters before coming to a halt. In an instant, the white tiger transformed into a tall, handsome male, adorned in a layer of animal skin, boasting broad shoulders and a narrow waist, truly a sight to behold. He cast a glance at Bai Wanwan, approached, and knocked on the door of a stone house. A female voice swiftly responded from within, coming. Soon after, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly female face. Aunt Lu, how is the cub? The aged female's gaze shifted past him to the petite and beautiful Bai Wanwan beside him, her eyes instantly lighting up. Who is this, Chief Rong? Aunt Lu inquired as she stepped out, pushing aside Chief Rong, who had no choice but to step aside. Aunt Lu took Bai Wanwan's hand, scrutinizing her. You must be the mother of the tiger cub. Am I correct? Such direct expressions of goodwill easily endeared her to others, and Bai Wanwan was no exception. Smiling as she confirmed, Yes, I'm the mother of the tiger cub. With her affirmation, Aunt Lu reached out her other hand to grasp Chief Rong's. Now that you have a female and a cub, your father beast will surely be delighted. Bai Wanwan turned to look at Chief Rong, noticing that his usually stoic expression had tightened into a straight line. Aunt Lu perceived his mood as well, and sighed. The past is behind us, Chief Rong. You must look ahead. You have to take good care of your female and your cub. Bai Wanwan hastily attempted to explain, Aunt Lu, I and he. Before she could finish, Aunt Lu had already placed her hand over Bai Wanwan's and Chief Rong's. Her expression gentle and her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile as she regarded them as if they were her own offspring. From now on, you must live well together. If they're not mates, what kind of life are they to live? She discreetly glanced at Chief Rong, hoping he would clarify, only to find him staring back at her in silence. She playfully blinked at him, but Chief Rong remained unresponsive. She then gently prodded his palm with her finger. After a series of subtle gestures, it seemed like throwing pearls before swine, as Chief Rong remained unmoved. However, Aunt Lu observed everything clearly, misunderstanding their interaction as youthful affection, and chuckled while patting their hands. If Chief Rong's father beast were to see this, he would undoubtedly be very pleased. Bai Wanwan quickly forced a smile, nodding awkwardly. Suddenly, sounds of the cub came from within, drawing her attention away as she looked past Aunt Lu towards the stone house. The tiger cub dashed to the door, peeking in before disappearing again. Aunt Lu chuckled. See, I got so carried away that I forgot. Come in. Bai Wanwan, filled with excitement, quickly stepped inside as Aunt Lu moved aside, her hand parting from Chief Rong's. The cubs in a basket had also heard their sibling's voice and were all standing upright, bouncing around energetically. Chief Rong stood at the entrance, lowering his gaze to his hand. After staring at it for a moment, he curled his palm into a tight fist. Tiger cub, come here. Your mother has arrived. The tiger cub could now barely comprehend simple words. It curiously circled Bai Wanwan 3 times before sniffing her. As if recognizing a familiar scent, it suddenly leaped up, clinging to Bai Wanwan's leg, affectionately rubbing its head against her. Indeed, it was a cub of her own. Even after so many days apart, it could still recognize her. Bai Wanwan's heart melted at its adorableness. She set the basket down and embraced the tiger cub with both hands. As soon as the cub landed in her arms, it wagged its tail excitedly. The other cubs tumbled out of the basket, catching the scent of their sibling, and all climbed onto Bai Wanwan, forming a chaotic bundle of playfulness. Bai Wanwan laughed heartily as she showered affection on one and then the other. Aunt Lu, standing beside Chief Rong, felt her eyes welling up as she turned to him, saying, Chief Rong, your choice is better than your father's. You have found a wonderful female. Look how well she treats the cubs. You both will undoubtedly be very happy. Chief Rong's gaze remained fixed on Bai Wanwan, this scene reminding him of his childhood. Aunt Lu was correct. Regardless of how Bai Wanwan had been in the past, she was indeed a good mother. His cub would be fortunate to have emerged from her womb. Aunt Lu also sensed the tension between Chief Rong and Bai Wanwan. She tugged at his arm. Is there something between you and her? Aunt Lu believed that if there were any misunderstandings, they needed to be clarified. Missing out on such a good female would surely lead to regret. Furrowing her brow, Aunt Lu continued, Must you engage in those perilous pursuits? You now have a female and a cub. You bear the responsibility of caring for them. If anything were to happen to you, Aunt Lu could not finish her thought. recognizing that the past was behind them. Chief Rong, live well, live well. Chief Rong lowered his eyelids. He felt unworthy of a fulfilling life. And Bai Wanwan was not truly his female. Bai Wanwan's heart was wholly consumed by her cubs, joyfully playing with them. When she looked up, Chief Rong and Aunt Lu had vanished. Turning around, she discovered Chief Rong standing outside the door. The snow had ceased, yet the ground remained thickly blanketed. He stood motionless in the snow, seemingly impervious to the cold. Aunt Lu soon emerged from within, carrying a stone basin filled with fresh meat. Come, it's time to eat. You must be starving after such a long journey. Bai Wanwan was not hungry. The sight of raw meat was enough to satiate her. However, the cubs eagerly rushed forward, with two little ones even tumbling over the edge of the basin to feast heartily. Look, the cubs are famished. Aunt Lu gently patted the heads of the kittens. Eat well, grow quickly. Bai Wanwan glanced at Chief Rong outside, softly asking Aunt Lu, could you tell me about Chief Rong? Aunt Lu appeared somewhat surprised. Didn't he tell you? Bai Wanwan smiled and nodded. No, he has never spoken of it. Aunt Lu regarded her for a long moment before shaking her head. He likely refrains from sharing to spare you worry. I cannot divulge either, but fret not. Chief Rong is exceptionally talented and will safeguard you and the cubs. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiu and Inda were reduced to mere shadows in the snowfield. Xin Feng wished to assist, but found his abilities lacking, unable to keep pace and risking harm to his companions. He could only wait anxiously on the sidelines. The snowstorm raged on, growing darker by the moment. Suddenly, Inda was hurled through the air, landing with a thud and spitting out a mouthful of blood, staining the snow. Inda dare not linger, immediately springing up and unsteadily attempting to flee. Yet, a shadow swiftly ensnared him. Zhu Xiu, I surrender. Please let me go. Inda recognized the terrifying prowess of Zhu Xiu. Continuing the fight would only lead to his demise. Seeing Zhu Xiu silent, he struggled to escape. However, the king cobra opened its maw, sinking its fangs into his abdomen. In an instant, the ruler of the beast city met his end. From a distance, Xin Feng watched in shock at Zhu Xiu's formidable strength. As he approached Zhu Xiu, the golden-eyed king cobra suddenly turned its gaze, its elongated tongue flickering, and its crimson eyes fixated on him, exuding a bloodthirsty cruelty. Chapter 79. The alluring female with just one glance. Xin Feng became immediately alert and swiftly turned to flee. The look in Zhu Xiu's eyes indicated that he was in a highly abnormal state. Xin Feng channeled his innate powers to the utmost. Yet the oppressive sensation behind him grew ever stronger. The feeling of crisis hung over him like a predator's claws at his throat, sending a chill down his spine. Xin Feng rolled on the ground, changing direction, just as a long tail struck the ground where he had just been, sending snow flying and creating a massive crater. He leaped up and continued his escape, with Zhu Xiu relentlessly pursuing him like a parasite. If it were not for his innate power being that of wind, he likely would not have lasted this long, meeting the same fate as the lord of the beast city. Bang! He could not fully evade the attack. Zhu Xiu's long tail swept his hind legs, sending him tumbling through the air. In retaliation, he unleashed a blade of wind toward Zhu Xiu. However, it merely halted Zhu Xiu for a fleeting moment before he charged forward, bearing his fangs. Zhu Xiu, please regain your senses. Inda has already been killed by you, and we are both merely beastmen. The dark energy emanating from Zhu Xiu was as dense as ink, halting just before it could reach Xin Feng. The crimson eyes swirled with black mist, as if attempting to obscure the red entirely. If Qiuzhong were to obtain Wanwan, he would not share her. He would conceal her, ensuring we could never find her. Xin Feng did not truly worry about Wanwan falling into Qiuzhong's hands. In fact, he felt a sense of relief when Qiuzhong appeared to seize Wanwan. Yet now, seeing Zhu Xiu's reaction to Qiuzhong's actions, he felt compelled to embellish the truth to awaken Zhu Xiu. The long tail that had been attempting to ensnare Xin Feng suddenly twisted aside. The black mist surrounding Zhu Xiu instantly expanded, darkening half the sky before retracting swiftly. Should anything else seem amiss, he would be ready to flee at a moment's notice. In Zhu Xiu's pupils, black mist and crimson seemed to vie for dominance, alternating between the hue of thick blood and the depths of darkness. Zhu Xiu, if you do not awaken soon, I will not wait for you any longer. I can search for Wanwan alone. His words reached Zhu Xiu, whose reason had begun to return, yet his body remained constrained by the curse of darkness. preventing him from regaining full control. His eyes, half black and half red, gazed at Xin Feng. Fortunately, he had roused himself. Otherwise, he would have been consumed by the dark curse. His quest for energy stones in the Beast City was to suppress this very curse, but in confronting Inda, he had to activate his latent powers to contain it. Although he succeeded in slaying Inda, he nearly became a mindless beast himself. He closed his eyes, drew out an energy stone, and rapidly absorbed its energy. Xin Feng had waited for an extended period, during which he contemplated leaving to find Wanwan. Ultimately, he refrained. If Zhu Xiu were an unrelated beastman, he would have departed. However, as Wanwan's beastman, he could not bear to witness her in peril. As he waited, heavy snow began to fall once more upon the icy expanse. Zhu Xiu curled his massive, beastly form, the dark mist surrounding him having lightened considerably. Snow accumulated upon his body, gradually forming a snow mound. Zhu Xiu, are you all right? Xin Feng, known for his patience, could not resist circling around him. He desperately absorbed the energy stone. Finally, the golden-eyed king cobra shook off the snow covering its body and raised its head. Xin Feng turned immediately, gazing into Zhu Xiu's crimson eyes. Zhu Xiu? His voice was taut, ready to retreat at any moment. I'm fine. Who took Wanwan? He recalled Xin Feng's earlier words, mentioning that a male named Qiuzhong had taken her. Qiuzhong, the father beast of Wanwan's first litter. Xin Feng did not conceal this information. Zhu Xiu's massive head swayed, the air pressure low. He too is Wanwan's beastman? No. But if we do not find Wanwan soon, he could very well become her next beastman. Had he not seen the tiger cubs, Xin Feng would have found it hard to connect Qiuzhong with Wanwan. During their time in the Cat Clan tribe, Qiuzhong rarely interacted with them and had never shown Wanwan particular affection. Yet he thought of himself. Had he not also inexplicably become one of Wanwan's beastmen, feeding several cubs? Aunt Lu had even treated Bai Wanwan as her own female cub. If you have nowhere to go for the time being, stay near Aunt Lu. I will inform a clan leader when the time comes. Had they not experienced so much, Bai Wanwan would have been content to rest in the tribe. However, as a holy female, if she did not wish to endure the trials of the Beast City again, she must grow stronger. In this cruel world of beastkind, her only reliance was the system points. Aunt Lu did not respond immediately to Bai Wanwan's words, but instead looked up at Qiuzhong, where her two beastmen arrived. It was also when he was leaving with the cubs. Aunt Lu, my beastman hunted a snow beast in the mountains, and I have brought you some meat. A soft and pleasant voice suddenly came from outside, causing Bai Wanwan to turn her head in curiosity. She saw a female dressed in a white beastskin skirt, her hair intricately braided, entering from outside. Zhuling gazed at Qiuzhong, the male she had set her sights on as her next beastman. She presented her most charming side to him, smiling sweetly and beautifully. Bai Wanwan's eyes lit up as she beheld the unexpectedly appearing female. This female was the most beautiful she had encountered since arriving in this world. Most of the females in the Cat Clan tribe had a somewhat sturdy appearance, with rough and dark skin. Those like Huya, with flatter features and less dark skin, were considered stunning among females. Yet this female possessed not only delicate features but also smooth skin, albeit not exceptionally fair. Nevertheless, she seemed adept at adornment, with her beastskin skirt and hairpiece harmonizing beautifully. Standing there, she effortlessly attracted the attention of others. This female undoubtedly possessed immense allure for the males of the beast world. Contemplating this, she turned her gaze back to Qiuzhong. Chapter 80. Discussion. Unsurprisingly, Qiuzhong maintained his poker face, remaining unchanged despite the beauty before him. Bai Wanwan continued to observe the unfolding scene. Qiuzhong's indifference did not deter Zhuling. On the contrary, she had encountered many enthusiastic males throughout her life. Qiuzhong's aloofness only intensified her desire to conquer him. This male, in terms of appearance, talent, and even character, was exactly what Zhuling adored. Bai Wanwan had been admiring the beauty of the female when she suddenly heard her openly flirting with Qiuzhong. This female is quite impressive. She possesses a keen wit. In modern society, she would undoubtedly be a formidable queen. In the beast world, it would be exceedingly difficult for any male she fancied to escape her grasp. Aunt Lu noticed Bai Wanwan alternating her gaze between Zhuling and Qiuzhong, her expression becoming increasingly peculiar. Fearing that Bai Wanwan might be upset, she promptly interrupted Zhuoling's conversation. Look at you, it's so cold outside, and you came out here. As Aunt Lu spoke, Zhuling shifted her gaze away from Qiuzhong, smiling brightly as she looked over. Yet her smile froze on her face. How could there be a young female beside Aunt Lu? Her face was nearly as white as a snow beast. With features so exquisitely beautiful, they seemed unbelievable. Zhuoling's eyes widened in shock. She did not want to believe it and blinked, only to find a stunning female still seated there. Aunt Lu, who is this? Aunt Lu stood up, smiling as she introduced her. This is Qiuzhong's wife, the mother of the tiger cub. Upon hearing that she was Qiuzhong's wife, Zhuoling's heart sank in an instant. She had previously inquired with Aunt Lu about whether Qiuzhong had a mate. Zhuoling remained frozen in place for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. She approached Biwanwan with a gentle demeanor, releasing goodwill as she inquired about her origins. Ah, so you are the dam of the cubs. You are quite beautiful. Which tribe do you hail from? The adage "do not strike a smiling face" held true, especially since the chieftain was not her mate. Her previous actions had not detracted from her own interests. I come from the Miao tribe, and you are quite lovely as well. Biwan's gaze swept over her face, neither warm nor hostile. A few cubs frolicked around Zhu Eling, who, filled with envy, remarked, I have 2 cubs at home, but they are not as robust and boisterous as yours. At this moment, she noticed Biwan's noticeably rounded belly. Shock overtook her features. Have you conceived again? Zhu Eling was taken aback. She, with high fertility, had only given birth to a litter of 2 after a year and a half of pairing. Biwanwan appeared younger, seemingly just reaching adulthood. Yet she had already birthed 4 cubs and was expecting another. Yes, I am due in just over 10 days. Biwanwan caressed her belly, silently wishing for more gifted cubs to enhance her score balance. Zhu Eling's expression shifted as she stared at Biwanwan. Is this litter also sired by the chieftain? No, their sire is a silver wolf. The silver wolf was a mutant, possessing talents far superior to ordinary wolves. Zhu Eling felt a pang in her heart. She had initially thought the chieftain remarkable, but this female had another formidable mate. In contrast, her meticulously chosen mate seemed insignificant. Repeatedly confronted with such revelations, Zhu Eling inhaled deeply, placing the snow beast meat aside. Aunt Lu, I'll leave this meat here. Please eat it quickly before it spoils. All right, next time your uncle hunts, I'll bring you some. Then I shall not be polite, Aunt Lu. As she turned to pass by the chieftain, she couldn't help but glance at him again. What a pity, such an excellent male is not my mate. Among the males she knew, only Jin Wai, the young clan leader of the Golden Lion tribe, could compare with the chieftain. After leaving Aunt Lu's house, Zhu Eling resolved that when Jin Wai next visited, she would ensure he became one of her mates. Years prior, she had deliberately orchestrated an injury for Jin Wai to meet him. He had gradually developed feelings for her according to her plan, yet she had not anticipated his strong possessiveness. He was unwilling to share her with other males. Coupled with the clan leader of the Golden Lion tribe's deliberate obstruction, despite having 4 mates now, Jin Wai had yet to agree to be one of them. Considering the timeline, he was likely to arrive after the snow melted. This time, she would ensure he stayed and became her mate. The chieftain stepped closer to Biwanwan. I have something to discuss with you. Yes, go ahead. She adjusted her furs, seeking a more comfortable position against the wall. We can let bygones be bygones. But I must take the cubs. Biwanwan was already aware of how much males valued cubs in this world. His statement did not surprise her. After the chieftain finished speaking, he continued to gaze at her face, noticing she did not seem angry. If you intend to take them, I must know what you plan to do with them. Given the previous relationship between the original owner and the chieftain, she had never considered having him as her mate. She felt grateful he had not destroyed her upon learning the truth. Initially, he had not intended to mate, but now that he had offspring, he would ensure their proper care. I will make sure they are well taken care of. Are you handing them over to another beastman for rearing? The chieftain did not deny this. Yes, for now, I will have others rear them, and once I have managed my affairs, I will raise them myself. You can rest assured. Biwanwan frowned. If you cannot raise them yourself right now, why not let them stay with me? Once you've resolved your matters, if you still wish to take them, I won't obstruct you. The chieftain fixed his gaze on her. You will have many mates and many cubs in the future. She was a holy female, and her mates would be increasingly formidable. If he left the cubs with her, they would be without a sire. Could Biwanwan adequately care for them? Even if I have many mates and cubs, they're still my offspring. Biwanwan had indeed considered this matter. With too many cubs, their sire should share in the responsibilities. She was overjoyed with her situation. It was not as if they would be out of reach forever. She could visit them when she missed them. However, the chieftain was different. He had his own responsibilities to fulfill and could not raise the cubs himself. Therefore, she could not acquiesce to him. The chieftain's brows furrowed. You do not wish to give them to me? She had conceived these cubs without his consent. Now, she could not allow their sire to take them away. Biwnwn quickly opened her mouth to explain, no, if you are in a safe environment and wish to take them, I will not hinder you. But I also have the right to visit. However, your surroundings are not secure. Since you intend to hand them over to others for rearing, why not leave them with me? They are my biological cubs. Do you think I would neglect them? The chieftain hesitated. His dam's attitude toward different cubs varied greatly. Biwnwn's past actions also left a deep impression on him. His tightly pressed lips and doubtful gaze conveyed his answer to her. Very well. The occurrences between her and the chieftain lay bare. She indeed lacked sufficient leverage to earn his trust. I understand your skepticism. You may consider it thoroughly. If you leave the cubs with me, I will certainly bear the responsibilities of a dam and care for them diligently. However, if you still wish to take them away, I have a request. You must ensure their safety. Their gazes met in silence, neither speaking for a moment until Aunt Lu's voice resonated from within. Chieftain, come here. Aunt Lu has something to discuss with you. As the chieftain's figure vanished through the doorway, Biwnwn heard the system's voice in her mind. Host, what is the matter? Biwnwn adjusted her fur skirt, feeling somewhat absent-minded. If the chieftain truly intended to take the cubs, she could not stop him. Yet, her heart ached at the thought. Host, have you never considered making him one of your mates? His potential for growth is vast. Should he progress further, you could have another litter with him, and the second would surely possess even greater talents than the first. You are quite bold in your thinking. If he knows the truth and does not strangle me, I should be grateful. Do you see him displaying any inclination to be my mate? The chieftain was unlike other males. Even if she made advances, success was not guaranteed. Meanwhile, Aunt Lu had caught up with the chieftain, her face filled with concern. I heard everything you just discussed. You intend to take the cubs away? The chieftain had not wished to burden her with worries and was surprised she had overheard. Yes, I am not her mate. The chieftain fell silent. Once, his dam had treated his sire well, but as time passed, she had accumulated more mates, to the point of forgetting her sire. To see her other mates injure his sire just to be with her, and she never once looked back until he breathed his last, left a bitter taste. The females he had encountered were mostly cold and ungrateful, relishing the attention of males, only to disregard their original mates upon acquiring new ones. Almost all females behaved thus. Consequently, the chieftain had resolved from a young age not to take a mate. Aunt Lu, she has mates. I will not become her mate. Biwnwn was a holy female, destined to attract even more powerful males in the future. If he became her mate, he would follow the path of his sire. Aunt Lu, anxious, tugged at him, urging, You are a tiger beast. Why are you so stubborn? The fertility of Wanwan is remarkably high. She is both beautiful and gentle. If you do not seize the opportunity to make her your mate by having several offspring with her, you may one day find yourself regretting it. Faced with the loss of that chance, Chief Rong showed no hesitation, declaring that such a day would never come. The voices inside were deliberately lowered, making it impossible for Bai Wanwan to hear clearly. She had no interest in eavesdropping, but found herself repeatedly rising to the door to gaze outside. The wind and snow had subsided significantly. She wondered how Zhu Xiao and Xianfeng were faring. Though anxious, she felt powerless to assist. She hoped that, without her burden, they could at least escape, even if they could not defeat Inda. On her fifth trip to the door, she heard footsteps behind her. Turning, Bai Wanwan saw Chief Rong approaching and standing beside her. Tonight or tomorrow, your mate should find his place, he stated. His words did little to soothe her restless spirit, and she responded distractedly. You say, had a decision been made? Chief Rong's dark eyes locked onto her face. I intend to take a few of the cubs. This was an answer Bai Wanwan had already contemplated. Chief Rong had gone to great lengths, even risking his life to infiltrate the city of stray beasts, rescuing her as a secondary objective. His true aim was to take a few cubs. Naturally, he would not easily waver because of her mere words. Are you truly resolved? Can you guarantee their safety? As long as I'm alive, I will spare no effort to protect them. If I reach a point where I can no longer ensure their safety, I will send them to you in advance, hoping that at that time, you will honor your word and treat them well. Bai Wanwan took a breath, realizing there was no room for negotiation. Not all. You will have many cubs in the future, while I will only have them. If you agree, everything you have done previously will be forgotten. Was he to hold her accountable for the original owner's actions, who had used Jingmi to deceive him? Bai Wanwan felt a deep reluctance. Then may I see them? And if you encounter danger, how will you know where to find me? I do not even know where I will go. I have ways to know. If I am safe, you may come to see them. The two of them did not quarrel, quietly settling the matter of the cubs' custody. As the moment of separation approached, Bai Wanwan remained by their side throughout the afternoon, holding them close and refusing to let go. When night fell, Chief Rong suddenly stood and pulled open the door, revealing two tall, handsome males outside. Chapter 82. Zhu Xiu's killing intent. Aunt Lu looked puzzled, staring at the males at the door. You are not from the tribe. Before she could finish, Bai Wanwan rushed out, her face alight with joy. Xin Feng, Zhu Xiu. She dashed past Chief Rong and stood before the two males, inspecting them closely. Are you hurt? She asked with concern, examining them thoroughly. Xin Feng, wanting to ease her worry, smiled and said, just a few minor injuries. I will recover quickly. Bai Wanwan pursed her lips. You are deceiving me, aren't you? With Inda and so many beastmen attacking you, can it really be just minor injuries? Xin Feng exchanged a glance with Zhu Xiu, his heart still shrouded in a shadow. If not for Zhu Xiu, they would not have escaped so easily. It was Zhu Xiu's actions that nearly cost them their lives. If you do not believe me, continue your inspection. Bai Wanwan remained skeptical and turned to Zhu Xiu. And you? With Inda harboring such hatred for you, do you think he would let you go so easily? Zhu Xiu glanced at Chief Rong behind her, then, as if to assert his claim, wrapped his arm around Bai Wanwan's waist. He will not spare me, and I will not spare him. Inda is dead. You need not worry anymore. Bai Wanwan was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening. Inda is dead? How'd he die? Did you kill him? Xin Feng remained silent. To be precise, it was Zhu Xiu who single-handedly eradicated all the strays. Zhu Xiu replied nonchalantly. Without Inda and Shi's son, the city of strays no longer exists, and no one will know your identity in the future. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanwan's heart finally settled. She had feared that the knowledge of her being the holy female would spread among the strays, making her target. Would she still have a peaceful existence? Wanwan, he is. Zhu Xiu took a few steps, still holding her waist, facing Chief Rong, their eyes locking. He is the father of the tiger cubs. A faint glimmer of killing intent flickered in Zhu Xiu's crimson eyes. Chief Rong, ever perceptive, immediately sensed it. A cold smile, curling his lips as he shifted his gaze away from Zhu Xiu. Bai Wanwan, they have arrived, and I must leave with the cubs now. With that, Chief Rong turned and walked towards the stone house. Bai Wanwan quickly detached herself from Zhu Xiu and hurried to follow him. However, Chief Rong moved faster, scooping the cubs into a basket lined with animal skins. Oblivious to their impending separation from their mother, the cubs tumbled and played inside. Bai Wanwan felt a pang of sadness, grasping the basket and looking at Chief Rong. Let me see them one more time. The female suddenly leaned closer, her soft body pressing against him, seizing the basket. As Bai Wanwan's hand reached into the basket, several cubs grabbed her fingers, playing and whimpering. Having carried them for over a month, she had developed a bond with them over the past 3 months. Her heart ached for the furry little ones. Chief Rong looked down at her, noticing the glimmer of tears in her eyes. He tugged at the basket, but the little female held on tightly. He did not pull harder, allowing her a little more time. Throughout this process, his gaze lingered on her and the cubs. Perhaps Aunt Lu was right. She might indeed be a good mother. Behind them, Zhu Xiu watched Chief Rong beside Bai Wanwan, the killing intent in his eyes intensifying. Take them away. The cubs, not yet realizing their mother was no longer playing with them, began to leap around in the basket. He had prepared himself for a quarrel with Bai Wanwan over the cubs, but in the end, she did not argue or protest, though reluctant. She still entrusted the cubs to him. Aunt Lu, I am leaving. Bai Wanwan will be taken care of by her mate, so you need not worry too much. Oh, it's dark already. Are you leaving now? Yes, we are leaving now. After Chief Rong spoke, he took the basket and walked out of the stone house. As he passed by Zhu Xiu, their gazes met once more. Regarding Xin Feng, Chief Rong had a certain understanding. He was neither competitive nor aggressive. However, would Zhu Xiu, the second leader of the city of strays, easily share Bai Wanwan with another male? The killing intent he had shown earlier spoke volumes. Unless Bai Wanwan's future mate was sufficiently powerful, this would be a concern. But all of this was no longer his concern. Once Chief Rong departed, Bai Wanwan felt a bit awkward facing Aunt Lu, as their only connection was through Chief Rong. Chief Rong was not even her mate, and now two of her mates had arrived. Aunt Lu, we currently have nowhere to go. We would like to stay in the tribe. Could you speak to the chief on our behalf? We are willing to exchange goods. Very well, thank you, Aunt Lu. Many questions lingered in her mind. Zhuoling was the finest female in their tribe, and all four of her mates were the most prominent males. Yet, compared to Bai Wanwan's mates, they paled in comparison. Was Bai Wanwan truly just a cat beast man? Her two males appeared increasingly exceptional, and Chief Rong had changed because of her. Once, Chief Rong's eyes were filled with hatred. He had no desire for a mate or offspring. Yet this time, he had fathered 4 cubs with Bai Wanwan and placed great importance on them. The stone house next to Aunt Lu's was indeed small, consisting of only one room. With her and the 2 tall males inside, moving around meant risking collision, creating a cramped atmosphere. After tidying up the room and laying out the bedding, Bai Wanwan took out some food. You must be hungry. Eat something first. Just as she finished speaking, she was swept into Zhu Xiu's embrace. Today, do you not intend to bond with that male? This embrace is indeed something she has yet to fully acclimatize to, yet she does not reject it. Well, he is merely the father of my cubs. I shall not form a bond with him. This declaration allowed Zhu Xiu's expression to completely relax. That male also took away Wanwan's first litter of cubs. Once Wanwan gives birth to this litter for Xinfeng, she will have the energy to bear another. Bai Wanwan gently poked him, urging him to eat first, then rest after, for she felt somewhat fatigued. Zhu Xiu had just overexerted his innate abilities. His body had not yet fully recuperated, and he did not converse much with Bai Wanwan. After consuming the meat, he transformed into his beast form, coiling at the doorway. Bai Wanwan turned to look at Xinfeng, who had been gazing at her with tenderness in his eyes. Chapter 83. The Master of Water, serving Bai Wanwan, suddenly leaped into his embrace, nuzzling against his shoulder, expressing her joy at seeing them safe. Xinfeng tenderly stroked her soft hair, whispering, this time, it was all thanks to Zhu Xiu. Bai Wanwan shifted slightly, her gaze falling on the indifferent giant python coiled nearby. In truth, she knew little about Zhu Xiu. She surmised he was powerful, yet never imagined he could escape unscathed from the encirclement of numerous wandering beasts alongside Xinfeng. Are the cubs behaving? Have they kicked you? She smiled, gently caressing her rounded belly. They haven't caused much trouble. Carrying them is just more exhausting than when I was with one. Exhausted? Then rest well. With Zhu Xiu and me guarding you, you can safely nurture the young. As she spoke, he bent down to lift her effortlessly. The narrow stone bed had already been covered with soft bedding, and Xinfeng lifted the covers, placing her gently upon it. After setting her down, he did not immediately release her, his gaze tracing her face inch by inch. He reached up to smooth the strands of hair by her cheek, cautioning her that others must not know she is Shengzi, for the events in the city of wandering beasts must not recur. Bai Wanwan allowed him to touch her face, her smile languid yet agreeable. Very well, I shall keep this secret close to my heart and tell no one. Her eyes were strikingly beautiful, compelling Xinfeng to lean down and plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. In truth, he longed to embrace her further and converse more. Yet he was still adjusting to being with Wanwan, especially with other males present. Zhu Xiu was absorbing energy stones, yet his focus remained on the scene behind him. Every word exchanged between the young female and Xinfeng penetrated his ears. She appeared much more relaxed and charming in Xinfeng's presence. Realizing this, his possessive instincts surged, and he felt an urge to expel Xinfeng from the stone hut. With immense self-restraint, he quelled this impulse. Bai Wanwan lay in Xinfeng's arms for a while, her eyelids growing heavy. Sensing this, Xinfeng withdrew his hand from behind her neck, stating, I will fetch some water for you to wash up. He rose slowly to depart. Bai Wanwan yawned, intending to turn over, but upon lifting her gaze, she met a pair of crimson eyes. Her drowsiness was instantly replaced by alarm. Is Zhu Xiu displeased? After a moment of hesitation, she threw off the covers, wrapping herself in a beastskin skirt, and approached Zhu Xiu's side. Zhu Xiu, will you stay here all night? Or perhaps you should rest on the stone bed. She was uncertain if Zhu Xiu was indeed angry or what might be troubling him. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to play the role of a considerate partner. Since Zhu Xiu had become one of her beast husbands, she ought not to neglect him. Her gentle touches and inquiries effectively calmed Zhu Xiu's restless heart. He gradually lowered his head, leaning closer to Bai Wanwan. The massive python suddenly drawing near caused her to hesitate. Yet she extended her hand, embracing his head and pressing her face against him. As she stroked his head, she softly suggested, "It is quite cold here. You should come in and rest." "No, we are outsiders. We must be cautious. I will keep watch here, so you can sleep peacefully." Moreover, Wanwan was already with cubs, and he feared that his primal instincts might harm her if he got too close. "Then you and Xinfeng can take turns. Tonight, you keep watch, and tomorrow night, you can rest." The red light in his eyes visibly faded, and Bai Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief, continuing to caress his head, casually remarking, "Zhu Xiu, if you encounter anything troubling in the future, please confide in me. I wish for no misunderstandings between us." She did not want him to act rashly and consume her in anger. The once menacing glint in Zhu Xiu's large eyes dissipated, and he replied, "All right." With that, she felt a sense of ease settle within her. "I am tired. I shall sleep first. Thank you for your efforts." It appeared that mastering the art of serving water would be an essential course for her in the beast world. In the meantime, Xinfeng had prepared warm water. He approached the bedside, noting Bai Wanwan's weariness, thus opting not to hand her the cloth, but instead sat beside her, gently tending to her. Bai Wanwan's mind began to cloud over, her final thought being, "He is truly gentle." Then she lost consciousness, only to remember that night as exceptionally warm and comfortable. She awoke naturally, with sunlight streaming into the stone hut. Bai Wanwan rubbed her eyes and yawned, lifting her head to see Xinfeng seated on a stone stool, chopping wood. His figure stood tall and elegant, even while engaged in such laborious tasks. She did not rush to rise, instead sitting on the bed wrapped in her down quilt, admiring the early morning scenery. Xinfeng radiated warmth and grace, akin to a precious orchid. The more time she spent with him, the more easily she succumbed to his charm. She feared becoming the infatuated romantic she once ridiculed. Shaking her head, she endeavored to remain rational. Just then, Xinfeng noticed her awakening and promptly set aside the wood and stone knife. He approached the bedside, leaning slightly. "The snow outside is beginning to melt. It is particularly cold today. You should stay in bed to avoid catching a chill." Bai Wanwan felt the biting cold air seep into the covers as she had just barely lifted the quilt. She shook her head, stating, "I should still get up." Had she not fully awakened, she would have happily continued to drift in and out of consciousness. However, once alert, lying around felt rather dull. Fearing she might catch cold, Xinfeng quickly retrieved a beast-skin skirt for her to wear, using his embrace to shield her from the cold. Even so, Bai Wanwan shivered for a while before finally managing to dress and rise. She hurried to the door, peering outside. Indeed, the snow had melted significantly, and she could see some males moving about in the tribe. How long until the warm season arrives after the snow melts? Xinfeng glanced at her belly, remarking, "Once you give birth to the cubs, the warm season will arrive. It will be particularly cold these next few days, so you must remain indoors." Many females rushed outside to play as soon as the snow melted, only to fall ill and lose their lives. With the outside so frigid and devoid of conversation or entertainment, what purpose would her going out serve? It would not be long until the warm season arrived. She could endure a little longer. Bai Wanwan chatted with him for some time before recalling Zhu Xiu. She looked around the stone hut, wondering where Zhu Xiu had gone. Xinfeng set down the hot water for washing, explaining, "Zhu Xiu and I agreed. I will stay home to care for you these days, while he goes hunting." As Bai Wanwan listened, her eyes suddenly caught sight of something at the door. "Xinfeng, look." Chapter 84. Who could it be? A wild beast's carcass lay sprawled at the entrance. She had barely diverted her attention to Xinfeng for a moment when it appeared. As she spoke, he rose to the door, intending to drag the prey inside, but his movements suddenly halted. Bai Wanwan remained by the fire, warmth dispelling the chill around her. Noticing Xinfeng's sudden stillness, she inquired, "What is it?" He turned his head, scanning the surroundings. It was eerily quiet, and the footprints on the ground were so intricate that they revealed nothing. Xnf lowered his head, pointing to bite marks on the prey's neck, noting that the tooth impressions were inconsistent. Moreover, this was food prepared specifically for you. She would only use his long tail to ensnare. BIWNW and also noticed several blood holes on the prey's neck, clearly indicating a fatal attack by a ferocious beast. She glanced outside and found it strange. Aside from She, who else would deliver prey to us? It couldn't possibly be Ly, could it? If it were Ly, she would have at least said something. Why did she leave without a word? It was indeed perplexing. After Ing dragged the prey inside and set it down, he saw Biwnw eagerly examining the food and approached to assist. He stood at the door, beside a pile of 4 prey. The flickering firelight illuminated the room as the female smiled at the male. Her gaze seemingly focused solely on him. She immediately set down her chopsticks and ran towards him. Upon seeing the stacked prey at the door, Biwnw couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are incredible. How could you hunt so much in this weather?" She's gaze fell upon her face, and he replied, "With a bit of luck, tomorrow I will trade these with the chieftain for a larger dwelling. It will be more comfortable." She wouldn't be staying here long anyway, so whether they moved or not was of little consequence. This place is livable. There is no need to change. You've had a tiring day outside. Come inside. She stood at the door for a moment, her fingers becoming painfully cold. While she had been out all day in the cold for the sake of their comfort. Biwnw was not someone lacking in awareness. Her carefree demeanor was, in essence, a means of self-protection. If she could not gain others' genuine affection, she would strive to withhold her own. Observing her small face turning pale from the cold, she recognized her discomfort. Ignoring the prey, he grasped her hand and led her inside. "It's cold outside. Do not come out," he said, his expression serious as he held her hand firmly. Biwnw followed him into the room, muttering, "It is a bit cold, but you have been outside freezing all day. Aren't you cold?" The orc's innate strength is limited, and in the wilderness, they cannot utilize their abilities to fend off the cold. They must always be prepared for battle. Thus, the temperature she felt was the same as what the males experienced, albeit their robust bodies made them less susceptible to illness, even in cold conditions. Yet cold is uncomfortable for anyone. We are accustomed to it. It is not too cold. Biwnw insisted as she shook her head. "That won't do. I told you I have food here, but you wouldn't believe me. Don't go out tomorrow. The food I have here is sufficient. Once the weather warms up, if you wish to go out, I won't stop you." Her tone carried a hint of playful stubbornness born from concern for him, making it endearing rather than off-putting. Biwnw sat down at the stone table, and Ing handed her a stone bowl. "WNW is worried about you. If the food is insufficient, we can alternate. I will go out tomorrow." Biwnw immediately interrupted, saying, "You don't need to go out tomorrow. After a few days, I will soon give birth and cannot be away from you." She had to pull out her trump card. In normal circumstances, the males in the tribe would not venture out to hunt during the snow season. They would prepare food for the entire season before the rainy season. Only when absolutely necessary would they brave the cold for food. The 2 males exchanged glances, and neither spoke of going out again. Observing this, Biwnw offered each of them a fried shrimp, asking, "Try this. Can you eat this food?" Ing had already tasted it at her insistence and found it acceptable, but Biwnw remained skeptical, convinced Ing was deceiving her. She picked up a fried shrimp and brought it to his mouth, chewing and swallowing. "Is it delicious?" she asked, watching his reaction to adjust the household's future menu. "Delicious," he replied. "Is it really? Your expression suggests otherwise." She cleared his throat, and Ing chuckled beside him. "I'm not lying. It tastes good, just too little. This is hardly enough for you females. We could barely fill our gaps with it. That was meant for you to taste, not for you to eat all of it." She understood that the males had enormous appetites. A single plate of shrimp could hardly satisfy she. "There is also stewed meat. Finish the shrimp first, and then I will let you try the stew." After Biwnw finished speaking, she began to eat, relishing the sweet, tender shrimp meat and the crispy, salty flour coating, which brought her immense satisfaction. She paused, turning to look at the corner. Ing remarked, "I examined the wounds. They appear to be inflicted by a tiger or leopard. I'm unsure who delivered them." After pondering, she concluded that this was likely the only possibility. The family engaged in lively conversation as they finished dinner, while she insisted on keeping watch, leaving Ing feeling a bit awkward. She fixed his gaze on him and said, "Once your offspring are born, Biwnw will accompany you for a while, and thereafter she will need to accompany me for an equal duration." This statement was beyond reproach, and Ing nodded in agreement. "All right, only Biwnw and remained oblivious to their plans. Awakening from a deep sleep, she found XNF-ing working again, while ZH she was still absent. XNF-ing. Has ZH she gone hunting again? This male truly feared not the cold. BIWNWN felt a surge of emotion upon realizing that ZH she was busy early in the morning for her sake. She thought to herself how wonderful the males of this world were. With the presence of females, their lives revolved entirely around them. He simply couldn't sit idle. XNF-ing smiled gently. He wants you to live more comfortably. BIWNWN accepted the first skirt he handed her and slowly put it on. Just as she finished dressing and got out of bed, she noticed prey lying across the doorway. XNF-ing, look, there's something else. Stay seated. I will check. XNF-ing hurried towards the door, while BIWNWN leaned her head out to look, thinking she had seen a male figure. Chapter 85. More anxious than she, XNF-ing hurriedly exited the stone house, but BIWNWN did not follow. The cold outside was unbearable for her. After hesitating for a moment, she thought, I think I saw the back of a male. We do not know any other beastmen here who would deliver prey during the snow season. One every day at that. Y was merely an ordinary female, and her mate must be of advanced age, struggling to support their household. How could she possibly deliver them daily? He wrapped his arms around BIWNWN and helped her sit on the stone bed. Just then, the little cubs in her belly began to stir. After she sat down, she took his hand and placed it on her belly, saying, Can you feel that? XNF-ing felt something stirring beneath his palm. Vigorous and lively. These are our cubs. A wave of strange emotion surged within him. WNWN, I can feel them. Are they bothering you? In truth, it was not too bothersome. This batch of cubs typically did not cause much trouble. However, wanting to tease him, she feigned a distressed expression, saying, Right now, it's quite uncomfortable. It feels like they're fighting inside. XNF-ing's expression tightened with worry. Shall I rub your belly? His palm began to gently caress her, murmuring, Cubs, be good. Don't disturb your mother. Otherwise, when you come out, your father will scold you. After speaking, he focused on BIWNWN's face, gauging her expression. Are you still uncomfortable? Yes. BIWNWN pretended to frown, leaning against him. XNF-ing tensed up, uncertain of how to respond. BIWNWN discreetly lifted her eyelids to glance at him, noting for the first time how helpless he looked, silently hoping not to truly frighten him. Ultimately, she couldn't help it and let out a giggle in his embrace. XNF-ing was momentarily stunned, watching her radiant face, and quickly realized what had happened. The tension in his face dissipated, replaced with a resigned smile. Were you just trying to scare me? You're not uncomfortable? He still needed to confirm. Yes, I was just teasing you. I'm perfectly fine. She raised her hand to touch his long neck, adding, Look how tense you are. I actually enjoy it. XNF-ing, accustomed to her playful antics, gently grasped her mischievous hand. You may tease me, but when you truly feel unwell, you must speak honestly. Just then, ZH she walked in from outside. XIN-phone looked up at him and inquired, Has the clan leader approved? He has came to reply. I just inspected that house. It consists of 3 stone rooms, which will be considerably warmer. Bai Wanwan's eyes sparkled brightly. When shall we move in? The current stone house is far too cramped. The sleeping and cooking areas are in the same space, and with 2 tall males, any slight movement makes it exceedingly crowded. Shall we move today? If we settle in early, you can organize everything before you give birth. The family quickly reached a consensus and decided to relocate that very day. The 2 males, adept at moving things, swiftly tidied up their belongings in the stone house. Zhu Xiu cradled her in his arms, using his innate power to dispel the cold outside. XIN-phone followed behind, carrying their possessions. The new stone house was not far from the place Aunt Lu had arranged for them, approximately 100 or 200 meters away. Bai Wanwan allowed Zhu Xiu to carry her into the house. The stone house was relatively spacious, featuring a layout of 2 rooms and a living area. And Bai Wanwan observed it for a moment, thoroughly satisfied. Zhu Xiu directly carried her into the largest stone room. The wind won't penetrate here. When the time comes for you to give birth, you won't be exposed to the cold. Both males exhibited remarkable strength, managing all tasks without requiring Bai Wanwan's assistance, ensuring everything was arranged meticulously. Nestled in the down comforter, Bai Wanwan couldn't help but reminisce about the early days of the snow season when there was only XIN-phone as a male in the household. Even when she went fishing, no one was there to look after her. Now, with two males alternating in caring for her, even the slightest touch to the stone basin prompted them to rush to help. As her time approached, Bai Wanwan grew increasingly drowsy and fatigued. For the next 2 to 3 days, she spent most of her time cocooned in the comforter. Xi and Feng was outside, starting a fire and preparing a meal, while Zhu Xiu curled up with his eyes closed. Zhu Xiu, I am so bored. Would you keep me company and talk for a while? Zhu Xiu paused his energy absorption, opened his eyes to look at her, and within the blink of an eye, transformed into a tall, handsome male who approached Bai Wanwan. What would you like to discuss? Has the snow melted outside? Are there any beastmen out and about? The snow has melted, but the weather remains cold. There are very few beastmen outside, mostly males. Now that we've moved, will there still be beastmen delivering prey to us? She casually inquired, only to notice Zhu Xiu's expression was amiss. Her eyes widened in surprise. Really? Has there been a consistent supply these past few days? Who is this benevolent soul? In such frigid weather, it would be exceedingly difficult to find prey without some skill, let alone catch it. Yes, every day, when I am away or during the night, they leave it at our doorstep. Bai Wanwan stared at him. And you couldn't find out who was leaving it? In the past couple of days. He hadn't paid much attention, but since Wanwan had asked, he decided to keep watch tonight to uncover the identity of the benefactor. Delivering prey continuously could not be for him and Xi and Feng. It must be intended for the little female. What could the intention be behind gifting to the little female? Zhu Xiu could guess the answer without much thought. Oh, just as she was speaking, Bai Wanwan suddenly exclaimed. Zhu Xiu's grip on her hand stiffened. What is it? I have a stomach ache. I think I am about to give birth. After telling Zhu Xiu, she didn't have time to address Xi and Feng and immediately called out to the system, give me painless childbirth. It had just begun, and the pain was not yet severe. She needed to act quickly to minimize her suffering. Understood, host. The exchange has been successfully completed. Bai Wanwan relaxed, feeling her belly swell increasingly with no pain at all. Zhu Xiu had been talking to her for a long time, but seeing her unresponsive, he quickly called Xi and Feng inside. Xi and Feng, bring out the prey and summon the tribe shaman. Wanwan is about to give birth. At this point, Bai Wanwan was in good spirits, even able to enjoy some snacks while chatting. Don't go, I'm no longer in pain. However, Zhu Xiu disagreed, insisting that childbirth was a perilous affair and a shaman must be summoned. Xi and Feng concurred, saying that if a crisis arose, it would be too late for regrets. Wanwan, Zhu Xiu is right. Just in case, I must go fetch the shaman. The two males were united in their decision, disregarding Bai Wanwan's protests. Watching them drag away the two pieces of prey felt like a piece of her flesh was being severed. It was as if she was giving it away for free. She watched helplessly as Xi and Feng pulled the prey outside, her belly swelling more and more. Zhu Xiu wore a serious expression, gripping her hand tightly, the veins on his forearm bulging. Is it still painful? Bai Wanwan turned to look at him, noticing his pale face, his features twisted in concern, as if he were the one enduring the pain. Do not be anxious. I truly am not in pain. Bai Wanwan offered him a relaxed smile. Yet Zhu Xiu remained unconvinced. He had heard that childbirth could be perilous for females, with some not surviving the ordeal. The image of that scenario surfaced uncontrollably in his mind, and he realized he could not bear the thought. Bai Wanwan, you must endure and give birth safely. Nothing must happen. His anguished expression left Bai Wanwan both amused and exasperated. She had smiled to reassure him, yet he still doubted her. If any other beastmen were nearby, they would certainly see Bai Wanwan's rosy complexion, contrasting starkly with Zhu Xiu's troubled and pallid face. All right, I promise you. I will give birth to the cubs safely. I will not let them grow up without a mother. Once she uttered those words, Zhu Xiu did not loosen his grip. Instead, he tightened it further. Bai Wanwan was a loss. Why was he gripping her even more tightly? Enough. You must hold on once the shaman arrives. You will be fine. She was already fine, feeling quite well. The only sensation was the increasing pressure in her abdomen, clearly indicating that the time for delivery was near. Suddenly, she felt something within her rupture, and something began to roll out. 1, 2, 3. 5 cubs tumbled onto the bedding. Congratulations, host. You have given birth to 2 yellow-tier male wolf cubs, 2 green-tier male cat cubs, and 1 blue-tier male cat cub. You have been awarded 31,000 points. All males? Why is there such a significant disparity in their tiers each time? The difference between yellow and blue tiers was 2 levels apart, a vast gap. As the host, is a wholly female. All the cubs born will receive a talent bonus, but it does not guarantee that all will be high tier. However, please rest assured, even if some cubs are of lower tiers, you possess points and can exchange for potions to elevate their levels in the future. Bai Wanwan did not need to think. The potions for upgrading their levels would surely require a substantial amount of points. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiao was entirely unaware of what had transpired and continued to observe her expression to gauge her condition. Yet he noticed Bai Wanwan appeared relaxed. What was that sound? Just then, he heard a faint whimpering sound. Wanwan, do you hear that noise? Zhu Xiao leaned in to listen closely, trying to discern the source. Bai Wanwan paused her conversation with the system, turned to look at him, and said, "Don't search, it's the cubs' voices." With that, she lifted the blanket slightly, revealing several chubby little cubs inside. Zhu Xiao's eyes seemed to freeze in place, staring at the cubs for a moment before realizing what had happened. When did you give birth? Did you really give birth so silently? This was not at all what he had expected. Just after I told you I wasn't in pain, I soon gave birth. Initially surprised by how smoothly Bai Wanwan's delivery had gone, Zhu Xiao's attention quickly shifted to the cubs. To his astonishment, 2 of them possessed yellow tier talents. Not all beastmen could discern the talents of cubs, but a male with strong innate abilities could. Zhu Xiao immediately recognized that at least 2 of Bai Wanwan's cubs exhibited yellow tier talents. He swiftly turned his head, his expression still tense. Bai Wanwan, we cannot go to the super tribe for the time being. Why not? The best resources on the Beast World continent should be found in the super tribe. If she wanted to live comfortably in this world, she would certainly need to go to the most prosperous and affluent place. The offspring you have birthed possess extraordinary talents, easily discernible to the formidable beings of the super tribe. Your identity as a wholly female cannot remain concealed. He harbors his own ulterior motives and wishes to shield her from the gaze of those males. Bai Wanwan finds herself in a quandary. She requires a male with exceptional abilities to be her beast husband, but only under the condition that she is the one to choose. What value is there in being coerced? She decides to wait until she has amassed sufficient points to ensure both her husband and offspring can attain strength before proceeding. Zhu Xiao, observing her lack of dissent, assists her in reclining, stating, "You rest for a while. I shall intercept Xen Feng." The clan shaman, using special methods, can also discern the talents of the young. If she cannot venture to the super tribe, remaining here is a favorable alternative, provided that Wanwan's identity remains undisclosed. Otherwise, the fate of the cat tribe could mirror that of this tribe. Zhu Xiao departs swiftly, setting a trap with his talent at the entrance before he feels secure in leaving. Shortly after his departure, an unfamiliar male figure appears outside the stone dwelling, dragging a prey and skillfully discarding it at Bai Wanwan's doorstep before swiftly concealing himself. For days, he has not encountered her, and Yen Lai feels a tinge of disappointment. Were it not for her saving him in the snowy plains, he knows he would not have survived. Her visage is etched deeply in his memory. He searched through the snowy expanse repeatedly, ultimately finding her in the Heiquan tribe. Offering prey is his way of expressing gratitude for her life-saving act. Aware that she has 2 exceptionally talented beast husbands, Yen Lai does not approach. He merely observes her from afar. Eventually, attracting the attention of her 2 beast husbands, he never sees her again. With a resigned glance at the tightly shut stone door, he refrains from approaching and turns to depart. Zhu Xiao moves quickly, intercepting Xen Feng just as he nears the shaman's cave. "What brings you here? You left Wanwan alone at home?" Xen Feng questions with raised brows, disapprovingly. "Has she given birth?" Upon hearing Xen Feng's words, he drops the prey in his hands and rushes home like a gust of wind. Zhu Xiao swiftly collects the prey and hastens to follow, removing the trap before Xen Feng enters the dwelling. Once Xen Feng is inside, Zhu Xiao glances at the prey at the entrance, surveying the surroundings. He steps over the prey as Xen Feng strides inside, immediately spotting Bai Wanwan transformed into her beast form, surrounded by several wriggling cubs in his embrace. "Wanwan," he chokes on his words, unable to articulate more. Wanwan has given him 5 cubs, a reality he had never dared to imagine. Leaning against the stone cave, Zhu Xiao observes Xen Feng's flustered excitement with a hint of disdain. Upon seeing the cubs, he cannot help but smirk. This silver wolf is indeed fortunate. Xen Feng sits beside her, tentatively reaching out to touch the cubs, warm and soft, a manifestation of his bloodline. "This time, you have given me 5 cubs. Do you like them?" Bai Wanwan blinks her bright, dark eyes. Although Xian Feng cannot see her smile, he can envision her expression. His features soften significantly, yes. I adore them. As long as they are Wanwans, I cherish them. Can you see their talents? Xian Feng gazes at the cubs for a moment before shaking his head. I cannot see them. Then take a guess. What talents do these cubs possess? Blue tier, green tier? With 5 cubs? Having 2 or 3 with innate talents would be remarkable. Why are your expectations so low? Allow me to enlighten you. These 2 are yellow tier. These 2 are green tier, and this one is blue tier. What did you say? Xian Feng stares at her in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. I am not deceiving you. Zhu Xiu has also observed them. These cubs possess formidable talents. Some males, once bonded, may never hope to have a litter, let alone like Wanwan, who has given birth to 5 exceptionally gifted cubs in just a few months. Xian Feng bends down, enveloping her in his arms. Wanwan, thank you. The cubs nestle beside him, a small bundle that fills his heart with immense joy. Zhu Xiu stands at the doorway, quietly watching them. If he were to do anything to Xian Feng or these cubs, would Bai Wanwan ever forgive him? Bai Wanwan remains oblivious to the starkly contrasting sentiments of the 2 males. She gazes at the system's point balance, her lips curving into a broad smile. System, I now possess over 30,000 points. Can I unlock the subsequent gray options? Host, not yet. The next option requires a balance of 50,000 to unlock. That leaves more than 10,000 to go. Bai Wanwan understands that the system operates strictly. Without the requisite points, it will not grant her early access. She begins to tap on the control panel, scrolling through the previous options, spotting ice cream, chocolate, chips, and cola. She cannot resist swallowing her saliva. Previously, with insufficient points, she had to restore Xian Feng's talents, refraining from purchasing many items. Now that she has over 30,000 points, she can indulge in food and snacks from the system all at will. Wanwan, Zhu Xiu is speaking with you. What? Zhu Xiu's face darkens, visibly displeased. Although she was speaking to the system, from Zhu Xiu's perspective, it appeared as though she was ignoring him in favor of Xian Feng. It seemed a bit excessive. She deliberately softened her tone. Zhu Xiu, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Zhu Xiu's expression remains unyielding as he stands motionless. Xin Feng, sensing Zhu Xiu's emotions, thinks to himself that since Wanwan has just given birth to 5 cubs, Zhu Xiu has yet to mate with her. He can empathize with Zhu Xiu's feelings. Wanwan, I will see if I can catch some fish nearby. If successful, I shall prepare soup for you at noon. Bai Wanwan replies, all right, be sure to catch plenty. Xian Feng responds with a smile and turns to leave the stone dwelling. Once he departs, Bai Wanwan shifts back into her human form. The cubs, having eaten their fill, lie contentedly asleep nearby. Come here. Noticing Zhu Xiu's immobility, she decides to lift the blanket and rise. Bai Wanwan does not release her grip, pulling him to sit beside her on the bed. She playfully shakes his hand. What is the matter? Who has upset my beast husband? Zhu Xiu lowers his gaze, taking in her radiant, beautiful face, her eyes sparkling mischievously. She truly is a vexing yet irresistible female. With a swift motion, he clasps her hand tightly. Bai Wanwan, although you knew Xian Feng first, if your heart belongs solely to him, I shall take his life. His voice is laced with menace, devoid of any pretense. Bai Wanwan falls silent for a moment, prompting Zhu Xiu to furrow his brows. Why are you not speaking? Or do you believe you used me to escape the stray bee city and now have no need for me? Before he can finish his sentence, Bai Wanwan wraps her arms around his neck, pulling him down. Her soft lips press against his, silencing his words. Yet, the kiss is fleeting. Zhu Xiu, you may have misunderstood me. If I were not interested in someone, I would never allow them to be my beast husband. Given your exceptional strength, why would I not wish to utilize you for a lifetime, ensuring you remain my beast husband forever? A glimmer of red appears in Zhu Xiu's eyes, causing Bai Wanwan's heart to race. Has she inadvertently flattered him too much? In the next moment, Zhu Xiu lifts her neck, pressing her against him. The kiss that follows is no longer as light as Bai Wanwan's. It is deep and fervent. Time passes, and Bai Wanwan struggles to breathe, eventually pushing him away. Noticing her unsteady breath, Zhu Xiu reluctantly releases her. Due to the lack of oxygen, Bai Wanwan's cheeks flush, and her already enchanting eyes glisten with a layer of moisture. Resembling a captivating enchantress, Zhu Xiu's gaze turns perilous once more. She raises her hand to cover his mouth. Do not be troublesome. I have just given birth. The one who will suffer the most is you. Although she can return to her pre-birth state after taking a pill, she is not ready to conceive again just yet. After giving birth to 2 offspring in quick succession, she found herself somewhat fatigued. Moreover, her acquaintance with Zhuxiu had not been extensive. Although he had become her beast husband and met her aesthetic standards, they had yet to cultivate a profound emotional connection. She yearned for their relationship to blossom naturally over time, culminating in a harmonious union. Zhuxiu inhaled deeply, forcibly diverting his gaze. Sitting beside her, he was occasionally assailed by the intoxicating scent emanating from her, stirring his primal instincts. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly. Bai Wanwan was startled, inquiring what was amiss. You and the cubs should rest well. I shall tend to the fire, he declared. Just as Xian Feng could manage, so could he. With a smile gracing his lips, he momentarily steeled his heart. His hand gently caressed the little ones beneath the quilt, observing their behavior. If they performed admirably, she might recover swiftly, allowing her to bear him another litter soon. In the subsequent days, the 2 males took turns caring for Bai Wanwan, who grew plumper under their attentive nurture. After exchanging points for a postpartum recovery pill, all remnants of her childbirth troubles vanished. Yet, unbeknownst to the 2 males, they forbade her from stepping outside. Most days, Xian Feng cared for both her and the cubs, while Zhuxiu ventured out to hunt. Xian Feng, the snow has melted outside, and the weather has warmed. Please allow me to take a stroll. I feel as if I might sprout mushrooms, she implored. Xian Feng, cradling several cubs, tenderly fed them small morsels of meat. He was an exceptionally gentle and attentive beast father, caring diligently for both his biological offspring and those of the chieftain. After finishing feeding 1 cub, he looked up at her helplessly. Bai Wanwan, the weather has just begun to warm. It is still easy for females to fall ill if they venture out. Once it warms a bit more, we shall take you outside. Bai Wanwan even jumped in place, exclaiming, Look at me, I am in excellent health. I was running outside all winter. I am perfectly fine now that it is warm. At that moment, Zhuxiu was striding home, carrying a large game. With the arrival of warmer weather, females from the Black Dog tribe began to emerge for leisurely walks. Zhuoling, accompanied by her 2 beast husbands, intended to wash up in the mountains. Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted Zhuxiu, who was bearing his catch. Chapter 88. Let them observe Zhuxiu's appearance was strikingly superior, exuding a unique aura of formidable masculinity. His strides were steady and swift. Before Zhuoling could fully discern him, he had already passed by and vanished from sight. Luda, who was that just now? Luda, a beast of the ape species with green tier talent and potential for elevation, was among the elite of the Black Dog tribe. Zhuoling's reaction displeased him somewhat, yet he suppressed his feelings. I have not seen him before. Beside him, Tushan, another of Zhuoling's beast husbands, was a native male of the Black Dog tribe and also a green tier powerhouse. I heard that 2 formidable foreign beastmen have arrived in the tribe. He must be one of them. Zhuoling's eyes flickered. 2? What brings them here? Tushan replied candidly. I was in a hurry to reach the mountains and did not inquire. Zhuoling grasped his hand, urging him, Please find out for me. I wish to know who he is and what their purpose in the tribe is. Unlike Luda, Tushan was aware that many males admired Zhuoling. Being by her side and becoming her most trusted companion brought him immense satisfaction. Ignoring Luda's glances, he promptly turned to gather information. Do you think being angry will prevent me from noticing other males? Zhuoling's face also bore a hint of annoyance. Luda, I am a female. You know I cannot have only 1 beast husband. I understand you will not have only me, but you already have 4. And now you have set your sights on these 2 foreign males. What will happen next? Zhuoling felt a pang of guilt and quickly donned a smile. I know you have sacrificed much for me, so no matter how many beast husbands I have, you will always hold a special place in my heart. You're my favorite. Despite knowing her words were often deceiving, Luda found solace in them, his expression softening. Remember your words. Even if Jean E becomes your beast husband, I will always take precedence. Zhuoling nestled closer to him. You are overthinking. He has no desire to become my beast husband. Luda scoffed again. He is the young patriarch. Of course, he wouldn't be like us. He felt fortunate that Jean E, possessing pride, was unwilling to join Zhuoling's circle of husbands. He sought a singular companion, a mutual exclusivity. If he were to agree to become Zhuoling's beast husband, Luda knew he would have no chance of winning her heart. As the young patriarch of the Golden Lion clan, he was born with peak yellow tier talent, likely to ascend to orange tier. The orange tear was among the elite in the beast world, rivaled only by the exceedingly rare red tear. They could almost roam the entire continent freely. Jean not only possessed remarkable talent, but was also graced with a visage that drove females wild. In Luda's mind, Jean represented his greatest adversary. He was acutely aware that Zhuo Ling desired Jean as her beast husband, but he would employ every means to thwart that ambition. As he strode into the dwelling with his catch, he noticed Bai Wanwan standing at the door. "Why are you standing there? What are you waiting for? Stay back. Let me put down the game first to avoid getting blood on you." Bai Wanwan caught a whiff of the pungent scent of blood and obediently released her grip. With a playful grin, she called out, "Zhuxiu, look how warm it is outside. I even saw females moving about. Please take me out for a walk." "How can you compare yourself to them? You have just given birth." Xin Feng, emerging with the cubs, said helplessly, "She just pleaded with me for a while. How about this? When the weather improves, I will take her out for a stroll." Zhuxiu replied affirmatively. "Then let us wait for 2 more days. By afternoon." Zhuxiu instructed Xin Feng, "The weather is pleasant. Take the cubs outside to bask in the sun while I stay home with Wanwan." Bai Wanwan protested. "If the cubs can play outside, why can't I?" Xin Feng approached, attempting to soothe her. "Just 2 days. After that, we will take you out every day." Over the past few days, she had tried every possible method to persuade the 2 males, but they remained resolute in their refusal, their hearts hardened by her recent childbirth. She shot Xin Feng a pointed glare, declaring, "If you do not allow me to go out in 2 days, I shall never leave the house again." With that, Bai Wanwan marched straight indoors, throwing herself beneath the down comforter. Xin Feng intended to comfort her, but Zhuxiu raised a hand to stop him. "You take the cubs outside to soak up the sun. I will speak with her." The cubs had already begun to stir restlessly in Xin Feng's arms. One simple dish of steamed egg with shrimp would not suffice to placate her. Zhuxiu took a seat at the edge of the bed, softly saying, "Tell her you are no longer angry. I will take you out shortly." Bai Wanwan's gloomy expression vanished instantly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Asking in a hushed tone, "You're not deceiving me?" Observing her elated demeanor, Zhuxiu couldn't help but chuckle. "Why are you acting like a cub? So eager to go outside? I will not deceive you. Very well, I will trust you this once." After saying this, Bai Wanwan cleared her throat and called out to Xin Feng, who was still trying to appease her, "I shall not quarrel with you. Please take the cubs outside while I catch a nap." "Are you truly no longer upset?" Xin Feng, unaware of the quiet exchange between Zhuxiu and her, had his attention diverted by the cubs. Assuming Zhuxiu had managed to placate her, he agreed and finally felt relieved to take the cubs away. Once Bai Wanwan heard Xin Feng's footsteps fade, she threw off the covers, sat up, and turned to Zhuxiu, saying, "He has left. Let us go as well." "Where do you wish to go?" "I would like to stroll outside and then head to the mountains. It would be even better if there was a place to bathe." Throughout the entire snowy season, she had only been able to wipe herself down and felt the persistent discomfort of unwashed dirt. Upon hearing her request, Zhuxiu immediately bent down to lift her into his arms and stepped outside. Bai Wanwan was unpretentious. With someone to escort her, she reveled in her freedom. As she emerged from the stone house, she was greeted by numerous gazes. Naturally, Bai Wanwan noticed this and playfully leaned against him, teasing, "Look, with you holding me like this, everyone is staring at you. I embrace my mate. There's nothing shameful about it. Let them watch." Chapter 89. Why are all Bai Wanwan's mates beasts? Bai Wanwan did not greet her, yet Zhuo Ling approached her of her own accord. "I heard from Aunt Lu that you are Bai Wanwan, and you will be residing in our tribe for the time being. May I call you Wanwan?" Despite speaking to Bai Wanwan, her eyes occasionally darted towards Zhuxiu. Bai Wanwan followed her gaze to observe the male. Zhuxiu bore little expression. He glanced at Zhuo Ling before lowering his head to her, his eyes conveying a question, as if asking whether she wished to pause. "Ba Gu, what is that? Wanwan, is this your mate?" Zhuo Ling circled around to pose the question she most desired to ask. "Indeed, he is my first mate, Zhuxiu." "Oh, but I cannot chat further. I must wash in the river." Bai Wanwan tugged at Zhuxiu's hide. "Zhuxiu, let us go." As Zhuxiu carried Bai Wanwan away, Zhuo Ling remained stationary, her beautiful face etched with curiosity and confusion. Is this Bai Wanwan exceptionally fertile? Why are all the males around her so remarkable? Her own fertility was commendable, yet within the confines of the small Hequan tribe, finding a powerful mate was no easy feat among her 3 mates. Only 2 were males from the Hequan tribe. The rest had been painstakingly sourced from outside clans. Neither of Bai Wanwan's two mates could be compared to hers. The only one who could rival them was Jean Yi, but he was proud and refused to bond with her upon learning of her multiple mates. On that day, she had sent her mate to investigate Zhu Xiu, but he had failed to catch up. The other's innate abilities surpassed those of her mate. She felt a pang of discomfort. How had this Bai Wanwan managed to find such two exceptional males? Turning her head, she spotted several cubs frolicking ahead. Cubs? The Hequan tribe had not seen cub births in over half a year. Furthermore, beastmen typically entered heat during the hot season, making conception difficult after the rainy season. 1, 2, 3, 5. Then she noticed the males closely following the cubs. Clad in white hides, the male exuded a unique charisma, distinctly different from Jean Yi and Bai Wanwan's two mates. Zhuoling quickly adjusted her crimson fox fur skirt, a lavish gift from Jean Yi the previous year. She lifted her chin slightly, a gentle smile gracing her face as she approached Xian Feng step by step. Slow down, don't trip. Xian Feng patiently followed the cubs, reminding them not to run wildly, yet refraining from intervening. At such moments, Xian Feng would squat down, affectionately stroking a few cubs. Just as Xian Feng was bonding with his cubs, he sensed another beast man lingering nearby. He slowly raised his head, the gentle smile still lingering on his face. Zhuoling felt a jolt of surprise, forgetting the excuse she had prepared. Upon seeing a strange female, Xian Feng's smile faded. Noticing the cubs had run far, he prepared to follow them. Wait, Xian Feng paused and turned his gaze. Is there something you need? Zhuoling's eyes darted towards the adorable cubs ahead. Are those your cubs? Xian Feng offered a faint smile. Yes, they're all mine, his tone revealing a hint of pride and boastfulness. Zhuoling had merely intended to test the waters, but was taken aback to discover they were indeed his cubs. This male was clearly not from their tribe. Wait, that Bai Wanwan seems to be pregnant. You wouldn't also be one of Bai Wanwan's mates, would you? She fixed her gaze on Xian Feng, hoping to hear a different answer. Why? Zhuoling directly voiced her curiosity. After speaking, Xian Feng turned, striding towards the cubs. Zhuoling felt a significant impact. She considered herself a bold female, emboldened by the affection and care of males, having ventured outside the tribe numerous times to select formidable mates for herself. Yet, why had she encountered only one top-tier male, Jean Yi, while Bai Wanwan had three? She even felt that had she encountered them before Bai Wanwan, they surely would have favored her and become her mates. Meanwhile, Bai Wanwan nestled against Zhu Xiu, excitedly exclaiming, "Did you hear? There's the sound of water over there." She could hear it, and naturally, so could Zhu Xiu. However, he halted after only a few steps. It should be just ahead. You can go by yourself. By myself? You want to accompany me? Are you shy? Bai Wanwan shot him a glance, initially believing he had intentionally deceived Xian Feng to spend time alone with her. Zhu Xiu was unaware of her thoughts, but her beautiful eyes darted about, as if pondering something. The weather has warmed, and many females have come out. You go ahead, and I will check for wild beasts nearby. With that, Zhu Xiu simply walked away. Such a splendid opportunity. And he left her here? What a typical oblivious male. Bai Wanwan was utterly speechless as she turned towards the source of the water sound. As she walked, she began to hear the joyful sounds of females laughing and playing. At that moment, she realized Zhu Xiu must have heard it before her and did not want to approach, hence he set her down. As she ventured further, parting the grass, she gasped. There were so many females of all shapes and sizes, fat, thin, black, yellow, a plethora of types. This scene was overwhelming. Not only Zhu Xiu, but even she, as a female, found it hard to bear. Her approach was soon noticed by the other females, and the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Those who had not noticed her were tugged by others to glance at Bai Wanwan. For the first time, she experienced the peculiar sensation of being met with utter silence. Their eyes regarded her as one would a rare creature. In Bai Wanwan's perspective, it was they who resembled rare beings. Had she not traversed this realm, she would never have dared to imagine it. Hello there. More were left dumbstruck, gazing at her. Am I really that captivating? Why are they all so mesmerized? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in her mind. Indeed, with each birth and subsequent recovery, the host becomes more beautiful and possesses an improved physique. Albeit this transformation is gradual. Chapter 90. The little female smells divine. Really? Such a benefit exists? Bai Wanwan felt elated, quickening her pace as she boldly made her way to the center of the gathering. all the while under the scrutinizing gazes of the females. Upon reaching the riverbank, she gazed into the water to see her reflection. Her complexion was rosy, her skin fair, her features exquisitely beautiful, with even her hair dark and silky. Bai Wanwan was thoroughly pleased with her visage, finding it strikingly reminiscent of her former self. "Who are you? How'd you end up near our He Quan tribe?" Bai Wanwan lifted her gaze to the female who spoke. She possessed long, slender eyes, not conventionally beautiful, yet distinctive and unique in appearance. "I am Bai Wanwan, newly arrived at the He Quan tribe. Greetings to you all. Now that the weather has warmed, I shall seek you out for a stroll and a chat." She surveyed the nearby waters, filled with females. She was unaccustomed to bathing among so many. Moreover, after a long winter, she had at least maintained some cleanliness. The other females likely bore layers of dirt. Better to find another spot to wash, she thought. With that, she decided to head upstream for her bath. She paid no mind to their scrutiny. At this moment, she had no desire for conversation, only to cleanse herself. Everything could wait until she was refreshed and comfortable. Bai Wanwan arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, until she had walked quite a distance before the female realized her presence. This female was even more attractive than Zhuo Ling. How splendid! Now the males in the tribe would no longer claim that Zhuo Ling outshone us. Yet, it was indeed she who surpassed Zhuo Ling. Those males would still overlook you. Just because they disregard me, does that mean they will notice you? Initially, everything was fine, with each washing their own, but suddenly an argument erupted. Bai Wanwan could hear their commotion even from afar, though the words were indistinct. Three women engaging in a drama amidst so many females was hardly surprising. The voices behind her gradually diminished as she found a spot in the water that was not overly deep. Bai Wanwan shed her heavy animal pelts and tentatively dipped her foot in. Although the water was not frigid, it still possessed a slight chill. However, this minor coldness was trivial compared to the joy of bathing. She boldly plunged in head first. After a couple of shivers from the cold, she gradually acclimated. With no one around, she quietly retrieved shampoo and body wash from her system space, meticulously cleansing herself. One wash proved insufficient, so she repeated the process until her skin felt smooth and slippery. Just as she was about to emerge and wrap herself in a towel, a sense of danger struck her. She swiftly turned her head and spotted a wolf standing on the shore, staring hungrily at her. Startled, she quickly sought the figure of Zhu Xiao. Was this male truly so unconcerned? Or was it that there were females nearby, making it difficult for him to approach? If that were the case, it would spell disaster. Zhu Xiao did indeed refrain from approaching due to the presence of numerous females. Yet he used his innate abilities to ward off nearby beasts, warning them to stay away. Unbeknownst to him, an old wolf, battered and panting, lay injured on the shore. Upon feeling his innate power, it attempted to flee but was captivated by the sight of tender prey. Suffering from age and injury, it overcame its fear of the male's power, driven by a primal urge for food and survival. Bai Wanwan opened her mouth to scream, but the mangy wolf, missing fur and one eye, bared its teeth at her, poised to pounce. Whether she screamed or remained silent made little difference, just as she steeled herself to shout. A figure flashed by. The once menacing old gray wolf let out a whimper before collapsing, twitching a couple of times before falling silent. Only then did Bai Wanwan notice a gray-haired male standing on the shore. After dispatching the wolf, he quickly turned to Bai Wanwan, anxiously asking, "Are you all right?" Upon seeing her, his cheeks flushed crimson, two streams of blood trickling from his nose. Bai Wanwan belatedly realized she had been thoroughly seen, and immediately sank deeper into the water. However, the clear surface of the water only provided a semblance of modesty. The male, his face aflame, turned away, stating, "It is not safe here. I will guard you while you wash." "Huh? You will guard me while I wash. I am finished. You can turn around. I will come up." He obediently turned his back to her. Bai Wanwan exchanged her wetness for a towel from her system, drying off before changing into the ancient-style garments she had acquired from the system's store a few days prior. The attire worn by the Beastmen resembled ancient robes, so she had purchased several sets, opting for simpler, understated colors to avoid drawing undue attention. Yet, even in simplicity, the long skirt clung to her form uniquely and beautifully. "I am dressed now." "Thank you," she said. Yin Lai turned around to see Bai Wanwan in a light purple dress, her dark hair cascading down, and his face reddened once more. Unable to suppress a smile, she found his bashfulness endearing. No need for thanks. I must take my leave. She speculated that he might be a male from the He Quan tribe. Wait. Yin Lai hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to retain her attention. He bit his lip, asking, "Do you like the prey I brought you?" Uncertain of her preferences, he had chosen various game he thought she might enjoy. Yin Lai, blushing, nodded. "I am unsure of your favorite, so I brought a selection. You can tell me what you like best, and I will hunt specifically for you." Bai Wanwan, bewildered, queried, "Why are you bringing me prey?" She hardly knew him, and during the snowy season, many families struggled to feed themselves. Why would he risk the cold to hunt for her? "You saved my life, and I wish to thank you." Though his face remained flushed, his deep gray eyes fixed intently on her. The two males had watched her too closely. For the first time, he was seeing her up close, and she was precisely as he remembered, adorable and beautiful. "I saved your life. Could you clarify when I did that? Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else?" She had no memory of such an event. It seemed more likely he had confused her with another. Yin Lai, seeing her confusion, stepped closer, bridging the distance between them. A delightful scent wafted into his nostrils, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. "This little female smells divine." Chapter 91. I wish to be your beast husband. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Bai Wanwan noticed him standing there, silent and dazed, and waved her hand in front of him. Yin Lai, without thinking, grasped her wrist. As he came to his senses, he realized what he had done. His hand felt as if it had been scalded, tingling and numb. He knew he should release her, yet his fingers refused to obey. Bai Wanwan's gaze fell to his hand, gripping her wrist as she slowly raised her arm. "What are you doing?" "I didn't mean to," Yin Lai stammered, finally letting go. Bai Wanwan cast him a glance before turning to leave. Yin Lai hastily followed. Bai Wanwan's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. "Why are you still following me? You don't remember, do you?" Yin Lai, sweating profusely, implored on the snowy plains, "You saved an injured leopard." "That was me." "You were the injured leopard?" Upon realizing, Bai Wanwan saw Yin Lai's face light up with a radiant smile. "It was me." She nodded. "It's fortunate you survived. It speaks to your luck. You saved me. Without you, I would not be here." Bai Wanwan found his earnestness somewhat foolish. She had not demanded anything in return for saving his life, yet he insisted on repaying her. "You've already brought me so much prey. It's enough. You need not thank me further." With that, she turned to leave again. Yin Lai slapped his forehead, feeling foolish for not knowing how to present himself before a female. Yet he did not want to miss this opportunity. Those two males were watching her too closely, leaving him no chance to approach. Yin Lai promptly followed, his heart racing. For the first time, he desired to be near a female, to grow closer to her. After walking for some time, Bai Wanwan realized he was still following her. She halted and turned to him. "You need not follow me. My beast husband is waiting for me." She had thought this would make him understand his place. But to her surprise, a look of deep disappointment crossed his face. "When can I see you again?" "Huh? Why do you wish to see me?" Bai Wanwan crossed her arms, suddenly comprehending his intentions. Yin Lai's cheeks flushed, and he struggled to find his words. The way he blushed was quite endearing. "I really must go. I have cubs at home. I also want to be your beast husband." Yin Lai, steeling himself, confessed his feelings. How direct, indeed, for Beastman. She knew of his prowess. The system had mentioned it during their encounter on the snowy plains. It had also been incessantly chattering in her ear just moments ago. Yin Lai's features are refreshingly striking, and when his gaze fixates on a person, it evokes an intense and earnest feeling, as if his eyes contained only that individual. Yet, Bai Wanwan remains unshaken by a mere glance. With two beast husbands already, she finds herself overwhelmed. "No more. I do not desire another beast husband for now." A look of grievance immediately materializes on his clean and fresh face. A fleeting glance from Bai Wanwan ignites a pang of guilt within her. She quickly averts her gaze, deliberately infusing her tone with firmness. "Do not follow me." With that, she turns and departs. Yin Lai refrains from pursuing her, but Bai Wanwan is acutely aware of his presence trailing behind. Not long after, Zhu Xiu's figure enters her line of sight. "Zhu Xiu," she jogs towards him. Zhu Xiu extends his hand to catch her. "Have you washed up?" "Yes, it feels delightful. I shall come here every day from now on." Zhu Xiu leans slightly, lifting her off the ground. "I have never encountered a female so fond of cleanliness." Bai Wanwan beams with a smile. "Now that you have seen me, will you take me to explore the mountains?" After they had ventured far, Yin Lai remained standing at the same spot. Those two males are truly fortunate to be her beast husbands. If only he could be one as well. He would not fall short in comparison. He would offer her the very best. Why are you not leaving? Bai Wanwan looks up at him, noticing the dangerous glint in his eyes. His hand around her waist tightens further. Though Bai Wanwan has not encountered many troubles, her experiences are plentiful. She recognizes the aggressive intent in his expression. She remains silent, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief as she gazes at him. Zhu Xiu has never realized how profoundly a female could affect him. Initially, he merely wished to show her the mountains, to have some playful fun. Yet, the moment her soft body is cradled in his arms, the sweet fragrance envelopes him, capturing all his attention and stirring his emotions. This is his female. Why should he restrain himself? Almost as soon as Bai Wanwan meets his gaze, Zhu Xiu grips her neck and pulls her closer. A fervent kiss swiftly steals her breath away, but she does not yield, wrapping her arms around his neck. His hand around her waist tightens as if he wishes to meld her into him. The heat escalates, and while reason tells Bai Wanwan a halt, the male prevents a retreat. She does not know how long it lasts until she musters her last vestige of rationality to pinch him firmly. I have just given birth. I'm not yet fully recovered. The crimson in Zhu Xiu's eyes burns like wildfire, yearning to consume everything. He gently adjusts her clothing for her. Seeing him furrow his brow in distress, Bai Wanwan cannot help but chuckle. I told you, the one suffering is you, right? Zhu Xiu forcibly suppresses his desire, his voice a husky whisper. Will you be well again? Zhu Xiu grits his teeth in resolve. There will be 10 days. With that proclamation, he transforms into his beast form, his long tail coiling to envelop her. In this form, Zhu Xiu is large, and the space behind him is ample. Bai Wanwan can even recline comfortably within his curled tail. Zhu Xiu, take me to the mountain peak. Let us gaze upon a corner of this beast world from the highest point. Very well. After transforming, Zhu Xiu's speed greatly increases. In less than an hour, he brings her to the summit of a majestic mountain. Bai Wanwan is gently set down, and as she gazes at the landscape before her, her pupils widen in astonishment. Chapter 92. Zhu Xiu's past the world unfolds like a grand painting. Endless mountains stretch forth, and vibrant green forests extend until they vanish from sight, seemingly infinite. This is a beauty that cannot be witnessed in the 21st century. The sky is a brilliant blue, and beneath the dome lies a verdant expanse. Just one glance fills the heart with serenity. How many beastmen inhabit this world? How many tribes? I am uncertain. I have never ventured beyond these 100,000 mountains. The tribes I am aware of total 237. Among them, there are 3 super tribes, 12 large tribes, and over 30 medium-sized tribes, with numerous smaller tribes scattered throughout the mountains. That is quite a number. I wonder if there will ever be an opportunity to explore them all. Bai Wanwan cannot help but express her wonder. With over 200 tribes, the former Cat Clan tribe must have been one of the most inconspicuous small tribes. What is the point of visiting them all? Many small tribes are quite similar. Only the beastmen's races differ. If he had not become her beast husband, Bai Wanwan would not have inquired. If they had spent a lifetime together, she wishes to understand him better. However, upon asking, she notices Zhu Xiu's handsome brows knitting together. Have I put him in a difficult position? Bai Wanwan quickly adapts her approach. If you do not wish to speak, you need not. There is plenty of time. You can tell me when you feel ready. As she finishes speaking, her hand is enveloped in Zhu Xiu's warm grasp. Are you curious? Bai Wanwan, with her natural inclination for socializing and gossip, has always longed to know everything about him. Zhu Xiu's aura practically screams of secrets. Seeing that he is not angry, she nods vigorously, her eyes sparkling with inquisitiveness. I am an abandoned beast. What is an abandoned beast? Did you have a mate and were then cast aside? She recalls that many strays in the stray beast city were either expelled from their tribes or abandoned by their females. Could it be that Zhu Xiu has endured a similar fate? Zhu Xiu glances at her. I have no other females. There is only you. I was cast aside by my female mother and father beast. Oh, how pitiable. Bai Wanwan cannot help but feel compassion, grasping his hand tightly. It is all right. You have me now. I will never abandon you. As Zhu Xiu recalls his past, the bitterness within him is easily soothed by her words. He gazes at her face, his crimson eyes filled with sincerity. Bai Wanwan, you must honor your words. I take them seriously. Indeed, I will keep my promises. Even if misunderstandings arise, I will grant you the opportunity to explain. I will never easily abandon you. In truth, Bai Wanwan feels that the males of this beast world are rather unfortunate. A mere displeasure from a female can lead to abandonment, leaving them to become strays. Females already possess many advantages. They cannot take all while driving others to the brink. The frost in Zhu Xiu's demeanor begins to melt. Would you like to hear more? Yes, why not? Zhu Xiu chuckles lightly. Do not be frightened after you hear it. Though she initially felt fearless, his words evoke a hint of trepidation. Yet, the fruit is already within reach. Whether sweet or sour, she must take a bite. Gritting her teeth, she declares, I'm not afraid. Go on. My female mother gave birth to 3 cubs, and I consumed the other 2. As he speaks, his gaze remains fixed on Bai Wanwan, seeking her reaction to his confession. Bai Wanwan is indeed taken aback. When she first learned he was a king cobra, she felt a bit apprehensive. However, he was the one who aided her the most in Stray Beast City, and she has grown accustomed to his imposing beast form. Compared to her initial fear, she now finds comfort in his presence. Do others not consume their siblings? Bai Wanwan's curiosity is purely innocent. She believes Zhu Xiu did not do it intentionally, as he was merely a cub at that time, likely unaware of his actions. No, only I did, which is why I became an outcast and was driven away. He does not conceal anything. He hopes his female will not reject him. Yet these are his past experiences. He does not wish to lie. Bai Wanwan blinks. Then, if it were now, would you consume me? Zhu Xiu does not see fear in her eyes. Instead, he turns his gaze towards the forest ahead, uncertain. Bai Wanwan cups his face in her hands. And what about me? Would you consume me? ZH-11 tightened the corners of his mouth, their gazes locked, neither willing to look away. He was certain of one thing. He cannot bear to let any beastman harm her, nor would he ever consume her. I believe in you. You must keep your promise. Were you abandoned by your mother and father when you were still a cub? Yes. I was discarded when I was just over 30 days old. Fortunately, I was adept at hiding and did not encounter any large beasts. As I grew stronger, I began to hunt other animals. He casually recounted his early experiences, yet BIWNWN understood the harsh reality of the beast world. Surviving alone in the wild as a cub was an immense challenge. Not to mention, even with her system, she found it extremely difficult. Still cupping his face, she declared, From now on, I shall be your family. I will treat you well. If you ever feel dissatisfied with me, please tell me directly. Sometimes I may not notice. Her survival instincts were strong, fearing she might upset H-11 and be swallowed whole by him. She's expression was unprecedentedly relaxed as he lifted his hand, grasping hers to prevent her from pulling away. All right, I will tell you everything from now on. Their proximity allowed them to feel each other's breath. And BIWNWN sensed H-11 drawing closer, prompting her to rise onto her toes. This kiss was unlike She's usual fervent and possessive style. It was surprisingly gentle, as if he feared she might shatter. The tender atmosphere softened BIWNWN's heart completely. As they descended the mountain, she was enveloped in his embrace, her arms wrapped around his beastly form. Unlike their earlier encounter, it felt as if their hearts had drawn nearer. With you by my side, I fear nothing. Her hands continually caressed his fur. This time, ZH-11 did not warn her against moving as before. Instead, he indulged her every whim. The beastmen of the H-Iki tribe, upon seeing She's massive form, hurriedly made way. The females also took note of ZH-11 and the female upon his back. Zhu Eling, did I not tell you so? Is that female not more beautiful than you? Chapter 93. Leading questions. Zhu Eling had been pursued and adored by many males since childhood. Accustomed to the targeting from other females, she paid little heed to their jealousy, confident that her beast husband surpassed theirs. Should they provoke her, she would have LD teach their husbands a lesson. Zhu Eling, uninterested in further conversation, turned to leave. Little cubs, eat more and grow stronger. A small cub gently nibbled on her finger, prompting ZH-11 to swiftly come over and lift it away. Do not spoil them. They could easily injure you as they grow. After saying this, ZH-11 cast a stern glare at the cubs, who immediately whimpered, clearly frightened into submission. They're still young. Do not be so harsh. Just then, a gentle voice called from outside. WNWN. Are you there? Yes, what is it? In contrast, XNFing's voice was rather bland. BIWNWN slowly stepped outside, and upon seeing her, Zhu Eling's face lit up with a familiar smile, as if encountering an old friend. WNWN. BIWNWN thought it was rather dull, so she decided to see what Zhu Eling wanted. XNFing, you go ahead and busy yourself. I will speak with her. All right, XNFing replied before stepping back inside. WNWN. I heard you'll be living in the Iki tribe for an extended period. She affectionately linked arms with her. Then you can play with us. When it gets a bit warmer, I will take you to the river to pick fruits. They're quite sweet, and I'm certain you will enjoy them. This female was clever, using friendly overtures to gain her trust. That sounds wonderful. BIWNWN wore an innocent expression that suggested she might fall for anyone's tricks. Zhu Eling, perplexed by her smile, wondered why such powerful males would be attracted to this kind of female. She leaned closer, adopting a sisterly demeanor. WNWN, have you never left your tribe before? No, I have never left. She maintained a question-and-answer format. If you have never left, how did you find your beast husbands? I found them within the tribe, and one I picked up after the tribe was destroyed. Beasts are more formidable than others. How could she so effortlessly have acquired 3 powerful males? Do your husbands have brothers? I don't think so. Which tribe do they come from? They never told me. Since you have asked me so much, it is now my turn to ask you. Huh? Zhu Eling was caught off guard as BIWNWN began to counter-interrogate. Do you like any other males aside from your 4 husbands? BIWNWN's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Zhu Eling's sauts drifted toujours ny. And she could not help but respond with a soft Is he from the Iki tribe? No. Zhu Eling turned her head to see 2 busy males in the stone house, her competitive spirit igniting. He is a young sub-leader of the large Golden Lion tribe, with yellow tear talent, and he is quite handsome, not inferior to your 2 husbands. Speak plainly, but do not drag others down. Bei Wanwan enskoft. I do not believe it. My husband is the most formidable. Your husband is strong, but he is even stronger, and he will become the leader of a large tribe. Is that so? Then is he your husband? This question struck hard, leaving Zhu Eling's face alternating between green and white. Though he's not my husband now. He has always liked me. At that moment, Zhu Eling realized how BIWNWN had led her into revealing information instead of the other way around. I do not believe it. This statement ignited her competitive spirit. As the conversation progressed, Zhu Eling became increasingly talkative, while BIWNWN occasionally played the role of a supportive friend. When Zhu Eling finally departed from BIWNWN's home, she realized she had set out to extract information but ended up revealing her own. BIWNWN listened with great interest, uncertain of how much truth lay behind Zhu Eling's words. Regardless, it was entertaining. The weather grew warmer day by day. BIWNWN either went out for walks or experimented with cooking. She exchanged items in the system for cherries, blueberries, strawberries, and hawthorn, and set to work at the stove. XNF-ing approached her, glancing over. What are you making? Let me help. He skillfully started the fire, quickly heating the pot. BIWNWN walked over and poured a bag of white powder into the pot. As the temperature increased, the powder melted into a viscous consistency. She had already skewered the fruits with branches, creating beautiful clusters. The fruits from his system were all of exceptional quality and taste. She carried the plate to the pot, saying to XNF-ing, "You must try this. It is delicious." The sweet aroma reminded her of gourds, causing her mouth to water. She swiftly dipped a skewered strawberry into the pot, rolled it around, and quickly pulled it out. Holding a strawberry, she offered it to XNF-ing's mouth. "Try this." XNF-ing never refused her requests, opening his mouth gently to bite down on the strawberry she presented. "Is it good?" she asked as she fed another strawberry to herself. The sweet and tangy flavor melded perfectly, making it delightful. In truth, XNF-ing was not particularly fond of fruity things. "It is good." BIWNWN could see he was merely trying to please her, and she smiled, saying, "If you do not like it, do not force yourself. If you do not eat, I will eat more." With that, she took a skewer and walked to where ZH-11 was handling the prey. "Open your mouth." ZH-11 did not even look up, taking a hawthorn gourd from her hand. Before BIWNWN could ask, ZH-11 spoke first. "Delicious. What is this fruit? I have never seen it before. This is called hawthorn. In this world, all fruits are wild. There may be similar tastes, but none are exactly alike." Bai Wanwan devoured 4 skewers of hulu in one go. As she approached the door with the 5th skewer in hand, she looked up and spotted a seemingly young female standing at the base of the wall, fixated on the hulu in her grasp, swallowing several times. Bai Wanwan waved the skewer playfully and smiled, asking if she wanted some. However, the female lowered her head, unable to meet her gaze. Bai Wanwan noticed that the beast skin she wore was tattered, her hair disheveled, and there were even wounds on her face. The female, with her head down, attempted to leave, but was halted by Bai Wanwan's approaching footsteps. Soon, the footsteps came to a stop before her. Cautiously, she lifted her head and beheld a face so beautiful that it nearly took Bai Wanwan's breath away. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, yet her eyes darted away, unable to hold Bai Wanwan's gaze. This was the first time Bai Wanwan encountered such a shy female, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Am I that frightening? Why do you avoid looking at me? At last, the female's gaze settled on Bai Wanwan's face, her eyes widening in awe. What a stunning female! Bai Wanwan extended the skewer towards her, saying, "Here, this is for you." The enticing aroma that had made the female salivate moments earlier wafted toward her, and she couldn't resist reaching out to accept the offered treat. Lowering her gaze to examine what she held, she brought it to her nose and inhaled deeply. How fragrant! Without a second thought, she took a lick, her eyes instantly sparkling as if stars had ignited within them. Bite after bite, she quickly devoured the skewer entirely. By this time, dusk was approaching, and she glanced towards Bai Wanwan's house. Immediately, she turned and headed home, rummaging through her belongings until she found a piece of jerky. The following morning, when Bai Wanwan stepped outside, she discovered a strip of dried meat at her doorstep. It was evident someone had deliberately placed it there. Pondering for a moment, Bai Wanwan picked up the meat and set it aside, telling Xian Feng, "I'm taking the cubs out to bask in the sun." As she spoke, she called out to the cubs. 1, 2, 3, for cubs came running out, but one was notably absent. In the past few days, Zhu Xiu and Xian Feng had been alternating in handling their prey. However, in most instances, Zhu Xiu went out hunting while Xian Feng remained home to process the catch. If they intended to stay in the He Quan tribe for an extended period, their food reserves were woefully insufficient. Upon hearing this, Xian Feng promptly rose to join the search. Bai Wanwan had nearly turned the house upside down, but still couldn't find the missing cub. Xian Feng, the cub is gone. Xian Feng furrowed his brow yet reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll look for it. The cub can't have strayed far from the tribe. As long as it's within the tribe, it won't be too dangerous." Xian Feng departed swiftly while Bai Wanwan felt anxious, searching both inside and outside the house again, but still found nothing. Waiting at the door for a while, her heart raced, feeling as if it were being clawed by a cat, making it impossible to remain still. After a moment's thought, she decided to search in another direction within the tribe. As she walked, she called out, hoping the cub would hear her voice and come out from hiding. However, after searching for quite some time and straying far from her dwelling, she still saw no sign of the cub. Could it have run this far? Many beastmen along the roadside regarded her with curiosity, whispering and pointing. Bai Wanwan boldly approached them and asked, "Have you seen a wolf cub? Silver-colored, with black markings on its head?" They all shook their heads. She had no choice but to continue her search. As she passed the entrance of an alley, she thought she heard the sound of a cub's cries. She paused to listen closely, but it seemed the noise was drowned out by the raucous chatter of females. Instantly redirecting her path, she ventured into the alley. The houses in the He Quan tribe were relatively orderly, with alleys arranged in a grid. The further she walked, the clearer the sound of the females became, while the cries of the cub faded away. Worry filled her heart, and her steps quickened. After walking several meters and turning right, she spotted a group of females huddled together. The sound of the cub echoed from within their midst. Bai Wanwan dashed forward, pushing aside the females in her way. "What are you doing?" She ignored their shouts and continued to shove through until she finally caught sight of her cub. It was being held by a female who was yelling at the others surrounding her. Upon seeing Bai Wanwan, the cub leaped with excitement, abandoning its fierce cries for a whimper of distress. Bai Wanwan hurried over, helping the injured female to her feet while cradling her cub in her arms. The cub, catching the scent of its mother, seemed to realize it had caused trouble and buried its head in her embrace, refusing to look up. Bai Wanwan found its timid demeanor amusing and gently tapped its head before turning to inquire with the female before her. The female, upon noticing Bai Wanwan, glanced nervously at the group of females behind her. "Forget about it. Just take your cub and go." Each of the females appeared robust and intimidating, several with menacing expressions. "Who are you?" A female dressed in tattered yellow beastskin glared at Bai Wanwan, her eyes narrowed. Bai Wanwan paid her no mind and continued, "Are they trying to harm my cub? Did you help protect it?" The female shook her head. "I found a cub on my way and encountered them. They were targeting me." Bai Wanwan regarded her, noting her honesty despite the opportunity to twist the narrative to her advantage. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, who knows where this cub would be now? Sure, get over here. The narrow-eyed female pointed angrily at Sure, her gaze fierce as she glared at Bai Wanwan. Her threat unmistakable. Sure bit her lip and quietly urged Bai Wanwan, "You should leave quickly, or they will bully you too." Had this female, named Sure, not rescued her cub, Bai Wanwan might have chosen to mind her own business and avoid the trouble. Was the ice hulu delicious yesterday? Sure was momentarily taken aback, staring at her in confusion. Bai Wanwan smiled at her. "If you liked it, I'll make you more in a couple of days." Since her youth, Sure had been bullied by females due to her low fertility and unattractive appearance, and with her parents long gone, she had grown accustomed to enduring it, believing it would eventually pass. However, the voice of the female blocking her way interrupted her thoughts. "I still have things to discuss with Sure. You all should leave now." The group of females stared at Bai Wanwan, their expressions a mix of disbelief. "She letting us leave? This outsider, does she know who she is provoking? If you cross her, you can forget about staying in the He Quan tribe." Bai Wanwan patted the cub's head and blinked, asking, "Who is she, really?" "Her family is the largest clan in our tribe. If you offend her, you'll have antagonized half the beastmen in the He Quan tribe." That was indeed a formidable connection. Bai Wanwan nodded, while the narrow-eyed female assumed she had conceded, scoffing, "Just get lost. If you get involved with Sure, I'll deal with you too. May I inquire about the strongest male in your tribe and his rank?" The narrow-eyed female proudly lifted her chin, declaring, "The top green-tier powerhouse of the entire He Quan tribe. Our family has 8 of them." Bai Wanwan smiled slightly. "So the most gifted is green tier?" "Yes. You outsider female, how much longer you can keep this up? Just hurry and leave." The narrow-eyed female was clearly losing patience, fearing for Bai Wanwan's safety. Sure tugged on her Beastkin. "You should take the cub and go. They've vented their frustration on me, and I'll be fine." Bai Wanwan gently patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Then, she leisurely addressed the group of females before her. "Do you know who I am?" The narrow-eyed female bellowed. "Who cares who you are? Not knowing is not an option. After all, both my beloved mates are of yellow tier talent, so it's only fitting that I take pride in them." The narrow-eyed female, initially skeptical, scoffed, "Yellow tier? Who are you trying to fool? The pinnacle talent of our hike tribe is the green tier. As you mentioned, the highest tier in your hike tribe is indeed the green tier. Yet we're not part of the hike tribe." After Bai Wanwan finished speaking, she cast a sidelong glance at Sure and declared, "Follow me." With her child cradled in her arms, she strode confidently towards them. The squint-eyed female, utterly unconvinced, called to the other females, "I refuse to believe that her beast husband possesses only a yellow tier talent. Stop her." As the females began to approach her, Bai Wanwan extended her finger towards them. "Think carefully before you act. My beast husband has a bad temper. If anyone lays a hand on me, don't blame me for annihilating your entire clan." Chapter 95. She's infuriating. Bai Wanwan understood well the art of seizing the initiative and exerting pressure. She disdainfully glanced at the foremost individual attempting to obstruct her path. "I will remember you. Whoever strikes first, I will ensure my beast husband eliminates your entire family." Bai Wanwan usually wore a cheerful smile, but when she ceased to smile, an aura of formidable authority enveloped her, instilling an inexplicable sense of panic. Seizing the moment while the females were momentarily subdued, Bai Wanwan grasped Shure's hand and walked directly past them. "Don't look back. Hurry up and follow me." Xinfeng and Zhuxiu were indeed yellow-tier males. The key was that neither was currently by her side. In the event of a confrontation, these robust females would undoubtedly suffer due to their overindulgence. A wise man does not seek unnecessary trouble. It is prudent to retreat for now. Her pace quickened, and the pursuing females finally began to regain their composure. "This is the hike tribe. How dare an outsider act so brazenly? Stop her." The females immediately sprinted after Bai Wanwan and Sure. "What should we do now that they are gaining on us?" Shure's face, marked by injury, revealed a look of frustration, worried that he had dragged her into trouble. "You go ahead. I will hold them off." The females ran with great difficulty, resembling a cumbersome mountain in motion. Bai Wanwan didn't even need to run. A brisk walk was sufficient to maintain the distance they had just established. "Stop right there. You are infuriating. If you dare to leave, you will find yourself treated just like Sure in the hike tribe. I will deal with you every time I see you." Bai Wanwan initially intended to shake them off, but their bullying demeanor was exceedingly irritating. She wasn't tea without support. She had 2 sources of strength. Bai Wanwan halted her steps and turned to face the panting, struggling females. With the rainy and snowy seasons combined, lasting nearly 3 months, they likely spent most of their time eating and sleeping, resulting in a significant decline in their physical capabilities. Moving as slowly as a tortoise. Shall I wait for you? Sure. Hearing her provocative taunts, turned pale with fear. His mouth agape. Keep going. You're running quite well. Lift your feet a bit higher. Do you want me to personally teach you how to run? Bai Wanwan even offered her unsolicited commentary. Sure quickly interjected. Don't provoke them. Otherwise, you will truly have a hard time in the Hike tribe. He genuinely wished to protect her, not wanting her to endure the same experiences he had faced. As an outsider, she had no kin within the tribe. Offending so many females would undoubtedly complicate her future. They had just bullied you and nearly harmed my offspring. Offending them further is of no consequence. She was open-minded, believing that if one place did not welcome her, there would always be another. Having inadvertently entered this world, she felt no sense of belonging anywhere. She could belong to any place. If she felt comfortable, she would stay, and if not, she could move on. As she pondered, the females were closing in on them. Bai Wanwan tightened her grip on Shi's hand and quickened her pace. As she walked, she continued to taunt, "Wonderful. You were so close to catching us." The females' tempers flared, and they envisioned tearing her apart the moment they caught her, aiming to mar her annoyingly beautiful face. Bai Wanwan perhaps grew a bit overconfident and distracted, collided directly with a wall of flesh. A sinking feeling gripped her. Surely she and T crashed into a group of beastmen. Had she? Without even looking up, she braced herself to flee. "Did I hurt you?" The male's voice was tinged with anxiety and concern, sounding somewhat familiar. Bai Wanwan quickly raised her gaze to meet Yan Lai's slightly grayish eyes. "It's you. Quickly, step aside. I must make my escape." Yan Lai noticed the commotion behind her, where more than 10 furious females were charging towards them. "They are bullying you." This wasn't a question, but a statement. "Who allowed you to bully her?" The females, panting heavily from their exertion, could hardly respond. Before they could utter another word, a force lifted them into the air and then brought them crashing down. "Ouch! It hurts!" The females rolling on the ground were met with cries of agony. Having grown up in the Hike tribe, they had faced little hardship, with the worst being the disappointment of not obtaining the food they desired. No male had ever dared to strike them. Yan Lai had actually restrained his strength. Had he not been taught from birth that males should not harm females, that blow could have easily cost them their lives. Without lingering, Yan Lai approached Bai Wanwan after venting his frustrations. "What happened to you? Are you injured?" "I am unharmed." Bai Wanwan observed the females still moaning on the ground. This incident seemed to have escalated beyond her intentions. She had merely wished to annoy them. But now that physical force had been involved, the situation had changed. However, Yan Lai acted out of goodwill. She couldn't blame him. "While no other males have noticed yet, you must leave quickly." She glanced around, urging him onward. Yan Lai's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You care about me? You just harmed so many females from the Hike tribe. If you don't leave soon, what will happen when their males come looking for you? They cannot defeat me. Do not worry." Yan Lai wore a radiant smile like the blazing sun, his gaze fixed intently on her. "Yet we cannot linger here. We must depart." Thus, Bai Wanwan cradled her child in one arm while grasping Yan Lai's hand with the other, turning to Shi and saying, "Let us go." They needed to exit the scene swiftly. Later, should anyone question them, it could be claimed that Yan Lai was not her beast husband. Once Yan Lai departed, they would be unable to find her. Without surveillance or recordings, there was no way to accuse her of wrongdoing. All the while, Yan Lai's focus remained on the hand she held, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Bai Wanwan noticed this and thought that this male seemed overly jovial. In such a dire situation, how could he maintain such an unfazed demeanor? If the males of the Hike tribe truly attacked, no matter how formidable he was, he might not escape unscathed. As they walked, Bai Wanwan spotted Xinfeng ahead. Her heart leaped with joy, and she immediately released Yan Lai's hand to run towards him. "I found a child." Xinfeng reached out to take the child from her, his gaze sweeping over the now serious male behind her. From a distance, he had observed the male's gaze frequently darting towards Bai Wanwan, his smile radiant. Chapter 96. Yan Lai's thoughts he felt no significant sense of crisis or aversion. As long as he treated Bai Wanwan well, and she was fond of him, he would align with her perspective. After handing over the child to Xinfeng, she turned to Yan Lai and urged, "You must leave quickly. Do not let the Hike tribe capture you." Yan Lai was unfazed. In his heart, he relished the chance to converse with Bai Wanwan, even if it meant facing the males of the Hike tribe in battle. Can I come find you again? He gazed longingly at Bai Wanwan, resembling an abandoned puppy. At that moment, distant shouts could be heard. Bai Wanwan deduced that the injured females had been discovered and that the males of the tribe were searching for the assailant. You can, now hurry. He remained unhurried, while Bai Wanwan felt anxious for him. Yin Lai wore a smile that was unclouded by fear. You promised, so I shall seek you out again next time. Very well. If only his cheeks could flush crimson, and if he could be one of her beastly husbands. The din grew louder, and Bai Wanwan watched him stroll without a hint of anxiety, feeling a pang of worry for him. At last, his figure vanished around a corner. Xian Feng sensed the shift in Bai Wanwan's emotions and turned to her. Are you concerned for him? Bai Wanwan did not hide her feelings, for he had just assisted me in dealing with the tribe's females. The males of the He Quan tribe would surely go mad and not let him go if they caught him. Xian Feng was equally astonished. Aside from wandering beasts, males rarely laid a hand on females. They were raised to protect females, ensuring they were not harmed, especially not at the hands of their own kind. Why did he strike those females? Did they harm you? This possibility crossed Xian Feng's mind, causing him to frown. No, Bai Wanwan replied with a smile. I was the one who nearly drove them to madness. Yin Lai appeared midway, unaware of the context, and assumed they had harmed me, prompting his actions. Xian Feng sighed with relief. I must thank him when I see him next. While they spoke, Shi nervously approached, announcing their arrival. The males of the He Quan tribe surged forth, confronting Bai Wanwan and Xian Feng. Initially fierce, their aggression waned upon seeing Bai Wanwan. Some even clutched their own females. Mushan, is it them? The questioned female, held in a male's embrace, wailed incessantly. Bai Wanwan instantly recognized her. Was she not the one with the narrow eyes? Her kin comprised nearly half of the He Quan tribe. It is she. She and her beastly husband have harmed so many of our females. They must be captured and brought before the chieftain for punishment. The males turned their ire back to Bai Wanwan and Xian Feng, their anger reigniting. Even though Bai Wanwan was beautiful, outsiders should not bully the females of their tribe, especially after having harmed over 10 of them. You will come with us to see the chieftain. A male stepped forward, pointing at Bai Wanwan and Xian Feng. Bai Wanwan firmly declined, stating, I will not go. My beastly husband has not harmed them. They're speaking nonsense. Positioned somewhat forward, Bai Wanwan, with the squint-eyed female still being held, had not clearly seen Xian Feng's appearance earlier. At this moment, Xian Feng stepped forward, allowing her to see clearly, her gaze becoming somewhat dazed. The male from earlier was indeed handsome, yet he had struck her. Mushan held no favorable impression of Yin Lai. This male was also quite attractive, yet he was certainly not the one from earlier. After much effort, her gaze shifted from Xian Feng to Bai Wanwan. Is he also your beastly husband? He is my beastly husband, but the one who struck you is not. You lie. If he is not your husband, why did he strike us? Bai Wanwan cast her a meaningful glance, questioning whether she had committed some particularly detestable act. Females were often quite proud, especially regarding being struck by males. It was truly embarrassing to speak of. You are lying. It was you who ordered your husband to do this. Brother, quickly capture them. Let the chieftain punish them, preferably by driving them away. Upon Mushan's command, 3 burly males approached, resembling her with their narrow eyes and fierce visages. Will you leave willingly, or shall we take action? Bai Wanwan disdained the brutish appearance of these males. Both Zhu Xiu and Xian Feng appeared tall and lean from an outsider's perspective, with only slight musculature, devoid of the bulk typical of the He Quan tribe's males. Thus, the males of the He Quan tribe did not regard Xian Feng seriously. Seeing only a handsome but ineffectual male, Shi nodded blankly. He reassured Bai Wanwan, do not fear, they cannot harm you. Indeed, with you here, I am not afraid. She was well aware of the formidable strength of her 2 beastly husbands, certified by the system itself. Were it not for their support, she would surely be lurking in obscurity. A slight smile graced Xian Feng's lips. Stay back. Do not get inadvertently harmed. The males of the He Quan tribe were growing impatient. Will we fight or not? As the words fell, Xian Feng suddenly transformed into a majestic silver wolf. His long silver fur shimmered brilliantly under the sun. The males of the He Quan tribe recoiled in fright, retreating several steps. The disparity between Dog Clan and Wolf Clan was already significant, and now they faced a mutated silver wolf. Xian Feng's cold gaze swept over the He Quan males. and he raised his head to emit a wolf's howl. Are we, so many beastmen, truly unable to defeat him? Charge! The males of the He Quan tribe, despite their resistance to the superiority of the high-ranking beastmen, transformed into black dogs and encircled Xian Feng from all sides. Bai Wanwan was pulled aside by Shi, forced to watch from a distance. A dark mass of black dogs surged forth, at least 30 or 40 of them. They were closing in, gradually encircling Xian Feng. The circle shrank tighter, and Bai Wanwan's grip tightened correspondingly. Suddenly, the silver wolf at the center of the encirclement leaped forward, aiming for the black dog that had first attacked him. The remaining black dogs surged forward, a relentless tide that completely obscured that patch of silver. Shi was already in tears from fear. What should we do? Will your husband be bitten to death? Bai Wanwan took a gentle breath. He will not. Xian Feng is a yellow-tier beastman, while the strongest males of the He Quan tribe are merely green-tier. She could no longer discern the battlefield situation, only catching glimpses of black dogs being flung aside. At that moment, a whirlwind swept across the ground. In the midst of the whirlwind, dust flew, and some males were lifted by an unseen force, spinning in the air before crashing to the ground. The scene became chaotically tumultuous. A snake! There's a snake! The terrified screams of females echoed. Bai Wanwan also spotted it. At the center of the whirlwind was the familiar, massive silhouette of a snake. It slithered around the males, encircling Xian Feng, its long tail launching indiscriminate attacks. The silver wolf seized the moment to pursue, snapping at them one by one. The black dogs, besieged by the combined efforts of the two beastly beings, howled in agony, and the battle rapidly concluded. The silver wolf's fur shimmered in the sunlight, while the king cobra exuded a regal presence, the two beasts standing side by side. The males of the He Quan tribe, beaten into submission, retreated in disarray, unwilling to approach any closer. Amidst the chaos, a beastman dashed off to notify the chieftain, who was hastily making his way towards the fray. When the males of the He Quan tribe had retreated far enough, they finally saw the tardy chieftain and immediately displayed their wounds, complaining, "Chieftain, these two outsiders have harmed over 30 of our males. You must uphold justice for us." The chieftain's eyebrows and beard were white, his face lined like that of a human elder, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he turned towards Xian Feng and Zhu Xiao. "I took you in with kindness, allowing you to stay in the He Quan tribe. Why have you harmed my people?" Bai Wanwan believed that allowing men to argue would only lead to disadvantage. So she firmly grasped Shi and pushed to the forefront. The moment Xian Feng and Zhu Xiao were about to speak, they immediately changed their tune upon seeing her. Bai Wanwan had not intended to confront the chieftain directly, but after reaching the two males, she halted. "You may refrain from speaking for now. I will handle this." Zhu Xiao indulgently swayed his long tail, offering no objection. After all, with him and Xian Feng present, the He Quan tribe could not bully Wanwan. Seeing that Zhu Xiao and Xian Feng had no dissent, Bai Wanwan turned to face the chieftain of the He Quan tribe. "Every action has a consequence, chieftain. My two beastly husbands inadvertently harmed them while protecting me." The chieftain's anger made his beard quiver as he pointed at his kin. "Is this what you call inadvertent harm?" Over 30 males have sustained injuries of varying degrees, with the most severe already lying motionless on the ground. Bai Wanwan cast a glance, her face unflushed and breath steady as she nodded. "It was merely an unfortunate incident. My beast husband was overly concerned for my safety and exerted a bit too much force in his protective instinct. I still need to seek an explanation from the chieftain. My cub ventured out and was picked on by Shi, with more than 10 females led by Mu Shan attacking my young one. How could they be so ruthless as to harm a cub?" She attempted to shift the blame, questioning whether the offense of a female attacking a cub was more severe than that of her beast husband attacking a male. "You speak nonsense," Mu Shan retorted, her face trembling with rage. "We did not touch your cub." Bai Wanwan deliberately sniffled. Her delicate beauty was accentuated by her pitiful expression, as if the world owed her something. If it weren't for Shi protecting it with all his might, could such a small creature withstand your attacks? Mu Shan had long bullied Shi, and the orcs of the tribe were well aware of it. Bai Wanwan's half-truths immediately convinced the orcs of the Black Dog tribe. Mu Shan stomped her foot in fury. "Chieftain, I did not harm her cub. She is deceiving you. She is merely an outsider, and today I shall make her pay." Bai Wanwan stood her ground. "Then I shall ensure you pay for the harm done to my cub." The chieftain's lips pressed into a straight line. Had those two males been less formidable, he would not have hesitated to defend his own tribe. He quickly turned his gaze to the two males behind Bai Wanwan. This has escalated. Your cubs were unharmed, yet our tribe has suffered injuries to over 30 males. Shouldn't you provide our Black Dog tribe with an explanation? Bai Wanwan attempted to continue speaking, but her hand was suddenly grasped. Turning her head, she saw Zhu Xiao had transformed into human form and stood beside her, advising her not to waste energy on them and to take a moment to rest. Xian Feng also offered a reassuring smile. Wanwan, we can handle this, so don't worry. Since both males had spoken, she decided to remain silent and watch the scene unfold. Zhu Xiao strode confidently to stand before the chieftain of the Black Dog tribe. Despite having been a chieftain for decades, he was still overwhelmed by the intense aura emanating from Zhu Xiao. What do you want? He inquired, visibly alarmed. Chieftain, do not panic. If everyone were a bit more courteous and treated my female and cub with kindness, I would take no action. Zhu Xiao placed his hand on the chieftain's shoulder, his eyes glowing a fierce crimson. However, if your tribe's orcs cannot comply, I would not hesitate to eliminate every last one of you. The chieftain attempted to move away, but the weight of Zhu Xiao's hand felt as heavy as a mountain. You dare! With the chieftain's roar, the two males beside him instantly transformed into their beast forms, lunging at Zhu Xiao's neck. Zhu Xiao remained motionless, not even shifting into his beast form, and raised his hand to unleash his innate power. The two older males did not even graze the fur of his hide, but were hurled violently away, crashing to the ground and creating a 2-meter-wide crater. The nearby males, who had been eager to join the fray, immediately suppressed their aggression and retreated. I recall that outsiders have described my King Cobra clan as insidious, ruthless, and cruel. Do you think I would hesitate? The corner of Zhu Xiao's mouth curved into a menacing smile. All the prey you sent to us, I shall return in full. You're to take your females and leave our Black Dog tribe. We do not welcome you. Too late. Your welcome is irrelevant. What matters is where my female wishes to reside. The chieftain inhaled deeply, regretting his earlier decision to allow them to stay temporarily in exchange for promised prey. He had provoked a trouble that he could not simply dismiss. Zhu Xiao continued, his gaze sweeping over all the females and males present. Today serves only as a warning. Should you find it unsatisfactory, I would not mind consuming you all. Upon hearing this, the previously clamorous crowd gradually fell silent. We will continue to stay, and I will ensure the prey arrives on time. Bai Wanwan was taken aback by his charisma. She had initially thought her males were at a disadvantage in their verbal sparring, but it turned out he was exceptionally fierce. No one in the Black Dog tribe could match her two beast husbands, so despite their arrogance, others had to swallow their pride. As she left, she glanced over the front row of orcs, locking eyes with Mu Shan, whose gaze was filled with evident hatred, nearly bulging from her sockets. Bai Wanwan paused, turning to face her with a smile. Oh, let me add one more thing. Chapter 98. She is bullying me. Mu Shan was pulled back by her two brothers, attempting to shield her form. Don't block me. I cannot swallow her whole. Bai Wanwan raised her hand in a gesture of reassurance, signaling them not to fear. I simply wanted to inform you that Shur is my friend, and if she is bullied, I shall be displeased, and I do not hesitate to report. Though I may be a delicate female, I possess two remarkably powerful beast husbands. Mu Shan, wouldn't you agree? Mu Shan's teeth ground in frustration. She attempted several times to break free of her brother's hold to confront Bai Wanwan, but they held her firmly in place. It was only after Bai Wanwan and her beast husbands left with Shur that Mu Shan finally burst into tears. She is bullying me. Previously, she had roamed the tribe with impunity, and even Zhu Ling had to appease her when she had yet to bond with a male. Now, she found herself bullied by an outsider female. Henceforth, she would surely be ridiculed by the other females in the tribe. Zhu Ling kept her distance, observing the spectacle unfold from afar. She had often been bullied by Mu Shan in her youth, and seeing her being dealt with by Bai Wanwan brought her a sense of joy. However, as she watched Bai Wanwan's two males protectively encircle her, envy crept in her heart. She too desired formidable beast husbands like Bai Wanwan, so that even if other females were jealous, they would have to endure it silently. Afraid to utter a harsh word, she handed her cub to Xian Feng and declined his offer to assist with cooking. No, I will manage. You go inside and tend to the cubs. Once Xian Feng entered, Zhu Xiao approached her, wrapping his long arm around her waist. You truly do not wish for our assistance? No need. You both have worked hard today. I will handle it. Her beast husbands had earned her pride, and she intended to reward them well. Rising onto her tiptoes, Bai Wanwan planted a kiss on his cheek. Go handle the prey. I will call you when it is ready. Zhu Xiu's gaze fell upon her lips, but Bai Wanwan had already turned away to continue massaging the meat, allowing the marinade to penetrate deeply. Zhu Xiu remained still, the crimson light in his eyes gradually dimming, shrouded by an encroaching darkness. Before he could finish his thought, the arm around her waist tightened significantly, almost as if it would break her in two. Bai Wanwan let out a soft cry of pain, almost dropping the meat from her stone basin. Be gentler. I need to step outside. Bai Wanwan watched as he departed the stone dwelling like a gust of wind, shaking her head as she resumed massaging the meat to ensure it absorbed the marinade thoroughly. Wanwan, came Aunt Lu's voice from the entrance. Bai Wanwan halted her actions and walked to the doorway, greeting her with a smile. Aunt Lu, you've come. Aunt Lu grasped her hand. I heard about today's events. Are you all right? I am fine. What could happen to me? The trouble lies with others. That is good to hear. Mushan has many males in her family. If you can avoid conflict with her, do so. Aunt Lu meant well. Although Chief Rong claimed Wanwan was not his female, he had never mentioned any other female aside from her. This young female could bear Chief Rong's cubs, and the future was uncertain. Even if Bai Wanwan had other males by her side, Aunt Lu would keep a watchful eye. With that, she handed her a piece of tender pork. This is for you and the cubs. Bai Wanwan understood Aunt Lu's good intentions, accepting it to ease her worries. All right, Aunt Lu, I will try not to provoke her. But if she continues to trouble me, I cannot promise to hold back. Aunt Lu did not linger for long, turning to leave. Inside, the sound of the cubs' playful cries echoed, clearly enjoying their time with their father. Several cubs were in their rambunctious phase, darting about the room. Caring for the young ones is indeed exhausting. These little creatures are incessantly restless, and one must be vigilant to prevent them from escaping the stone dwelling. Bai Wanwan has witnessed their escapades 3 times already, hastily retrieving them at the entrance. Xin Feng gently pats the back of the young one, softly chiding. What trouble you've caused today, always trying to venture outside. Bai Wanwan nods in agreement, warning, if you disregard your father, you might find yourself in trouble. The cub seems to comprehend the parental admonition, burrowing into Xin Feng's embrace. Hiding away now, are we? Bai Wanwan can't help but tap its head playfully, but the cub merely grumbles in response. Where's Zhu Xiu? Xin Feng Gasu In Gui. He went out, she replies. The sizzling of fat resonates, and a delightful aroma begins to waft through the air. How enticing. She pauses her cooking, stepping to the door to peer outside. Hearing her voice, Xin Feng emerges from within. I wonder what he is up to outside. Grasping her hand, he says, the cubs are asleep. Keep an eye on them while I step out for a moment. After releasing her hand, Xin Feng exits the home. Bai Wanwan closes the door and returns inside, where several cubs lie sweetly asleep in their nest, emitting soft snores. Leaning against the sofa, she gently strokes them, drifting into a light slumber. She does not know how long she dozed, but she is awakened by a gentle shake. The room is dim, yet she can scent Xin Feng's presence. Rubbing her brow, she gradually comes to her senses, only to realize that Zhu Xiu is conspicuously absent from the shadowy room. Xin Feng, did you not find Zhu Xiu? Bai Wanwan had initially thought little of it, assuming Zhu Xiu had merely stepped out for some reason. Though Zhu Xiu's temperament is not as gentle as Xin Feng's, he has never been harmful towards her, always maintaining a respectful distance. The recent incident had nearly left her breathless, and it took her some time to recover. With such thoughts, her unease deepens. She intercepts Xin Feng, who is about to prepare meat for her, insisting, don't worry about me. A little hunger won't kill me. I'm concerned about Zhu Xiu. Please go search for him. After a moment of hesitation, Xin Feng sets down the pan. Bai Wanwan urges him several times, finally sending him out the door. Outside, the darkness envelopes everything, and the moonlight above appears shrouded in mist, the feeble glow barely illuminating the ground before her. As Xin Feng ventures further away, her visibility diminishes. Bai Wanwan indeed feels quite hungry, and with the warm season just beginning, the night air is rather chilly. Even wrapped in a layer of animal skin, she still feels cold. Reluctantly, she secures the door and tends to the fire. As the flames gradually rise, illuminating the stone dwelling, she gazes at the meat laid out on the stove, her mind wandering. It shouldn't be like this. Zhu Xiu's nature wouldn't lead him to leave in anger without cause. What could be the reason? Bai Wanwan waits, and before she knows it, the hours have slipped into the depths of night. She pushes open the door once more to check on the situation outside, noticing that some beastmen have begun to stir. Many of them glance furtively at her home, seemingly eager to distance themselves. She is not one to require social interaction to thrive, yet she would not shy away from finding joy among the crowd. At this moment, however, her mind is consumed with anxiety, pacing back and forth at the door. Chapter 99. Do not think to conceal from me. Has Xin Feng searched all night without success? Time passes slowly, and the cubs awaken, calling out in confusion upon realizing their father and mother are absent, rushing from the inner room. Upon seeing Bai Wanwan at the entrance, they whimper and scamper towards her, circling her feet. She bends down to scoop them up, heading back inside. The cubs wriggle in her arms, and she must transform into her beast form to feed a few of them. The cubs, having been forced to eat meat by their father, have rarely approached their mother lately. They compete eagerly, emitting contented growls as they protect their food. It is a challenge. Managing a single cub is difficult, and she has just given birth to 5. There may be many more in the future. Just as she feels utterly exhausted, a voice calls from outside. Sister. Bai Wanwan breathes a sigh of relief and immediately tosses the cub to its nest, standing up. Is that you, Sure? It's me. Sister. May I come in? Of course, come in. Sure cautiously enters, her eyes widening at the beautifully arranged interior. Thanks to her accrued points, Bai Wanwan has not only acquired bedding and furniture, but also decorative items, transforming the stone dwelling into a cozy haven. Sure has never encountered such a splendid abode. The peculiar trinkets and decorations adorning the walls captivating her. Sure, please help me catch that cub. Bai Wanwan gasps, having just tossed one aside only to see another dart for the door. Sure immediately looks down and spots a robust little wolf attempting to dash past her. Unlike other females, Sure is not delicate. Having endured bullying from other females since childhood, her agility allows her to swiftly scoop up the cub. Cradling it, she approaches Bai Wanwan, managing to catch another cub trying to escape. Thank goodness you're here. I'm nearly driven mad by these little ones. Sure laughs cheerfully. Then you take a break. I'll help you. That would be wonderful. Keep an eye on them while I peek outside. In truth, she hasn't slept all night, and after chasing after cubs for so long, she feels tired, hungry, and drowsy. Yet, her mind is preoccupied with worries, preventing her from resting. Dragging her weary feet, she approaches the door to glance outside. What could have happened? After standing at the door for a while, Bai Wanwan finds her hunger unbearable. She heats yesterday's leftover meat and places it on a stone plate. Sure, I've closed the door. Come out, don't worry about those cubs. All right. After a while, Sure emerges with 2 cubs in her arms, and the delightful aroma wafts over, making her stomach growl unexpectedly. Bai Wanwan beckons her. There is still some meat left from yesterday. Join me for a bite. Originally, she had prepared a quantity insufficient for the 2 males in her household. But as neither had eaten, there was plenty left over that she could not finish alone. Sure, suppressing her cravings, shakes her head and diverts her gaze. I've already eaten. Even so, you should eat a little more. Bai Wanwan notices that Shure's slender frame is unlike any other female she has seen in the beast world. Most females are pampered and do not have to lift a finger, with males providing food directly. Only those with extremely low fertility might go hungry. Without needing to inquire about Shure's past, Bai Wanwan can surmise that she, too, might be a female of low fertility, much like the original owner. She rises, placing the cubs on the ground, pulling Shure to sit down. Just join me for a meal. I have no appetite right now, but if I see you eat, perhaps I can eat a bit more. She must remain with the cubs, for where else could she go? She is not a male endowed with innate talents. Beyond anxiously waiting here, she has no other options. She can only adjust her mindset, reassuring herself that with 2 highly gifted males, she need not fret excessively. Shure's presence indeed brings her a sense of relief. Initially hesitant, Shure finds the flavors irresistible, unable to resist devouring one piece after another, inadvertently consuming more than she intended. I've finished it all, Shure exclaims, her face flushed, realizing the rarity of the food she has just eaten. So what if it's all gone? If it isn't enough, I can prepare something else for you. As she speaks, Bai Wanwan's attention drifts momentarily. Turning her head, she notices Shure's eyes glistening with unshed tears, fixed unwaveringly upon her. Bai Wanwan is taken aback. What's the matter? Shure pouts, her not-so-pretty face radiating an endearing innocence. No beastman has ever treated me this well, she sobs. Yet, Having traversed into this world and merged with the original owner's memories, Bai Wanwan can deeply empathize with Sure's emotions. Reaching out, he gently patted her shoulder, acknowledging their shortcomings. "Look at you, so kind, willing to protect my young ones, urging me to flee in the face of danger, and even assisting me with the little ones just now. On the contrary, you are the finest female orc I have ever encountered." In an instant, SH forgot her tears, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Really? Indeed. If others bully you, it does not reflect poorly on you. Your birth and fertility are beyond your control. It is the vile females like MSHN who are truly detestable. However, if she were to encounter someone as fierce as I, she would have no choice but to endure." SH, her cheeks flushed, stammered, "No, you are not a vile female." "Silly SH, I do not treat other females in this manner. When confronted with wicked females, I must be even more formidable." While speaking to her, BIWNW, Inna glanced toward the closed door 5 times. SH finally sensed something amiss. "Sister, what are you looking for?" Without hesitation, she declared, "I will help you search. I'm quite familiar with the area." BIWNW immediately shook her head. "That won't do. The outside is perilous. You are a female and cannot leave the tribe recklessly." SH lowered her voice, insisting, "I often go out to forage. I know this vicinity well, truly." Just then, the stone door was pushed open from the outside. Several young ones attempting to sneak out were startled and jumped back. Recognizing their father, they rushed forward once more. BIWNWN also stood up from her seat and walked towards him, her eyes peering outside. "Still no luck?" XNF Aang's expression bore a hint of seriousness. "I found something." BIWNWN sighed in relief, leaning forward to look outside. "But what about the others?" She scrutinized his face. "Are you hiding something from me?" XNF Aang took her hand in his. "I haven't concealed anything from you. I merely did not want you to worry. If you do not tell me, I will worry." "Has she encountered trouble? You must tell me everything." Chapter 100. You cannot. XNF Aang hesitated to respond, glancing at SH behind her. BIWNWN, preoccupied with concerns about she did not press for more. "Okay, I will seek you out when I am free." SH dared not look at XNF Aang any longer and quickly walked past them. Once SH departed, BIWNWN clutched XNF Aang's sleeve. "Do not frighten me. What is really happening? I'm not trying to scare you. It is just that she's condition is unclear, and we cannot disclose it to other orcs." "I understand. Please continue." "She has lost control and cannot recognize me. I cannot approach him." "Lost control?" BIWNWN recalled a previous instance when his body temperature had been extremely high. "Take me to see him." "We cannot go. He is very dangerous in his current state." BIWNWN was uneasy. After all, she possessed a system that could assist him should anything go awry. "I will not feel at ease until I see him. Please take me." XNF Aang furrowed his brow, reluctant to risk taking WNWN into danger. Yet, her soft plea made it impossible for him to refuse. Unaware of his thoughts, BIWNWN, seeing his stern expression without a word, assumed he disagreed. She quickly shook his sleeve again. "I will only look from a distance, I promise. If there is real danger, you must take me away immediately, all right?" Her intention was to assist she, but she did not wish to sacrifice her own life. Therefore, she would certainly act within her limits. Ultimately, XNF Inc. could not bear to refuse her. "I will take you to have a look. If the situation seems off, we will leave immediately. Do not worry too much. His talent is formidable. He is not mutated even in the Beast City, so he will be fine." After advising her, XNF Inc. gathered several young ones into a basket and transformed into his beast form, allowing the female to ride on his back. He spread his limbs and sprinted towards the forest outside the tribe. The weather had noticeably warmed, the sun casting a gentle warmth upon their backs. BIWNWN held tightly to XNF Aang's neck as enormous leaves brushed past them. After running for quite some time, BIWNWN noticed XNF Aang slowing down. She quickly raised her head to ask, "Have we arrived?" "Yes." BIWNWN sat up straighter, her eyes focused ahead. A cacophony of sounds emerged, creating a significant commotion. A silver wolf darted through the underbrush. And BIWNWN pushed aside the last of the large leaves obstructing her view. Before her lay a cascading waterfall, the sound of rushing water incessant. She tugged at the silver wolf's fur around its neck. Where is She? Look down. Biwnwn leaned slightly, peering below. In the pool at the base of the waterfall coiled a massive beast. She transformed into a giant king cobra. His eyelids were closed, and he remained motionless, whether napping or otherwise, surrounded by a shroud of black mist. The sight was overwhelmingly oppressive and uncomfortable. Were those things surrounding him? Effing shook his head honestly. I'm not sure. Despite their efforts to keep their voices to a minimum, the immense sound of the waterfall was overwhelming. Suddenly, the king cobra's eyes snapped open, turning to gaze at them. Biwnw noticed that his familiar eyes were entirely black. Her heart sank. This is bad. Exclaimed, turning and leaping away. Just as they vacated their previous position, she surged towards them, his long tail crashing down where they had just stood. Understanding she's combat prowess in his uncontrolled state, dared not linger, fearing that a misstep might harm WNWN. Two exceptionally gifted mutated beasts left behind fleeting shadows in the forest. Realizing she was closing in on them, he would inevitably catch up if this continued. Can you still hear my voice? She attempted to communicate with him, but the ink-black eyes betrayed no emotion. You cannot harm us. We are your family. Do you not remember? Regardless of whether's age, she could hear her. Biwnwn persisted. Can you hear me? Have you forgotten that you are my beast husband? I have yet to bear you a litter of young. Suddenly, leaped onto a branch, and she's massive head moved closer, flicking out his crimson tongue. As the distance closed, she locked onto the silver wolf, carrying her. His long tail lashed out, and Biwnwn's heart raced. Dodged left and right, using his innate abilities to defend himself, always careful not to harm However, she was completely devoid of reason, each strike ruthless and vicious, as if he wished to eliminate in a single blow. Sensing the dire situation, Biwnwn hastily called upon the system. Quickly, check on she's condition. Do I have enough points to save him? It is impossible. He has been cursed, and your points are far from sufficient. The points she had painstakingly accumulated were insufficient when she needed them most. Biwnwn, exasperated, asked, can you offer any constructive advice? If this continues, my two beast husbands will turn against each other, and I will never bear any young. With no alternatives, she had to exploit the system's weaknesses. The system, impervious to persuasion, would not extend credit for points. The only leverage she had was the prospect of not bearing young. Immediately, the system responded, he has absorbed energy stones, which have partially alleviated the curse's power, retaining some rationality. As long as you can awaken him, he will not harm you or your other beast husband. Then tell me how to awaken him. That depends on the host's own efforts. I do not know. Isn't that just empty talk? In the brief exchange with the system, was already sent flying by she's tail. Biwnwn was unprepared and fell directly from Ng's back, landing face first onto the ground. The pain made her wince, spitting out the grass in her mouth. What sin had she committed to endure such suffering? Had she not fortuitously landed in a thick patch of grass, she surely would have broken her waist in the fall. Stop. That is our wife. You cannot harm her. Biwnwn felt a jolt in her heart, the hairs on her back standing on end. Slowly, she turned her head to look behind her. You cannot. Zhu Xiu, however, paid no heed, fixated on the female before him, his immense, beastly maw gape. Chapter 101. What is he doing? Bai Wanwan was already petrified, her gaze fixed on the flickering forked tongue he emitted. A bewildering thought crossed her mind. She doubted her entire frame could fill his mouth. Xin Feng rushed towards her, shouting as he ran, Wanwan, move aside quickly. Zhu Xiu, look closely, I am Bai Wanwan. Do you truly intend to swallow me? In this life-and-death moment, Bai Wanwan unexpectedly threw caution to the wind, directly reaching out to touch Zhu Xiu's beastly form. Her fingers trembled slightly. He still had reason, didn't he? Can you recognize me? The obsidian eyes of the king cobra narrowed, as if appraising her, or perhaps discerning the meaning behind her words. Seeing that he did not immediately consume her, Bai Wanwan hastily continued, Zhu Xiu, trust me, you can control yourself. You encountered a similar situation in the cave last time, right? Ultimately, You triumphed over your inner turmoil. You can do it again this time. Yet, she raised her hand, signaling him to stay back and refrain from any rash movements. Zhu Xiu's current state was precarious. Should Xin Feng provoke him, he might inadvertently consume himself, sealing their fate. Receiving Bai Wanwan's signal, Xin Feng ceased his advance but remained nearby, anxiously vigilant, ready to intervene. Zhu Xiu, please take a good look. I am your partner, Bai Wanwan. Her hands cradled his approaching head, her eyes filled with utmost sincerity. Yet, her heart raced with fear. If I have played with fire, how did I not foresee the danger of simply coming to observe? You must protect me. A willing host like me is rare, wouldn't you agree? The system, mimicking human size, replied, Host, I am unable to intervene or assist you. The outcome rests solely upon you. I believe in you. You can do it. It seemed the unreliable system was of no use. Zhu Xiu's head drew near to Bai Wanwan, leaving scarcely any distance between them. Her breath quickened, instinctively leaning back to create a semblance of safety. Not far away, the silver wolf crouched slightly, prepared to pounce. Do not bite me. I am frightened. Bai Wanwan hesitated, her feet unwilling to move. Yet, before she could take a step, her body was suddenly ensnared by his long tail. The silver wolf leaped, but was a moment too late, as Zhu Xiu coiled around Bai Wanwan right under his gaze. Zhu Xiu, enshrouded in dark energy, advanced towards the silver wolf that had followed him. With visibility impaired, the wolf navigated through the obscuring black mist, relying on instinct and sound. Soon, he burst forth from the darkness, yet before him lay no trace of Bai Wanwan. Wanwan, Xin Feng scoured the nearby woods, having circled multiple times without finding Zhu Xiu or Bai Wanwan. Anxious and desperate, he continued his search through the forest of the beast world, where the trees towered, casting shadows that obscured the sky. She lost all sense of direction, and with Zhu Xiu's speed, she was entirely unaware of the places they traversed, only knowing they weaved through the forest. As dusk descended, Zhu Xiu burrowed with her into a cavern. The cave was profound. Zhu Xiu glided with her for what felt like ages without reaching the end. The darkness of the cave rendered Bai Wanwan blind to her surroundings. Although accompanied by her beastly husband, he now felt more perilous than a stranger. Zhu Xiu, please regain your senses. It is too dark and I am scared. Uncertain if Zhu Xiu had returned to reason, Bai Wanwan sensed a brief pause in his beastly form. Just a fleeting second later, Zhu Xiu resumed his descent into the depths. The cave seemed interminable. She felt herself sliding up and down intermittently. Then, she heard the sound of water. It must be an underground river. Just as she finished contemplating her surroundings, Zhu Xiu unceremoniously tossed her to the ground, his movements still rough, causing her to collide with the cavern wall. Bai Wanwan cursed herself once more for meddling in matters that did not concern her. Was it not preferable to rest upon a soft mattress with cozy blankets in the tribe? Why subject herself to such torment? But thinking of Zhu Xiu, she decided that, as his rightful partner, she could not view him as a mere stranger. Silence enveloped her surroundings, and, as she turned her head to survey, it was so dark that nothing was discernible. Zhu Xiu, are you there? Her scalp tingled, and she obediently closed her mouth. What if she irritated him and he truly consumed her? It was better to minimize her presence, hoping to escape quietly while he was out hunting. Her mind raced, devising an escape plan en route. Lost in thought, exhaustion overcame her, and she closed her eyes. Before long, a sudden jolt awakened her. She had actually fallen asleep in such circumstances. Zhu Xiu, she tentatively called out softly. Increasing her volume slightly, she repeated, Zhu Xiu. Bai Wanwan hurriedly felt her way up against the cavern wall, navigating slowly towards the exit based on memory. As she continued, she seemed to have genuinely found a way out, moving smoothly onward. Zhu Xiu must have indeed gone hunting, allowing her to progress so effortlessly. Before she realized it, she had reached the cave's opening. Suddenly, her vision brightened, and she squinted against the light, hesitating at the threshold. Would venturing out lead her to become another beast's meal? Should she go or stay? Alarmed, Bai Wanwan stumbled. Zhu Xiu had not gone hunting? Then why had he silently followed her all this time? Zhu Xiu approached, coiling around her and lifting her from the ground, his massive form gliding smoothly. Soon, they exited the cave. She was uncertain of Zhu Xiu's intentions, but after a day and night, he had not harmed her. Her safety seemed temporarily assured. The hissing sound of the flickering tongue captured Bai Wanwan's attention. She tilted her head forward to see Zhu Xiu's colossal head thrusting forward, and in the next moment, he seized a wild boar, slamming it heavily to the ground. The boar struggled to rise, but was too gravely injured. Zhu Xiu lifted it again, only to slam it down once more. Bai Wanwan watched, perplexed. What was he doing? Zhu Xiu used his long tail to position her beside the wild boar before releasing her. Bai Wanwan tumbled to the ground, landing right beside the boar. Chapter 102. Quite frightening. The pungent odor of blood and viscera assaulted Bai Wanwan's nostrils. Unable to contain herself, she turned her head aside and began to retch. As she struggled, she noticed movement nearby and looked up to see Zhu Xiu, undeterred, wrapping his tail around the boar again and presenting it to her. What are you doing? She asked, only to realize that he was indeed trying to provide her with food. Recognizing that her tone may have been too harsh, Bai Wanwan quickly softened her voice. This is far too foul and large. I cannot eat it. The king cobra, seemingly oblivious to her words, held his massive head before her, his pitch-black eyes devoid of discernible emotion. Bai Wanwan gazed up at him, attempting to gauge his understanding. Do you comprehend? If not, I can explain again. As her words fell, she found herself ensnared once more. Zhu Xiu coiled around her and continued navigating through the forest, while Bai Wanwan, perched on his back, dared not make any sudden movements. The forest was perilous. If he faltered, she risked being preyed upon by other beasts. Zhu Xiu, where are you going? After a moment's wait, Bai Wanwan quickly pushed herself up against the cavern wall, deftly racing to the cave entrance, peering outside. The mouth of the cave was shrouded in towering trees, and the dark, deep recesses seemed to harbor countless ferocious beasts, poised to leap out and seize her at any moment. A low growl from her stomach reminded Bai Wanwan that it had been quite some time since she last ate. While Zhu Xiu was away, she exchanged her points in the system space for a delightful tiramisu, devouring it in just a few bites. The sweetness lifted her spirits, alleviating the weight of her earlier gloom. Even though boredom began to creep in, she remained patient. After contemplating the depths of the cavern for the umpteenth time, she entertained the thought of venturing inside. Yet, gazing into the enveloping darkness felt akin to staring into the gaping maw of an abyssal beast, and a shiver ran down her spine. Perhaps it was better to refrain? Her brow furrowed, a battleground of primal fear and concern for Zhu Xiu. After much hesitation, her worry for Zhu Xiu ultimately triumphed over her trepidation. With steely resolve, she stepped forward into the unknown. However, after only a few paces, a sound echoed from within the cave. The colossal body of a king cobra emerged from the shadows. Just as it opened its mouth, Zhu Xiu struck with his tail. Then, something began to rain down thickly. At that moment, Bai Wanwan remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. When she finally comprehended that she was surrounded by an overwhelming number of rodents, her heart raced, and she leapt as if propelled by springs, shrieking and hopping on her toes. Hurry, get these things away from me. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never encountered anything more repulsive or spine-chilling. Rodents swarmed around her in a dense mass. Overcome by fright, her limbs betrayed her, and she inadvertently stepped on several. Her complexion turned ghastly pale. Zhu Xiu, save me. Quickly, get me out of here. The king cobra coiled nearby, recalling that the female was particularly fond of such creatures. Surely, she would relish them. Hearing her screams, he tilted his head, seemingly trying to discern her predicament. Bai Wanwan was nearly petrified with fear, and she could guess Zhu Xiu's intentions. I don't eat rats. It's too disgusting. You must remove them at once. This time, Zhu Xiu appeared to comprehend her distress. With a flick of his long tail, he extricated her from the suffocating horde of dead rodents. Gasping for breath against his serpentine body, she felt tears welling in her eyes due to the shock and excitement. Zhu Xiu, what on earth are you doing? She was at her breaking point. One dead rat was revolting enough, but there were at least 100 here. Bai Wanwan was infuriated, wishing to speak not a word. After fuming for a while, she realized that this male was not in his right mind. What could he understand? It felt like striking a wall, an exercise in futility. She could only seethe in silence, leaning against the wall with her eyes shut. As time passed, her anger gradually dissipated. After consuming only a small piece of cake over several hours, hunger soon returned. She craved something warm, and after casting a glance at Zhu Xiu, she cautiously rose to venture outside. Zhu Xiu did not hinder her, merely following at a safe distance, curiosity evident in his demeanor. Bai Wanwan scanned her surroundings. gathering some dry twigs and leaves. Given the current conditions, she could not prepare any other food. Roasting a potato and corn would suffice. Extracting a flint from the system space, she rubbed it against the dry leaves. The flint sparked easily, igniting the leaves after a few attempts, and the cave brightened. Just as she celebrated her small triumph, a massive figure approached swiftly. With a crack, the flame was extinguished. Stunned for a solid 5 seconds, Bai Wanwan finally looked up at Zhu Xiao. She inhaled deeply. Their gazes collided, and while she remained silent, her eyes flickered with a fiery determination. "Hold on," she repeated emphatically. "I am hungry. I need to start a fire to cook. Do not extinguish it again." Testing her resolve, she crouched down to reignite the fire. Keeping her eyes fixed on Zhu Xiao, the flames reignited the dry leaves, but Zhu Xiao seemed agitated again, his tail rising sharply. Bai Wanwan sprang to her feet, positioning herself in front of him, commanding, "Do not move." At her shout, the king cobra blinked, and his raised tail gradually lowered. It was a relief to know he understood. Bai Wanwan resumed her efforts to kindle the fire, grumbling, "When will you recover? You torment me daily. I fear I cannot endure much longer." Zhu Xiao stood rigidly beside her, like a sentinel. As the fire grew, he repeatedly contemplated extinguishing it. Bai Wanwan kept a watchful eye on him, and, at any sign of movement, she shot him a glare, determined to protect her flickering flame. Unable to extinguish the fire, Zhu Xiao opted to glide behind the petite female, ready to whisk her away at the first sign of danger. Bai Wanwan exchanged points in the system space for potatoes and corn, burying the potatoes in the fire while skewering the corn to roast slowly. As she tended to her meal, her gaze drifted to Zhu Xiao, noticing that the dark mist surrounding him appeared lighter than the day before. A flicker of satisfaction warmed her heart. The trials she endured were not in vain. Chapter 103. A gamble since Zhu Xiao allowed her to tend to the fire. Over the next 2 days, Bai Wanwan intentionally prepared cooked meals. At first, Zhu Xiao watched her with keen vigilance, but gradually his demeanor relaxed. Bai Wanwan sensed that although he had reverted to his beast form, he bore no hostility towards her. In fact, he had repeatedly acted to protect her. "Zhu Xiao, I wish to bask in the sun. Please carry me outside." She leaped onto his serpentine body, softening her tone as she spoke. In those moments, a hint of trepidation lingered within her. Before her stood a feral beast devoid of self-awareness, capable of consuming her at any moment. Yet Bai Wanwan did not falter. She smiled at him, feeling that her closeness to Zhu Xiao lightened the oppressive darkness surrounding him. Off we go. Upon exiting the cave, the immense form of the king cobra weaved through the forest. He moved slowly, and Bai Wanwan lay comfortably on his back, feeling no jostling, even contemplating a nap. As she lay there half awake, a flash of something white caught her eye in the distance. Instantly alert, she opened her eyes wide, and a familiar figure came into view. It was Xian Feng. After enduring Zhu Xiao's antics with wild boars and dead rats, seeing Xian Feng now filled her with warmth and excitement. Just as she was about to wave at Xian Feng, she noticed him raise a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The king cobra glided leisurely forward, soon reaching the precipice of a waterfall. Amidst the sound of rushing water, Bai Wanwan saw a figure vanish into the distant river. She promptly tapped Zhu Xiao's body, exclaiming, "I want to go for a swim." Zhu Xiao seemed to understand, coiling around her and leaping down the waterfall. Water splashed around her, drenching her completely. The sensation of weightlessness was exhilarating, akin to riding a roller coaster, before Zhu Xiao gently set her down. He extended his long tail, guiding her into the pool below. Bai Wanwan waved at him, saying, "You need not accompany me. I can swim on my own." Seeing that Zhu Xiao had no intention of entering the water, she dove in headfirst. As she submerged deeply, she spotted Xian Feng's figure. Before she could swim over, he was already approaching her. Their distance closed rapidly, and Xian Feng enveloped her in a tight embrace, their bodies pressed closely together. Unable to speak underwater, they could only struggle to see each other clearly. Xian Feng gestured with his hands, but she could not decipher his meaning. Just as she was about to shake her head, the male grasped the back of her head, and a searing kiss descended upon her. His kiss was fervent and intense, and Bai Wanwan tilted her head in response. Xian Feng's arms tightened around her, as if pouring all his concern and longing into that embrace. Bai Wanwan found herself breathless from the kiss, and as she craned her neck back, she suddenly noticed a massive shadow looming over the water surface. In a panic, she forcefully pushed Xin Feng away and swiftly swam towards the surface. The water was deep, a verdant green hue that obscured the view below. After Bai Wanwan emerged, concealing her unease, she waved at Zhu Xiu with a smile, saying, "Hi, I wish to play a little longer." Bai Wanwan slowed her breathing and circled around him 3 times before she intended to dive deeper. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the side, wrapping around her waist. Startled, she quickly pushed him towards the edge of the pond, where a protruding rock conveniently obscured their view from above. Just as she was about to speak, Xin Feng gently tapped her lips. He leaned closer, whispering in a hushed tone, "You lack the ability to speak without being heard by him. Just listen to me." Bai Wanwan nodded in understanding. Xin Feng embraced her, allowing her to lean against him without exerting any effort. "The terrain here is unsuitable. I cannot take you today. I will come for you next time he goes hunting." Hearing that she could not leave with him left her slightly disappointed, causing her lips to involuntarily pout. Xin Feng sighed softly. "He is not in his right mind now. I fear you may be harmed if a confrontation arises." Bai Wanwan understood he was considering her well-being. She reached up to wrap her arms around his neck and leaned in to kiss him. It had been a few days since she last saw him, and she truly missed him. Xin Feng held her waist with one arm and grasped the back of her neck with the other, pulling her into the water. In the water, where there was nowhere to gain footing, Bai Wanwan was held tightly by him. Eventually, after much play, she felt utterly exhausted. Xin Feng, mindful of the time, despite his reluctance, brought her back to the surface. They hid beneath the protruding rock. Xin Feng caressed her slightly swollen, reddened lips with his fingers. His eyes filled with lingering emotions. "Wait for me to come for you." Bai Wanwan could only nod, watching him turn and dive back into the water, her heart heavy with melancholy. Once she composed herself, she pretended to swim for a couple of laps before waving to Zhu Xiu on the shore. "Zhu Xiu, I've had enough of soaking. Let us go." Zhu Xiu, who had been dozing, opened his eyes slightly and, after glancing at her, swiftly coiled his long tail around her. With a leap, he swam upstream against the waterfall. Just as they surged upward, they startled a group of beastmen. King Cobra. The beastmen were taken aback, immediately launching an attack against Zhu Xiu. Bai Wanwan watched in dismay as dark mist poured out from Zhu Xiu's beastskin. This is bad. She had worked hard for 2 days to lighten the black mist on him, and now was escalating into a frenzy. Zhu Xiu's powerful tail swept out, knocking 2 beastmen aside. The remaining beastmen began to unleash their abilities, surrounding Zhu Xiu from all sides. "Wait," Bai Wanwan called out, "don't attack. He is not a beast. He is my beast husband." The male beastmen, unsure of which tribe they belonged to, realized it would be troublesome if Zhu Xiu killed them all. They had not anticipated the presence of a beautiful female behind the king cobra, and in their moment of distraction, Zhu Xiu's attack struck. 7 or 8 beastmen were downed, 3 of them injured. "He is actively harming his kind and injuring so many of our males." Zhu Xiu disregarded their words, rampaging through their ranks. "Zhu Xiu, calm down." His pupils had turned pitch black, and he opened his beastly jaws, hissing ominously, as if summoned from the depths of hell. Bai Wanwan felt a surge of urgency. The situation had stabilized, and yet they encountered these beastmen causing chaos. If this continued, they would all perish, and Zhu Xiu would spiral into madness, potentially dragging her down with him. "You cannot defeat him. Quickly take the injured males and leave." The beastmen recognized they were no match for Zhu Xiu. Their teeth clenched in frustration, but they dared not attack further. Following Bai Wanwan's command, they assisted the wounded and prepared to flee. Yet, Zhu Xiu pursued them relentlessly. "Zhu Xiu, don't chase." Gritting her teeth, she decided to take a gamble. Chapter 104. Xin Feng arrives. Bai Wanwan leaped from his back, intending to chase after the beastmen. But Zhu Xiu immediately sensed the lightness on his back and swiftly turned his head. As he saw Bai Wanwan about to land, his tail swept out, catching her once more. This delay allowed the previous beastmen to escape quite a distance. "Oh, Zhu Xiu, my leg hurts." Fearing he would pursue again, Bai Wanwan began to whine. She rolled about on his back, exclaiming how much it hurt. The mist swirling around Zhu Xiu seemed to pause for a moment before darting out like a sword. "Zhu Xiu, what are you doing?" He placed Bai Wanwan on the ground, lowering his head to gaze at her with his large eyes. Bai Wanwan noticed the dark mist on her was still thick, but he seemed to have no intention of harming her. Tentatively, she reached out to touch his beastly form. "I I think I feel better now. Don't worry. Zhu Xiao appeared to understand, gliding closer and allowing her to lean against him. I would like to sleep for a while. Given Zhu Xiao's unstable condition, her heart raced anxiously. After quickly shutting her eyes, she began to call for the system. Sheng, come out. The system's voice responded promptly. Host, I am here. This is a good sign. It indicates he is willing to trust you. Beastmen afflicted by the dark curse can lose control at any moment and find it hard to trust any beast. If this dark energy continues to ravage his body, gradually, he will lose consciousness and truly become a wild beast. The more she listened, the tighter Bai Wanwan's face wrinkled. How many points are needed to lift the dark curse? At least over 100,000. Why don't you just seize it? Bai Wanwan scolded, adding, if you don't seize it, you're even more despicable. Pricing it out for me to willingly give you. She counted on her fingers. If it were not 1 point, she would at least have to bear 2 or 3 offspring. The dark curse is a rule power in this world. Even a system that transcends this world is bound by such rules, requiring a significant expenditure of points. However, host, your influence on him is substantial. You can often soothe his emotions, diminishing the dark curse's negative effects on him. If he can overcome the dark curse himself, you won't need any points at all. Oh, there is such a good thing? Cough, there is a chance, but it is probably only 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000? You might as well say there is no hope at all. After learning about the dark curse from Sheng, Bai Wanwan began to speak kind words frequently and cuddle with him. The results were indeed noticeable. After 2 days, the black mist on him was nearly invisible. However, a new problem arose. It seemed Zhu Xiao had become attached to her, unwilling to separate even for a moment. Even when she needed to relieve herself, he insisted on staying nearby. It was so awkward she wished to dig a hole. Several times she wanted to sneak away to see if Xianfeng had come, but Zhu Xiao remained steadfastly by her side. Zhu Xiao stopped moving, wrapping his tail around her and slowly lifting her to his gaze. In these 2 days of companionship, even though Zhu Xiao's eyes remained pitch black, she felt no fear. She could clearly sense his fondness for her. His massive beast body approached her with gentle movements, as if afraid to hurt her. From those dark eyes, she read a hint of helplessness. After a brief pause, he began to swim away with her. Bai Wanwan yawned, half closing her eyes and waving to him. I'm so sleepy. You should go. I'll wake up just in time for fish. With that, she closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. After a while, she felt Zhu Xiao lifting her and placing her onto a soft bed nearby, even using his tail to pull up the blanket for her. Bai Wanwan slowed her breathing, quietly listening to the sounds around her. Noticing his body move away from her, she felt more light filtering in, so she cautiously opened her eyes a crack. He truly left. Just as she was about to open her eyes wide to take a closer look, the cave entrance was suddenly blocked by something, plunging the interior into darkness. Bai Wanwan quickly threw off the blanket, stood up, and rushed to the cave entrance, reaching out to touch. A massive boulder completely obstructed the cave entrance, and despite her vigorous efforts to push it aside, it remained immovable. Now she found herself trapped alone in the pitch-black cave. Peering inside, the cavern appeared desolate and shrouded in darkness, an unsettling sight indeed. Undeterred, she recited the core socialist values, Fuqiang, Minju, Wenming, Hexie, to bolster her spirits. When suddenly the boulder began to shift behind her, Bai Wanwan tilted her head and cautiously peered through the crevice between the wall and the stone. Just then, Xianfeng's voice resonated from the outside, calling out her name. Upon hearing Xianfeng's voice, Bai Wanwan joyfully exclaimed, Xianfeng, please move the stone. All right, but step back so I don't accidentally harm you, he replied. Bai Wanwan retreated, inadvertently kicking over the pots and pans she had exchanged her points for, which she had accumulated to make her stay in the cave more comfortable. The boulder was soon removed, allowing light to flood the entrance once more. Xianfeng, clad in pristine animal hide, strode over and enveloped her in a firm embrace. Wanwan, has he harmed you? In the past few days, Xianfeng had been unable to approach her, fearing it would alert Zhu Xiao and prevent him from whisking Bai Wanwan away. Observing the situation, he noted that Zhu Xiao had been exceptionally caring towards her. However, most of the time, he could not see her, leaving him uncertain. No, he has been quite good to me, she reassured him. That's good. Come, while he is away, let me take you with me. Xianfeng wrapped his arm around her waist to lead her outside. Wait, Bai Wanwan grasped his hand, refusing to follow him out. I cannot leave with you just yet. Zhu Xiu's condition has only just stabilized, and my presence can aid in his recovery. In the early days when Zhu Xiu was in a frenzied state, she would not have been able to remain even a moment longer. However, over the past few days, his condition had visibly improved, and his affection toward her suggested that he might still remember her. After all, he was her beast husband, and she did not wish for him to regress into a mindless beast. Fortunately, the female named Shi had been proactive in assisting, taking excellent care of the cubs, allowing Zhu Xiu to feel secure enough to watch over Bai Wanwan. Do not worry. Even at his most ferocious, he has never attempted to devour me. Xin Feng stated wisely. He was right, but if Zhu Xiu discovered her absence, consumed by rage and dark energy, he might not kill her. But he could very well harm the other beastmen of the Black Dog tribe. Rather than risk such peril, she decided it was wiser to stay a few more days. Are you truly determined to stay? He asked, tightening his embrace. Yes, if you're concerned, come by to see me when you can. I will find a way to distract Zhu Xiu so we can talk. Bai Wanwan smiled up at him, urging him not to worry too much. Nevertheless, his brow remained furrowed, unwilling to relent. She stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on his lips. Do not fret. It is rare for us to meet. Tell me about the cubs. Who has been watching over them while we are away? Xin Feng recounted how Shi had assisted with the cubs. As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Feng cupped her waist and leaned down for a kiss. His unique scent was refreshing, like a gentle breeze. Most of the time, his kisses were tender and soft, rarely imposing. Yet now, he seemed to adopt a different demeanor, holding her waist firmly and pressing her against the cave wall, kissing her with urgency and fervor. Bai Wanwan relished this contrasting sensation, her fingers playfully roaming his neck. The intensity in his gaze grew more dangerous as his hand reached for her belt, tugging gently. At present, Zhu Xiu resembled a firecracker ready to explode. He was affectionate and tolerant towards her, but fiercely brutal towards other males. Being her beast husband, she wished to shield them all from harm. After a moment's contemplation, Xin Feng released his grip, continuing the kiss while merely holding her waist. After reciprocating his kiss fervently twice, she gently pushed him away. Though reluctant, Xin Feng's expression turned somewhat melancholic. Faced with such beauty, Bai Wanwan felt equally unwilling to part. She swiftly retreated into the cave, and before leaving, Xin Feng ensured the boulder was sealed once more. Aware of the keen senses of beastmen, Bai Wanwan hastily changed out of her clothes and stored them in the system space, then meticulously washed the areas Xin Feng had touched with water brought by Zhu Xiu. Once everything was in order, she nestled beneath the covers. Just as she lay down, the boulder was removed, and Zhu Xiu's imposing figure glided into the cave. He opened his mouth, the sound reminiscent of cascading water as numerous fish fell into the basin. In an instant, the nearly empty container was filled with water and fish. Bai Wanwan feigned awakening, staring at the abundance of fish. I can't eat all of these. Would you like some? Zhu Xiu promptly slid several meters away, clearly disliking the fishy scent of the creatures, as their bones would cause discomfort in his belly. Bai Wanwan donned her animal hide skirt and approached the fish basin. Selecting a few, she did not press Zhu Xiu, for in his beast form, these fish could hardly satiate his hunger. Initially, her excuse was to distract him, but upon seeing the lively fish, Bai Wanwan felt a surge of excitement. She needed to save her points to lift Zhu Xiu's dark curse, and indulging in these fish for a treat seemed quite delightful. She swiftly fished out several plump specimens, settled at the cave entrance, and began scaling them. In one breath, she processed 3 fish, lifting one to slice into fillets. Having sampled many varieties of fish from the beast world, she found each one delectable, rivaling even the seafood of her previous life, perhaps even sweeter. Grabbing a stone bowl, she poured in some soy sauce and mustard, slicing and savoring the fish with immense satisfaction. Before long, she had completely filleted one fish, though a portion had already found its way into her stomach. For the remaining 2, she made several diagonal cuts along their backs to enhance the flavor, then began adding various sauces and garnishes. Suddenly, she noticed Zhu Xiu moving along the wall, gradually sliding towards the spot where she had embraced and kissed Xin Feng. A sense of foreboding washed over Bai Wanwan. He would not draw near without reason. Forgetting the roasted fish in her hands, she dropped her chopsticks and stood abruptly. Zhu Xiu, come here and help me taste this. Upon hearing her call, Zhu Xiu turned to look at her, The sky outside had not yet darkened, and the open cave was illuminated by the light streaming in, casting a clear glow on the head of the king cobra. Despite being in beast form, with just eyes and a mouth, it was challenging to discern his expression. Nevertheless, Bai Wanwan sensed his anger. Did he smell something? She thought anxiously, moving towards him. Come closer. As she approached, Zhu Xiu suddenly opened his mouth and let out a roar, seemingly expressing his dissatisfaction. His tongue flickered dangerously close to her face, yet Bai Wanwan stood her ground, forcing herself to remain calm. At this moment, she could only feign ignorance and not admit to anything. What is wrong? Are you unhappy? May I give you a hug? Without allowing Zhu Xiu to respond, she boldly embraced him.